He was still unable to conceive what the creature might look like, probably not the normal structure of a human, considering the lower body is that of a sea serpent. Perhaps, it might be structured like a dolphin? He had once heard stories about humans and dolphins in the news. It is said that dolphins are one of the few animals that engage in acts of love, just like humans. Enough. List stopped his lewd imaginings, preferring to believe that sirens had no gender. The smoke mission used the term sprite of the sea, and sprites were thought to be creatures without gender. He tried to order his chaotic thoughts. List summoned the smoke mission again. He hadn't yet checked what the new mission was. Mission: as the new year begins, ice snow still blankets Fresh Flower Town, but new life is already being nurtured. The birth of the female tyrant Earthhound is imminent. In order to foster future combat strength, please feed the tyrant Earthhound pups with Fresh Flower Town's special cow's milk until they open their eyes. Reward: mutated fierce earth dog. Mutated fierce earth dog? List's mind snapped back to normal. Feed them with dragon breed cow milk until they open their eyes? Does it mean that if I feed Dowson and Earth Matron's offspring with dragon breed cow milk, they will mutate? And perhaps even evolve directly into an intermediate magical beast like Dowson himself? He held high hopes for the offspring of Earth Matron. Now it seemed there was a substantial chance of nurturing these tyrant Earthhound pups into intermediate magical beasts. Thinking of an army of intermediate magical beasts in the future, such a luxurious lineup, wouldn't they just unleash a flurry of rock spikes, decimating even the Blue Blood Knight Order of the Sapphire Duke? At this thought, he couldn't wait to set out and return to Fresh Flower Town to care for the soon-to-be-born tyrant Earthhound pups. But he couldn't just yet. There was a social dance in 2 days he needed to attend, arranged by Marquis Merlin. His aim was to find suitable marriage partners for the 3 siblings and cousin Riley. Marquis Merlin was getting on in years, probably bored, and had started to play the matchmaker. Levi's was indifferent. He still pursued the daughter of Marquis Roderick. Levira was filled with anticipation, and Riley was even more impatient. Before List updated the mission, he also eagerly anticipated it. He wanted to see Azina Salmon again, the first girl in this world to express affection for him, leaving a deep impression on him. But now, he just wanted these 2 days to be over quickly so he could hurry back home. I miss my siren. Paris, how many egg rolls did you actually bring? Why haven't you finished them after so many days of eating? After completing his chi practice in the downstairs garden, List encountered Paris, who was idly wandering about. This black dragon child was named his protector, but in reality, she had nothing to do in Longtaro Castle and spent her days aimlessly wandering. Either she was forcibly dragged off by Levira for sparring and relationship building. There's not much left, luckily. If I stay in Longtaro Castle any longer, I'll starve, she said. Are you sure you're talking about starving to death? List's gaze swept over her curvaceous figure, feeling it was much more voluptuous than before. A polite suggestion: try to eat fewer snacks. You could get fat, which would greatly affect your performance. Being looked over by List like this, Paris suddenly felt a warm flush on her face, her eyes flickered away, and her tone became much softer. Baron, do you prefer thinner girls? Thinking to himself trouble, List then seriously said, no, I only like myself. After saying this, he tugged at the ruffled collar of his ruff, stepped forward with his long legs, and turned to enter Longtaro Castle, leaving Paris with her mouth open, not knowing what to say. The ball began at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not yet time. Many carriages were parked at the entrance, and young nobles were already arriving at Longtaro Castle one after another, with men and women dressed in splendid attire, showing off like peacocks. List was also transformed. The tailored flakabayi perfectly accentuated his temperament. The fabric of his attire had a red base with the pale gold Longtaro emblem of Longtaro Castle embroidered on it. This was a tradition among nobles, who would often embroider their family emblem on their clothes as decoration. As the clothes belonged to Longtaro Castle, the Longtaro emblem was naturally embroidered. Overall, he exuded an imposing aristocratic air. The lavish attire combined with his tall stature, his mature and stable temperament, and his handsome face meant that wherever he stood, he was the inadvertent center of attention. Just like now. He stood by the window in the corridor, where a servant carrying drinks spotted him from afar and came over. Master List, would you like something to drink? Thank you. List took a glass of champagne. Champagne, a type of wine, is most favored during celebrations. However, genuine champagne is hard to come by. According to the laws of the Duchy of Sapphire, only champagne brewed on Blue Dragon Island can be called real champagne, the rest can only be termed as wine. The champagne from Blue Dragon Island had a very low production, reserved only for nobles of Earl rank and above. Whether it tasted good or not, List was unsure. He disliked drinking. He swirled the golden champagne, took a light sip, and the faint sweetness mixed with the strong fruit aroma was refreshing. Yet, He had no interest in savoring it, his gaze directed towards the newly arriving carriages. Chapter 261, The Receiver and the Narcissist. First update, the carriage stopped, and a servant helped a lady in a magnificent gown alight. She wore a bird lady hat, a favorite among the noblewomen, adorned with a colorful bird feather standing tall and very eye-catching. What was once the signature hat of the Lady Sky Knight had now become the favorite of the common nobility. However, List did not recognize this noblewoman. "List, why are you hiding here? I've been looking for you for a long time." The voice of cousin Miebao came from behind him. "What are you looking at by the window?" He walked straight up to List and looked outside, perfectly overlooking the carriages in front of Long Taro Castle. "You're not trying to suss out in advance which lovely lady is worth the effort, are you?" Indeed, viewed from this angle, the height is very clear. The height he referred to was the impressive silhouette when seen from the front and the profile. "Not at all, just feeling it's too stuffy in the hall." "I understand." "What do you understand?" Miebao clinked his glass of red wine against List's champagne flute. "You're waiting for that beautiful Azina from the Salmon family, aren't you?" "Not at all," he replied half-heartedly before suddenly asking, "Is she coming this time too?" "You said you weren't looking forward to it, did you?" "List, when you rejected Azina back then, why do you care about her now?" List didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Maybe it's because it feels significant to me. I seldom attended such balls on Coral Island or had an invitation from a female noble of my own age to visit her home. At the ball on Red Crab Island, Azina was the first to recognize how outstanding I was. No wonder." As if a nerve had been struck, Miebao suddenly stopped teasing and instead, with a touch of melancholy, said, "A man should find a woman who understands him. If she doesn't understand him, I can't imagine what the future life would be like." List ventured, "Are you talking about Princess Angela?" "Yes, Angela Sapphire, the brightest pearl on the Grand Duke's crown, and if all goes well, she'll be the future mistress of Red Crab Island." Duke Andrew had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Angela was the youngest daughter. "Have you confirmed your relationship with her?" "Not me and her, but my grandfather and the Grand Duke have sealed our relationship." He drained the glass of wine in one gulp, throwing the glass back onto the servant's tray with a go-away. The servant hurriedly bowed and left. Miebao rested his hands on the window ledge. "Do you know why I chased after her so desperately without a single response, only to have a definite relationship now?" List watched him, waiting for the rest of the story. "Grim and truth, I naively thought he truly came with the Grand Duke's blessing, but the truth was..." He suddenly turned around and patted List on the shoulder. "Grandfather says your future is immeasurable, and we share the same blood. I have nothing to hide from you. Please tell me, cousin." List had already guessed. Sure enough, Miebao's telltale disclosure was almost exactly as he had surmised. He had become the fall guy. Of course, Princess Angela would certainly not come with her child in tow. Even as the Grand Duke's most beloved daughter, she could not bring a child into a marriage with an heir to a marquis. This was not only a violation of the morality under the Knight system but also an immense disgrace to the Marquis family. Therefore, Princess Angela, several months pregnant, was forced to have an abortion. Her reputation was dreadful. I knew that much already, as long as there wasn't too much of a scandal. Let bygones be bygones. But what's unforgivable is that the father of that aborted child, his, was nothing but a street performer. If her reputation was already tarnished, it wouldn't matter who the father of the child was. But as a noble, a member of the natural ruling class, List could very well understand Miebao's feelings. Nobles could fool around with each other, but never with commoners, especially not nobles of such high birth as the daughter of a duke. A street performer was as low as a serf, so it was no wonder Miebao was furious. Swirling his champagne, List took a careful look at Miebao and then had another thought. Perhaps Miebao was not angry because the princess had dallied with a street performer, but rather because the news had leaked out. It was clear to the Long Taro family that the princess had conceived with a street performer, which meant the affair was no secret on Blue Dragon Island. Perhaps in Miebao's eyes, Long Taro Castle has started to look green, sickeningly green. He suppressed the urge to gloat over the misfortune. He pondered for a moment. He decided to comfort Miebao. Life isn't always smooth sailing. Although Princess Angela doesn't meet the moral standards of a noble lady, she is still the mistress Long Taro Castle needs the most. Compared to the harmony of marital life, what are those premarital incidents, really? As he said this, List suddenly recalled his own views on romance. In his youth, he had hoped to save his first time for the girl he chose. As a young man, he thought it didn't matter if it was the first time or not. In his early adult years, he felt the past wasn't important. As he matured, he believed that what mattered was mutual love. Reaching the cusp of 30 without having found someone, he just wanted to settle with whoever came along. The struggle between man and life is such that if you take a step back, life moves forward a step. It was perhaps just a grumble. Miyabuo soon freed himself from the fury of having to take up the unwanted legacy, already resigning himself to the role of the scapegoat. Let's go, let's chat in the hall. All the young nobles from Red Crab Island are here today, perhaps you'll find someone satisfactory. Only then did he remember, I've been so caught up in my own affairs, I forgot to tell you, don't wait for Azina, she won't be attending the ball. She fell in love with a baron at the Sea Festival dance and is likely to become a baroness by next year. Is that so? List responded flatly, as if indifferent. In fact, his heart tightened severely inside, a feeling of discomfort that he couldn't put into words. The effort he had put into repressing the schadenfreude he felt towards Miyabuo popped like a balloon. Miyabuo being forced to take up the unwanted legacy was laughable indeed, but wasn't his own long-standing self-love just as laughable? I assume too much. Among the nobility, there's no such thing as love at first sight, and what's more, it was just a fleeting encounter at a ball. Perhaps she forgot about me right after it ended. All of a sudden, his enthusiasm waned. The social ball that was supposed to stir some excitement, especially with the anticipation of seeing Azina, suddenly felt empty. The thought of the so-called social dance being nothing more than a union of noble interests, showing off their assets, and selecting suitable matches to continue their family lineage made his previously restless heart settle back down, and a standard noble smile returned to his face. Chapter 262, Lists Piano Pieces, Second Update. The ball, as expected, lacked the presence of Azina Salmon. Levi's and Levira emerged into the crowd, eagerly engaging in conversation with the nobility of both genders. Miyabuo still wore a smile, strenuously maintaining the dignity of Long Taro Castle's host. He was very good at this kind of work. List was his usual self, neither taking the initiative nor refusing. If someone came over to exchange pleasantries, he would casually chat along. Although he had never thought of coming to Red Crab Island to make a name for himself, why refuse the opportunity to broaden his connections? The pianist played a beautiful melody. Couples twirled through the dance floor, one pair after another. Laughter rose continuously from every corner, a clear sign of enjoyable conversations. Miyabuo made a round, attended to all the noble ladies and gentlemen, and then, with a glass of wine in hand, took a seat next to List. More tiring than having fought a charge, he gasped for breath. It's a good thing I'm just a baron, not obliged to speak a word with each and every man and woman here. They are all followers of Long Taro Castle, come from afar in hopes of exchanging words with me. I can't bear to let them down. It was unclear whether this statement was self-mockery or self-satisfaction. He suddenly asked, aren't you going to dance? Those who invited me are not of interest to me. Then take the initiative and invite someone. Such proactivity is what a gentleman noble should possess. I haven't decided yet whom I might like to invite. Your way of thinking is quite peculiar. If it were me, I would invite every beautiful lady in turn. It's not like you can only dance once. If you come across someone suitable, find a corner for a heartfelt talk, then the trip here wouldn't be in vain. Who knows, if the conversation goes well, you might even lead her home as the lady of the house. List was still reserved. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Miyabuo shook his head, unable to understand his own cousin. Since you don't feel like dancing, can you play the piano? I guess. A little. List himself didn't know how to play an instrument, not any kind of instrument. But his predecessor, as a member of the nobility, had learned the piano. He barely remembered a few pieces. Nobles love music, and the piano is the most popular instrument, especially at balls. Without piano music to set the mood, how could one create an enchanting atmosphere? Many down-and-out nobles relied on playing the piano to maintain their high society lifestyle, even becoming the distinguished guests of noble women. Get ready, we'll each play a piece later, Miyabuo said. He beckoned a servant, go tell the pianist to come down after this piece. List and I are going to play the piano. Yes, young master. Have you thought about what piece you're going to play? I'm planning on Ellie by the Water. It's my favorite piano piece with a beautiful melody and a touching story. Do you like it? I don't want to play the piano, and besides, I've never heard of this piece. Heavens, you've never heard of it? It's a masterpiece by Cherny Windmill, composed for a story he experienced personally. Urieli, the mythical gorgon with snaky hair. When Master Cherny traveled through the blast furnace fortress kingdom, he laid eyes on Urieli by the water, and in that moment, he turned to stone. Turned to stone? So, he died? You truly lack any sense of artistry. It's a rhetorical device. Cherny didn't literally turn into stone, but the beauty of Urieli petrified him metaphorically, not that her gaze physically turned him to stone. What he saw might not have been Urieli, it's just a metaphor. Miyabuo spoke of the piano piece animatedly, his face alight with excitement. Urieli is a creature of legend and does not exist. Legend has it she had 3 sisters, all gorgons, all beautiful yet deadly. Master Cherney saw a woman by the water and felt her beauty was like poison, petrifying him. Do you understand now? I suppose I understand, Liszt replied carelessly. Then, prepare yourself, you'll go on stage to play a piece later. Only art can make people forget their worries, trust me. He left Liszt a very artistic silhouette as he got ready to perform on stage. It seemed that Liszt's ignorance had scared him. During his performance, he intentionally used his chi to amplify the volume and started by telling the backstory of Ellie by the water, before he began to play. One had to say, his piano performance skills were very superb, the melodies sometimes soothing and sometimes passionate, truly immersing people in scenes like I see your Ellie, I have turned into stone, her beauty leaves me breathless. The piece concluded. The nobles, who were immersed in the music, began applauding one after another. Mi'yabao elegantly stood up, bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Next, my cousin, Liszt Tulip, will perform the following piano piece for everyone. Liszt really wanted to smash Mi'yabao's head with a hammer. He had absolutely no desire to play any piano piece. Indeed, almost all nobles would learn instruments like the piano to augment their noble demeanor. The former Liszt had often played the piano, but the current Liszt was a musical ignoramus, with a preference for pop music. Since he had crossed over into this world, he had not touched any musical instrument again. The piano techniques from his former life's memories had become unfamiliar, asking him to perform would be an embarrassing spectacle. He didn't know whether this was Mi'yabao's way of seeking revenge given that during their previous conversation by the window, he had probably exposed his schadenfreude attitude, since at that moment, he genuinely felt like laughing. But at this moment, the feeling of being awkward simply did not exist. His current mindset was somewhat detached from worldly concerns. He never intended to find love at this ball, so if he was going to embarrass himself, so be it. Having adjusted his mindset and with a smile on his face, Liszt made his way to the stage one step at a time. Sitting in front of the piano, he swept his hands across the keys, producing a neat sequence of notes. He looked down at the piano keys, compared them with his predecessor's memories to locate the corresponding keys for do, re, mi, fa, so, la, si, and then a melody of a song popped into his head, swiftly figuring out how to play it. Just like Mi'yabao, he too planned to give a prelude monologue. He channeled his chi to boost his own volume. It's a very ancient legend. Long, long ago, in the forest kingdom of a distant land, there lived a brother and sister, each with a special ability. The brother's eyes could see far into the distance, and the sister's ears could hear sounds from afar. They grew up together, sharing joy and sorrow. Liszt's voice was very magnetic. There was no sense of abruptness when he recited the monologue. On the contrary, it was easy for people to be drawn into his story. In their free time, they would run to the mountain, the brother gazing into distant kingdoms and sharing the wonders he saw with his sister, the sister listening to the messages carried by the wind and singing heavenly songs to her brother. They fell in love, threw off all constraints, and reveled in their love. But society would never allow their love to exist. No matter how hard they tried, they still lost to the moral shackles. To prove their everlasting love for each other, the brother blinded himself, and the sister blocked her ears, unable to receive the blessings of others. What good were those abilities? Many years later, a foreign musician heard this poignant and moving love story, deeply touched. Overwhelmed by emotions, he composed a soul-stirring melody. I happened to hear this melody, and could not help but feel deeply moved. How can the fate of the siblings not evoke deep sighs and emotion? Unfortunately, I did not retain the entire melody nor the full song. I can only share with everyone what I remember of the melody and the song. Bang. Bang bang. Liszt's hands caressed the piano, firmly pressing the keys, beginning to play that piece. With its simple, brisk melody gaining momentum, a touch of faint sorrow seemed to mingle within the brisk clarity. His singing voice, too, blended with the melody, drifting above the dance floor in Chinese that no one could understand. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. Chapter 263, To Alice in the Waltz Ballroom, the third update, an additional chapter for 1,400 monthly votes, alright. Actually, Lee CT did not play Two Tigers, nor did he sing Runs Fast. In fact, he played the piano piece he was most familiar with. It was Beethoven's Piano Bagatelle, for Alice. The reason he chose to play this piece was naturally because it was very simple and widely recognizable. In his childhood, he owned a music box, which, whenever wound up, would tinkle out the tune of For Alice. So much so that now, when he closed his eyes, the overly familiar melody would still emerge in his ears. As one of the greatest piano composers in the world, Beethoven's story of becoming deaf is written in elementary school textbooks. But few people know that Beethoven was never married. He yearned for love. At 16, he fell for a noble lady but was separated by their vast difference in social status, nearly driving him to suicide. At 20, he He fell in love with a widow, and yet again, due to the disparity in their statuses, he missed out on the relationship. His lifelong ear condition tormented him, but he still longed for love. Approaching his 40s, he fell in love with one of his female students, a young girl named Therese Malfatti. In a moment of impulse, he composed a small piece titled A Minor Bagatelle for Therese. Later, someone writing a biography for Beethoven found this small piece among Therese's belongings, but when it was published, the original title for Therese was mistakenly written as For Alice. Henceforth, this piano bagatelle began to spread widely across the world. Because of its simple monophonic melody, even the music box market was nearly dominated by For Alice, the other half taken by Castle in the Sky and Canon. Playing for the first time, Lee-T's fingers were still clumsy, with many mistakes made, which wasn't very perfect. But by the time he started playing for the second time, he had already mastered each note and largely restored For Alice. After playing it 3 times in a row, he concluded his first piano performance. Just like Miyamoto, he stood up, bowed slightly to the nobleman and noblewoman in the dance floor who had stopped dancing to quietly enjoy For Alice, showing his etiquette. When he turned around and left the piano, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from below, more than what Miyamoto had received for playing Yuri Ili by the River. Most of the people there had heard Miyamoto play Yuri Ili by the River, but none had ever heard the short but evocative piece For Alice. For Alice was able to be passed down on earth, its charm goes without saying, and even though Lee-T's performance was at a beginner's level, it still moved many people. Fantastic. Unable to contain his excitement, Miyamoto said, "List, you must teach me this piece, I want to learn it." "No problem, I will take the time to write out the score," Lee-T replied without any conceit, though he greatly enjoyed the applause after the performance. It wasn't just Miyamoto circling around him, many other nobles also came up to him, inquiring about the piano piece For Alice. A male noble exclaimed, "I've never heard it before, it might be short, but it's exceptionally charming." "I heard it by chance as well." A noble lady of ordinary looks, with big blinking eyes, said, "Sir Liszt, would you teach me how to play this piece? By the way, does it have a name?" "For Alice, I will organize the score and give it to cousin Miyamoto, he will send you a copy." "I love this piano piece, I felt that sweet touch, the deep understanding beyond the worldliness, and the entire song's sorrowful love, as well as the unwavering yearning for love," said the noble lady, with her hands clasped to her heart, as though she was immersed in the sadness of not 2 tigers, but For Alice. Lee-T expressed his regret. "Yes, it's a sad story. I can only remember this lighter part of the piece, the truly sad part wasn't able to be played." In fact, he himself hadn't been able to discern whether this piece had any tinge of sadness at all. A rendition of For Alice suited for beginners. It had successfully made Liszt, who wanted to keep a low profile, the center of attention at the ball. Even though the pianist had returned to the stage and begun a high-level performance, there was still a large group of nobles gathered around Liszt, discussing the piano piece. "Hey, handsome pianist, may I have a dance with you?" A tall noble lady suddenly squeezed past a few others surrounding Lee-T and extended her hand to him. Her appearance made it easy for Lee-T to think of Elizabeth Olsen, yes, the Scarlet Witch from Avengers, Age of Ultron. Only her hair was golden yellow, and her pupils were a deep blue. If 10 points were perfect, she could probably score an 8.5 from Liszt, which was a lot higher than the 8 points Azina Salmon received before. How could I refuse an invitation from Ms. Duniko? Lee-T took her hand and followed her on to the dance floor. He wrapped his arm around her waist and, to the slow piano music, took steps resembling the slow waltz. Lee-T could feel her pressing very close to him as if their hearts were connected, warming each other. "I like this piece," to Alice. "So do I. But when you played it, some parts weren't smooth." "Yes, I don't play the piano often, and I've forgotten some of the fingerings. I play the piano every day. I love music, especially this piece," to Alice. "It's a simple melody, but it has a unique beauty. I heard the murmurs between lovers, the deep confessions and the fullness of love, and I was enraptured." As she spoke, she brought her mouth close to Lee-T's ear, and gently blew a stream of warm breath. This action made him feel respect, and he had to hold back not to show it. "Miss Duniko really understands music. It's a pity I can't recreate the original," to Alice, "so you could feel the story of sorrowful love it tells." "No, perhaps the incomplete is the most beautiful. It's short, it's light, but it's the best piano piece, with no need to add any more melody." Such a comment. Liszt looked at Miss Duniko with new esteem. To Alice was originally an independent piano piece. After hearing his made-up story, many felt regret for not hearing the complete piece, but only Duniko felt the incomplete part was already perfect. This was a woman who truly understood music. Perhaps this is what the upbringing of the great nobles produces. Duniko Hyacinth, the daughter of Durand Hyacinth, one of the two earls on Red Crab Island. According to the information provided by cousin Miiabao, the 17-year-old Duniko, also known as the Thorny Rose of Red Crab Island, didn't have a very good reputation. She was proactive and passionate, surrounded by countless admirers, yet none had truly won her heart. He held her slim yet strong waist. Feeling the soft yet firm sensation against his chest and the eye contact as they glanced up and down, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Actually, the story was made up on the spot. This piece was always an independent piano piece. It was created by a pianist who was infatuated with a noble lady, composed in a moment of passion. Chapter 264, You know I've never been a part of it. First update, Duniko aptly threw a flirtatious glance at List. So, you've deceived everyone. How can it be called deception? Every piano piece has a beautiful story behind it. Does it matter which stories are true and which are fabricated? It doesn't matter. A story just offers a tiny touch of sentiment, but it's the melody that truly moves the heart. Is that so? Unless you can come up with a story better suited to for Alice, I won't agree with you. When it came to making up stories, List was quite adept, but he didn't agree to Duniko's request. Perhaps he could invent a tale, play up to the Earl's daughter, and engage with Duniko in a story beyond the story. Maybe, given his temperament and charm, it would be normal to win over Duniko. But there was no need for that. He didn't like deliberately seeking favor. Maybe he was just in love with himself all along, or perhaps he was only interested in Duniko's outer beauty and lacked that impulsive drive to pursue. There's no romantic tale, just a piano teacher who fell in love with his student, and a little tune born out of passion, List said casually. Duniko cast another seductive glance, like you're filled with passion right now. List didn't catch on immediately. What? It was only when Duniko gently rubbed his thigh with hers that he suddenly realized his admiration had been too obvious. With 2 lifetimes of experience combined, he lacked the shyness of youth. You know it's hard to maintain a calm disposition in the presence of a beautiful lady, especially one as exceptionally beautiful as you. He slightly retreated his body to cool down the warmth. Yet Duniko took a big step forward, pressing her body closer. I accept your compliments. No one has ever expressed their admiration for me so candidly. List suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps no more words were needed. They could just dance quietly, bodies close, swaying gently to the rhythm of the piano. As their gazes met and the corners of their mouths turned up slightly, maintaining a consistent smile seemed adequate. Duniko also ceased to speak, following List's steps in a gentle rhythm. The piano piece ended. The two did not separate immediately, continuing to embrace each other, waiting for the second piano piece. However, halfway through the piece, Duniko suddenly asked, "Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Let's go." List released the hand around her waist and took Duniko's hand, quietly leaving the bustling dance floor. The sky outside was completely dark, only the lights of Long Taro Castle remained bright. In the corridor outside the hall, servants hurried past. Neither of them spoke again, just held hands and headed toward a secluded corner, where they could see couples tightly embraced in the nooks of private alcoves. In a corner where the crystal lamp's light was relatively dim. They stopped in one such spot. "The air is fresh outside, and you can breathe in the chill of winter," List said, with one hand on the windowsill and the other still holding Duniko's. "Miss Duniko, you're dressed rather lightly today, aren't you cold now?" "I'm not cold, in fact, I feel a bit warm," Duniko said, looking at him, then suddenly suggested, "Call me Duniko." "Duniko." List gazed at Duniko's long eyelashes and her delicately made-up face and couldn't help but lower his head. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, Duniko quietly rose on her toes, lifting her face, and gently closed her eyes. No need for an excess of words to describe the moment. The next second, List's lips met with softness. They remained clutched together until they nearly suffocated. A sparkling thread stretched between them, reflecting the light of the distant castle. Duniko wrapped her arms around List's neck, unwilling to let go, her gaze intense. "Here is the translated text," List hurriedly said. "My room is upstairs. Hold on tight. Bend down. Hook arms." List picked up Duniko sideways from the bend of his legs, activated his chi, and with legs springing like coils, he swiftly walked through the corridor, up the stairs to the 4th floor of the castle. He bypassed the servants who greeted him in the hallway without a response, heading straight to his own room. The door wasn't locked. At Long Taro Castle, the 4th floor was the living area of the master. Clack. The door shut with a foot, and all was understood without words. When List awakened from his sore back and stiff waist, the morning sun had already risen, a rare clear and sunny day. He sat up and saw the woman beside him still deep in sleep, her blonde hair scattered across the pillow. There was a slightly unpleasant smell in the room. Shaking his head, List still felt a tinge of surrealism. A rendition of For Alice, 2 intimate dances, Several deliberate or accidental flirtations, all led to a wild night. Recalling the fervent heat of last night, he suddenly felt bewildered. In other words, he had wholly surrendered his first time in this new life. Perhaps he had been too loud getting out of bed. The sleeping Duniko suddenly woke up, and seeing List getting dressed, she greeted him groggily. "Hi, List. What are you doing?" "Getting up." List, having put on his pants and bare-chested, showed his perfect inverted triangle physique as he walked to the bedside, bent down, and kissed Duniko's forehead. "Don't you want to sleep a bit longer?" "Can't sleep anymore." Duniko stretched out her hand and drew a circle on his chest. "You could call a castle maid to help you dress. On the battlefield, there won't be any servants to help me dress, I prefer to do it myself. Only the complicated Flakabayi would be dressed by servants, then I'll call my maiden, and I'll get up too." Ringing the bell, summoning the maid, Duniko with the help of the maid picked out a new outfit and got dressed. List also got dressed with the help of the maid into his Flakabayi. Castle servants then brought washing utensils, attending to both of their morning grooming. When the maids left with the wash utensils, only List and Duniko remained in the room. Duniko threw herself at him enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around List's neck. "Kiss me, as if it's the last time." "Mm." After they separated, Duniko spoke breathlessly. "I love the way you play to Alice. I love your conversation and demeanor. You have a distinctive look in your eyes. In them, I saw ambition beyond the reach of others and a solitude that doesn't fit with the rest of the world." "Such keen perception." List laughed it off. "I guess you also saw a dragon, since my greatest ambition is dragon riding. I look forward to the day you ride a dragon. If that day comes and I'm not yet old, you're welcome to come kiss me again. At the dance, so many men invited me, but I chose only you. My dear Baron, they will be jealous of you, just as those women were jealous of me when I took you away. So intimately." List was unsure whether his feelings toward Duniko were of admiration or just a moment of passion. He gently pulled away the hand that was around his neck. "I guess there must be many broken hearts in Long Taro Castle, but yeah, I've never been involved, so I wouldn't know." After speaking, he opened the room's door. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. I'm leaving here today." Chapter 265, There are so many castles in the world. Second update. "Good morning, dear Duniko." Cousin Miebao was up early and greeted the two who came down for breakfast with a smile. "Good morning, brother Miebao." Duniko always addressed Miebao as brother, showing the closeness between their families. Miebao then, behind Duniko's back, gave a thumbs up and mouthed "well done" before saying, "List, I'm glad to see that you've grown up." Such an obvious and brash jest nearly made List want to roll his eyes. But what was done, and since Duniko had been quite open about it, there was no need for him to be squeamish. He merely changed the subject. "Have Levi's and Levira gotten up yet?" Levira had gotten up early. Levi's was a bit late. The night before, he had, unsurprisingly, been holding hands with a certain noble maiden, talking about life and aspirations deep into the night. After breakfast, the carriage from Long Taro Castle was ready. Marquis Merlin, leaning on his cane, came to the castle's entrance to personally see his grandchildren off. Not just the three List siblings were leaving today, but Aunt Melinda's family was also returning home. "Grandfather, you must take good care of yourself. I'll come to visit you again in a little while," List said with some reluctance. But Marquis Merlin wasn't particularly touched. "Don't act like a woman. If you're going to leave, then just leave." The relatives said their goodbyes. List saw Duniko, standing with Miebao and smiling at him, and without waiting for List to say anything, Duniko walked over and hugged him. It was nothing too over the top. A simple hug among nobles that represented their friendship. As for what kind of friendship, it was in the eye of the beholder. "I thought you would play for Alice for me before you left," she said. "It's a bit of a rush. If you'd like to hear it, I'll play it for you the next time I came to Red Crab Island. Will you practice it so that you're proficient?" "If I have the time. I don't think I'll ever forget last night's events for a long time, List, dear." "We will always have the memories of Long Taro Castle," List replied with a smile. "Indeed, a period worth reminiscing about for a long time." If at this moment, Duniko had given a tender and heartfelt plea for him to stay, he might have been ready to stay regardless of everything. Not caring about Duniko's past, just wishing to stay by her side from now on. He had learned the libertine ways of nobility, yet deep down, he carried the traditions of a Chinese man. Alas, after only a brief exchange of sweet nothings, Duniko waved him off with an insouciant gesture. Without any dithering or dragging. Unwilling to appear more affected than a woman, List nodded calmly and boarded the carriage. The coachman raised his whip and with a loud hop, the procession began to move slowly. Levira pulled her head back into the carriage. Looking at List, who seemed a bit dazed, she chuckled. "Why don't you take one last look at your thorny rose? My dear brother, You were quite the show stealer last night. Your for Alice enchanted so many noble maidens that they wanted to spend the night in your room. Even Duniko was swept off her feet. It's just basic tactics, he replied. After a moment of thought, List leaned out to take one last look at Long Taro Castle, now gradually receding in the distance. There were many people at the door, there were many nobles leaving today. He could no longer find the figure of Duniko Hyacinth, so with a touch of disappointment, he sat back inside the carriage. He rested his hands behind his head, leaning against a cushion behind him. He didn't know what he was pondering, but he couldn't help mutter, there are so many castles in the world, and inside those castles so many barons. Yet she managed to make her way to my side. Losing the beautiful fantasies he had about Azina Salmon, he'd acquired wonderful new experiences brought on by Duniko Hyacinth. List felt a strong fondness for Red Crab Island. Of course, the bigger change was in his mindset. It was as if he had been reborn. After a night of frenzied baptism, he had truly come of age, both in soul and body, from the inside out. Sapphire Calendar, Year 152, January 6, at the port of Sea Crab City, clear skies. Boarding a sea vessel at the port, this time, the Long Taro family had employed a swift sailing ship and 4 ordinary double-masted sailing ships as escorts to take the 3 siblings back to Coral Island. The ghost ship incident made Long Taro Castle take no chances. Count Shark had already led the fleet from Red Crab Island to patrol the vast waters between Red Crab Island and Coral Island, clearing out pirates and searching for ghost ships. Standing on deck, the caress of the chilly sea breeze freed List from his pleasant reminiscences. His attention temporarily shifted to another matter. Where will the sea serpent be waiting for me? Definitely in the sea, since it is a sea serpent, after all. Perhaps he would hear the sea serpent's song during the voyage and then be able to find it. However, he still had no clue how to obtain the sea serpent. In the legends, kind sea serpents would use their songs to save people but never show themselves, hiding from humans. On the other hand, evil sea serpents would use their songs to bewitch people and then kill them. In short, except for Knight's novels, no human had ever encountered a siren. However, even on the ship where he'd wake from sleep from time to time, as the fleet neared the waters around Coral Island, he still hadn't heard any sea songs, nor had any strange occurrences taken place. Not until he landed on the dock of Coral City. There were no signs of the siren. It seems that the siren might be waiting in the waters near Freshflower Town, no, maybe around the waters of Black Horse Island, waiting for me to claim it. I just don't know how to claim it, whether it would require some kind of contract like with a little minor elf. He rested for a night at Tulip Castle. Equipped with a batch of specialties from Long Taro Castle and a batch from Tulip Castle, List couldn't wait to leave the next morning, returning to Freshflower Town which he had been away from for over a week. Snow blanketed everything in white. The roads were muddy. In terms of latitude, Coral Island should be much higher than Red Crab Island, so the climate is a bit colder. But to this day, List hadn't figured out whether this world was spherical or if it had a north or south pole. As for the exact latitude and longitude of Coral Island, it was even more of a mystery. And there was one thing that puzzled him. He had observed the position of the sun and found that the sun's elevation was nearly the same in both summer and winter, not very off. This suggested that the location of Coral Island didn't have much of a changing angle with the sun day, or perhaps, the planet's rotation and orbit didn't have a tilt. It's a shame there's no astronomer to solve these mysteries for me, to understand what kind of environment lies under my feet. He remembered the ancient legends of the Moon Empire, where a profession known as astrologer existed, and it's said the reckoning of years, months, and days was passed down from the astrologers of the Moon Empire. Sadly, with the fall of the Moon Empire, many technologies, discoveries, and inventions from that era had been lost. They had become but snippets of fantasy in Knight's novels. "My lord, we've arrived at Thorn Ridge," Thomas's voice interrupted List's daydreaming. Indeed, ahead the serfs could be faintly seen laboring in Thorn Ridge. In this winter of dancing snowflakes, only the serfs of Freshflower Town, well-fed and strong, had the energy to go out and work. All at once, a feeling of returning home emerged from within him. A golden nest, a silver nest, none as good as one's own dog nest. In Freshflower Town, he was the supreme landlord. Woof woof. Dowson must have felt the same. Chapter 266, Personally Involved and High Above, third update, additional chapter for 1,600 monthly votes. It is ready to give birth, Lord Landlord. Old Difo carefully dodged the cage, pointing at the area beneath the Earth Matron's tail, he said. List, of course, knew that the Earth Matron was about to give birth, his task and its rewards were about to arrive. Looking at the very crudely made nest in the dog prison, then at the snowflakes fluttering outside, and feeling the ice-cold weather, he couldn't help but say to the servant, "Thomas, go and fetch 2 quilts." "Yes, my lord." The Earth Matron lay on the wooden boards, staring blankly at the servants cleaning around, indeed no longer the lively creature it once was, having become lazy and dopey. Any wild beast caged for long would probably end up this way. Dowson walked around it, occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick its fur, not knowing if it was the low temperatures of winter affecting it or if it had truly completed its bloodline transformation. Dowson no longer had frequent needs to vent, it returned to a state of calm it was supposed to have. It had abstained for so many days and had not thought of heading to the dog park to have some fun. Will it give birth to Dowson's offspring? Paris, who had become much plumper, stood outside the cage, curiously asking. Of course, there isn't a third fierce earth dog here. In the vast fresh flower town, finding another fierce earth dog to cuckold Dowson would be impossible. Paris rolled her eyes. No, Baron, what I mean is, can it give birth to an intermediate magical beast like Dowson? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but I hope that both Dowson's and the Earth Matron's offspring will become intermediate magical beasts. That way, I'll have a large group of intermediate magical beasts and can form a fierce Earth Dog Knight Order. List's heart burned with fervor. They will become the cornerstone of my achievements, bringing me countless honors. Alas. Paris sighed. Why does every noble landlord think about war? Because the world is not yet at peace. He directed the servants to spread the quilts in the cage and then shooed the Earth Matron onto them before turning his head and responding, someone needs to step forward to turn the tide and create a world without hunger, harm, or oppression. Will you step forward? The goal is too grand, so grand that even I, a transmigrator, am intimidated. As a transmigrator, who doesn't dream of changing the world? Yet the reality was that he could only change tiny fresh flower town, so why not start with small goals around us, achieving one goal after another? So what is Baron's first small goal? Paris asked curiously. Dragon riding. List drew a pleasant arc with his mouth, looking up at the gloomy sky. Suddenly he recalled the morning at Long Taro Castle when Duniko promised him, and his mocking tone became serious. I want to ride a dragon while I am still young. Paris initially thought he was joking, but as he spoke so earnestly, she suddenly felt that the tall and handsome rural landlord before her might truly harbor such ambition. She found it laughable. She had seen the light dragon, the evil dragon that granted her the status of Black Dragon Child, that unbelievable figure filled with despair-inducing horror. A mortal could not possibly tame a dragon. Yet she also harbored anticipation, hoping that one day List really could ride a dragon and become a dragon knight, whose very name would send many women into uncontrollable ecstasy. Perhaps having seen the dragon's incredibility, the idea of a dragon knight became even more unfathomable and unimaginable in her heart. Don't just stand there looking silly, let's go. After boasting, List had already walked out of the iron cage. The Earth Matron should complete giving birth within these 2 days. Paris snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. Looking somewhat silly. This left List speechless. Indeed, a comfortable life could erode one's fighting spirit. The thieving female mercenary who once shouted about slaughtering nobles and dared to cross the sea to save her sister had now turned into a good-eating, fat, and somewhat slow-witted female sidekick, and he seriously doubted how much her combat ability had dropped. Wah. Wah. Sensing List's return, Thornminer elf Jayla, who lived in the castle, flew straight out of the worm room and landed accurately on List's head as he just entered the castle gate. She missed List terribly. Feeling the little elf's emotions, List found it very warm and let Jayla sit on his head while she held onto his hair with both hands. Sir, would you like to take a bath first or meet with the town officials? Butler Carter came over and asked. Let's meet the officials first, deal with the accumulated affairs, and then go for a bath. Very well, sir. Previously, when List returned to Fresh Flower Town, he went directly to the dog prison without even entering the castle to visit the Earth Matron and her brood of fierce Earth dog pups. The notified town officials hurried over. After the niceties, they began reporting their work. It was clear that even without List's personal oversight, the development of Fresh Flower Town was still progressing. Every day, more wasteland was being reclaimed, not just at Thornridge but also the wastelands of various encampments, all undergoing development. Bone utensils produced daily at the Bone Craftsman shop were distributed to serfs, arousing their eagerness for this year's farming and making them wish they could take on more wasteland. Stones were being quarried every day. Large stones, after simple processing, were piled up for future major construction projects, like List's new castle on Black Horse Island. Small stones were crushed into gravel for road building and paving. The Knight's Square had already been completed, giving the children a warm place for training. 2 bathhouses had become signature landmarks of Fresh Flower Town. Even nobles from North Valley City had visited several times just to bathe in the hot spring-like pools. An ice house had begun storing ice blocks, already filling one ice chamber. In short, Fresh Flower Town was peaceful for both humans and animals. List was heartened by this, as the land entered the right track and his team of officials gradually took shape. But he also felt a sense of loss. It turned out that not every affair fell apart without him. From the start of the victory celebration to the year-end festivities on Red Crab Island, Fresh Flower Town didn't become chaotic in the roughly half a month without him. Should I feel relieved that I don't have to manage everything personally, or should I feel impressed that supervision from a higher vantage point is sufficient? Either way, it was a good thing. The Lord could enjoy while his subordinates ran errands the way everyday life should be. Of course, there were still many things he needed to care about, especially not to neglect the smoke mission, which was the biggest boost to his dragon riding. Consultant Galtai, has the formulation of the Ice Snow Flame Mushroom Potion been successful? We are approaching success. Several surf households have managed to grow Ice Snow Flame mushrooms in their greenhouses, but the yield is unstable and the growth effect is poor. Let them keep at it. Yes, my lord. The cultivation of common flame mushrooms must not be delayed either. By the way, has Mr. Elkson been here? He came once, heard you went to Long Taro Castle for the year-end celebration, had a bath in the public bath, and then left. Contact him and ask him to come over as soon as possible, List said. His supply of flame mushroom magic potions was running low and he needed Mr. Elkson to prepare a new batch. Also, the harvested rapid growth magic thorns stored in the castle warehouse could be used to make more magic potions when combined. Since town construction no longer required his hands-on involvement, he could devote all his spare time to training. With the aid of smoke missions, dragon breed cows, a multitude of magic potions, sword saints notes, the experience of Earl, and a scientific mind, he hoped he could advance to Sky Knight sooner rather than later, and perhaps even break the record set by Marquis Merlin at the age of 22. Chapter 267, Welcoming the Birth of the Earth Matron's Offspring, 4th Update, bonus for 1800 monthly tickets, by the seaside. List rode his lead dragon horse from the dock named Fresh Flower Port, along the coastline, all the way to the southernmost beach, but he heard no siren songs. Even though he had rewarded the sea serpents, he just couldn't find them, which frustrated him. He planned to circle around Black Horse Island after the Fresh Flower vessel returned from the island, hoping to find a siren as soon as possible and not let the reward slip away. However, before he caught sight of the Fresh Flower vessel, a piece of good news worth celebrating had already arrived. The Earth Matron had begun giving birth. He immediately rode his horse to Dog Prison, bringing Dowson along on the way. By the time he reached Dog Prison, the Earth Matron had already delivered 2 puppies, who were lying fluffily on the blanket, their fur pitch black. The Earth Matron rarely showed the ferociousness of a magical beast, baring her teeth and snarling at List and the others as they approached. Even Dowson, attempting to get close, was scared away by her bared teeth and roaring. Lord Landlord, animals like cats and dogs become very aggressive when giving birth, not allowing anyone to approach. You should be careful as it might bite, old Difo explained. List understood this principle. It was the mother beast's instinct to protect her young. So he just stood outside the range of the Earth Matron's vigilance, watching her give birth. Those tiny black puppies, not yet opening their eyes, were his future great fortune. Without the need for human assistance, the Earth Matron knew what to do, eating the placenta after each puppy was born, then licking each puppy's fur dry. Intermittently, the Earth Matron birthed a total of 8 black puppies before the birthing was complete. Seeing the 8 little puppies begin to scramble for the Earth Matron's milk, List thought he needed to find a way to take away these 8 little puppies, then feed them with dragon breed cow's milk. Clearly, the Earth Matron's milk was not nutritious enough, and such milk was incapable of raising intermediate magical beasts. Dowson, stay outside and don't move. He stopped Dowson from rushing in and then took out the prepared jerky and fresh milk. He approached the cage tentatively, and the Earth Matron, still ill-tempered after giving birth, growled and bared her teeth when she saw List get close. However, after List casually tossed a piece of tasty jerky over to her, she immediately grasped the jerky and wolfed it down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, List moved a few steps closer. Whenever the Earth Matron growled again, he threw another piece of jerky, repeating this process several times until he was successfully inside the iron cage and standing beside the Earth Matron. To say whether he was nervous would definitely be an understatement. Although the Earth Matron had forgotten her rock spike magic, she was after all a magical beast, and if she became violent and attacked, List wasn't sure whether he would get hurt. He felt confident in his ability to protect himself, but if he got bitten, it was no laughing matter. There hadn't been any mention of rabies, but what if there was? Without a rabies vaccine, he didn't know whether she could eradicate the rabies virus. Therefore, caution was necessary. Using the jerky to calm the Earth Matron's snarls, List then took out the milk, poured it into a jar, and offered it to the Earth Matron. The Earth Matron sniffed at the milk, appearing somewhat puzzled and uncertain, but still stuck out her tongue to taste it. Immediately after, she began lapping vigorously with her tongue. Even when List reached out to touch a little puppy, she didn't seem to care anymore. Consequently, List placed the squealing little puppy beside another jar of milk, pressing its little head to make it drink. But the little puppy wouldn't lick. Fortunately, he was prepared and had already had someone use the leaves of fragrant coconut trees to roll into a tube with a hole running through the middle. Gently positioning the tube at the mouth of the little puppy, he encouraged it to suck on the tube. Instinctively, the little puppy sucked once, and then it started to frantically drink the milk. Not bad, one down. List was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He could foresee that once the little puppies developed a taste for dragon breed cow's milk, they would definitely not go back to the Earth Matron's milk. Perhaps the Earth Matron would produce more milk, but for now, the milk of the Earth Matron was clearly not abundant enough. As long as the little pups didn't drink and didn't stimulate the mammary glands to secrete, she probably wouldn't produce more milk. That was that. While he comforted the Earth Matron with dried meat and cow's milk, he taught the little pups one by one how to suckle milk through a tube. Perhaps because she had been domesticated for too long, the well-fed Earth Matron calmed down considerably and didn't pay much attention to her puppies. Even when List picked up the puppies and pretended to take them out of the cage, she merely lifted her head to look and then showed no further reaction. Lord Landlord. The Earth Matron might not have learned how to be a mother dog yet. Its maternal instincts don't seem very strong, old Difo, who had raised dogs for many years, said. He had seen many dogs who didn't care for their puppies at all. Although the Earth Matron wasn't neglectful, she also wasn't overprotective. Then we'll take all the little pups away. After deciding, List carefully transferred each little pup one by one to a servant, who cautiously placed them in a dog cradle wrapped in blankets. The Earth Matron watched the whole process without any reaction. All 8 little pups were successfully taken away. List breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt too cruel, so he had a servant bring in a new blanket to replace the one stained with filthy blood. He left plenty of food for her to eat and drink and put Dowson in with her so the two could bond. However, the Earth Matron, having just given birth, temporarily showed no interest in Dowson. So List had to lead Dowson away. Alright, Dowson, stop being silly. The Earth Matron is not in the mood for mating with you right now. I'll bring you back another day. The 8 little pups successfully settled on the second floor of the castle, cared for by List himself. Based on his experience with Dowson, these little pups would need at least half a month before they could open their eyes. The growth of magical beast pups was somewhat different from that of ordinary puppies. Wow, look how cute they are. My lord, when they grow up, they'll become strong intermediate magical beasts like Dowson, protecting Fresh Flower Town and winning glory for you. Galtai praised with delight. The successful birth of the Earth Matron's puppies brought cheers from everyone in the domain. With the impressive Dowson right before them, the future boasted 9 excellent Dowsons. The future of Fresh Flower Town was certainly something to ponder. The grace of a knight's glory. The Lord is truly the Son of Glory. I can hardly wait to see the day when the fierce Earth dogs grow up. Train them well, and they will become the most outstanding force on the battlefield. Everyone who hears the name Fierce Earth Dog will fear your reputation. The last sentence was spoken by Rom in excitement. A typical bit of flattery. Yet it struck a chord with List. Rom is right. If one day the Fierce Earth Dogs distinguish themselves on the battlefield, I'll be renowned for them. But how will others refer to me? The Earth Dog Sword Saint? The Fierce Earth Landlord? Or the man who rides dogs? This name sounded utterly pathetic and was a severe blow to his personal dignity. So he told his subordinates seriously, from the day that Dowson became an intermediate magical beast, it was no longer an ordinary Fierce Earth Dog. Now that it has offspring, I believe they will become the same intermediate magical beasts, so it's time to give them a new name. His subordinates immediately cheered. Please bestow a new name upon them, my lord. List glanced at the snowflakes dancing outside the window, his mood soaring. They arrived on a day when the sky was draped in heavy snow, so let's call them Blizzard Hounds, no, Blizzard Beasts. Chapter 268, Desperately Searching for the Siren, 5th update, additional chapter for 2,000 monthly votes. The Blizzard Beast in front of him was still very small, and List did not have time to take care of it all day. He simply transformed the entertainment room into an air-conditioned space, and handed over the heavy responsibility of caring for the 8 unopened-eyed Blizzard Beasts to the female butler Mrs. Morrison and the most attentive maid Maisie. Despite their small size, the Blizzard Beasts ate quite a lot. The leftover milk List had today was just enough for their consumption, but as they grew larger, he estimated that he would have to use the stock of powdered milk to feed them. Busy all day, the little Blizzard Beasts ate and then slept, showing no signs of early demise. It seemed that they would all grow up strong and healthy. The next day, he got up early again for his night training and fiercely drilled Paris, who was getting fatter with every meal, in actual combat. With surging G, He only stopped the morning lesson when Paris was about to unwillingly transform. List had been irritated with Paris's laziness and gluttony, hiring her for a gold coin a month and not for her to come and eat egg rolls. He seriously said, "Compared to our first combat session, your strength has declined significantly, your reactions, speed, and technique have all noticeably regressed." Paris, panting heavily from the intense combat, which took a great toll on her stamina, said, "Although I don't want to admit it, it's your strength that's been continuously improving, Baron." "Why do you think so?" "Because the flames on your sword are more intense each time, and your total amount of chi is constantly breaking through." Although Paris had gained weight, her cognitive judgment had not declined. Her strength had indeed regressed slightly, a truth she had to admit due to her increased weight and decreased agility, but it was List's improvement that was the main reason for the one-sided battle. Without transforming into the Black Dragon Child and with light and shadow tug unable to take effect, she was no match for List. Putting away the crimson blood sword, List glanced at Paris's heaving chest. List nodded slightly. "Chi cultivation is such that if you're not advancing, you're regressing. I am indeed making progress, but that's no excuse for you to let your own strength slide. In a few days, I fear that even if I don't restrain your light and shadow tug and use a regular longsword, you will no longer be my match." Paris felt a bit unwilling to accept this, but in the end, she nodded. "I understand. I will exercise diligently and strive to improve my strength further, so I won't fall behind you." Seeing the mercenary maid come to a realization, List patted her shoulder reassuringly. "One's greatest reliance is always oneself, and don't forget, you should be setting an example for your younger sister." In his eyes, Paris was still immature, despite having gone through many hardships. After all, she was only a 20-year-old. Paris twisted her body as if trying to dodge List's gesture but restrained herself. "I'm going out. You don't need to follow me, consider this your vacation for the next few days," said List before turning and departing as he needed to continue patrolling the coast to find his siren. Watching List riding away with the retainer knights, their figures diminishing into the distance, Paris was momentarily dazed. She unconsciously touched her padded shoulder and murmured to herself, "It seems the Baron prefers slimmer women. I really should eat less." Fresh flower port. The fresh flower vessel had not returned, and List had not found the siren singing. It was likely that the siren was not within the waters of Fresh Flower Town. "I should save money to buy another sailing ship to search the sea. Black Horse Island." He raised his hand, pondering in his heart, based on the current ship market prices, an ordinary double-masted sailing ship like the Fresh Flower vessel would cost at least 500 gold coins. A slightly better double-masted sailing ship would cost over 1,000, and an even better triple-masted sailing ship would cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. And if I wanted a fast sailing ship of the sort used by the court, it would be at least 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins. Considering fixed assets, List could afford a good sail ship. His various fixed assets combined would amount to tens of thousands of gold coins. Speaking of which, the value of a single space gem is immeasurable. However, much of wealth is ill-gotten and liquidity is extremely scarce. The money used to buy serfs still comes from the mithril he exchanged. Mithril is of great strategic value and is unobtainable by purchase. Using one means having one less, and it is very uneconomical to exchange mithril for gold coins. I'll just have to save up gold coins slowly. I have fresh flower soap, and fresh flower brew will be available soon. Making money isn't far off. Snowflakes continued to fall. The sandy beaches along the coast had turned white. The sea had not frozen over, though, and the sea waves kept crashing onto the shore and retreating, while the lead dragon horse stepped through the snow gathered at the edge of the beach, pacing slowly. List's gaze lingered over the sea's surface, searching for possible siren habitats, but the sea was clear, not even a plank of wood in sight. There were some seagulls, though, swooping in flocks over the sea, preying on fish. Maybe I could start by buying some small paddle boats and train the fishermen from Oyster Village to go to sea for fishing. The seafood trade has already declined. The business of sea fish, shrimp, and crab could be sustainable, dry some fish. There are very few landlords who go out to sea for fishing now. Fishing for freshwater fish is not uncommon. Serfs dare not go to sea, but they are definitely familiar with ponds and rivers. Some migratory fish in the sea are also frequently caught. The seven-gill eel, a noble's favorite, and salmon, a specialty of the salmon family, are both migratory species. Usually, people consider these fish as food bestowed by the ocean, under the care of a knight's glory. There are vicious sea monsters in the ocean, yet sea fish take the initiative to come ashore. If this is not a gift bestowed by the ocean and the care of glory, then what is it? Walking along, he came to the beach near the fragrant coconut tree cordyceps, where a sunken ship equipped with dragon bone stabilizer technique was once salvaged, and 5 large chests of sunken ship treasure were discovered. Looking back on it, the sunken ship must have been from the magic goat family. Those shattered magic books must have been purchased by a magician of the magic goat family. Even the 3060 ghost in the dragon bone stabilizer was likely crammed in there by a magician. It might well have been Curtis Tooth's doing. She's always been researching soul extraction techniques, and 3060 is probably a human soul she extracted. Curtis Tooth and her ghost ship have dissipated, leaving behind only the magic book, the goat head flag, figurehead, and sapphire ring, whose principles are unclear, without much else worth studying. Nevertheless, List still planned to keep the 36D ghost. Perhaps one day, he might want to study lich technique as well. There are too many unknown secrets in this world. If he could live for 500 years, he would definitely wish, riding his own dragon, to attempt to understand this world, a world far more magnificent and fantastical than Earth. In the evening, List finally awaited the return of Fresh Flower Vessel. Marcus returned with the Fresh Flower Vessel. Currently, about 600 serfs had migrated to Black Horse Island, all of whom were constructing the port town. Since there was no source of food, the Fresh Flower Vessel had to make repeated trips back and forth for transportation. I never thought the Baron would go through such a perilous voyage. To think that there really are ghost ships in the world, and that it's the ghost ship of the long-destroyed Marquis Cohen, Marcus exclaimed upon seeing the night squad returning with 3 fewer retainers, deeply moved, but it was only for a moment. After seeing the 8 little blizzard beast cubs, he became uncontrollably excited. Under the care of a knight's glory, the future of Fresh Flower Town can be entrusted to them. Teacher Marcus, the upkeep of a blizzard beast like Dowson is probably not much less than an entire night squad. Fresh Flower Town is currently under financial strain. We need to develop vigorously, List said. Yes, Baron, Fresh Flower Town alone definitely cannot afford to raise 9 blizzard beasts, but we have Black Horse Island. There will be no yield from Black Horse Island this year, but once a new batch of serfs arrives and the farmlands are cultivated, the proceeds from Black Horse Island will be sufficient to support your pursuit of glory. Marcus replied. Chapter 269, Sorrow Mixed with Longing and Resentment. List, after loading the Fresh Flower Vessel with cargo, set sail for Black Horse Island. So far, the Fresh Flower Vessel had made more than 10 trips between Coral Island and Black Horse Island without encountering a single storm, so the calming sea pearl had never been used. However, having the calming sea pearl on board gave the crew plenty of confidence, and List felt at ease. When I get back, I'll ask Elkerson if he can make a calming sea pearl. Never mind, I'll just go to Granny. Granny has a lot of experience, and although his temper is a bit annoying, for the sake of the calming sea pearl's quality, it would be best to have him make it. List stood at the bow of the ship, scanning his surroundings. He hoped to encounter his own siren during the voyage. Unfortunately, by the time the Fresh Flower Vessel reached the dock named Black Horse Port, there was still no sign of the siren. What on earth is going on? Has my siren been swallowed up by the smoke mission? He was no longer able to remain calm, casting aside those inexplicable fantasies about love and color. The intrinsic value of the siren was absolutely immense. With a siren, a ship would definitely never lose its way at sea again. After unloading the cargo, night had fallen, and it was too late to survey the waters around Black Horse Island. List went straight to find King of Black Blood Treasure Horses Lightning. Lightning, seeing him, affectionately lowered its head and rubbed against his arm, not forgetting the master who had once conquered it, carrying List as they sped through the snowflakes. Black Horse Island was also covered with ice and snow, and in the grassland between the 4 hills, only the parts near the valleys seemed to have geothermal heat, with no snow accumulation, revealing the pastures that were still growing. The Black Blood treasured horses were quietly grazing there. Perhaps because they had seen so many people, they were no longer afraid of humans and acted as if they didn't see them. The burial ground between Needle Grass Hill and Ice Grass Hill was also covered with snow, but the pits and uneven ground where volcanic glass and dragon bone fragments had been excavated were faintly visible, as well as those 5 tall fire dragon bones. These bones had not completely decayed and surely still held significant value. Alas, List could neither take them away nor preserve them, and could only let them be battered by the wind and rain. When the day comes that Black Horse Island can be fully revealed, I must invite a magician to help me study these 5 fire dragon bones. But first, I need to recruit a magician follower. Any secrets about the fire dragon bones should be kept as confidential as possible. One must always be cautious with any secrets relating to dragons. Never underestimate the people here and their great desire for dragons. Even he, a transmigrator, could not resist the allure of dragons. Marcus had already created a rough map of Black Horse Island's topography, not being a professional cartographer, so the map was very simple, showing only the basic terrain. Icegrass Hill, Needlegrass Hill, Sheepgrass Hill, and Alfalfa Hill formed a broken ring mountain range of a volcanic crater. Inside were the grasslands and the burial ground, and outside were lands of rocks and weeds. The dock and harbor town were located to the direct south of Black Horse Island. Around the periphery of Black Horse Island, there were a few islets. In the southwestern waters, 3 small islands of several hundred acres each were scattered, which List named respectively as Mangrove Island, Rocky Island, and Sandy Beach Island. Because Mangrove Island was densely covered with mangrove forests, Rocky Island was full of weathered basalt columns, Sandy Beach Island was quite flat, all sand, with just a few scattered fragrant coconut trees. Beyond the 3 major small islands were scattered reefs, most of which were exposed during low tide and submerged during high tide. The siren I'm looking for is probably between the shores of Black Horse Island and these islets. List looked at the rough map, contemplating. So the next day, just as dawn began to break, he led Captain Coster and others to start sailing around Black Horse Island. Your Excellency, apart from Black Horse Port, in the northwest corner of Black Horse Island, there's a body of water suitable for a dock. The water's depth may not compare to Black Horse Port, but its breadth is very suitable for anchoring ships, Captain Coster said, directing the fresh flower vessel while doubling as a guide. List nodded. We will consider developing a new dock in the future, but for now, Black Horse Port is sufficient. Walking intermittently and visiting the islands along the way, it took a whole day to finally circle around Black Horse Island and check all the coastlines and surrounding reefs. No siren. Resting at night in a newly constructed house in the port town, List tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling frustrated and irritable. Did I look in the wrong direction? Why is there no siren? Where has my siren gone? He didn't sleep well all night. But he didn't get discouraged and continued to lead the fresh flower vessel in search of the siren in the waters around Black Horse Island. This time he searched in farther waters, starting with the 3 small islands distributed in a triangular pattern. Because it was difficult to dock, they all took a wooden canoe to paddle ashore. The mangrove island was densely wooded, with the kind of mangrove that could grow in seawater. Mangroves are a general term, much like how a thicket is not only thorns but also other small shrubs. The mangrove forest also contains many other types of plants, not just mangrove species. The variety of tree species in the mangrove forest is numerous, and just the mangrove plants themselves have many varieties. However, List didn't recognize any of them, and even the well-traveled Captain Coster only knew a few, and those were more colloquial names, such as mangrove bark, autumn eggplant, sea lotus, and chicken claws, among others. The mangrove forest, with its well-developed root system, seemed to grow in seawater, completely hiding the interior of the island. Unable to land, List then used the Eye of Magic, paddling the wooden canoe around. He didn't detect any signs of magic power. There were neither sirens nor magic potions and elf bugs in the stretch of mangrove forest. Rocky Island was even more clear at a glance. There was nothing. Lastly was Sandy Beach Island, where the entire island was covered in white sand. Stepping on the white sand after landing from the wooden canoe, he only felt that the view of the blue sea and the white sand, coupled with a few tall fragrant coconut trees, was so beautiful, it seemed like a paradise on earth. However, List had no mood to appreciate the scenery. He made a round and left with a cold expression. "My lord, do you wish to continue the search?" asked Captain Coster, looking at List's expression with caution. Never before had a landlord, although always dignified and imposing yet very mild-mannered, shown such a chilling face. "Search." List pressed down his irritation and said gloomily, "If we don't find it, we won't go back. We will continue searching at night." Perhaps they couldn't find the siren during the day because it liked to hide during the day and come out at night. Indeed. They found nothing during the day. The fresh flower vessel went to the dock to replenish some lights and other supplies and continued to search at sea. The weather cleared that night, and a bright moon rose from the sea, driving away the darkness and casting broken beams of light dancing with the waves. List stood at the bow of the ship, not feeling the slightest bit sleepy. As he passed by islands and reefs, he used the Eye of Magic to observe the magical traces around the islands and reefs, attempting to find the existence of the siren. The first half of the night passed in a flash, and the moon of the late night was about to set. As he was about to give up, agitated by the fruitless search, List's ears twitched. A barely audible song reached his ears. When he perked up and listened carefully, he could no longer hear it, as if it was a mere illusion. But he didn't believe it was only that, because the faint song was filled with longing and grief, with sadness and lament. Just hearing it once stirred sadness in his heart. This was no ordinary illusion. He took a deep breath, struggling not to shout out loud for fear of startling the singer. "It's my siren." Chapter 270, Shivering in the Shell. A moment later, the fresh flower vessel came to a quiet halt, and that faint singing voice finally reached List's ears once again. He couldn't understand the language of the singing, the word pronunciation was very strange, but it sounded noble, looking down upon all living beings. Only now, the singing voice was easily filled with sadness and pain. "It's a female voice, the siren is a female, if it has a gender." He listened silently, not rushing to search for her, fearing he might accidentally scare the siren away. At the same time, he carefully distinguished and sought the direction from which the singing voice came. Eventually, he determined the direction of the singing voice to be to the front left, where there seemed to be several reefs connected together. He used his eye of magic to look, but because the distance was too far, he saw nothing. "Captain Coster, set sail in this direction toward that reef," List said. "Yes, my lord." The fresh flower vessel resumed its voyage, cutting through the sea's sparkle under the light of the setting moon. It was unclear whether the sound of the vessel was too loud, drowning out the singing, or if the siren had discovered the fresh flower vessel and stopped singing. List could no longer hear that sorrowful and moving singing voice, and as for the sailors, they heard nothing at all. The sails billowed with the wind, and the oars moved in unison. The fresh flower vessel rapidly approached the reef. List's eye of magic constantly worked, sweeping back and forth over the reef, still seeing no signs of magic. However, he guessed that the siren was here, for this was the only area with reefs. If the siren didn't need the reefs to live and could drift anywhere in the ocean, then he would just have to accept it. Finding a siren that could move anywhere in the vast sea would be a challenge of hellish difficulty. "Lower the boat, I want to personally search this area of the reef," said List after some thought, decisively embarking on the boat to start searching in the shallows within the reef. The boat navigated between the shallow reefs. List's eye of magic kept observing, and finally, when surveying near the middle of a rock, he saw a faint trace of magic in the shallow waters by the rock. That speck of pure white light was so alluring in the night. "Over here, quickly, row this way." The sailors rowed furiously, and the boat, like a swift arrow, shot toward the rock. The closer they got, the clearer the pure white magic radiance became in the vision of the eye of magic. He could now see the exact location of the light, nestled among the broken stones in the rocky waters. Waves kept crashing against the surrounding rocks. The boat's progress became difficult. But with List's guidance, they managed to inch closer to the source of the magic radiance. At last, they were just 50 meters away. The eye of magic could clearly see that it was a humanoid creature curled up into a ball. Strangely, there seemed to be a faint halo around the humanoid creature, the shape of which looked like a seashell. It was very faint and hard to see clearly, especially when the waves crashed and the halo flickered in and out of sight. "Lord Landlord, we can't move any further, the boat is grounded on the rocks below," a sailor said. "Get into the water directly." Assured by List that there were no sea monsters around, he jumped off the boat, as the water here was already very shallow. Below the surface were various pebbles and stones, making it hard to stand firmly, plus the moonlight couldn't illuminate the bottom, making the going very difficult. Fortunately, List was prepared. He took out a crystal lamp akin to a desk lamp, which could barely illuminate a small part of the water surface, as well as the stones on the seafloor. Stepping on the stones, avoiding pitfalls, he let the seawater wash over his legs and waist. He led a few sailors, groping their way forward bit by bit. When they were less than 10 meters away, he could clearly see what the magic radiance was. In the vision of the eye of magic, there was an enormous shell, inside which lay a shaking, magic creature curled up into a ball. A clear female silhouette was visible, yet there were other, fainter magical outlines around her. On the creature, there were also wings and fins. Fin-like hairs jutted out from behind her ears and fin-like wings extended from her back. Her legs merged with the faint magic radiance around her ankles, making her feet indistinguishable. The entire shell emitted a faint magic radiance. He ceased using the eye of magic. The white shell, stark in the light of the crystal lamps, lay stranded between two broken stones. "My siren." List's heart raced with excitement, his mental fatigue disappeared in an instant, and his previous irritation quickly dissipated as he whispered to himself, "Don't be afraid, I am actually a good person." At last, he approached the shell. It was a very standard scallop-shaped shell, with a diameter of about 3 meters. The surface showed radiating wave-like patterns, a perfect symmetrical structure without any other color, pure white. "What a beautiful large shell." Captain Coster, following behind List, exclaimed in awe. The sailors also marveled, "My God, it's so big. So beautiful. To think there's such a large shell here, it's even bigger than the Tridacna shell at the entrance of Lord Landlord's castle." List's brows raised in annoyance, not wishing these people to disturb him. He ordered, "Captain Coster, take your men back and bring a large net. Later, we'll pull the shell onto the ship." He was definitely taking the siren with him. Since the siren lived inside the shell, it was necessary to take the shell along as well. "Yes, my lord," Coster quickly scolded the sailors and returned to the fresh flower vessel to retrieve a net. Once everyone had left, List rapped on the shell. "Hey, can you hear me speaking?" His eye of magic observed the trembling siren inside the shell, who wrapped her arms around her legs, curling up even tighter, clearly hearing List's voice. List paused for a moment. Making his voice sound gentler, he continued, "You should be able to hear me talking." I am just a human passing by, a noble landlord, and these reefs are part of my territory. I heard your song, it was sad and painful. Is there anything I could do to help you? He wasn't sure if the siren could speak serpent script, but he had to try communicating first. After all, she was a spirit of the sea and should be treated with gentleness. If it had been a sea monster, he wouldn't have hesitated to pry open the shell and kill it. But with the siren, who had a feminine silhouette and an apparently graceful figure, he couldn't be so rough. Don't be scared, I really just want to help you. My name is Listtulip, Lord of Freshflower Town. I am a landlord who believes in peace. I think whether they are humans, elves, or sirens, we're all part of nature and should live in harmony, not harm each other. He proceeded to talk non-stop about his peace ideologies. This seemed to work, as the shivering siren finally relaxed a bit. She turned her head as if to respond to List. However, at that moment, Coster and the others came back, shouting, Lord Landlord, we've brought the net. Startled by the commotion, the siren curled up tightly once again. List's face darkened as he turned to Captain Coster and the others, barely containing his anger. He said in as low a voice as possible, Shut up, stand still, no, move back, go back 100 meters. Chapter 271, Dulu Mikita's Pursuit. Another round of grandiose sweet nothings. The shivering siren finally relaxed again, but she still hesitated for a good while. Not until almost dawn did she make a sound. If it wasn't for List constantly observing her with the eye of magic, he might not have known she had spoken. You. Hello. The voice was extremely soft. But it was very pleasant and lively, as if just listening to this voice could dispel all troubles and leave only a good mood. List felt this way too, instantly cheered up. Hello, my name is Listtulip, what's yours? It took a while for the siren to speak again. Danik Sisti Alapapni Silaino Liakata Forka Spunizes. Cassandra Akerloids. PFFT. List almost couldn't hold back. The siren's name was a good 100 letters long, and particularly tricky to pronounce. It made his head spin, and he didn't remember a thing. He only remembered the last name, which seemed to be Akerloids. I'll just call you Ake, if that's okay. You're a siren, aren't you, Ake? List chose to forget that long string of names and asked gently. Ake. The siren had stopped trembling inside the shell, but she was still curled up in a ball, her voice still as fine as a mosquito's. Human, Ake is. A sea sprite. Who sings? A sea sprite? List raised an eyebrow. If he wasn't mistaken, sea sprites and sirens referred to the same species in some night novels. However, those called sea sprites were generally evil creatures, while those referred to as sirens were generally benevolent. But this siren in front of him didn't seem evil. Probably siren was just a misnomer for sea sprite amongst humans. Regardless, he had gained the initial trust of the sea sprite Ake, so he continued the conversation. Ake, may I know why you have ended up here? Your song sounded very sorrowful. What happened to you? You can tell me. I'm a powerful warrior, and I can help you. Ake was in the shell. Looking up, as if sizing up List, after a long wait, she said, Ake was chased by Dulu Mikita. It wants to eat. Ake is scared. Scared to go back to the sea. Her voice was very pleasant, but her serpent script was somewhat non-standard and faltering. What is Dulu Mikita? Dulu Mikita. Big sea monster. Six-headed sea serpent, it eats sea sprites. Ake is scared of it. A six-headed sea serpent? That sounded quite terrifying. List thought that the strongest fighter he had by his side was Paris, followed by Dowson. Paris was still in Freshflower Town, and Dowson was left at the harbor town. He had no one to fight by his side. Moreover, facing a sea monster at sea was not a wise choice. So after a moment's thought, inspiration struck him, and he immediately said, Ake, stay here. What will you do if Dulu Mikita finds you? Ah. Ake curled up all at once. Ake is scared. Dulu Mikita wants to eat Ake. Ake hides. Dulu Mikita will find Ake. Yes, Dulu Mikita could find you at any time. Sea monsters are very dangerous in the ocean. Hearing him mention Dulu Mikita repeatedly and bringing up the possibility of it finding her, the sea sprite grew even more scared, shaking with fear, almost to the point of crying. Ake. Scared. Feeling the time was ripe. List said loudly, Don't be afraid, I, Listtulip, the landlord of Freshflower Town and Black Horse Island, will not allow any sea monster to harm a sea sprite here. To ensure your safety, Ake, I'll take you to my territory to find you a suitable refuge. Ake. Scared. The sea sprite still did not have complete trust in List. Undaunted, List continued, Ake, do you know about the glory of a knight? The glory of a knight, Ake knows, the honor of man is like the spirit of the sea. The sea serpents are children sheltered by the spirit of the sea, she said. What the spirit of the sea was, List did not know, but since the other party understood the glory of a knight, this would be easy to trick, no, to communicate with. I, List Tulip, swear by the knight's honor, I will protect Sea Sprite Ache from the harm of the sea monster Dulu Mikita. Without any hesitation, the vow was made. List never intended to harm the sea serpent, it was a precious gift awarded to him for completing the smoke mission, and he was more than ready to cherish it. How could he allow her to be injured? Ache, I'll take you to refuge first. One day, I will slay Dulu Mikita, so you can safely return to the sea, okay? In this world, humans always talk about the glory of a knight, as if it's an inviolable honor. But there are no shortage of knights that boast about honor and perform sordid deeds in secret. However, for Sea Sprite Ache, this conduct was full of justice and sincerity, and unnoticed, she slightly opened a crack in the shell. Crouching inside, she twisted her body and stealthily peered out through the gap. List was half kneeling on a rock in the water. His clothes were wet from seawater, and his light golden hair bathed in the first glimmer of dawn, with a faint smile on his face that could melt all ice. His sapphire-colored eyes, as if they contained countless rotating stars, could captivate any woman's heart. Ache observed for a long time, quietly closed the shell, and spoke, "Human, Ache thanks you. Call me List." List. "So, Ache, can you swim to the ship yourself, or shall I call my subordinates to help you aboard?" "Ache can't swim," said Ache. The giant white scallop floated up from the water, slowly surfacing like a small boat. Faint magic power could be seen swirling around the scallop, driving the currents. List held back his pride and stood up, saying, "Ache, I'll lead the way, follow me onto the ship. I will take you to Fresh Flower Town, which is very safe." The sea serpent gave no response. But the scallop slowly followed behind him. Coster and the others, who stood 100 meters back, watched with wide-open mouths as List brought back the enormous shell, but didn't dare to speak. When List drew closer, he simply said, "Row the boat, slowly." He boarded the wooden boat, looked back, and saw that the scallop seemed hesitant, not daring to come closer. He reassured her gently, "Ache, come here." Only then did the scallop slowly approach and stayed beside the wooden boat. This sea serpent was indeed very timid. List did not tell the sailors what Ache was, he merely urged them to row, and soon they had brought the scallop alongside the fresh flower vessel. Touching the smooth surface of the shell, he said, "Ache, I will get you onto the fresh flower vessel. It's very safe on the ship, don't be afraid." There was no response from inside the shell, but it did not leave either, which was as good as consent. It seemed the sea serpent was reluctant to speak in front of other humans. Only then did List relax. He directed the sailors to cast the cargo net, allowing the scallop to swim into it, and they pulled hard to lift the scallop aboard. One could see the sea serpent inside the shell, curling up immediately after leaving the water surface and shivering with fear at the sight of these strangers. He had not planned to let anyone know what was inside the shell. List instructed the sailors in their tasks. Once the shell was hoisted aboard, he ordered directly, "Take the shell to my room, and let's set sail." Chapter 272, Merging with Seawater. List stroked his chin. He was considering how to conceal the existence of Sea Sprite Ache. Sea sprites were different from magical beasts and sea monsters, they were miraculous creatures that, if discovered, would undoubtedly become targets of a scramble. Their charm may not match that of dragons, but it wasn't far off. Dragons were real creatures, whereas sea sprites were beings of legend, imbued with various malevolent or benevolent fantasies. One should not underestimate the noble's curiosity, nor the magicians who sought truth. So, I must disguise Ache's identity, flawlessly. Fortunately, Ache hides in the shell and hasn't spoken, no one knows of her existence. I can announce that I found a shell-like sea monster, which should keep people from paying any attention to Ache. Sea monsters and magical beasts were similar, the difference being that magical beasts lived on land while sea monsters lived in water. Like the pearl oysters bred by the sapphire family in Tranquil Lake, which were a type of sea monster, it wouldn't be surprising for List to catch a shell-like sea monster. Having clarified this, List felt at ease. He glanced into the shell again. Sea Sprite Ache had stopped shivering, but was still curled up, never relaxing her vigilance. Ache. List tapped the shell, a giant clam with a 3-meter diameter that took up most of the room on the fresh flower vessel. List. Can you live without the sea? Ache. There is seawater in the shell. You speak serpent script. Where did you learn it? Have you ever been to places where humans live? List was curious, and he also saw conversation as a way to open up Sea Sprite Ache's heart. So far, he still didn't know what Sea Sprite Ache looked like. From the vision of the Eye of Magic, it seemed she had a form not unlike a human's but with additional fins and wings. She might be a bit shorter than an average woman of 1.60 m, roughly the height of a 1.55 m woman. But her figure was shapely. According to the golden ratio, with a slender waist, full breasts, prominent buttocks, and long limbs. He remembered in night novels, some authors described sea sprites as having the beautiful upper body of a woman and the hideous lower body of a giant sea serpent. Others wrote that sea sprites had blue-colored skin, and there were night novels depicting sea sprites with scale-covered green skin. List was very curious. But he wouldn't ask so directly for a look. After all, he already had the sea sprite in hand and could look whenever he wanted in the future. Ake likes listening to the talking on passing ships. On the sea. Ake knows a lot about the Sapphire Kingdom. There's a very, very big sapphire dragon. Ake's tone was filled with joy when she spoke of the sapphire dragon. Clearly, even sea sprites couldn't resist the charm of dragons. Yes, the sapphire dragon is the symbol of the Duchy of Sapphire. My father has seen the sapphire dragon with his own eyes. It is a magnificent dragon the color of sapphires, as flawless as a crystalline blue gemstone. Just one distant glance was enough for him to feel the incredible power of the sapphire dragon. Ake likes dragons. Dragons are the most beautiful. Upon hearing this, List smoothly transitioned to talking about dragons. He knew of many elemental dragons, gemstone dragons, metal dragons, and even sacred dragons. He spoke so engagingly that Sea Sprite Ake, completely forgetting her fear, could not help but sneak a peek outside through her shell's crevice multiple times, glancing at List before closing the shell again. When the dragon topic was nearly exhausted, List added, "By the way, Ake, I've heard many sailors say that sea sprites singing can guide those ships lost at sea. Is it true?" Ake has guided some. By singing human songs. He. Ake appeared to recall something and even laughed. This was a very good sign. Proof that Sea Sprite Ake was gradually opening up. Sea sprites are indeed kind creatures, just like Ake's singing that brings joy to the heart. Ake, are you hungry now? Would you like something to eat? Ake is a little hungry. What do you like to eat? Ake likes fruit from the trees by the sea. Falling into the sea. Ake loves picking them up to eat. List had plenty of fruit. His gemstone space was stored with fruits, where everything was static, and there was no worry about food spoiling. That's why he would stock up on a lot of supplies, to prevent the inconvenience of not finding good food when outside. Right away, he took out apples, raspberries, grapes, peanuts, oranges, and other fruits from the gemstone space. Ake, I have a lot of fruit here for you to eat. By this time, it was already daybreak, and the rising sun slowly brightened the cabin. With an expectant heart, List saw Ake hesitate for a moment, then opened the shell. No longer just cracking a crevice, but slowly opening up completely, the light shining in, revealing Sea Sprite Ake's appearance fully before List's eyes. What a beauty it was. First to catch his eye was the white skin tinged with a delicate pink, smooth as if that of a newborn, as pure as the ocean, and as flawless as a fragile gemstone. It was mermaid skin with human traits, but its delicateness and whiteness far surpassed that of humans. Just seeing this fair skin, List couldn't help but want to bite into it, to taste the flavor. Then, his gaze was attracted to her exquisite face. Dainty features, full of exotic charm, accompanied by waist-length sapphire blue hair and a pair of sapphire blue eyes. Such beauty was beyond the reach of humans, and List could only crudely rate her an 11 out of 10. The most peculiar was her ears, not shaped like human ears, but from the root of the ear gradually turning from flesh-colored to water-colored, then sprouting spiny fin-like pale blue ears. These ears were not solid, but actually made of water. List could clearly see that her sapphire blue hair played over these fin-like ears. Similarly, there was a pair of spiny fin-like wings growing out of her back, probably at the shoulder blade position, small in size, more like fins than wings. His eyes moved away from the fins, and List noticed her neck, pale and slender. Then his gaze fell upon her chest. Round and firm. The most marvelous thing was she wore no clothes but had ribbon-like water flowing in front of her chest, which was clearly water but didn't look transparent, perfectly concealing her bust. Below that was a flat belly, with a waist that could be gripped in a handful, and a delicate navel. From the navel downwards, another ribbon-like water flow concealed, blocking the most mysterious triangle area from List's reveries. She glanced shyly at List and slowly stood up. In the shell was pale blue seawater, and those water ribbons covering her vital parts extended from the seawater in the shell, wrapping around her body. Her legs were long and straight, without a single flaw. The seawater slowly flowed down. List couldn't help but follow the droplets, from her thighs to her knees, then looked towards her calves. Where there should have been bare feet below the calves, like her ears, the color gradually shifted from flesh to water, blending entirely into the seawater. It looked as if she had no feet, as if grown into the water. Irresistibly beautiful. Chapter 273, Act 41. A sight too beautiful to behold. Facing the true form of Sea Sprite Ake, Lee C.T. couldn't help but express his amazement. Of all the magical creatures he had encountered, The ones that had profoundly touched his soul were the formless dragon, composed of magic power, and the tulip great sprite Xiang at Tulip Castle. In terms of beauty, the formless dragon probably didn't count, for it possessed the beauty of strange strength, or perhaps fierceness. Only greater elf Xiangxian could compare with the sea sprite in beauty. But the greater elf did not have a human figure, just a human-like form. Its beauty was a pure kind of beauty. The sea sprite, almost indistinguishable in appearance from humans, had a beauty that was more breathtaking. It was the kind of beauty that resonated from the soul, devoid of any eroticism. At least Li Ct was certain that at this moment he truly had no such thoughts. He didn't feel any disrespect, nor did he entertain any such ideas. He even felt that the sea sprite's beauty was surreal, or was a kind of beauty that should not be sullied by the mortal world. Any profane thought would be an unforgivable sin. As they admired each other, Sea Sprite glanced again at List, and he understood her look. He slowly composed his emotions and showed a warm smile, then pushed the plate of fruits on the table towards the side closer to the seashells. Eat whatever fruit you like, they are all washed and very clean. Saying so, he himself picked up an apple and took a bite. Eating alone is not as comfortable as eating together, and Li Ct's gesture was very considerate. After seeing Li Ct bite into the apple, Ake boldly reached out with her slender arm and picked up a raspberry with her long fingers. After another glance at List, she placed the raspberry into her dainty mouth and began to eat. How does it taste? Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. I have lots of fruits here. In my domain Flower Town, there are many fruit trees. You can eat fruit every day, just so you don't get tired of it. No. Ake likes fruits. Likes them most. As they chatted and ate fruit, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The sea sprite seemed not to be very old and still possessed a pure innocence. Within a short conversation with List, she opened up her heart simply and laughed away her previous tension and fear. However, as they conversed, Li Ct discovered a very awkward problem. Although Ake's key body parts were covered by water currents, she still seemed very exposed, hardly different from being unclothed. He had thought that he wouldn't have any improper thoughts, but when he looked down, he realized that he had unintentionally pitched a tent, which meant that he did, in fact, have some respect. Ake, do you need to wear clothes? Humans wear clothes, Ake does not. Ake is a child protected by the spirit of the sea, Sea Sprite Ake seriously replied. Perhaps for sea sprites, clothing was merely a human thing, and they had no need for them. They are the sprites of the sea, much like minor elves and greater elves. Elves also do not need to wear clothes. Of course, elves neither have chests nor figures, nor reproductive organs, so it doesn't matter if they wear clothes or not. Li Ct paused for a moment. He said nothing more. If she didn't wear clothes, then so be it. He was planning to hide Sea Sprite Ake away from others anyway, so there was no need for her beauty to be concealed by clothes. Not that he liked to see her unclothed, but he didn't want to constrain Ake's nature. After Ake had finished the raspberry, he asked, Ake, how old are you? Ake tilted her head, as if pondering. I was born not long ago. I have seen 41 snowy winters. I should be 41 years old. Yes, Ake is 41 years old. 41 years old? Are you calling that not long after being born? So how long do you guys live? Li Ct asked, feeling uncomfortable without understanding this. We humans have a lifespan of less than 100 years, and I'm only 17 this year. 17, so young, hee hee. Ake first mocked Li Ct's age, then pondered seriously. I don't know. I haven't come of age yet. Sea serpents can grow legs when they mature. Does that mean you truly don't have legs right now? That's so magical. I can't imagine how beautiful you will be when you grow legs. Words of praise never tire a lady, even if she's a sea serpent. Ake was quite pleased. She had a bit of a small appetite, seemed to really like eating raspberries, but stopped after only a few. I'm full, Li Ct. Then she yawned comfortably. Are you tired? A little. Then you sleep for a bit. This vessel will dock at Black Horse Port to resupply, then head straight back to Fresh Flower Town. You can settle down in Fresh Flower Town for a long time. The town has a very beautiful beach, and calm bays. Li Ct had many questions he wanted to ask. But he didn't think bombarding her with all of them at once was a good way to communicate. Now that they had found the sea serpent Ake, there was no need to rush. Building a relationship takes time. It was different from the fiery passion he had with Duniko, and not the kind aimed at building the bonds of trust. Li Ct hoped to keep the sea serpent Ake by his side forever. Ake. Sleep for a bit. Saying this, the sea serpent Ake sat down, her body soaking in the seawater inside the shell. This seawater was not ordinary seawater. In the vision of Li Ct's eye of magic, it emitted a faint magic radiance. It could be said that the entire seawater and shell were part of the sea serpent ache. It was similar to how cordyceps are part of an elf. The shell and seawater were probably like the sea serpent's cordyceps, similar to a personal magical treasure. Rest assured and sleep. In my domain, Dulu Mikata cannot harm you. Lee Ct said with a smile, watching the shell slowly close and completely encase the sea serpent ache inside. The fresh flower vessel docked at Black Horse Port in the morning sunlight. Lee Ct disembarked and quickly instructed Marcus on some matters before directly sailing back to Fresh Flower Town. He had no desire to linger any longer, he just wanted to return to the castle and settle down the sea serpent ache. The ship sailed on the vast sea. Dowson stood guard outside the cabin, while Lee Ct stayed in the room. Looking at the pristine large shell, he pondered silently, where should I place Ache? Judging by Ache's condition, she seems able to stay on land for extended periods, just needing to go into the sea regularly to replenish the shell's seawater. Lee Ct definitely didn't want to leave the sea serpent in the sea. Not to mention the sea monster Dulu Mikata, whose whereabouts were unknown. If someone were to scare off the sea serpent, he'd be devastated to the point of spitting blood. But keeping the sea serpent in the castle felt like a form of imprisonment, and he couldn't possibly stay in the castle all the time to accompany her. It's a pity I can't take Ache with me. Shaking his head, he decided to take off his shoes and lie down on the bed to rest as well. Staying up all night wasn't too exhausting for an elite Earth Knight, but since there was nothing to do, when we get to Fresh Flower Town, I'll ask Ache what she thinks before making arrangements. Chapter 274, The New Residents of the Castle. Upon waking up, they had already arrived at Fresh Flower Port. Stirred by the noise of the fresh flower vessel docking, Sea Sprite Ache woke up from her shell, stretched lazily, and then quietly cracked open a slit. List, have we arrived? We have. I will take you to visit my castle first. Castle. The place where landlords live. I've heard of it, with many princes and princesses dwelling in the castles, and there's beautiful love. Hearing that Lee Ct would take her to the castle, Ache felt somewhat uneasy but also filled with excited anticipation, wondering about the stories of castles she had heard in the past. Perhaps they were the beloved fantasies of commoners, filled with the poignant and elegiac, emotive love stories between princes and princesses. There are no princes or princesses in my castle, only myself as the landlord, the male and female servants, and many elf bugs and the mischievous thorn minor elf Jayla. Minor elf. So pretty, I have seen them. A long time ago, by the seaside. Which seaside? Lee Ct's eyes lit up as he inquired. I do not know, it must be far away. I was chased by Dulu Mikata and ended up here. I have forgotten where that was. What a pity. If Sea Sprite Ache could provide the exact location, Lee Ct would certainly have set sail to try to capture a seaside minor elf. In this world, there are many wild elf bugs, but wild minor elves are extremely rare, for evolving from an elf bug into a minor elf requires an abundance of pheromones. With the elf bugs alone, it's hard to gather enough pheromones to overcome other difficulties and evolve. The workers at the dock had already begun unloading the cargo. Captain Coster came to ask Lee Ct about how to transport the large shell. Let me think for a moment, Captain Coster, please wait for a while, Lee Ct said, sending Coster away before questioning the sea sprite again. Ache, can you make your shell a bit smaller? It's too large, there are no suitable carriages to transport it. Ah, Ache cannot. The shell has been this size since Ache was born, it has always protected Ache from being eaten by sea monsters. Ache had the ability to control water currents, allowing her to swim through the sea in her shell. However, once on land, the shell couldn't move at all. As for Ache herself, before she grew legs, she couldn't leave her shell. Because she and the special seawater inside the shell were one and the same, just like an elf bug that has yet to mature and fall from cordyceps. Then I will command people to dismantle the carriage body and transport the shell. After you have visited my castle, I will find a way to settle you in safely, away from the threat of Dulu Mikata. From within the open shell, Sea Sprite Ache revealed a sweet smile. Thank you, Lee Ct. Lee Ct bowed gracefully. It's my honor to protect the beautiful Ache. He turned and left. He immediately ordered his subordinates to dismantle a valuable carriage body, retaining only the carriage frame. This way, the 3-meter diameter shell could be placed on the frame and secured with ropes. Under the curious gaze of officials like Galtai who hurried over, Lee Ct rode Dowson, personally escorting the large shell along the gravel road, securely transporting it to the castle. Continue with your own work, do not gather here, it's just a large shell picked up from the sea, similar to the previous Dridacna. Lee Ct scolded those officials like Galtai whose curiosity got the better of them. He had the shell placed in the great hall of the castle. Now a new problem arose. The 3-meter diameter shell was light in weight. The shell, along with the seawater inside and Sea Sprite Ache, were not much heavier than 2 or 3 people, but due to its large size, it was very difficult to move into the second floor of the castle. Sigh, I neglected many problems earlier, my mind has turned to mush. Accommodating Ake in the castle is quite challenging, my castle is too small. If it were Tool-Up Castle, it would be very easy to prepare a special room for the sea sprite on the upper floor. But the castle in Fresh Flower Town was just a nameless small castle, with only 2 stories, and the passages and stairways were extremely narrow, so the large shell simply couldn't fit through. Putting it downstairs and living on the same floor as the servants was even less appealing to List. It was selfishness that made him lose his reason, wanting to monopolize Ake's beauty, and of course, Ake did indeed need to be kept secret. Once faced with the issue, he regained some semblance of rationality after calming down. He let Carter take the servants out of the hall first, then he knocked on the shell. The shell opened, and Ake, filled with curiosity, carefully observed the castle's hall. List, this is a castle. Such a beautiful castle. Ake has arrived at a human castle. Actually, the upstairs is even more beautiful, that's where I live. This floor is for the servants. But the stairway is too narrow, I can't get you up there. Oh. Ake looked disappointed. List's heart softened and suddenly, he had a bright idea. How about this, I'll build a 2-story wooden house outside the castle. You can live in the upper part, and I'll break through the wall between the wooden house and the castle. That way, you can visit the second floor. Yes, let's do that. As someone who was action-oriented, List didn't hesitate to call Isaiah over and issued his orders. He pointed to the north side of the castle's worm room. Isaiah, arrange for the workers to build a 2-story wooden house at this spot, connected to the castle. My lord, are you planning to keep the shell sea monster on top of the wooden house? Isaiah asked curiously, as it was hard to ignore the immense shell. Yes, it's a very interesting shell. I think there might be pearls inside, so let's raise it for now and see. Aren't shells supposed to be kept in water? If it stays in water, it might run away. I still need to do some research. We know too little about sea monsters. It's a great opportunity for observation, don't you think? The advantage of being a noble landlord was that his word was law. Once List made a decision, no matter how peculiar it was, his subordinates would faithfully carry it out. Isaiah bowed respectfully, as you wish. During the construction period, the shell parked in the hall never opened. It only opened when List brought fruit for Ake. Using construction as a reason, the castle stopped hosting banquets. List still dealt with official duties, practiced G, and went out on inspections every day, but he had stopped writing Dragon's Fight in the Wild, the history book series of his lifetime. This period demanded soothing the sea sprite Ake, who was somewhat uneasy about the new environment, to make it feel more at home. The beauty of the sea sprite was one aspect, but more importantly, with a sea sprite, one would not get lost while sailing the high seas. Besides, after questioning, he also learned that sea sprites can predict storms, sense sea monsters, and perform some water attribute magic. Therefore, the significance of sea sprite Ake was immense, having strategic value. 3 days' time. The illegal construction of the Shellwood Tower was completed successfully, and the large shell was smoothly hoisted up. The passage that connected to the worm room was opened, and Sea Sprite Ake and Minor Elf Jayla became neighbors. Woo-ah! Jayla was very irritable towards strangers, but towards Sea Sprite Ake, it showed intense curiosity and a cordial affinity. It circled around the shell. When the shell opened, it stared curiously at Sea Sprite Ake. Woo-ah, woo-ah. Hello, Jayla. My name is Ake, I'm a sea sprite. Ake extended her hand, and Jayla, tilting its head and making a few meaningless sounds, landed in her palm. The sea sprite cradled the elf. List watched this scene from the side, feeling quite regretful that he didn't have a camera to capture this beautiful moment. Chapter 275, 6 Heads, 4 Types of Magic. The sea sprite Ake moved into the castle and, with Thorn Minor Elf Jayla's company, she found the new environment agreeable. Although she preferred the ocean, it was home to Dulu Mikita, the 6-headed sea monster sea serpent. The castle was safe. When I find a way to deal with Dulu Mikita, you'll be able to return to the ocean, List comforted her. Enjoying delicious fruits and the company of minor elves and elf bugs, Ake was very happy. List, thank you. You are a good person. He was handed a good guy card. List didn't mind, everything was in order, and he felt at ease and cheerful. Now, the news of the most noble landlord of Fresh Flower Town adopting a shell sea monster gradually spread. However, the news did not cause much of a stir. Galtai and others had seen the shell before, as it lay in the castle's hall for a full 3 days, a pure white giant glam. At first glance, it was considered a novelty, but after seeing it frequently, it wasn't much of a sensation. After all, everyone in Fresh Flower Town had eaten shellfish seafood. Aside from its size, they found nothing special about the shell sea monster that List had come to possess. Not to mention, They had initially seen that huge tridacna shell that produced black pearls. As long as Ake did not open the shell, it was impossible for ordinary people to witness the sea sprite's beauty, nor would they associate the shell with a sea sprite. Baron, I think that Shellwood Tower is truly unsightly. It doesn't match the castle style at all, said Paris, who occasionally visited the castle and no longer carried a roll bag, to list. When the enterprise of Fresh Flower Town is on the right track, I will build a bigger castle, then, we can discuss the aesthetics of the castle, he replied. He said so, but he would not build a castle in Fresh Flower Town, at most patching and mending. The castle of the future would be built on Black Horse Island. He had previously considered placing it on Icegrass Hill. But now it seemed best to choose a location with cliffs by the sea, allowing direct access to the ocean, more suitable for the residents of a sea sprite. It wasn't right to keep a sea sprite locked up in a room forever. But Black Horse Island had no real cliffs, only some rocky coasts. Forget it, don't think about it for now, the time for building a new castle is still far off. At least wait until the port town on Black Horse Island develops, then there will be financial support for building my castle. A castle worthy of a name, the construction cost would definitely be in the thousands of gold coins, and it would require a large labor force and a lot of time to complete. The matter of the castle was far away. Right now, the pressing issue in front of List was a huge problem that urgently needed resolution, the sea monster Dulu Mikita. It had come from distant seas chasing after the sea sprite Ake and clearly was now lurking in the waters between Coral Island and Black Horse Island, without assurance that it wouldn't suddenly attack the fresh flower vessel. List inquired carefully of Ake. Ake showed another one of her abilities, controlling the seawater inside the shell to create the likeness of Dulu Mikita, forming a six-headed sea serpent made of water. The realistic form of the six-headed sea serpent had short and stout bodies with 6 slender heads. It released 4 types of magic with its 6 heads, and through Ake's demonstration with seawater, List had determined they were Water Arrow Barrage, Water Wave Shield, Water Whirlpool, and Strong Water Column. The magic Water Arrow Barrage and Water Wave Shield were also used by the purple sand crocodiles on Coral Island. There were 4 magics, each of moderate strength. So, Dulu Mikita could generally be classified as an intermediate sea monster. List made the determination with a serious expression. If an intermediate magical beast like the purple sand crocodile could roam freely on Coral Island, then the intermediate sea monster Dulu Mikita could naturally do the same in the sea. Not to say that List had no way to deal with it, even his father Li William would have been unable to handle it as well. He could only sigh inwardly, I can't beat it, even if I lure it into a small river, it would be difficult to deal with an intermediate magical beast that can release 4 types of magic. I can only hope that it won't find the sea sprite Ake and will leave this area on its own. I have to tell Captain Coster to be as careful as possible when sailing. At this moment, he sorely wished for the lost dragon bone stabilizer technique of the magic goat family. But alas, after flipping through the magic book to Prince Anuet, The Truth of Curtis, reading all the content carefully, there was no record of the dragon bone stabilizer technique. I wish we had managed to extract the dragon bone stabilizer technique from Curtis before killing him. It's too late for regrets. We can only ask Gao Tai to be extra careful and minimize the number of sea voyages wherever possible. Regaining his composure, he asked again, Ake, what magic can you perform? Ake can control the shape of seawater and the flow of seawater, she said, capable of only these 2 magics, which might not even be considered magic. Similar to how an elf can manipulate plants, this is likely an innate power, when Ake reaches adulthood. I can gain incredible abilities. What kind of incredible abilities? I don't know. But every sea serpent, upon reaching adulthood, has magical abilities. We are born from the sea. The spirit of the sea shelters us as we grow, granting us these abilities. Have you seen any other sea serpents? No. But Ake can sense them. In the vast ocean, sea serpents are born and raised by the sea, without parents or any social gathering instincts. However, Ake is an underage sea serpent, and the information she can get from the sea is limited. All alone, she vaguely lived on the seas, avoiding sea monsters, listening to ships, and softly singing. If not for the destiny laid out by the smoke mission, List might have never been able to encounter such a beautiful creature. One could only imagine a siren's song like those sailors. But now, she is living in the castle, more beautiful and magical than in the legends. The 8 little blizzard beasts were eagerly drinking milk, growing nicely though it would still be a while before they could open their eyes. They consume so much, sir, your share of the milk is about to be depleted by them. Mrs. Morrison took great care in making sure the blizzard beasts were drinking the milk. The maid Maisie was diligently cleaning the rooms. If there's not enough fresh milk, use the powdered milk we have in storage. We can buy fresh milk from North Valley City, sir. Can we feed the little blizzard beasts with it? No, we will only use the milk produced by Fresh Flower Town's cows. Mrs. Morrison, You must ensure strict control. I require milk only from Dawa, Dawang, Dai, Little Hua, and Little Black, these 5 cows. Only their milk is qualified to feed the blizzard beasts, understand? When the formless dragon invaded, Fresh Flower Town had 11 cows, 2 aging cows were eaten. Among the remaining cows, Zhuang Zwang is a bull, and it is hard to say whether or not he was infected. Naiwa, Naiwang, and Nahai are not yet mature, and this year they might just be ready for breeding. Little Hua and Little Black are young dairy cows with modest milk production, but just about meeting the standard for dragon breed milk quality. The main producers of the bountiful dragon breed milk are the mature cows, Dawa, Dawang, and Dai. Understood, sir. Mrs. Morrison nodded but then voiced her concern. However, Dawang, Dai, and Dawa are in the later stages of pregnancy, and their milk production is starting to decrease. According to the dairy farmers' predictions, these 3 cows are expected to give birth around May. As they need to ensure the health and survival of the calves within their wombs, these cows are secreting less and less milk, with the milk production expected to pick up again once the calves are born. After giving it some thought, List gritted his teeth and said, "First, use the powdered milk in storage for feeding. If that's insufficient, my share of milk will be allocated to the blizzard beasts. Feed them with it until they open their eyes. At most, half a month more." These blizzard beasts would open their eyes soon. By then, with a more stable foundation, there would be no need to continue feeding them dragon breed milk. He decided to endure for a while. The appetites of these little blizzard beasts are astonishingly huge. Chapter 276, Can't Afford the Blizzard Beast. List had calculated his daily consumption and found that just for his personal meals, he would need more than 30 silver coins a day. This did not account for consumables like dragon breed milk and magic potions, which were produced within his own domain and, being hard to value, were not included in these calculations. Various types of white bread were his staple food. Milling the flour and baking the bread himself saved him some money, costing only about 3 silver coins a day for materials. The consumption of various fruit wines and rice wines could be covered by the brewing workshop, but they had not yet reached the capability for beer and liquor. Lacking hops for beer and needing improvement in fresh flour brew techniques, since he didn't drink much, the cost of these was negligible, about 1 silver coin a day. The various barbecued meats and steaks had to be purchased, about 5 silver coins a day. The consumption of various eggs, vegetables, and fruits, had basically been self-sufficient within his domain, with the castle buying them at low prices, about 2 silver coins a day. Last but not least, was the daily consumption of magical beast meat, which he had to have with every meal, no matter how little, roughly 20 silver coins a day. When factoring in the costs of hosting luncheons and dinners for his subordinates and the meals for the servants, the castle's daily food expenditure was at least 40 silver coins. After tallying the costs, just eating and drinking for a month would amount to 12 gold coins. This was roughly equivalent to the annual tax income of Fresh Flower Town before there was a landlord. It was only List who, with the help of the smoke mission and with a bit of knowledge as a transmigrator, dared to live so lavishly. Still, the sight of the little blizzard beast guzzling milk made him shiver. During his bloodline evolution, Dalson would frequently consume magical beast meat, calculating his meals by the gold coin. Even now that he could eat normal meat, his daily consumption of meat, eggs, and milk alone was equivalent to the food consumed by everyone in the castle. Raising 1 intermediate magical beast cost 10 gold coins a month, a stable expenditure. But in the future, he would have to support no fewer than 9 intermediate magical beasts. Judging by the little blizzard beast's appetite for milk, when they grow up, their appetites won't be smaller than Dalson's. Can I really sustain them with Fresh Flower Town's output? The more he thought about it, the more he doubted life. Should I send a few away? Impossible. Even if I have to break the pot and sell the iron, I must raise them. An intermediate magical beast, even if someone offered a dragon coin for it, he would not sell. Besides, he didn't need to resort to desperate measures like breaking the pot and selling the iron, as just part of the mithril, crystals, and jade in the gemstone space was enough. The Earl would certainly be willing to help liquidate these valuable items. Once my fresh flower brew technique is perfected, wealth will flow in continuously. The current difficulties are temporary. Once we overcome them, I'll see the light. Leaving the kennel, he returned to his study. List took out the heavy paper and reviewed his schedule, which included an item to invite Elkerson True to make him a new coming sea pearl. Considering his current financial difficulties and nearly being unable to afford milk, he reluctantly crossed out this plan, not willing to waste any more money. Anyway, he wouldn't be setting sail anytime soon, and the fresh flower vessel already had a coming sea pearl. It wasn't an urgent need. Just then, Mr. Elkerson True, who had came to Fresh Flower Town to make magic potions, hurried to the castle. Baron, the magic medicine thorns you provided have been made into the first batch of magic potions. Please inspect their effectiveness. He took a crystal tube, one by one. List finally perked up. Mr. Elkerson has worked hard. Winter in Fresh Flower Town, with its beautiful public baths, enjoying hot water soaking every day, is simply more delightful than the nights in Coral City. Working here is a pleasure. That said, Elkerson still didn't want to move to Fresh Flower Town. The nightlife in Coral City was too tempting for a single magician to resist. The castle's banquet, since the Shellwood Tower was completed, had resumed. Tonight, there was to be a grand banquet. List's friends, in a group, hastened from Coral City to Fresh Flower Town, ready to join him. 2 Earth Knights, Rick Trace and Griffin Haystack, along with Nemo and other apprentice knights, all came together. There were a total of 7 people who had already agreed to this in Coral City. List warmly received his friends and handed over their job arrangements to Galtai. Although they were all friends in the past, once they came to work in Fresh Flower Town, their relationship automatically shifted to a hierarchical one. If they decided to follow List, it was akin to establishing a master-servant relationship. Rick and Griffin, I plan to assign to Marcus for leadership. They can serve as reserve members of the Night Squad. Nemo and the other 5 will start as assistants to officials. They are still very young and don't have much capability in managing affairs, Galtai reported to List. You're the town's counselor, and managing personnel is within your jurisdiction. I won't interfere lightly. Thank you for your trust, sir. Galtai showed a grateful expression, but whether he had any internal complaints was unknown. While List generally didn't like to meddle in mundane affairs, he had, on numerous occasions, arbitrarily interfered in the affairs of Fresh Flower Town. Sometimes, he would just act on a whim, without reason. It seemed quite capricious. Yet, the earth-shattering changes in Fresh Flower Town, as well as the grand development of Black Horse Island, had already given List enormous prestige. No official in the town would complain about List's whims, either verbally or in their hearts. He was recognized as the son of glory. Even if he acted absurdly, it would still not shake his reputation. After all, everyone knew the unlimited future of Fresh Flower Town and List. The numerous letters of cordiality recently received by Galtai proved this point. After the end of the Pioneer Mandate, many Earth Knights who had retired from the battlefield had contacted Galtai, hinting at their desire to join Fresh Flower Town. Even an honored knight whose land management was poor had written a letter to Galtai. After Galtai took his leave, Isaiah came looking for him. Sir, I was wondering if you had made other arrangements for your guard, Paris? What's the matter? Old Gerondi alone cannot complete the teaching of Serpent script. Currently, there are a large number of serfs in the territory who speak Wind language, which is quite inconvenient to manage. With the arrival of the next batch of 2,500 serfs, the problem will become even more severe. Your guard, Paris, can speak both Serpent script and Wind language. I have noticed she hasn't been busy lately, and I hope to ask her to serve as a teacher of Serpent script. Indeed, she's been idle all day. I should find some work for her. When List didn't go out, Paris didn't need to be a personal guard, essentially a person with nothing to do. Unlike knights, Knight's training, once interrupted or slackened, will quickly deteriorate in strength. Her power came from the Black Dragon Wraith, and as long as she didn't become too fat to move or forget how to strike, she could always quickly recover her strength. Calling over Paris, List said directly, Paris, Fresh Flower Town lacks teachers who can instruct the serfs in Serpent script, and I hope you can help out. I had thought that Paris would take the opportunity to negotiate a price. To my surprise, she agreed promptly. I've been itching doing nothing all day. Finally, I have something to do. Chapter 277, Getting High on the Scientific Method Night. Basking in the warmth of a Fire Dragon brand air conditioner, List took out a Flame Magic Potion and a Thorn Magic Potion from the gemstone space. The Flame Magic Potion was a magic potion made from flame mushrooms, and the Thorn Magic Potion was made from rapid growth magic thorns. To facilitate differentiation, he used simple and clear terms. First, List consumed the Thorn Magic Potion, waited a moment, and then consumed the Flame Magic Potion. He then closed his eyes and began to circulate his chi, mobilizing the strength of his limbs and bones to absorb the magic power of the potions. At the same time, he was constantly reflecting on the different effects brought about by the different consumption methods of the two potions. The difference in physique caused even the same potion to have different effects and consumption methods for different nights. To find the most suitable method of consumption is to be twice as productive with half the effort. How to find the best way? This requires time and continuous experimentation. List had already consumed 3 doses of the Thorn Magic Potion and had some preliminary understanding of its effects. He was adjusting the dosage and interval of consumption between it and the Flame Magic Potion to carry out the correct testing of the potions. After about 20 minutes, List slowly opened his eyes and sensed the total amount of chi inside his body, which had quietly climbed another notch, and he revealed a relieved smile. The refreshing feeling of sensing one's strength improve every day is something most people would find hard to experience. The cultivation of an elite Earth Knight is like a pharmacology study, constantly trying out different methods of consuming magic potions to make the body absorb the magic power more easily and to break through the total amount of magic power that cells in various body parts can hold, he thought, and had already taken out paper and a pen to start filling in a chart. This chart recorded different effects resulting from different dosages and intervals of magic potion consumption. Once he had consumed it multiple times, by turning the data in the chart into a curve graph, it would be very easy to determine the optimal method for consuming magic potions. This was a scientific approach. Science is about induction and summarization. In contrast to the average knight who haphazardly tries out potion consumption methods, taking more some days and less on other days, List's scientific approach was simple, quick, efficient, and accurate. Even though I don't understand the fundamental principle behind chi cultivation, as a transmigrator, my knowledge and mastery of cultivation are definitely far beyond that of the natives. He believed that not even the Emperor's son could necessarily find a suitable potion consumption method faster than he could. My confidence in advancing to a Sky Knight before the age of 22 is solid. The quill did not stop. List then took out another piece of thick paper, also with a chart, which was a comparative data chart, comparing the differences between consuming potions in rooms with air conditioning and those without. Because of the cold weather in winter, when List consumed the potions, he chose to do so in his study, enjoying the warmth of the Fire Dragon brand air conditioner. However, on the first day, he noticed some problems. His potency seemed somewhat increased when consuming the potions. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, as the effect was always good whenever he consumed potions in the study. But when he visited Tulip Castle and then Longtaro Castle, he clearly felt that consuming potions outside was not as effective as at home. This comparison made him aware that the environment must have played a role. He easily thought of the Fire Dragon magic power present in the study. So he began to record the different effects of consuming potions in environments with Fire Dragon magic power and those without. Over the past few days of observation, he had recorded quite a bit of data, and there were clear differences between consuming potions inside and outside the study. With the bonus of Fire Dragon magic power, the effect of my flame magic potion consumption increases by about 6.5% to 9.2%. I have only consumed a thorn magic potion 3 times so far, so I cannot yet determine the ink rays, but there should be an effect. I guess the benefit of Fire Dragon magic power is to stimulate my fire attribute chi. He could feel that within the radiation range of the magic little Fire Dragon, his chi inside his body seemed more lively. At the same time, the size of the magic little Fire Dragon also determined the effect of the amplification. Under the premise that it wouldn't burn people to death, List had once made a magic little Fire Dragon as big as a water tank, using up an entire Fire Dragon jar's capacity of magic power. The result was that when he consumed a flame magic potion, the effect was amplified to about 10.4%. Compared to the palm-sized magic little Fire Dragon, which could achieve a 7% amplification, the water tank-sized magic little Fire Dragon, with 20 times the magic capacity, only increased the amplification effect by 1.48 times, making the improvement not very significant. Moreover, the water tank-sized magic little Fire Dragon could almost cook him alive, making it impossible to concentrate on consuming the potion. Therefore, after considering everything, he still chose to consume the magic potion in his study room. The temperature was just right, and it wouldn't cause him to be distracted while taking the potion, so he could remain focused and calm from beginning to end. The potion consumption continued, and the records were kept in a chart. In a flash, 2 weeks had passed since he returned to Fresh Flower Town on January 9th, and it was now January 24th. The 8 blizzard beasts had grown robust, grabbing and fighting over milk during feeding times, and their eyelids often twitched, which was a sign they were about to open their eyes. List started to feed them himself and prohibited others from entering the room. Sea Sprite lived in the castle, playing with minor elf Jayla and enjoying the fruits, not appearing too gloomy, except for the occasional replenishment of seawater. That just meant taking her to the seaside and letting her soak in the seawater for 2 hours. At that time, there was only List by the seaside, standing on the snowy rocks, watching Ake dive and frolic in the ocean. His mood was as bright as the sun in the sky. Over the past week and more, he had already inquired all information about scenic sea Ake. Sea-bred and sea-nurtured, the sea nymphs, rightfully called the elves of the ocean, have a birth process that is ingeniously similar to that of elves. One is the essence of plants condensing, and the other is the essence of seawater condensing. One can manipulate cordyceps and affect the growth of plants, the other can manipulate their own shells and the seawater within them, as well as control the surrounding seawater. However, elves need to evolve from elf bugs, growing until they reach a greater elf with the intelligence of an adult human. Sea nymphs start with nearly adult intelligence. The growth of legs below their knees over time signifies maturation, with the appearance of 2 feet indicating adulthood, although their lifespan is unclear. Ache is just an underage sea nymph, growing up alone in the ocean, where the sea would tell her some information, the rest she learned by listening to human ships. 41 years allowed her to learn serpent script. But she still retained the innocence and pure goodness of elves. Ache's habitat may be between Golden Island and Newland Island. She has seen many ships with flags that appear like wheat sheaves. Those are the flags of the Golden Wheat Sheaf and Golden Grain families. The Golden Wheat Sheaf is a marquee family with Golden Island as its territory, while the Golden Grain is an earl family with Newland Island as its territory. The two families split a few generations ago, with both having flags featuring a curved wheat sheaf that looks quite similar. List's brother, Levi's, seems to have started a relationship with Marquis Roderick's daughter, Loria Goldwheatear. He hadn't gone out of his way to learn about it, and most of the time, he was only concerned with his own matters. After swimming in the sea for 2 hours, Sea Sprite Ache obediently came ashore, although recently there had been no sightings of intermediate sea monster Drumlamictata, but he couldn't guarantee it had left the area. List, I've replenished my seawater, let's hurry back, Jayla must be getting impatient, said Ache, now speaking serpent script more fluently and showing a livelier personality, with no reservations towards List. Stretching languidly, her elegant curves and pale skin dazzled List's eyes. He composed himself, let's go, home. Chapter 278, The Ultimate Fresh Flower Brew and Wine. The time for the blizzard beasts to open their eyes was drawing near. As if to celebrate the upcoming arrival of the Blizzard Beast Legion, the head of the brewing workshop, Frank Dreggs, ran all the way to the castle roaring with excitement, to report to List. Lord Landlord, we've distilled pure white spirits. Distilled? List rejoiced inwardly but remained composed on the surface. How is the quality of the fresh flower brew? Compared to the juniper wine you left in the brewing workshop, there might be some differences in taste. The fresh flower brew isn't as strong but is smoother on entry, each has its own merits. Softer than juniper wine, if it truly meets the standards, I will reward you handsomely. A group of people quickly made their way to the brewing workshop, where Frank had the apprentices bring out the freshly brewed white spirits. Several large barrels full, each containing white spirits more valuable than silver. There was no faking the white spirits inside the barrels, it no longer had that foul or sour smell. We adopted pot distillation, and found while the first distillation was strong, the taste wasn't good. Not until we refilled the ingredients and started the second distillation did we produce white spirits with a very pure taste, free of impurities, reaching a quality suitable for sale. List tasted the white spirits from the second distillation. He found that upon entry, it reached the spiciness of white spirits. After tasting for a moment and recalling the taste of juniper wine, he instantly felt each had its own merits, unable to say which was better or worse. Go call for Galtai. He turned and commanded servant Thomas. Shortly after, Galtai hurried over. Lord, is the fresh flower brew ready? Oh my, I can hardly wait to taste it. Seeing Galtai's drunken demeanor, List reprimanded him unsatisfiedly. Aren't you tasting the fresh flower brew every day? The town's advisor's greatest passion in life was to drink and boast. Before the success of the fresh flower brew, the poor quality of the spirit was evident, but still, he would head to the brewing workshop after work every day to scrounge some low-quality spirit, drinking himself into a stupor before heading home to sleep. Hey. With an awkward laugh, Galtai offered no rebuttal. Pointing to the newly brewed high-quality spirit, List spoke, you are an expert in tasting, try this and compare it with the juniper wine, and give me a comprehensive analysis. As you wish, Lord. Galtai eagerly grabbed a jug, tilted his head back, and took a swig of the fresh flower brew's raw spirit, then swayed back and forth with his eyes closed. After some moments, he opened his eyes, sparkling with excitement. Lord, by the night's glory. The fresh flower brew can certainly match the juniper wine, offering a completely different taste that is just as intoxicating. Following that, he took a sip of the raw spirit to compare the differences between juniper wine and fresh flower brew. One was strong, with a spicy taste but a heavy kick that was quick to go to one's head. The other was slightly less intense, but had a smoother taste, lesser kick, and didn't go to the head as easily. I think, once the fresh flower brew is on the market, it will sell better than juniper wine because it doesn't give as much of kick and allows nobles to drink from before the banquet until after it has started. Juniper wine can't last that long, the fresh flower brew can suit more nobles, even those noble ladies. In the end, Galtai was already half drunk, holding the jug with his thumb raised. To me, the fresh flower brew is one notch below the juniper wine, but for more nobles, it's a cut above, truly top-notch. Listening to his extensive analysis, List gained a rough understanding that juniper wine was akin to Russian vodka, strong and pungent. Fresh flower brew was similar to Beijing's Erguotu, Not quite as strong but soft. An old drunkard might choose vodka for the sheer kick, but more people would accept erguo too, suitable for family banquets. Erguo too? It seems fresh flower brew is made using the second distillation. Could this be its true meaning? List pondered for a moment. Not being a frequent drinker, he had too little knowledge of spirits. He turned to ask Frank, is there a grading for fresh flower brew, according to my method, divided into several grades? Following your idea, we set the pure second distillation as the highest grade, the blend of the first distillation and the second distillation is the second grade, the first distillation alone is the third grade, the blend of the third and the second distillations is the fourth grade, and the third distillation alone is the lowest grade. Frank and others divided the grades meticulously. Obviously, after List's previous scolding, they strived to do their best work before daring to report back to the castle. Bring out the lowest grade fresh flower brew, let consultant Jiaotai have a taste. Having had too much of the highest grade from the second distillation, when Galtai tried the lowest grade from the third distillation, he almost spat it out. The taste is too complex. It's just a little better than the previous fresh flower brew, it should not hit the market. After that, Galtai tasted the other grades as well, with mixed reviews. The first 3 grades could be sold as liquor, while the last 2 were not up to standard. List understood now. With the top 3 grades of liquor, fresh flower brew was a huge success, and the brewing workshop would become the largest source of gold coins for Fresh Flower Town, as well as a cornerstone for List's career development. From now on, the brewing workshop is a top secret of Fresh Flower Town. No idle persons are permitted to enter at will. Patrol members are dispatched to guard the area 24 hours a day, isolated from other workshops. The brewers with technical know-how must be strictly protected. Consultant Galtai, can you hear me clearly? Rest assured, my lord, I'm just slightly tipsy. I heard your instructions very clearly. I'll certainly give the brewing workshop the utmost priority. Hic. Galtai swayed a little and ended the conversation with a hiccup. Upon seeing this, List, not trusting him, summoned Administrative Officer Isaiah and handed over the tasks to him. Subsequently, List began offering rewards. I promised you that as long as the fresh flower brew meets the standards, there would be gold and silver coins. Now, Frank Dregs, Boarding, and Huntra, I will reward each of you with a gold coin, and each apprentice involved in the brewing will get 20 silver coins. Praise Lord Landlord. We thank Lord Landlord for your generous reward. The brewers and apprentices, receiving the gold and silver coins, proceeded to thank him excitedly. List continued with encouragement and reminders for them to work diligently. Future benefits would not be lacking. Brewing was simple, but creating a qualified spirit was much more challenging than one might imagine. Fortunately, under his guidance on distillation technology, the brewers finally produced real spirits. Actually, I should be the most rewarded. Ah well, let's just keep my contribution concealed. Why bother competing for a little honor with a few serfs? Having praised himself internally, List immediately took action to prepare the launch of Fresh Flower Brew. First, he sent someone to notify Levi's. The Fresh Flower Brew business needed substantial support from Levi's to quickly expand production capacity, open sales channels, and rapidly recoup investments. As the town's landlord, he was in dire need of money. Chapter 279, Levi's not only sent his family tutor Frank, he also personally rushed to Fresh Flower Town. List, has the Fresh Flower Brew successfully improved its technique? Of course, you can taste it yourself. I can't miss that. 3 marketable grades of Fresh Flower Brew had already been delivered to the castle in abundance, so Levi's was able to taste the Fresh Flower Brew right there in the castle. The first one he tasted was the 3rd grade, the lowest quality of Fresh Flower Brew, a clear spirit. His eyes lit up instantly as he took a sip. Not bad, it's already pure without any off flavors, sellable indeed. Then he tasted the 2nd grade Fresh Flower Brew. This one has a better taste, though the alcohol kick is a bit soft. Finally, the highest grade Fresh Flower Brew. After drinking it, he savored the taste for a full 3 minutes before he exclaimed excitedly, "This is a great wine. List, we're going to be rich. The quality of the Fresh Flower Brew is no less than juniper wine. This is a different kind of clear spirit with a distinct taste, more suitable for noble banquets." His assessment was not much different from Galtai's. Both saw the vast market potential behind the Fresh Flower Brew. So next, we should discuss how to expand the brewing scale, as well as how to bring it to market. List did not like drinking, but he was well aware of the booming market for spirits. Alcohol might not be a panacea, but while it takes effect, it can numb a person's senses, alleviating all sorts of pain and stress. It allows one to escape from all sorts of difficulties and disappointments in reality, fully enjoying the moment of haziness and tranquility as if the soul is being elevated. Levi's picked up his teacup, trying not to seem too eager. But his anxious gaze still betrayed his thoughts. "Leave the sales to me, Fresh flower brew will completely dominate Coral Island, and it will also dominate Red Crab Island. I can even sell it to Golden Island. But how do you plan to arrange the production of the fresh flower brew? We need to expand the scale of the brewing workshop, recruit more brewers and apprentices. Fresh Flower Town doesn't have enough hands. Big brother, you need to support me. Sell a batch of your brewers to me. I will give you 10 brewers directly. Levi's gestured generously, but none of them know how to brew clear spirits. You'll have to teach them the skill. List got straight to the point. If you send their families too, I'm willing to teach them the brewing technique. Levi's glared at him. You actually don't trust me. Fine, their families will come along as well. And don't forget about the materials. Clear spirits can be brewed from a wide range of ingredients: grains, fruits, taro, sweet potatoes, all can be used for brewing. However, fresh flower brew mainly uses sorghum, and I won't be changing the main brewing ingredient for a while. Later on, we will see how it goes and consider other grain brewing techniques. There isn't much sorghum grown at Tulip Castle, but we consume little of it, so I'll send it all to you. Just the sorghum from Tulip Castle isn't enough. You'd better expand the sorghum cultivation this year and also purchase some from other places. There's an old saying, liquor is the essence of grains. The alcohol yield from grain is between 25% to 45%. 1 pound of grain does not produce half a pound of alcohol. In ancient times, when there wasn't enough food, the authorities would ban private brewing to prevent wastage of food and the exacerbation of famine. It was precisely because sorghum was not the main food staple on Coral Island that List chose to brew with sorghum. He might have become a noble, seated at the ruler's side, but his nature was still kind. He did not want to take away the little bit of grain the serfs on the island had because of the liquor business. However, no matter how considerate he was, ultimately, some of the serfs' grain would still be diverted for brewing. He could only try his best to remind him, brother, winemaking will waste a lot of food. I hope to purchase sorghum from the outer islands as much as possible, or give the serfs who plant sorghum some tax relief. Levi's dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about such trifles. The affairs of the serfs will be appropriately arranged by the officials. I will ensure that there is an adequate supply of sorghum for your brewing, and it won't delay the production of fresh flower brew. Seeing this, List could only sigh inwardly. He then brushed aside these sympathies and said, iron, I also need a batch of iron, at least 10,000 jin, for the production of brewing equipment. Didn't you just get 13,000 jin of iron from Tulip Castle? That was a personal purchase. The brewing workshop is provided with raw materials according to our agreement by you. A little less. I can't take out that much iron. It has to be drawn from the Tulip Castle's warehouse. In that case, the profits from the white spirits will surely be taken by others. Levi's frowned. Brother, it's only fair that others share in the profits. Fresh flower brew might be a trade between the two of us, but if we leave others out, father might not say it, but he'll hold a grudge in his heart, List replied. That's cold. Levi's was unhappy. I provide the materials, I handle the sales, and only take a 60% share of the profits, while you provide the technique, and even the brewers were sent by me, yet you take 40%. Now, even for the mouths of other people at Tulip Castle, I have to fend. Don't you think that's too cruel? If it weren't for my technique, brother, you wouldn't be able to do the white spirits business at all. Think about it, once fresh flower brew takes off, how much in gold coins it will bring in profits each year, how many magic potions you can acquire. Maybe within a year, you could become a Sky Knight. Levi's is 24 this year, and will be 25 the next year. If he really could become a Sky Knight at 25, it would at least prove that his talents are no less than the Earl's. These words hit a nerve with Levi's. He scratched his hair and gritted his teeth in agreement. All right, 13,000 jin of iron, I'll come up with it. But the fresh flower brew must be produced on a large scale as soon as possible. Of course, the technique is already perfected, just waiting for the materials to be ready. List finished discussing the brewing materials and suddenly remembered the issue of packaging. How do you plan to sell the fresh flower brew? The same way juniper wine is sold. There will be only fresh flower brew in the white spirits market on Coral Island. I will talk to my cousin on Red Crab Island. It's easy to take over there. Loria can handle sales on Golden Island. She should be able to secure both Golden Island and Newland Island. List became interested. Is Loria certain to become my sister-in-law? Levi's chuckled fancifully. Do you think I spent the pioneer mandate just fighting wars? My dear brother, there's much you have yet to learn. Marquis Roderick has already approved my union with Loria. I'm going to Golden Island in March to settle things. It seems that matter is already clear. List gave a thumbs up and brought the conversation back to the topic. Fresh flower brew comes in 3 grades. Have you thought about how to package it? Package? Just like juniper wine is fine. I will have the pottery workshop produce a batch of ceramic jugs as wine bottles. Levi's replied directly. That won't do. Fresh flower brew should be distinguished from juniper wine, making it immediately recognizable to nobles. Liszt vetoed Levi's idea, saying, 10-year fresh flower brew should be packaged in wooden bottles, engraved with a yellow tulip, priced between 5 to 15 silver coins, to capture the minor noble market. 50-year fresh flower brew in ceramic bottles, engraved with a red tulip, priced between 50 to 80 silver coins, to occupy the middle-class noble market. 100-year fresh flower brew in jade bottles, engraved with a black tulip, as expensive as possible, limited quantity, targeting the upper echelons of nobility. Where are you getting 10-year and 100-year aged brews from? Levi's voiced in surprise. Don't worry, they can be brewed shortly. Chapter 280, Three Skies of One Family. So you're saying all those decades-old and century-old wines are a hoax? Not a hoax, but a marketing tactic. But fresh flower brew is just freshly made liquor, it hasn't gone through any aging process. How much do you think fresh flower brew's taste differs from juniper wine? Since there isn't much difference, why can juniper wine be called a multi-year aged cellar wine? Because it really is a wine that's been aged in a cellar for many years. Liszt suddenly felt like Levi's was really naive. The quality of juniper wine forms because of cellaring and aging, and fresh flower brew's quality is not inferior to it, so it can also be considered cellared and aged. There's no conflict. Moreover, we've clearly defined 3 distinct grades to reflect the difference in status, which will solidify the standing of nobles at all levels. Do you really think this is better? Of course, no one knows how we brewed it. We say it's a century-aged wine, and so it is. Wooden and ceramic bottles are simple enough, but jade bottles, might they be too expensive? You could make fewer jade bottles of fresh flower brew, factor in the value of the jade bottle into the sales price, or you could use crystal bottles for packaging, all to reflect the class of fresh flower brew. You could even carve a bottle out of gemstones and have father give it to the Grand Duke for promotional purposes. Give it to the Grand Duke? Of course, if the Grand Duke drinks fresh flower brew, what grounds would the nobles have to refuse it? The Grand Duke has his own liquor industry, he doesn't need our liquor as a tribute. It's just to have the Grand Duke taste it. As long as fresh flower brew isn't sold on Blue Dragon Island, it won't threaten the Grand Duke's liquor industry. Wouldn't the Grand Duke give father some face? As a sword saint and the founder of the Tulip family, Lee William Tulip was definitely one of the high-level individuals in the Duchy of Sapphire. The Grand Duke would certainly want to win over such a rising power to balance the old marquis families. As long as Lee William made clear the distribution range of fresh flower brew, there would be no conflict at all. If the Grand Duke is greedy and doesn't want the Tulip family to encroach on the liquor market of the Duchy of Sapphire, it's not a big deal, they could just sell fresh flower brew to the Steel Ridge Kingdom or even the Eagle Kingdom. Smuggling liquor is a common business for many fleets and caravans. It's just a matter of how much they sell. Levi's was still pondering. On this end, the family tutor, Mr. Frank, reminded, Levi's, offering tribute to the Grand Duke, whether successful or not, won't affect our interests. Using Baron Liszt's packaging suggestion would only cost a little extra. If it fails, we can simply return to selling juniper wine. It's acceptable. If that's the case, let's give it a try. At this point, Liszt and Levi's had discussed the fresh flower brew business thoroughly, the rest was up to their respective subordinates to manage and operate. Landlords need not get their hands dirty. When I came here, I heard your Dorson produced offspring, 8 little fierce earth dogs. Levi's quickly shifted his focus. Let me see them quickly. These are offspring of an intermediate magical beast. Sorry, brother, they haven't opened their eyes yet, and it's not suitable for them to see people. They haven't opened their eyes yet. Levi's exclaimed, they haven't opened their eyes? Liszt, are we really brothers? I've never let you down, brother. There was no need for further words. Liszt already understood Levi's meaning, who wanted a little blizzard beast. But he would definitely not give one, even if the other party offered to buy it, he would not sell. Brother, although these are offspring of an intermediate magical beast, their mother is just a common fierce earth dog, and Dorson hadn't fully evolved at that time. So, there's a high probability that this batch of offspring will be low-level magical beasts. Wait for the next batch. If the next litter turns out well, I'll definitely sell you some. After several rejections, seeing Liszt's firm attitude, Levi's was quite dissatisfied. But for the sake of the next batch of puppies, he had no choice but to hold back, so it's settled then. The next batch of little fierce earth dogs, you have to sell me a few. Sure, Liszt nodded, which was as good as a promise. Most of it is bluff. Never mind how it will be sold or how many will sell, the matter of whether Earth Matron can even become pregnant again is doubtful. The higher the bloodline of a magical beast, the more difficult it is to breed. Dorson, having completed its growth into an intermediate magical beast, is questionable if it can impregnate the Earth Matron once more after its bloodline transformation. Perhaps these 8 little blizzard beasts are the only offspring that Dorson, as a fierce earth dog, can leave behind. The luncheon. The drink of choice was fresh flower brew. Levi seemed to be either too excited about the forthcoming profits of the spirits business or upset about not acquiring the blizzard beasts. Either way, he drank too much and lost sense of direction. Clutching List's shoulder with a face full of alcohol breath, he slurred, "List, I'm starting to envy you. You left Tulip Castle, the glory of a knight has favored you, everyone is starting to call you Son of Glory. I am always confined in the castle, Lidun, that brat, Lidun." List was rather helpless in the face of Levi's drunken complaints. To keep the family's dirty laundry from being aired, he sent everyone at the banquet away. Levi's rambled on with a slew of drunken gibberish about how the Earl favored Lidun over him, how his resources were being plundered, how great the pressure of being a Sky Knight was, how his luck wasn't as good as List's, how Taya was pregnant, but for Loria's sake, he had to abort the child. Then, he suddenly collapsed onto the table with a thud. List called for the servants to help Levi's onto the carriage, without insisting he stay overnight at the castle. "Mr. Frank, please take good care of Levi's. Rest assured." At this point, Captain Layden, who was in charge of escorting Levi's, came over. Glancing at Rondo under the apple tree, he sighed and said, "Baron List, please take care of Rondo in Freshflower Town." Ronto Wadapot was his illegitimate son. Even though he had been acknowledged by the family, they still couldn't offer much support. "Aren't you going to talk with Ronto, Captain Layden?" "There is no need," Layden Pot bowed. "I must escort Sir Levi's back to Tulip Castle first. When I have time, I hope to be a guest in Freshflower Town." "You are always welcome." The carriage set off, and Levi's, who arrived with high spirits, left in a drunken stupor, but in a sense, it was a successful visit. The fresh flower brew business was a massive boost for both him and List. Standing in front of the castle window, List sipped the last cup of dragon breed milk. The remaining sting of alcohol stirred in him a surge of ambition. With the spirits business, Levi's will probably advance to Sky Knight. As for me, I will definitely become a Sky Knight, and then, with the Tulip family having 3 Sky Knights, the Earl would find it hard not to be promoted to Marquis. If father and sons took the battlefield together, as long as they didn't face a Dragon Knight, victory would be assured. They would accumulate great military exploits and sooner or later be promoted to Marquis. However, the Marquis family is not my end goal, but simply a resting point on my journey to dragon riding. Given my talent and insight, plus the wealth brought by the development of my lands, becoming a Sky Knight before the age of 22 is highly feasible. Then, spending another 5 to 6 years to perfect Sky Knight skills before seeking out a clue to find dragons. Find a dragon, mount it. A small life goal then would be achieved. Chapter 281, Cultivating a Water Mage. The workshop area had a separate, huge factory district planned for the expansion of the brewing workshop. The carpenter's shop, smithy, bone craftsman shop, and cooperage organized by officials worked together from dawn to dusk, rushing to make brewing equipment. Even the Brad family, who ran the crystal workshop but could only carve volcanic glass all day, received a new task to carve some key equipment positions with volcanic glass. The town was bustling, yet the castle remained as peaceful as ever. Only, on the shelves in List's study were additional bottles filled with fresh flower brew, not for drinking, but kept as mementos. These were the true original liquor of the fresh flower brew. After completing today's night training lesson, List took a bath in the bathroom and then went to the worm room. He chatted with Sea Sprite and, by the way, enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Recently, Sea Sprite had become fascinated by all kinds of books. Since she couldn't read, List often taught her. It wasn't clear if it was a racial talent, but she learned very quickly and soon remembered a large amount of serpent script, allowing her to read independently. She especially loved to study those magic books, and was extremely curious about magic. At the moment, the shell was open. Minor elf Jayla was soaking in the seawater, a part of what belonged to Egg. List touched it with his hand, finding it not much different from ordinary seawater, probably just warmer and lacking the usual chill of seawater. It was hard to imagine that these waters would eventually grow Egg's legs. "List, you're here." "Yeah, Egg, are you still reading books?" "I'm looking at Frito's fireball technique. This magic apprentice, Frito Truth, is so funny, he actually rubbed a fireball technique from the back of his hand, hee, so silly." Egg closed the book, revealing a sweet smile. Jayla, with eyes closed, only opened them upon hearing List speak, glanced at List, and continued soaking in the seawater, enjoying the warmth blissfully. Behind her, 9 elf bugs of various colors swam in the seashell sea as well. No guessing needed, it was Jayla who had thrown the elf bugs in. It is pretty funny, but magicians are all humans with some unusual ideas. List poked Jayla's belly with his hand, only to have Jayla scurry away. They're in the shell there. They aren't disturbing your reading, are they? Not at all. Jayla and the insect babies are very quiet. Only around you are they quiet. Outside, Jayla is the top bully of Fresh Flower Town. Hearing someone speak ill of her, Jayla protested, poking her head out of the seawater and crying out what to object. But after being glared at by List, she tucked her head back in again and continued to bathe. After chatting for a while, Ake suddenly lifted her hand. List, is this how magic is released? She spoke while seeming to gather magic power. Imagine a bridge between the spirit and magic power. Get familiar with them, experience them. I can only get along with water attribute magic power. They're like many gentle little babies that will heed my call. Then, something unexpected happened to List. On her delicate hand, she was truly gathering a ball of water bit by bit. The ball of water slowly twisted, then elongated into the spiral shape of an arrow. I've read a book about the water arrow spell, and I think the magic principles recorded in the book are very simple. It seems very easy for me to do. That crystal clear water arrow looked so vivid and real. Using the eye of magic, List observed that the magic power of the water arrow originated from the free magic power in the air, not from Ake's own magic power. This was the magic released by magicians, unexpectedly taking shape in the hands of a sea sprite. Ake, release the water arrow spell outside the window. Oh. Ake obediently pushed with her hand, and the water arrow shot out like a real sharp arrow, flying out of the window and finally disappearing into the horizon. Hee. The water arrow flew out. List, have I learned the water arrow spell? You have learned it. List's eyes gleamed, as he had already overestimated as much as possible the role of the sea sprite, feeling that she was a strategic aid to the launch of his age of navigation. But now, it must be revised, for the sea sprite could not only play an important role in navigation, she also had the potential to become a magician. A water mage. At this moment, an irresistible idea arose in him, to cultivate the sea sprite take into a grand magician of the water system, or even a water mage. With her talent for self-learning, it seemed that becoming a water mage was not an impossibility. In his excitement, he couldn't help but reach out and stroke Ake's deep blue hair. I will collect all the magic books that record water magic. You can immerse yourself in studying water magic, and in the future strive to become a sea sprite magician. Can Ake be called a magician? Of course, as long as you work hard. One good piece of news followed another. Fresh Flower Brew was successfully created, the sea sprite Ake learned magic, and then, after List had been feeding the little blizzard beasts for most of a month, they finally opened their eyes one after another at the end of January. The first person they saw was List, and at first glance represented recognition of their master. Perhaps this so-called recognition of master was not to the extent of unwavering loyalty, but it meant the 8 little blizzard beasts all regarded List as the person closest to them, in the role of a father or mother. With slow training and cultivation, they would, like Dawson, follow List's commands. What should their names be? List found himself in a bit of a predicament. There were 8 in a row, all with black fur and more or less the same size, chunky and not easy to distinguish. In fact, List had already forgotten the order in which they were born. In the end, recalling how he treated Dawson, List decided to craft a collar for each of the 8 blizzard beasts. Every collar was adorned with a nameplate. The colors of the nameplates had to be different so that at a glance one could tell which was which and not call them by the wrong names. He also decided to raise the blizzard beasts separately. Having raised dogs before, he knew all too well the horrors of a litter of puppies. Once they go mad, they could wreak havoc. Raised separately, trained separately, until all the blizzard beasts could obey commands, then brought together to undergo military-style training. To prepare for the battlefield in the future. My lord, all 4 kennels have been covered with cotton pads, ready for the blizzard beasts to move in. The dog collars you ordered to be made have also been delivered from the tanner shop, 8 sets in total. Butler Carter walked into the room, reporting. Then let's move them today. Clean the entertainment room thoroughly, especially the smell must be cleared away, it's too offensive. I will instruct Mrs. Morrison to handle it. Carter continued, then, what names would you like engraved on the nameplates for the 8 blizzard beasts you wish to make? Wait until I think of them, List replied. Yes, sir. As the servants began to carry the 8 little blizzard beasts one by one into the 4 kennels set apart in different locations, List waved his hand calling out the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward 8 intermediate magical beast blizzard beasts. Seeing the smoke serpent script clearly, List smiled faintly. Indeed. Fed with dragon breed milk, the blizzard beasts had stabilized their foundations and become intermediate magical beasts. Chapter 282, Full Body Armor Crushes Poisonous Bees Mission. Due to the fresh flower vessel's reduced trips to sea, Black Horse Island is in short supply of the necessary wood for construction. Marcus decided to cut down the scattered trees on the island but encountered lethal poisonous bees. Please eliminate the nests to prevent more people from being stung to death. Reward, 1 elf bug. Smoke Serpent script gently flowed before his eyes, its content already etched into List's mind. Very good, finally another reward, that's an elf bug. Since obtaining the corngrass elf bug, he hadn't harvested any elf bug for 2 full months. This certainly had to do with the arrival of winter, when most plants stopped growing, but List felt a deep sense of regret. Elf bugs were an indisposable productive force for the Lord Landlord. Now, finally, a new mission had appeared, and the reward was an elf bug. I wonder what kind of elf bug it is. The clues for the mission aren't many. Whatever it is, let's get rid of the bee nest first. List was brimming with fighting spirit. Removing the bee nest wasn't difficult, considering that knights had full body armor. During the time when Fresh Flower Town made a killing selling seafood, List had managed to save up for 20 sets of knight equipment. Among them was fine steel armor that covered one from head to toe. Once suited up, no matter what kind of poisonous bee, crazy bee, or killer bee came at him, they would all be swatted to death. I just hope not too many serfs die. Far away on Black Horse Island, Marcus had the same thought. After returning from Black Horse Island on the Fresh Flower vessel, he immediately reported to the landlord, "My lord, I regret to inform you that there have been killer bee nests on Black Horse Island which have claimed the lives of 16 serfs to their stings. I plan to bring back several full-body armors during this trip and eradicate the poisonous bees completely." He brought back a few dead bodies of the poisonous bees. Each poisonous bee was the size of a thumb, and there were even larger queen bees guarding them. Even as an elite Earth Knight, Marcus didn't dare to approach the beehives lightly. He had to keep his distance and seek the protection of the knight's full-body armor. "I'll go with you to Black Horse Island to see for myself what these killer bees look like," List said in a deep voice. Not only did he want to find the elf bug, but he also wanted to check if there was honey in the killer bee nests. If there was honey in the hives, it would undoubtedly be top-quality honey. Honey is a top-tier ingredient in noble cuisine, but no one keeps bees. Instead, they send serfs to gather wild honey, and every year a large number of these honey-gathering serfs get stung to death by various bees. There aren't many beehives in Fresh Flower Town. Even if there were, he wouldn't send serfs out to gather honey. He wasn't cruel enough to exchange serfs' lives for delicacies. List decided to go along. Marcus had no objections. But he had other matters to report. The issue that arose during the tree cutting is not only due to the unexpected bee attacks, but also due to lax management. The serfs were skiving off, going far away to relieve themselves, which led to their deaths from bee stings. "My lord, the port town needs more management personnel." "I understand, I'll arrange for it as soon as possible." As an action-oriented landlord, once a problem arose, he immediately set out to solve it. After a brief period of consideration, he summoned Griffin Haystack and Lass Steelyard. Griffin was an orphan and a friend of List's from the Knight Academy. Lass was of commoner descent, with his family having moved to Fresh Flower Town. Looking at the two Earth Knights, List asked solemnly, "Lass, Griffin, can I trust you?" Griffin replied without hesitation, "Baron, I came to Fresh Flower Town to follow you, and I'm ready to follow your lead at any time." "I'm also ready to follow at any time." Lass wasn't to be outdone. "Then, I need to send you to a place for a task. You might not return to Fresh Flower Town for a very long time. Lass, you have to take your family with you. You probably won't be able to come back to Fresh Flower Town for 2 or 3 years. Would you still be willing?" Lass, puzzled, asked, "Baron, what duty are you assigning us that would warrant such a long absence, and why must my family join as well?" "Indeed, it's a duty. It's not dangerous, but it's a bit hard work, and it requires confidentiality. As for the nature of the duty, I can't tell you." List looked at them, "but I can assure you that there will be ample rewards for your efforts." Griffin, upon hearing this, immediately said, "Baron, I am willing." Lass hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. "Since Lass has decided to follow the Baron, naturally I will obey the Baron's arrangements." List nodded. "Then, from today on, you are officially part of my Knight Squad." This was an acceptance of their allegiance. Griffin and Lass instantly realized, knelt on one knee, and performed a solemn knight's gesture of fealty and loyalty. "We swear to serve you, my lord. Rise, pack your belongings, and communicate sufficiently with your families. Gather at Fresh Flower Port first thing tomorrow morning." "Yes, my lord." The next day, the Fresh Flower vessel, riding the wind and waves, arrived at Black Horse Island in the afternoon. It was only then that Lass and Griffin learned they had been dispatched to work on a desolate island, and that this Black Horse Island would become the future domain of Lord Landlord. "From now on, my Knight Squad's training will be conducted on Black Horse Island. Lass, Griffin, Teacher Marcus will serve as the captain of the Knight Squad, responsible for the daily training of the Knight Squad. The construction of the port town will also be led by him. Construction needs to be meticulous, and training must be persistent, List explained. Yes, my lord. Knights are capable of fighting on horseback as well as serving as officials off horseback. Without much delay, List, along with 3 Earth Knights, hurried to the location of the poisonous bees. All 4 were clad in fine steel full-body armor, riding their mounts, even their eyes shielded by iron wire mesh visors. With such airtight gear, exterminating the poisonous bees was a breeze. Leaving Dowson and the horses at a distance, List and his men walked towards the bee nest. My lord, it's just ahead, Marcus pointed to a nearby location. Do you see that large tree? The hive is on its branches, quite huge and clearly visible. I see it. Let's go, we'll aim to kill all the poisonous bees before nightfall. The Earth Knight's pace was swift, and shortly after they arrived at the base of the tree, puzzled as to why those serfs who came to relieve themselves had to run so far. To take a shortcut and risk their lives, it was truly speechless. Buzz. The poisonous bees had already spotted the 4 newcomers. Without hesitation, they called their comrades and began an offensive attack. The thumb-sized poisonous bees darted around vigorously, but their efforts were futile against steel defenses. The 4 Earth Knights circulated their chi and swung their long zerds, swatting one after another of the large poisonous bees. Especially List, being the strongest elite Earth Knight with fire attribute chi, which had explosive properties. Every time he executed combat skills, the flames that filled the sky would burn swathes of poisonous bees to death. The hive was very large, at least 1.5 times the height of a man. Tens of thousands of fearless poisonous bees flew out, swarming toward the 4 men, but it was in vain. They fell as lifeless bodies under the sword, dropping to the ground. My lord, I'll climb up and chop down the hive. Griffin, with thunder attribute chi and a long sword crackling with lightning, though only a common Earth Knight, possessed an extremely ferocious combat strength. He used his hands and feet nimbly and climbed the branches with ease. The poisonous bees surrounded him in layers, but they couldn't stop his actions. He drew his long sword, aimed at the base of the branch, and began hacking away, breaking the entire branch and causing it to fall to the ground with the hive. 4 Earth Knights. They surrounded the fallen hive, frantically slaughtering the poisonous bees. The battle was fierce. Chapter 283, Natural Adhesive Glue. The species of poisonous bees was unknown, and nobody cared about exactly what type of poisonous bees they were, as chi burst forth in spurts and limbs flew chaotically. When the sunset was about to fall below the horizon, almost all the poisonous bees had perished. Even the beehive was split open, and the hidden bee queen was found and directly pinched to death. Only a small number of poisonous bees flew away. According to bee behaviors, they would likely linger around here for a few days until they were sure the beehive no longer existed before they would completely leave. Teacher Marcus, remember to warn all serfs not to come over to this area. Understood, my lord. At this moment, Lass suddenly shouted, my lord, it's honey, there is honey inside this beehive. Is there really honey? List lifted his visor and looked through the broken face of the beehive that Lass had pried open. Indeed, he saw golden, glistening honey, exuding a faintly tempting sweet fragrance. He pried deeper with his hand and discovered that many honeycombs contain white larvae. These were bee pupae. They were about as thick as an index finger and as long as a thumb, plump in size. Seeing these white bee pupae almost made List drool. He had tasted stir-fried bee pupae before, which were savory, crispy, and delicious. Moreover, bee pupae contained high protein, low fat, various vitamins, and trace elements, making them a very nourishing ingredient. Now, this beehive, a person and a half tall, could yield at least 10 pounds of bee pupae. There was food. Lass, Griffin, lift the beehive and carry it back. The honey and bee pupae inside are all good stuff, I want them. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them said so and began to move the beehive, but they could not lift it, their faces turning beet red with the effort. Haven't you eaten? Marcus asked incredulously. An Earth Knight's strength, although not boundless, was at least several times that of an average adult. Lifting a poisonous beehive that weighed less than 500 pounds should not have been so strenuous. At this comment, Lass's face turned even redder. He exerted all his strength, and his chi ran wildly, finally causing the beehive to wobble. Griffin, who was lifting with him, suddenly discovered the problem. Captain Marcus, it seems like the beehive is stuck to the trunk of the tree here, as if glued by something. No wonder we cannot move it. Stuck? List also went over to inspect the part where the beehive and the tree trunk were connected and indeed saw, as Griffin had said, some white substance tightly bonding the two, which could not be pulled apart. Could it be the sap secreted by the tree, with such strong adhesive properties? Following the white substance upward, it originated from where Lass had previously cut off a branch, leaving a lot of sap, which had flowed down here and then dried and solidified. It seemed even stickier than 502 glue. Glue. Solidified. List felt that this substance was very unusual and, if utilized, could have a wide range of potential uses. At that moment, Marcus had already drawn his fine steel longsword and aimed it at the bonded area, striking with his sword. Clang! 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 3 strikes in a row only cracked a small slit into the white material, showing no signs of coming apart. Chop a few more times with your chi, teacher Marcus. List indicated for Marcus not to stop and to continue swinging his sword to test the strength of the sap's adhesion. Marcus did as told. He surged his chi, and a cyan light clung to the longsword. Targeting the white substance, he struck fiercely. Crack! This strike finally split the white material apart, completely detaching the wasp nest from the tree trunk. What is this thing so hard that I had to use all my strength to cut it down? It's the sap that's flowing down from the tree. Teacher Marcus, Lass, Griffin, we might have found something even better, List said, pointing at the tree in front of them with a smile. The tree was a kind of ordinary mixed tree that List had studied when he landed on Black Horse Island for the second time in search of dragon bones. The trunk was straight, and the branches were high up and not lush, bearing no flowers or fruit, nor did it grow very tall. When he had first arrived before the new year, the leaves were only slightly yellow, but now they had turned completely yellow. The conclusion he had reached then was that it was a deciduous tree, quite ordinary, probably suitable for timber use. He had even planned to cut down all the mixed trees near the pasture to expand the cultivation area of the grass once he had enough hands. Now it seemed fortunate that he hadn't cut them down, for trees that could secrete such a potent glue were clearly gifts from nature. The sun was setting in the west. List was in no rush to return, as there were no magical beasts on the island, and hence no dangers. Griffin, chop at the tree trunk with your sword. Yes, my lord. With one strike, the tree bark split open. About a minute passed, and then a white sap started to ooze from the split. List collected some with a stick and then stuck it to the tree trunk, occasionally shaking it to judge the speed of the sap's adhesion. Exposed to the air for about 5 minutes, the sap began to solidify. Once solidified, it was nearly indestructible. The effect is very strong. Do you see its use? He asked proudly, with a hint of showing off. This tree's sap was undoubtedly a natural adhesive, and judging by its durability after congealing, it was definitely comparable to rubber, essentially a hybrid of rubber and 502 glue. The importance of rubber was unquestionable, and the uses of 502 glue were also very significant. The combination of the advantages of both clearly made a more valuable natural glue. However, the trio of Marcus didn't quite realize this point so quickly, hence they seemed a bit confused. Griffin even replied earnestly, maybe it can glue 2 things together? It seems a bit troublesome, my lord. The serfs might end up gluing their axes to the tree trunks when cutting down trees. Cutting trees? That, my lord, aren't you planning to cut down all the trees on the island to expand the grassland area? That was the old plan, but now it has changed. We need the pastures, but we need these trees even more. List stated definitely, it seems you did not understand what I just said. The sap of this tree is a good thing, a very good thing. In my view, it's more valuable than gold. More valuable than gold? The sap can be used directly as a glue to bond things. For example, when a cooper makes a barrel, with this glue, simply sticking 2 planks together would make a perfect seal that won't loosen or leak. It would seem a waste to use it just for barreling. It might be suitable for bonding weapons. List calmed his excitement and continued, of course, we first need to determine its properties, its durability, whether it's fire resistant or water resistant, how to collect and store it, and so on. As he said this, he suddenly remembered that the smoke mission had been completed and that his elf bug was due to arrive. While letting Marcus and the others study the properties of the natural glue, he silently summoned the smoke mission. However, he found that the content of the mission hadn't changed, and the task of clearing the wasp nest had not yet been completed. It seems that I need to wait until all the wasps have flown away and the danger is completely removed for the task to be considered complete, but this tree and this mission. Looking at the trunk and thinking about the mission, he felt there might be a connection between the two. Could it be that my 10th elf bug is related to this type of tree? He quickly activated his eye of magic and began to examine the big tree before him. As his gaze moved to the canopy at the top of the trunk, a flash of magic power flitted across his field of vision. Chapter 284, Rubber Tree Elf Bug. A flash of magic light passed by, a pale yellow that seemed to belong to earth attribute magic, right at the crown of the large tree. This tree wasn't very tall, Lee CT could clearly see its crown, where the magic was emanating from a treetop that had grown a large round bulge. There was no doubt that inside it housed an elf bug. Which meant, this tree was cordyceps. Realizing this, Lee CT immediately felt a pang of distress. Lass had cut off a robust branch, and Griffin had slashed a wound into the trunk. They were basically making things difficult for his own elf bug. Teacher Marcus, Lass, Griffin, This tree is cordyceps. He touched the somewhat rough bark. My elf bug is inside, gestating. I can feel its presence. You must protect it well, and when it's born, I will come back to make a contract with it. There really is an elf bug? Lass clicked his tongue in amazement. Marcus, however, was not surprised at all, knowing Lee-Ct's keen vision. My lord, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to patrol this tree at all times. Once the elf bug is born, I will immediately inform you. Griffin spoke with excitement. Lass, you just chopped off a branch of the cordyceps, and I made a cut on it. Our lord really is the son of glory, blessed with knightly radiance. Fresh Flower Town has gained another elf bug. It was unclear whether he was excited about the elf bug or the fact that he had cut into the cordyceps. Regardless, the three of them, who were initially unclear about natural glue, now paid serious attention because of the gestating elf bug. For them, a plant capable of nurturing an elf bug was valuable. In their eyes, elf bugs were a symbol of nobility, an embellishment of power. List looked at the cordyceps tree in front of him, feeling very pleased. Although the beehive has claimed the lives of 16 serfs, leaving me heartbroken, there is gain for every loss. We have acquired a new crop and an elf bug thanks to that. I now bestow upon this tree the name Rubber Tree. This rubber tree was different from the rubber trees on Earth, it was just borrowing the name. The impending elf bug would then become known as the Rubber Tree Elf Bug. Night had fallen. After collecting some rubber samples and carrying the poisonous beehive, they also collected some of the bees' corpses, and headed back. Upon returning to the port town, they immediately found wooden planks to make a box, and put the beehive into the box. Teacher Marcus, the bees' poison sacs can be collected. By concentrating the bee venom and refining it, we may obtain a potent poison, Lee-Ct suggested. Speaking of poisons, the rapid growth poison thorn of Fresh Flower Town was truly toxic. Its prickly thorns would cut the skin and cause ulceration and scarring, but wouldn't kill a person. However, when refined and tempered on the blade of a weapon, even ordinary beasts would convulse upon being struck, if not entirely incapacitated. Even when used against magical beasts with magic power, it could deal a serious blow, weakening the magical beast for a short period and causing its recovery abilities to decline significantly for a long time thereafter. It would have a similar effect on knights as well. Using poison wasn't a noble deed, it violated the chivalrous values of knights who favored straightforward charges. But a toxin that merely caused weakness was tolerable. War naturally called for diverse strategies, and one couldn't rely solely on fiery passion. The loser is the villain, and the victor the king. Only the victor has the right to display noble virtues. The loser faces death, bankruptcy, or servitude as a serf, anyway, far removed from nobility. Marcus understood this principle and nodded immediately. I will have people collect all the bee carcasses, extract the poison sacs and refine the toxins. Good. The next morning, Lee-Ct took a boat back to Fresh Flower Town, leaving Marcus and the others to continue overseeing the construction of the port town. The first thing he did upon returning to the castle was to order the servants to clean up the beehive. Mrs. Abby, have your people pick out all the bee pupae from the beehive, and then scrape off the honey. First experiment on small animals to see if it's toxic. If not, it's to be included in my recipes. Oh my god, what a huge wasp nest, sir, you can look forward to enjoying delicious bee pupae. When I was a kid, I often dug up wasp nests to find those cute, tasty pupae to cook with. And this honey, look, it's just so golden and tempting. Mrs. Abby circled the massive poison bee nest, inspecting it excitedly from every angle. Since coming to the castle in Fresh Flower Town, under List's deliberate and inadvertent guidance, she had become a top-class chef renowned far and near. Everyone said, Mrs. Abby is so skillful and creative, Mrs. Abby's dishes are astonishing, Mrs. Abby's mind is full of delicious food, which greatly pleased her. She had thrown herself into the innovation of developing new dishes and there was no stopping her. As a result, the castle not only hired a serf who was a chef to be her assistant but also employed 2 new kitchen maids. The chef was Julia, a serf bought from the Eagle Kingdom, who had no surname. The 2 kitchen maids, Ali and Kelsey, were also serfs bought from the Eagle Kingdom, without surnames. Unlike the Duchy of Sapphire, many serfs in the Eagle Kingdom didn't have surnames. They cultivated the land generation after generation, with little mobility, essentially not needing surnames. For example, Paris and Maggie, the sisters, didn't have surnames. Boarding and Huntra, who assisted Frank Dreggs in winemaking, also didn't have surnames. Whereas in the founding history of the Duchy of Sapphire, a large number of serfs were bought, and to facilitate census and strict control of the serfs, all were forced to take surnames. Noble vocabulary was not allowed to be used, which directly resulted in the surnames of the commoners being a mishmash of lowly words. Before becoming a noble, List's ancestor's surname was the lowly word Tile. Only after rising alongside the tulip great elf did the surname change to the noble word tulip. While Mrs. Abby was busy fussing with the poison bee nest, List began training the 8 little blizzard beasts. Following his instructions, new nameplates had already been hung on each of the blizzard beasts' necks. Storm, Flame, Come. Woof woof. Woo. Using jerky as an enticement was the quickest way to strengthen the bond. The chubby blizzard beasts couldn't resist the jerky and quickly pounced on List, licking both his hands and the jerky. Storm had a green nameplate on its neck, and Flame had a red one. Following the method summarized when training Dawson, he practiced with the 2 little blizzard beasts. He continued on to the other 3 dog kennels. Rock wore a yellow nameplate, Surge had a deep blue nameplate, Thunder had a purple nameplate, Light had a white nameplate, Ice Snow wore a light blue nameplate, and Shadow had a black nameplate. The names of the 8 blizzard beasts corresponded to the 8 magic attributes of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, light, ice, and shadow. It didn't mean much and didn't fit their physical characteristics, it was merely for differentiation. After running through a round of training, an hour and a half had passed, and List took the milk tea handed over by the butler and drank it down in one go. The workload is too much, training dogs is such a waste of energy and time. He had a premonition that as the blizzard beasts grew up, he would probably have no spare time left to write Dragons Fight in the Wild. It looks like it'll really have to be a history book series for my lifetime. Chapter 285, a series of loyalties. After training the dog, the sky had completely darkened, and the castle was in the midst of preparing the evening's dishes. List went upstairs to have a chat with Sea Sprite Ake, a routine he had established. Talking with the innocent and lively Ake was a way to relax his mind. List, look, I've copied Frito's fireball technique, and now I can also create water arrows on the back of my hand, Sea Sprite Ake said happily. She conjured a water arrow on the back of her hand and, with a gentle push, the water arrow flew out of the window like a sharp bolt. Learning magic was like getting a new toy for her, full of nothing but joy. Look, look, not only can my right hand create water arrows on the back, but my left can do it too, hee hee. Next I plan to try creating them with my knee. What do you think of that idea? Apart from amazement, Liz didn't know what to say. It wasn't difficult for a magician to create fireballs with different parts of their body, but it was still technically challenging for magic apprentice Frito Truth to do it with the back of his hand. After all, magic apprentices could not be compared with magicians, especially in terms of mental control, they were far too weak. That Sea Sprite Ake could use both hands to create water arrows on the back, and learn it within a few days, was astonishing. Ake, how did you think of using your knee to create water arrows? The Truth seniors who wrote the magic books said that the most important thing for magicians is to have imagination and creativity. Ake noticed that no one used their knees to cast spells. If Ake succeeds, I can also write a book, it will be called Ake Lloyd's Truth's Water Arrow Technique, hee hee. Yes, Ake, you already qualify to write a book. It seems you have a profound understanding of the water arrow spell. I will need to find more books on water magic for you as soon as possible. The inheritance of magicians is rather secretive, and aside from simple basic magic, which has specific magic books for introduction and mutual discussion of new casting methods, there are no books passing down advanced magic. It's like the Chi secret technique of the Knights and the cultivation secrets of the Sky Knights, which are incredibly hard to come by. The Tulip family, despite years of hard work, did not possess even a single Chi secret technique. Had it not been for the guidance of the Smoke Mission, List would never have obtained the Eye of Magic. It seems like I need to have a serious talk with Elkerson. In List's view, Elkerson was a magician who highly valued enjoyment, and therefore, there was a good chance of obtaining magical inheritance from him, as long as one was willing to pay. For the sake of Ake's path as a water mage, List gritted his teeth and was willing to bear the cost. After all, Ake's strength ensured greater security for sailing. Imagine, with a water mage accompanying the journey, there would be no fear of any sea monsters. Even if Ake did not have the talent to become an archmage, advancing to the level of a grand magician was still a formidable combat power. Hearing what List said, Ake nodded happily. Thank you, List. Ake, why don't you call me brother? In 3 seconds, List decided to bind the future water mage with the bonds of kinship. Ake tilted her head, pondering seriously, but Ake is already 41 years old, and you, List, are only 17. You're a sea sprite, and I'm a human, so you can't count age like that. I'm already an adult human, and you're a minor sea sprite, so you should call me brother. Oh, okay, brother. You're such a good girl, Ake. Here brother has a gift for you, a black pearl that you can use to study the magic runes and magic arrays written about in the magic books. List took out a fist-sized black pearl and handed it to Sea Sprite Ake. He had harvested a total of 16 black pearls from the Tridacna giant clams. A black pearl the size of a wash basin was still lying quietly in the gemstone space, waiting for the right moment to be crafted into a coming sea pearl. Of the two basketball-sized black pearls, one had already been made into a coming sea pearl, and the other was soon to be made into another one. 3 sea bowl-sized black pearls, unused. 10 black pearls about the size of a fist, 2 sold to Levi's, 2 ground up to treat Dragon Hollyhock, 1 given to Marquis Merlin, 1 given as payment to Grandini Truth for calculating rewards, and 1 more given to Ake, leaving 3 remaining. Holding the black pearls, Ake smiled radiantly. Wow, such beautiful black pearls. I can feel many water attribute magic elements, as gentle as little babies holding hands, just like a natural magicry. Thank you, brother. I will study the black pearls carefully, and learn magic runes and magic rays. Study hard. I still have a few black pearls, and when the time comes, you can help me make them into magic equipment. Ake will work hard. The sea sprite clenched her little fists, her expression invigorated, a stark contrast to the cautious demeanor she had when they first met, now lively and adorable. One couldn't help but reach out and tousle her deep blue hair. He truly hoped that Ake would make progress quickly so that she could help make the coming sea pearl. After all, the costs for all the materials requested by Grandini Truth to make a coming sea pearl were astronomical. The last coming sea pearl had cost him a fist-sized black pearl. Poking Jayla, who was stubbornly nestled within her shell, List left the room. The castle's banquet commenced. In Fresh Flower Town, covered with snow and ice, there were not many lights at night, hence work ended relatively early. Only the brewing workshop continued to operate through the night. Baron, I've heard that Lass and Griffin have sworn loyalty to you and have been assigned to carry out missions? Ronto Wadapot suddenly asked before the banquet began. Yes. Rondo hopes to follow the Baron. I accept your allegiance. List was not surprised by Rondo's request and responded directly. Thereafter came the ceremony of a night swearing fealty, officially establishing the relationship between the follower and the landlord. This meant that Rondo's fate was now in List's hands, and in turn, List would bring him greater glory. With Rondo leading the way, Rick Trace, Nemo, and others also declared their allegiance to List. Among the officials of Fresh Flower Town, Isaiah, who had not yet followed List, took this opportunity to request to follow as well. Fresh Flower Town was no longer the remote rural town it used to be, and List was no longer the timid second son of the Earl. Fresh Flower Town was bound to rise alongside List, and everyone understood that not following him now would put them at a disadvantage later, as more people would gather around him. After all, the early followers would certainly be held in higher esteem by the landlord than the new ones. Seeing the young people one by one perform the knight's loyalty ceremony, Zambrata, who was not young anymore, hesitated. He came to Fresh Flower Town seeing the potential in List, hoping to leverage List's rise to reclaim noble glory. However, such hasty allegiance was not what he desired. As a former honored knight, he had his moments of glory and remembered well the distinction between himself and the common folk. Even stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner, he still held on to his pride. Coupled with his talent for learning and his arrogance, he was reluctant to lower his status easily. However, the current situation no longer allowed for his aloofness. Not following today would surely be noted by List. Since I'm going to follow sooner or later, I might as well be straightforward about it. List is certain to emulate the Earl's glory and become one of the new nobles. I can't miss this opportunity. Making up his mind, he immediately knelt on one knee. Zambrata wishes to swear loyalty to the Baron. Chapter 286, The Secret Magic Trade. All the town officials pledged allegiance, and there were no outsiders left in Fresh Flower Town. Of course, apart from the unity of the people being stronger than before, there didn't seem to be much change. Whether now or before, as the son of an earl, List's authority had never been shaken. The atmosphere at the banquet was merry. As a landlord, he inevitably drank a few extra glasses of fresh flower brew, the specialty of Fresh Flower Town, and felt slightly tipsy. When the banquet ended, he held back Mr. Elkson. Mr. Elkson, please wait a moment. Baron, what instructions do you have for me? If I remember correctly, you are skilled in earth system and water system magic. Indeed, you have a good memory. Then, I would like to purchase some spellcasting knowledge of the water system magic from you. Seeing Mr. Elkson furrow his brows slightly in hesitation, List added, it's indeed a bit abrupt and impolite to propose buying magic from a magician, but please believe that I am merely curious about magic, and I will pay an adequate amount of gold coins. Mr. Elkson pondered for a moment. He looked around to make sure there were no eavesdroppers nearby before hesitantly speaking. Baron, as you know, I am not a sanctimonious or obsessive magician. My love for gold coins far exceeds my quest for truth. I am very willing to assist you in obtaining magic books and produce magic potions, but selling magic could completely ruin my reputation. Nothing about our transaction of magic will leak from my side. You also needn't worry about an unidentified magician suddenly appearing. I myself will not learn magic, as I am well aware of the dangers of a knight learning magic. Given that, I am willing to sell magic. If the price is right, I need all the water system magic you possess. Are you not interested in the other types of magic? Since selling one type of magic was the same as selling multiple, Mr. Elkson naturally hoped to sell more. I am proficient in earth system and water system, and I have some knowledge in wind system, fire system, and ice system as well. Currently, I have mastered 16 types of magic. If you purchase them all, Baron, I could offer a discount. Originally, List had only intended to purchase water system magic. But after hearing what he said, it seemed like a good idea to buy all of them. After all, who knows if they might be useful in the future. First, determine the price of the magic. If it's reasonable, I will buy all of it. If the price is too high, I am only willing to buy the water system magic. Although I am a landlord, I am the head of a large household with limited spare gold coins for frivolous spending, as you well know. List started bargaining. He wasn't prepared to let Mr. Elkson name an outrageous price, as Coral Island was not home to the only magician. The 4 spells that a magic apprentice can master: water arrow spell, flying rock technique, fireball technique, wind blade spell, can be learned from magic books, Mr. Elkson said. I mainly have mastery over spells at the magician stage, including water systems water arrow barrage, water wheel wall, water bullet, water whirlpool, earth systems rock spike, earth wall, rolling rock, rock cannon, earth elevation platform, fire systems great fireball, fire wall, dancing fire snakes, wind systems light body skill, multiple wind blades, and ice systems ice blade, and rock grenade at the grand magician stage. What's the price? For the magician stage, one spell costs 2 gold coins. The grand magician's rock grenade costs 20 gold coins. In total, that is. He counted on his fingers twice, 50 gold coins in total. This is an absolute bargain. Even if I were to exchange spells with fellow magicians, the cost would not be any lower. Frankly, the price wasn't too expensive. Still, List felt a pinch in his heart as he shelled out 50 gold coins at once. His liquid assets were not abundant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's hold off on the rock grenade for now. I'll buy your 15 spells for 30 gold coins. However, I can promise that as long as you can bring more spells, I will continue to purchase them at today's prices. You should believe in my potential for growth. Buying spells is not difficult for me." Elkson nodded in agreement, slightly disappointed not to have sold the rock grenade for 20 gold coins. "Of course, Baron, your future is as vast as the sea. Then, I shall return to write the casting methods for the spells, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." List took out 30 gold coins and handed them to the other party. "A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Elkson." He was not afraid that the other party would run away with the money, as this was Coral Island. "A pleasure doing business, Baron." With the motivation of gold coins, Elkson delivered the written casting methods for 4 water system spells to the castle the next day and continued to write the remaining spells. List handed them directly to the sea serpent. "Ake, I have found 4 new spells for you. These are spells that only magicians can grasp, and I don't know if you can learn them right away. If you can't master them, then meditate more to strengthen your spiritual power." "Thank you, brother. Ake will definitely work hard to learn and strive to become a sea serpent magician, hee hee. By the way, it's your day to replenish water at the sea. Don't rush to read the spells. Let's go play at the beach for 2 hours." Yes. Ake indeed needs to change the seawater in her shell. This water isn't fresh anymore. Ake stirred the seawater in her shell with her hand, which still looked crystal clear. It was unclear how the sea serpent determined whether the water was fresh or not. At the seaside, snowflakes drifted down, as winter had not yet ended, expected to cease snowing in mid-February. This strange world's climate and hydrology are vastly different from Earth's. For example, List recently discovered an important piece of information. In Fresh Flower Town during winter, the lengths of day and night are equal, neither longer days and shorter nights nor vice versa. This corroborates his previous assumption. If this world is a planet, then it does not have an axial tilt in its rotation or revolution. He also reviewed some Knight's novels, which seemed to imply that the whole continent experienced winter and summer at the same pace. As for temperature variations, the countries in the southern part of the continent are often depicted in the Knight's novels as not having snowy weather. There's even one novel that talks about the far south of the continent. It mentions there's a country called Flame Country, where the weather is steaming hot all year round. Does this suggest that the southernmost tip of the continent is close to the planet's equator? In other words, is it possible that the continent where I am located is just a part of the northern hemisphere of a planet and not the entirety of the world? The sea serpent Ake was thoroughly enjoying her bath in the sea, occasionally emitting tinkling laughter. Jaela soared above the coast, watching Ake, and every now and then shouting, "Wow! Dowson lay in the snowy ground, with storm and flame crawling all over it. It was unclear whether it realized these two puppies were its offspring, but it tolerated their climbing and biting. List, on the other hand, continued to ponder astronomical geography. If that's the case, this suggests that the continent's southernmost point is near the equator, but the northernmost point is far from the North Pole, making it not a very large landmass. Although it feels vast in actual area, the total area of the continent may well exceed the land area of Earth. Chapter 286, Incredible Area. The units of measurement in this world are not the same as those on Earth. As a sole transmigrator, he didn't bring any items that could be used for comparison to determine whether this was a world of giants or ants. He could only deduce the breadth of this world based on the proportions of his own body. According to his research, his height had grown to about 1.87 meters, making him the tallest person in the Tulip family. Assuming that he and his earthly self are the same size. Coral Island is roughly equivalent to the area of a prefecture-level city in China, with an average area of 10,000 square kilometers. Red Crab Island is comparable to the area of a medium-sized province, with an average area of 100,000 square kilometers. Then, the Duchy of Sapphire has more than 10 islands the size of Red Crab Island, including the much larger Blue Dragon Island. All the islands combined have an area of approximately 2 million square kilometers, roughly a fifth the size of China. The Duchy of Sapphire is just a remote archipelago on the edge of the continent and is likely smaller than other duchies and grand duchies. Its suzerain, the Steel Ridge Kingdom, has 7 vassal states, and their combined area already exceeds that of China, and the area of the Steel Ridge Kingdom itself is twice as large as all its vassal states combined. That is to say, the area of the Steel Ridge Kingdom combined with its vassal states is equivalent to the size of the Asian continent, 45 million square kilometers. The rival of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, has a slightly smaller area and 1 fewer vassal state, with a total area of about 30 million square kilometers. The neighbor of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, is larger and has more vassal states, totaling over 60 million square kilometers in area. The total area of these 3 kingdoms, along with some deserted islands nearby, exceeds the sum of Earth's land area, 149 million square kilometers. But these 3 kingdoms are just tucked away in the northeastern corner of the continent. The entire continent's area is probably 20 times the size of the 3 kingdoms combined. After all, the area of any single empire on the continent is larger than several kingdoms put together. In this land, List clearly knew, there were 3 existing empires: Neverfall Empire, Blue Dragon Empire, and Kushan Imperial. Earth's surface area seems to be 500 million square kilometers. This continent's area is almost 3 billion square kilometers, equivalent to the combined surface area of 6 Earths. It sounds unbelievable. But that is indeed the case. The land is so vast that for the Sapphire Duchy, which is located in the northeastern corner of the continent, news from states on the other end of the continent relies not on rumors but legends. Legends say that the Emperor of the Neverfall Empire has been on the throne for 200 years. Legends say that in the Neverfall Empire there is a windhole valley where storms rage year-round. A continent of 3 billion square kilometers. It took List a long time to accept this fact. However, based on his recent collection of data on day and night duration, seasonal changes, continental temperature variation, and more, there are even more incredible facts awaiting verification. If I haven't completely forgotten my high school geography knowledge, the information at hand suggests that this continent is just a small piece of land in the northern hemisphere. It hasn't even crossed the equator, nor has it approached the pole. Across the equator, the temperature of the continent would gradually decrease, but the hottest countries are at the southernmost tip of the continent, suggesting it hasn't crossed the equator. Nearing the pole, not to mention the ice and snow, the sun should be hovering around the horizon, but now the sun is just slightly tilted above the head, which means it's still far from the pole. The position of the continent may even be between the tropical and temperate zones, not even entering the frigid zone. After all, the sun is always above the head, never very slanted. He felt. Based on Earth's geographic location, that would be roughly equivalent to the Southeast Asia region. So, if I'm living on a sphere, just how big is this sphere? With his limited imagination, he was unable to unravel the complex equation of given the surface area of a sphere, find its volume, so he couldn't compare it to Earth. Is there another land beyond this continent? In the legends of the Duchy of Sapphire, beyond the Sea of Azure Waves lies the Devil Sea, where devils roam. Even dragon knights cannot cross the Devil Sea. It seems that besides the continent, the rest of this world is an endless ocean. No one knows what lies beyond the sea, nor is anyone curious. The vast and boundless continent is enough to captivate the gaze of all nobles. List still remembered that when he once marveled at the endless wealth of the sea, Marcus was quite dismissive, only thinking of making a name for himself on the continent. Looking back now, the difficulty of developing the sea is immense, let alone crossing the Devil Sea, Even navigating within the sea of azure waves is fraught with danger at every moment. Ghost ship, Dulu Mikita. He suddenly remembered again. That's right, I almost forgot about Philip, descendant of the Sun's diary. That descendant of the child of the sun who shares the same lineage as the old Tanner, must have come from another continent, cast away to this place. So there must definitely be new continents, and with them, new human civilizations. That drift bottle, which stores a 3060 ghost for the sole purpose of communication, the craftsmanship in its making and the miraculous use of magic, all show that it comes from a highly developed magic society. Thinking thus, he pulled out the drift bottle from the gemstone space, feeling its special metallic texture and admiring its exquisitely carved patterns, which he had done countless times. He had also speculated innumerable times, but in the end, he hadn't figured out anything. Maybe one day, the smoke mission will release another task related to the child of the sun, and then I'll be able to make use of this drift bottle. Speaking of which, I've collected so much of the old Tanner's fresh blood over the past half a year, enough to open the drift bottle hundreds of times, right? Whenever he had some free time, he would ask the old Tanner for some blood. Then he would have Jessie send many tonics to the old Tanner, fearing that he might die from excessive blood loss. Perhaps it was because regular bleeding was beneficial to his health, or maybe the tonics had an effect, but the old Tanner seemed to be getting younger as he lived. List even heard Butler Carter mention that the old Tanner had discussed with Jessie whether he should find a wife, maybe with some effort, he could even have a son. List did not interfere with this. On the contrary, he hoped that the old Tanner could find a wife, and better yet, produce offspring, so that he could collect more blood from the descendants of the sun and open the drift bottle repeatedly. After fiddling for a moment, he put away the drift bottle. List casually took out a piece of rubber to study. The rubber from the rubber tree, he planned to meticulously explore and figure out all of its properties. First was its hardness. The rubber, once set, was as hard as the marble used to build castles. Second was its fire resistance. Flame had no effect on it, it was completely fireproof like stone. Water resistant, it did not change when immersed in water and also reacted chemically with practically none of the liquids List could find. It had an extremely strong adhesive quality, but since it had already set by the time he brought it back, he could only determine that when it was stuck to wood, it was almost fused with the wood as one. Yet it was very light, almost the same as plastic. Based on the data I have now, this variety of rubber could at least serve as an alternative to cement. But it's completely unusable as cement, considering how little rubber a single rubber tree can produce. Chapter 287, A Sudden Grapple and Slam. New models of rubber still required a lot of data analysis, and a method for collecting and preserving rubber also needed to be found. Although he was a man of action, he was not impetuous, but rather he paid great attention to personal pleasure. Only after satisfying his personal enjoyment would he consider striving for improvement. Baron, your retainer Knight Philip Will has returned from Tulip Castle and brought back a message. Miss Lee Vera has expressed her discontent with the fresh flower soap you sent as a birthday gift, Butler Carter reported in a serious manner. Fresh flower soap had become List's standard gift. He smiled slightly. I am reminding her that personal hygiene is very important. Fresh flower soap is not cheap, she can easily wash with one and toss it away. The soap-making workshop in Fresh Flower Town gradually expanded its scale, successfully crushing Baron Henderson's soap business and forcing him to switch to supplying washing powder. That is to say, Fresh Flower Soap had already taken over the Coral Island market. Moreover, under the leadership of merchants Sherlock and Abigail, they cooperated with Tulip Castle and Bear Castle respectively, shipping far and wide to other islands, with the market expanding day by day. The exquisite fresh flower soaps easily outcompeted the old-fashioned soaps, thus profits were continuously increasing. Even in winter, when bathing was less frequent, a net profit of 5 gold coins per day was still achievable. In the present situation, where the seafood business had completely slumped and fresh flower brew had yet to hit the market, the castle was wholly reliant on the income from fresh flower soap. As for the peanut processing workshop and the small town's taxes, the revenue was minimal. What surprised List was that, even in the cold winter, the 2 public baths could bring in dozens of silver coins in revenue each day. Merchants from other places, as well as nobles from North Valley City, would rather travel by carriage to Fresh Flower Town just for a hot bath. Some people would stop over in Fresh Flower Town. Because there were so many people stopping over, the commercial district specially allocated 2 two-story wooden houses in the name of castle-owned businesses, one to serve as a hotel, the other as a restaurant, and there were plans to open a pub as well. The popularity of the small town was growing, which also began to thrive the businesses of the commoners. Reynard's Bakery could sell all kinds of bread every day. The old tanner from the tanner shop hired 4 apprentices to help and pass on the craft. The general store was busy to the point where Harriet's family, including Maggie, had to help in sales. Even those selling eggs, vegetables, and wild fruits always managed to empty their baskets. More and more merchant caravans came to do business in Fresh Flower Town, and the purses of the more than 2,000 serfs in the territory were bulging, with their desire to spend growing. Even the comedy troupe from North Valley City would often came to perform in Fresh Flower Town and receive quite a few tips. At least when List watched the performance, he would always toss up a few silver coins. He purely spent money to hire the comedy troupe for a performance to enrich the leisure life of the town's residents. He even specifically ordered the Square Inches, the small town, to have several gigantic snowmen built. Those huge snowmen, as tall as a 3-story wooden house, could be clearly seen from inside the castle, and the town's children loved to run around them. The snowman had a name, called Snow Treasure. "What are you doing, Paris?" When List walked out of the castle, he saw the female mercenary also building a snowman, seemingly trying to replicate the snowman in the town square. "The castle is too monotonous, it should have a snow treasure. Have you completed your serpent script teaching lesson for today? Today is Sunday, according to the rules you made, we can take a day off every Sunday." Paris earnestly continued piling up the snowman, although it looked quite ugly. "Since you're idle with nothing to do, come and have a fight with me." "Can we not fight?" "Without transforming, I'm no match for you at all, Baron." "It's meaningless for you to fight with me," Paris responded. "That's not appropriate to say. I'm now prepared to use a fine steel longsword and not restrain your light and shadow tug anymore, earnestly depending on basic strength to refine my combat prowess," List stated. Paris stood up. "As you wish." In the open snowy field, List, holding a fine steel longsword, didn't use the Eye of Magic, and fought earnestly against Paris. The effect of light and shadow tug was quite evident. Without the boost from the Crimson Blood Sword, he found himself floundering at times. But the benefit of long-term medicine use became apparent. Even without the Crimson Blood Sword, he still had ample chi to rectify mistakes. Clang! The fine steel longsword collided with Paris's greatsword, sparking flames. The great strength bestowed upon Paris by the Black Dragon Child was dissolved by List's chi, and this collision resulted in a draw. The subsequent clashes still did not determine who had the upper hand. Without using chi secret techniques and gemstone weapons, List was on par with Paris, who did not transform, with their combat power being almost at the same level. List was panting heavily. He was not so talented that he could rapidly break through in a single battle and defeat an opponent of the same level. Paris across from him was also gasping for air, her full chest heaving, and her hands holding the greatsword began to tremble, again. Clang! The fine steel longsword clashed with the greatsword once more. This time, List's hand holding the fine steel longsword suddenly emitted a slight cracking sound, and in the next moment, half of the blade spun and flew away. Paris raised her eyebrow upon seeing this and charged without hesitation. She harbored the thought of seizing the moment to crush List in one fell swoop. "My sword is actually not as sturdy as Paris's greatsword, this is bad," List thought anxiously, as he certainly did not want to lose to Paris. In the recent live combat drills, he had been utterly dominating Paris and had grown accustomed to victory. However, having been bullied for so long, Paris naturally knew that her chance was rare, and this was the moment to turn the tables on List. Hi-ah! The greatsword whistled fiercely, forcing List, who was holding on to half a broken sword, to continuously retreat. Facing such a dangerous situation, List slowly calmed down, his mind cleared and he furiously thought about how to respond. Suddenly, he thought of a plan. As Paris raised the greatsword once more, preparing to swing, he did not back down but moved forward, like a nimble leopard, rushing towards the wide-open Paris. His hands clasped around her waist and he forcefully executed a bear hug takedown. Knightly combat almost never saw such close-quarters fighting. Paris was too slow to react, and List managed to take the initiative and get close. By the time she thought to counterattack, she was already falling to the ground with List. Due to inertia, the two rolled like tumbling gourds. To prevent Paris from retaliating, List held on very tight, forcing Paris to be unable to twist her body, and her greatsword was thrown away as well. After 5 or 6 rolls, they stopped. The fight also came to a stalemate, with List holding Paris, unable to attack further, and Paris unable to strike back, with neither side able to do anything to the other. However, just as List felt the body he was holding soften, he suddenly realized he was being pressed down by Paris. Her full chest was right against his head, a large area of roundness and elasticity pressing continuously against his face, almost suffocating him. "You can let go of me now." Paris's voice was unusually soft. List, not the least bit embarrassed, maintained his original posture. "How about a draw?" "Whatever you want." "Okay." He then let go. Paris propped herself up with her arms and rolled off him. The air became fresh again, and List took deep breaths. Looking at the blushing Paris, who seemed to want to stand up but lacked the strength, he said, If my fine steel longsword hadn't suddenly broken, this live duel would have ended in a more composed draw, with no need for such a disgraceful struggle. Chapter 288, Dowson's new magic. Brushing the snow off his body, List had recovered his usual elegance. Despite a lingering hint of having been suffocated on his face, his gaze was exceptionally clear. A vigorous battle was enough to dispel the restlessness stemming from physiological urges. He picked up the greatsword that Paris had dropped on the ground and found that, despite many collisions, the blade had not worn at all. Your greatsword, the craftsmanship is exquisite. We've fought over a dozen times, and I've never seen it damaged. It must be more than just fine steel. Paris took back her greatsword, with traces of flush still on her beautiful face and the sound of her slightly panting breath exuding a uniquely feminine laziness. Her eyes sparkled brightly. This greatsword comes from the collection of a viscount in the Maple Leaf Duchy. I'm not sure about the level of its craftsmanship, but it caught my eye, so I took it. After all, as a female thief, she spoke of pilfering as if it were only natural. List noticed the sweat on her face and that the thin undershirt inside her leather armor was also damp with sweat. So, he said, the fight's over, go back and take a bath and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold in this weather. I need to change as well, let's go. As soon as he had turned around, he heard Paris call out, Baron. What is it? List turned back to look at her. Paris sheathed her greatsword behind her back and flashed a brilliant smile, her voice as sweet as syrup. Thanks for your concern, you're a good person. PFFT. List received his second nice guy card. Of course, these were real nice guy cards, representing a genuinely nice person. He waved his hand and, without looking back, walked away nonchalantly. He left Paris standing there, biting her lip, her eyes conveying an alluring gaze as she watched his figure for a while before following. In the castle's bathhouse, he was soaking in the indoor hot spring while casually calling forth the smoke mission. He discovered that the serpent script transformed by the smoke serpent script had changed. Mission completed. A rubber tree elf bug is awarded. The killer bees had flown away for good, the danger declared over. Then, another transformation occurred, and a new mission appeared. Mission: Dowson has been feeling itchy lately. It senses that its magic power is ready to burst forth and seeks release but doesn't know how to do so. Releasing rock spikes doesn't relieve the urge, and as its master, it's your duty to solve this problem for Dowson. Reward: a new magic for Dowson. List's eyebrows twitched. He instantly realized that Dowson was beginning to comprehend a second kind of magic. The previous rock spikes, or multiple stone spikes, could only be considered a single type of magic, just like the purple sand crocodile that mastered water arrow barrage would surely release the soul water arrow spell as a precursor skill. Dowson's second magic, does it require my help? But I have no research on Earth system magic. The handful of Earth system magic spells that Elkerson sent could be used for reference, perhaps. Earth wall? Rolling rock? Earth elevation platform? Or the rock grenade I didn't purchase? After bathing, he immediately pulled out the thick vellum where the spells of these Earth system magic were recorded and memorized their theories in detail. He prepared to assist Dowson in verifying each one to determine which it would comprehend. If it's an earth wall, have the serfs come and pile up some walls. If it's rolling rock, have the serfs push stones to roll on the ground, or they could simply roll snowballs. If it's earth elevation platform, they can also pile up snow for Dowson to grasp the concept. It was impossible for Dowson to understand the principles behind spells, he could only follow its instincts and offer a spark of inspiration. Having planned everything, he immediately sprang into action. The simplest task was to roll a snowball, something even the servants in the castle could do. Tom, Thomas, Jesse, Parker, Jim, and John took turns pushing the snowball across the meadow, making it roll continuously. List led Dowson, incessantly urging it to cast magic. But no matter how grand the scene of rolling snowballs was, Dowson could still only cast rock spike. After half an hour of back and forth effort, there was no sign of a new magic breakthrough. The plan failed. Switched to the earth elevation platform, List ordered his servants to start piling the snow to construct a series of platforms. The earth elevation platform magic involved using earth system magic power to raise and lower the ground. Whether it was because the imitation wasn't accurate enough, or because this wasn't the magic Dowson was meant to comprehend, the servants, sweating profusely from the effort, watched as Dowson continued to cast only rock spike. The plan failed again. Switched to earth wall. Earth wall and earth elevation platform were similar in nature. They involved raising and lowering the ground to form a wall made half of rock and half of mud, capable of blocking some attacks. Casting this spell was quite a drain on one's magic power, and compared to rock spike, significantly more challenging. Serfs toiled to dig several walls. Still, it didn't trigger any reaction from Dowson. A day went by, and Dowson hadn't comprehended anything. On the second day, List repeated the process, but Dowson still had no breakthrough. Sometimes it seemed like Dowson was on the verge of casting a new spell, but after struggling for a long time, it would still only produce a rock spike. Without inspiration, it always failed at the last hurdle. Just as he pondered how to help Dowson grasp a new magic, Jayla somehow got out. She didn't continue soaking in the sea sprite's shell but instead started crying out woo-wah, picking up snow from the ground, forming it into small snowballs, and hurling them at Dowson. Feeling slighted by List's excessive closeness to Dowson in the past 2 days, she was quite displeased. So the snowballs served as her weapon of choice. Dowson was hit by the little snowballs but showed no reaction. It simply didn't care about Jayla's feeble combat ability. It was precisely this disregard that suddenly enraged Jayla. Forgetting List's ban, she raised her hand and scattered seeds, with thorns quickly sprouting among Dowson's fur. In just a moment, they wrapped Dowson into a bundle. List didn't intervene. He felt somewhat frustrated by the notion of sparing the rod, spoiling the child, having taught Dowson for 3 days without it grasping any magic. He found it foolish. So the arrogant Jayla started her onslaught, the rapidly growing thorns painfully pricking Dowson, causing it to howl in pain. Expecting List to help stop Jayla, but seeing him unconcerned, Dowson couldn't endure any longer and leapt up in pursuit of her. But Jayla could fly, and however high it jumped, it couldn't bite her. Seeing there was no solution, Dowson became extremely agitated, its dog eyes nearly bloodshot, rock spikes thrusting chaotically. List thought the lesson was almost sufficient and was about to stop Jayla from continuing her ravage. Suddenly, Dowson opened its dog mouth, and a surge of magic power shot out, condensing into a rock mass in the air and whistling straight toward Jayla. The triumphant Jayla, terrified by the flying rock, shuddered violently and fell straight out of midair. The rock grazed over its head and violently exploded midair, flinging stones and kicking up a spray of snowflakes. This was evidently a new spell. Dowson had indeed cast a new magic, though it missed. It furiously lunged forward again, mouth open, ready to tear Jayla apart on the ground. "Stop, Dowson!" List hurriedly commanded, for Jayla was his treasure. Deep-seated obedience halted Dowson instantaneously, its gaze fixed on the Jayla just an arm's length away, growling fiercely. List quickly rushed over, picked up Jayla, and assured himself that Jayla wasn't hurt before he breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the still menacingly growling Dowson. He smiled. Chapter 289, The Moving Grenade Launcher on his palm. "You-ah." Jayla whined pitifully, trying to gain List's sympathy. But List's gaze was all on Dowson, as he had a servant come over to help tear off the thorns from Dowson's body. His mood was quite uplifted. In the dangerous situation just moments ago, Dowson had successfully released a brand new type of magic. It actually formed rocks in the air that could explode upon flying. Could this be the rock grenade that Mr. Elkson possesses, which only a grand magician can master? Mr. Elkson had the spell model for the rock grenade, but he himself could not cast spells, requiring the mental control of a grand magician to release magic of this level. The new magic of Dowson was very likely a more advanced type of magic. Woof woof. Dowson barked at List. It was probably accusing List of shielding the mischievous thorn-miner elf Jayla, but List wasn't going to punish Jayla. Instead, he ordered Jayla to immediately return to the worm room and not to come out. Then, he took out a few pieces of dried meat and tossed them to Dowson as a comfort and reward for learning the new magic. Once Dowson finished the dried meat, he immediately gave the command, "Dowson, cast the magic." Dowson opened its mouth. A rock spike burst out from the ground in the distance. "Not that one, it's the new magic you just learned. Come on, aim here and release it." List pointed to midair. Dowson looked confused for a good while before spitting out magic power. Whoosh, a rock about the size of a basin rapidly formed and exploded shortly after. He had already sent for Mr. Elkson. "Mr. Elkson, what do you think of the new magic Dowson has mastered?" "Which Earth system magic is it?" Elkson exclaimed in surprise. "This is a rock grenade, a very powerful Earth system magic." Dowson truly deserves to have completed the bloodline metamorphosis of an intermediate magical beast. It has successfully mastered the rock grenade that can only be learned by a grand magician. However, its rock grenade is a bit weak. I saw a grand magician cast it once, the rock formed was as big as a water jar. Weak was probably because Dowson was still unskilled. Once it mastered it with skill, the rock grenade could be greatly improved. Now, Dowson finally had an attack that could target the sky. It would no longer be passively getting hit by the Sky Knights and could instead take the initiative to attack. Just think, a briefly airborne Sky Knight jumps up to attack, and Dowson fires directly. A few rock grenades could certainly repel the attack of the Sky Knights. Well done, Dowson. Starting today we have a new training program. Follow my command, Dowson, rock grenade. Dowson looked dumbfounded. It took a long time before it spit out a rock grenade. It had yet to form a conditioned reflex to the command for the rock grenade. That would take time. But, regardless, Dowson now truly had the fighting power of an intermediate magical beast and could contend with the Sky Knights. Riding on Dowson, List was spirited, his heart filled with boundless pride. Now I can strut around on Coral Island, surely no one will raise objections. He even thought. With the combat power of Dowson and the potential future of the 8 little blizzard beasts, why would he need a night squad? He could directly lead an army of blizzard beasts into battle. Of course, the lands couldn't do without the support of the night class. After all, blizzard beasts had huge appetites, and without the development of the lands, they couldn't be sustained. Just the feeding and drinking for 9 blizzard beasts cost over 100 gold coins a month. Besides, on the battlefield, a night squad would also be needed to take care of the blizzard beasts, guiding them to participate in the battles. Relying solely on my command, the scene would look very ugly. However, I should probably be able to join the Earl in battle with this year's pioneer mandate, he contemplated. The desire to achieve merits was already stirring within him. Black Dragon Child Paris provided close protection while Dowson was the main damage dealer, and with the assistance of a night squad on the side, as well as the care of the Earl and Levi's, who incidentally took over the logistical defense work, they should be able to earn enough merits with minimal risk. Bit by bit, by the age of 20, he should be able to rely on his military achievements to be granted the title of Viscount and turn Black Horse Island into his own fiefdom. With his own island and the help of Smoke Mission, combined with the knowledge and vision of a transmigrator, he couldn't say how brilliant the future would be, but he was sure to ride a dragon. Task completed. Reward, new magic for Dowson, rock grenade. Task, Carpenter Carrasco has fallen deep in thought. He has helped the brewing workshop make many novel wooden tools, which have brought him too much inspiration, and made him realize that he does not enjoy making tables and chairs every day. He yearns to create. Please give him some guidance. Reward, mutation of the rubber tree elf bug. Teach Dowson the new magic. The task was immediately completed. But the newly released task surprised List. Does Carpenter Carrasco aspire to be a Luban? I'll give him a few creative ideas later. I can't do the wooden ox or huge repeating crossbow, but I can still suggest rocking chairs, drawers, unicycles, and curved plows. But what does the mutation of the rubber tree elf bug mean? A direct mutation into a minor elf? List felt it was unlikely. He had never heard of a plant directly giving birth to a minor elf. But apart from mutating into a minor elf directly, what other kinds of mutations could there be? He pondered for a long time without any clues and decided not to think about it anymore. Complete the task first. Carrasco, right? I admire craftsmen with creativity the most. List immediately ordered someone to look up information on Carpenter Carrasco and quickly received feedback. Carrasco was a serf bot from the Eagle Kingdom, currently working in the carpenter's shop. He was not an exceptionally skilled craftsman and was considered an oddity in the carpenter's shop. Other carpenters would take care of their own lives after work, but he had almost no life outside of work, spending all day staring blankly at wood. Sometimes he would even pick up wood and randomly craft strange things. For this, the town officials would scold him whenever they inspected the carpenter's shop. It seems that the limitations of the era have confined his thoughts, not giving him a proper environment to let his imagination fly, List thought to himself. He quickly took his retainer knights and hurried to the carpenter's shop, wanting to personally inspect Carrasco's carpentry work. Inside the carpenter's shop, sawdust was flying everywhere. After the serfs gave their respects and were scolded by the steward to continue their work, List went straight to Carrasco. Where are your woodworking creations that you've done in your spare time? Show them to me. Lord Landlord. Carrasco was half nervous and half not fluent in the language, stuttering through some serpent script. Don't be nervous, Carrasco, List said gently. In the town, he always presented himself as noble, gentle, and merciful. Those roles of playing the bad guy were left to other officials. Feeling the kindness of Lord Landlord, Carrasco finally relaxed and laid out his spare time woodworking creations one by one. Stools with 5 legs, chairs with backs on all sides, tables with triangular tops. The only thing that remotely looked decent were several teacups shaped like sea bowls. This wasn't creativity, it was a missing screw in the brain. List finally understood why the inspecting official scolded Carrasco. If not for the smoke mission, he too would have started scolding. How did he come up with chairs with backs on all sides? How was anyone supposed to sit in them, as a baby crib? A triangular tabletop, surely not afraid of someone being impaled? But since there was the smoke mission, he encouraged him with a smile. Carrasco, I can see you have lots of ideas. Chapter 290, Magic opens the door to a new world. Carrasco's serpent script was terrible, but even with a translator, smooth communication was impossible, because he always spoke in a halting, stammering manner, unable to fully articulate his thoughts. It was futile to expect these people, who had toiled away their whole lives without any formal education, to express themselves proficiently. Even if he had a myriad of ideas, being unable to express them made it all in vain. List didn't have time to waste on this. Since you're so full of ideas, I'm going to entrust you with some creativity and let you bring it to life, Carrasco. Can you do it? Lord Landlord, Carrasco, can do it. Very good. Do you see this blueprint? List pulled out a prepared blueprint, which depicted a rocking chair, this kind of chair that can rock. Do you understand it? Carrasco took the blueprint. After studying it intently for a full 10 minutes, he slowly nodded. I understand, Lord Landlord, Carrasco will do it. The blueprint was drawn in great detail, not just a single image, but with explanations from various angles, understandable by anyone who isn't a fool. A rocking chair was a very simple piece of furniture after all. In this world without rocking chairs, when the sun came out occasionally in winter, List could only sit in a hardback chair, unable to enjoy the drowsy ambience that comes with rocking. With a rocking chair, one could not only bask in the winter sun by the window, rocking and reading, but also cool off in the shade of an apple tree in summer. After leaving the carpenter's shop, he thought to himself, should a rocking chair be able to open Carrasco's mind, letting him unleash his creativity? If not, he was prepared to teach Carrasco other wooden inventions that were absent from this world, such as drawers, cradles, curved plows, unicycles, and curio shelves. If the rocking chair alone could complete the mission, List would still slowly invent these things. However, by then, he would arrange for skilled carpenters to build them. The carpenter's shop is time to be upgraded to a woodworking workshop, and it's time to expand. Rapid growth iron thorns will soon be mature, and soon the wooden products of Fresh Flower Town will become a new specialty. After all, they are made of ironwood. Desks and cabinets with drawers, rocking chairs and baby cradles that can sway, and curio shelves of unique design, suitable for noble collections, should all be popular. As for the curved plow and unicycle, List still hadn't decided whether to develop them. These tools could now be defined as strategic items. Once invented, they would greatly promote the development of productivity. But the technology involved in these tools was relatively low and easy to replicate. They could end up propelling not just the productivity of Fresh Flower Town but of the entire Duchy of Sapphire. He never denied his own selfishness. As a noble, of course, he wanted to keep the good things for himself. I should wait until I grow stronger then develop these strategic items one by one. By then, I'll be able to use the advantage of being first to quickly expand my power and achieve exponential growth. Right now, Fresh Flower Town's capacity is simply not enough to develop leaps and bounds through these means. Once he thought it through, he was no longer troubled. Returning to the castle, it was time to check on the progress of Sea Sprite's magical practice. Ake, how is it going? Can you cast Water Arrow Barrage now? Not yet, brother. A water arrow slowly emerged in Ake's hand, but he was still unable to condense a second arrow. It seems like Water Arrow Barrage isn't very difficult, but Ake just can't create a second arrow, even after trying many times. Is Ake very stupid? How could you be? List started stroking Ake's deep blue hair again, enjoying the silky and moist feel of it. Magical practice isn't achieved overnight. Compared to magicians who spend years learning just one water arrow spell, you are already a genius. Ake immediately grinned and said, yeah, Ake also thinks Ake is a genius. Then had nuzzled his head into List's hand. He enjoyed being petted by List. This gave Lee Ct a peculiar sense that he was engaged in a magical girl training program, nurturing a sea sprite, not yet adult, into a powerful magic platform. He felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Occasionally, he would remind himself, start with 3 years, with the highest penalty being death. His gaze swept past Ake's chests as he chuckled, don't you feel bored staying here all the time? Not at all, Ake really loves the current life. I can quietly read books and learn magic, and I don't have to worry about Dulu Mikita hunting me anymore. I thought you would love the ocean very much. Ake loves the ocean very much, but compared to magic, I have already lived there for 41 years. Once I learn lots of magic and can defeat Dulu Mikita, I can go out to the sea with brother and travel around. For now, I need to read books. She lifted a magic book from beside her, her face glowing with a pilgrim-like radiance. Magic had opened the doors to a new world for her. Ake will become an excellent water mage, I firmly believe this. Lee Ct stood up to leave. You quietly read your books and study magic. Fresh fruit has been placed on the table, help yourself if you want any. Also, keep an eye on Jayla, I've decided to ground it for 3 days as punishment. The sea sprite nodded. Hee, Ake will take good care of Jayla for brother. In the corner of the seashells, a small wah sounded. Although Carrasco's thoughts were a bit off the mark, under Lee Ct's guidance, he still crafted his first rocking chair within 2 days. Since this was his first attempt, and he had no experience, the rocking chair was crooked and didn't conform to ergonomics. When the rocking chair was delivered to the castle, Lee Ct almost failed to recognize that it was supposed to be a rocking chair. The sides were so unbalanced that it not only was uncomfortable to sit on but also felt like it would tip over at any moment when rocked. "Carrasco, sit on it yourself, and feel it," Lee Ct said calmly as he stood up. "Yes, Lord Landlord." Carrasco sat down and rocked with difficulty. Lee Ct asked, "What do you feel?" It seems less stable than a normal chair, and it pokes the bottom. The legs that allow for rocking need to be uniform, and the curve must be just right, not too big or too small. And the chair back that supports a reclining person must be flat and comfortable. Continue improving the rocking chair, and don't disappoint the expectations I have for you. Strive to make a qualified rocking chair. Why yes, Lord Landlord. Having had many interactions with serfs, Lee Ct no longer lost his temper easily, even if the serf was incredibly dim-witted, he just calmly accepted the fact. With the experiences and perspectives from his 2 lifetimes, he had a deeper understanding of problems. Serfs were uneducated with narrow outlooks and rigid thinking. Just as with the carpenters from Fresh Flower Town's carpenter's shop, aside from following instructions, they never thought to innovate or create new furniture or tools. Although Carrasco's ideas might have been off, at least he had ideas. When you make a qualified rocking chair, you will receive a reward from me. Now, get back to work seriously. Lee Ct waved his hand, and the servants escorted Carrasco and his chair out of the castle. He took a sip of fresh dragon breed milk tea and summoned the smoke mission. He had assumed that the mission wouldn't be completed since Carrasco's rocking chair was seriously flawed, but apparently, the smoke mission hadn't set high requirements. The smoke serpent script suddenly transformed. Mission completed. Reward, rubber tree elf bug triplets. Chapter 291, Pianist deep in the heart. Dong, 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 dong. Slim, powerful fingers danced across the piano keys. To Alice, the melodious tune began to rise slowly, notes leaping at the fingertips as the graceful body wrapped in a gauzy veil shimmered in the glow of the furnace, as if coated in a layer of golden sheen. Dong, dong, dong. The last few notes fell. Duniko Hyacinth released her hands and let out an imperceptible sigh all at once. Behind her, a maid holding an evening gown spoke softly, "Miss, don't you want to attend tonight's banquet? Sir Richard is waiting to dance the first dance with you." "I am only 18 years old, Luaya, do you understand? I am only 18, and I don't want to get married so soon." "Why does this Richard act like an old man, starved for affection for 50 years, clinging to me, clinging to the Hyacinth family? Can't he wait a few more years? He hounded me before the festival, and he's back at it again after the festival. Miss, Sir Richard is deeply devoted to you." "Oh, what a joke, it's just an alliance between families, with no foundation of feelings." Hyacinth tore off the gauzy veil, leaving her shapely body completely exposed, and allowed the maid Luaya to help her change. "Besides, he doesn't meet my aesthetic standards." The maid Luaya asked, "What kind of noble do you favor, miss?" "Elegant, detached, handsome, one who can play beautiful piano melodies. Music can express the soul, and only those without so much self-interest can play tunes that touch the heart." "Are you talking about Baron Liszt, miss? You now play to Alice every day. But the master seems unhappy. He is very angry about what happened at Longtaro Castle. You should try to avoid making the master angry. He is courting favor from the Pineapple Green family. Everyone thinks the Longtaro family is in decline, so he is eager to find a new support. But I don't want to fulfill his wishes. Brother Miebao will get through the hard times, and the Longtaro family will still be the rulers of Red Crab Island." Duniko Hyacinth got dressed in her undergarments, her hair was put up, regaining the elegant grace of a noble young woman, her face filled with nostalgia. "I just wanted to visit Longtaro Castle to clear my mind, and then I met Liszt. His nonchalant way of playing piano was a freedom I had never seen before. Yes, Baron Liszt is even a bit handsomer than Sir Miebao. I had the most delightful night of my life at Longtaro Castle, Luaya. You have no idea how strong he is, and how heartless. No wonder you can't forget him, playing to Alice every day." "No, I will forget him. I forgot him the moment he left Longtaro Castle. I just want to change parts of To Alice. There are many flaws in this piece, as if it were improvisation. I guess it was Liszt improvising. I can tell from the way he was so indifferent at the ball." "Then why don't you write to him and ask?" Duniko paused abruptly. "I took the initiative once, I don't want to do it a second time. I am the rose with thorns of Red Crab Island, not a humble foxtail." The evening gown was ready. Duniko looked at herself in the crystal mirror, still as beautiful as a blooming rose. She took a deep breath and put on the standard smile of a noble young woman. "Let's go." Rubber tree elf bug triplets? Seeing the reward for the smoke mission, List found it unbelievable. He had never heard about elf bugs having twins or triplets. As the essence of plant gestation, elf bugs are always born singly. At least, in the information he possessed, there had never been mention of twin or triplet elf bugs, not even in those absurd Knights novels, where no author dared to venture so far as to depict elf bug multiples. This mutation really is exhilarating. Whether there had been elf bugs with multiple sprites before or not, the result now is thrilling. I thought there was only one, but suddenly, I got 3 of them. It's like a promotional sale, buy one, get 2 free. Just in time, now that rubber has been analyzed to be increasingly important. With 3 elf bugs, rubber tree cultivation can be greatly enhanced, and the rubber output will increase as well. This was a very good mutation, and List was very satisfied with the result. He suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the new task at hand. Task: a performance of For Alice will spread the fame of the Piano King List across Red Crab Island, and also make a certain young girl's heart flutter. You might think a one-night passion is the conclusive period, but perhaps there's a chance for an encore. Please write a letter to Duniko Hyacinth. Reward: a melody from memory. He read the content of the Smoke Serpent script carefully. List's recent surprise was quickly replaced by a sense of absurdity. What the hell is this? Piano King List. When List had touched the piano at Long Taro Castle, he indeed had imagined his piano playing astonishing the world, but he never intended to actually become the Piano King. Moreover, after a night of romance with Duniko, although he occasionally reminisced about the moment of passionate union of body and spirit, he had not considered stirring things up with her again. What also depressed him was that the reward for the task was just a melody from memory. What significance did that hold? He wished he was seeing things incorrectly. But the smoke mission was written in clear, unmistakable serpent script, engraved with content he could not ignore. Indeed, the task was to write a letter to Duniko and then receive a certain tune, which could be the melody of a popular song or perhaps a piano piece. In his previous life as an IT worker, he had a period where he liked to code while listening to 70 famous piano works of the world, always looping that playlist. A moment later, he relaxed his emotions. He accepted the reward from the smoke mission, no matter how useless, and would move on to the next task when it came. He also accepted the contents of the task, seeing no reason not to have another go with Duniko. He was just pondering. Why does the smoke mission issue such peculiar content and dull rewards? The smoke mission originates from the smoke dragon. It's the power of destiny driving all this. What does destiny represent? The birth of elves in the territory, sea serpent encounters, invasions by formless dragons, Paris's infiltration, all are events that could happen or not. But in the end, they did happen and were grasped by List in the form of tasks. There were other tasks that seemed to be tied to the residents' desires, like Coster wanting to sail, Reynard wanting to bake, Carrasco wanting to be a craftsman, and even Dowson wanting to release magic. Then there were those things the territory already possessed, like the miniature saltpeter mine, the fragments of fire dragon bones, and the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge, and so on. So, the triggering of the smoke mission, or rather, the triggering of destiny, has 3 ways. The first is what I already have around me, which destiny guides me to obtain. The second is situations that may or may not occur, which destiny guides me to acquire or cause to happen. The third is that the desires and thoughts of people can also pull at destiny. Thinking this far, he looked at himself in the mirror once more. There's no great surprise in wanting an encore with Duniko after having savored the flavor. And deep down inside, am I actually harboring a pianist? Chapter 291, Sealing a Letter with Pine Rosin. The piano, an instrument that requires exquisite craftsmanship to produce. It is unknown when exactly it was invented. Many people believe that the piano originated from the Moon Empire, a civilization that disappeared thousands of years ago, whose historical truths have long been distorted to the point that anything and everything can be attributed to the Moon Empire. Self-proclaimed nobles cannot live without music. And among all forms of music, it is the piano that nobles value the most, with many of them learning to play from a young age. For instance, the former List spent no small amount of time at the piano. His sister, Livira, played the piano well, and his cousin Miebao was even more of a piano enthusiast. Even some of the lesser nobles would scrimp and save to buy a piano for entertainment. Many younger sons of noble families, with no hope of inheriting a title and fearful of the battlefield, would turn their attention to the piano, practicing hard to master its play and become pianists. After becoming pianists, they could continue to mingle in high society. It's not uncommon for pianists to attract the favor of noble young ladies with their charm. Famous piano performers, even within the court, receive considerable attention. And those pianists who can compose their own pieces are without exception called masters, welcomed by nobles everywhere they go, along with furtive glances from young ladies. List enjoyed such treatment with his performance of For Alice at Long Taro Castle. The nobility's craze for pianos directly spawned a group of Iron Knights whose profession is to make pianos. Iron Knights are cheap practitioners who craft magical weapons, gemstone weapons, and other equipment. They do not go into battle or practice combat skills, devoting themselves instead to forging weapons, regarded as advanced blacksmiths. Those Iron Knights who make pianos are known as piano knights. Only families of at least marquis status have the financial ability to train a piano knight capable of making a qualified piano. Every piano is equivalent to a magic weapon. The cheapest piano costs at least 10 gold coins. As a result, many pianists start with second-hand pianos. There were several pianos at Tulip Castle. Unfortunately, the Earl did not give any of them to List, so after traversing to this world, List did not discover the Piano King list that lay deep within his soul. Could it be that the piano piece I played freely at Long Taro Castle has released the Piano King within me, prompting this smoke mission? He had already adjusted his emotions, accepting his fate calmly, without joy over gains or grief over losses. The most important thing was to figure out a way to complete the mission. How should I write to Duniko? As a friend, or as a lover? Or should I just scribble something to get this smoke mission over with? He pondered for a moment. Going back to the study, he unfolded a sheet of thick parchment and began dipping a quill in ink. Dear Duniko, I wonder if you are still practicing to Alice? Returning by ship, the surge of the ocean helped me organize the score, but the tossing cabin and the clamor of the waves always disrupted my grasp of the melody. Perhaps there was also the unrest of parting playing a part. Back in Fresh Flower Town, far from the hustle and bustle and breathing in the chilly air amidst the snow, my mind finally cooled down. Although the score had already been sent to Long Taro Castle with Butler Ranieri and then handed over to you, I still tried to play those melodies again. While writing this, he couldn't help pulling out a thick piece of parchment covered in musical notes from the desk. This was what he had rewritten after returning to Tulip Castle. After many performances, he finally unearthed the details of For Alice from deep within his memory. The scores he had promised to send to Miebao and Duniko were hastily written while he was being jolted on the sea. Far from perfect? When he left Tulip Castle, he chose not to send the more perfect version of For Alice, probably feeling it unnecessary since he didn't have to rely on the identity of a pianist to enhance his noble demeanor. So the score remained on his desk, gathering dust. Looking at the forceful characters inscribed above, he felt as if he were recalling the wild euphoria of that night once again. In terms of beauty, Duniko was far outshone by the sea sprite Take, yet the flirtatious allure Duniko possessed, blightless and innocent, was something that the guileless Sake lacked. One made you feel that desecration was a sin, the other made you want to sin. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the silence. It was Butler Carter. My lord, are you available? His thoughts retreated, and List replied, please, come in. Carter came in with a cup of milk tea. This is the milk tea Mrs. Morrison just brewed, with just a pinch of fine honey added. If you like it, I will tell Mrs. Morrison to continue brewing it this way. Let me try it first. List took the cup and took a sip. Compared to the fresh milk he had before, the milk tea with honey was undoubtedly more delicious. This fine honey had been scrapped out of a destroyed hornet's nest on Black Horse Island, totaling 20 pounds, toxin-free and incredibly aromatic and sweet. It was stored in several large jars and labeled for the master's use only. And those honeybee pupae, after Mrs. Abby stir-fried them with oil, salt, and seasonings, most of them were devoured by List half-eaten on the spot, and the rest stored in the gemstone space for a chew whenever he pleased. Utterly delightful. At this moment, he finished the milk tea. The delightful taste stimulated his taste buds, and List couldn't help but drink down the rest in one go. Delicious, the sweetness is just right, Mr. Carter. Please convey to Mrs. Morrison to measure the spoonfuls for the tea as she did today's cup. Yes, my lord, Carter said before taking the cup and leaving. List continued to bury his head in his desk, writing a letter, the quill never pausing. Now I have filled in the details for Alice, and I think it should be placed upon the piano rack of Ms. Duniko, who understands music best, accompanying your slender fingers as they turn into beautiful notes. I think I've heard your touching piano play, lingering in my ears, as pure as moonlight. Sending my regards. Yours sincerely, List. He set down the quill, picked up the thick paper and shook it to speed up the drying of the ink. Then, after checking it twice and feeling that the wording was acceptable, not too unfamiliar, yet not shamelessly enthusiastic, he merely stated the reason for writing and did not suggest meeting again. Men can do anything in a moment of impulse. But with reason, they know better what to choose and forsake. He certainly couldn't abandon the affairs of Fresh Flower Town and travel thousands of miles to Red Crab Island just to have a fling with Duniko. If it weren't for the absurd content of the smoke mission, he probably would never contact Duniko again. Passion is not love. As a noble, one must be able to pick up and let go. I wonder what Duniko will think when she receives the letter. List folded the thick paper, took out an envelope, and tucked it inside. On the envelope, he wrote to be opened by Duniko Hyacinth, sender List Tulip. Then using a flame striker, he lit a candle and took a scoop from the box of rosin on the table, taking a few small pieces of rosin and placing them over the candle flame to melt. When the rosin turned into a liquid, he poured it evenly over the seal of the envelope. Just as it was about to set, he took out his personal seal, a rectangular stamp bearing half of his name List in serpent script, and pressed firmly onto the rosin, leaving a distinct mark. Having completed all this, he called over retainer Knight Philip, "Have this delivered to Tulip Castle first thing tomorrow morning, hand it to Sir Levi's and ask him to send it on my behalf." "As you wish, my lord." Chapter 292, Running Under the Sunset is Youth. The letter had been dealt with, but the smoke mission had not been updated. Clearly, it would only be considered complete once it reached the hands of Duniko Hyacinth. The next morning, List heard that Philip had already gone to Tulip Castle to deliver the letter. List felt inexplicably melancholic, not knowing whether it was right to follow the instructions of the smoke mission and to stir up Duniko's emotions. However, Duniko did seem quite suitable for a lover, passionate when involved, and decisive in parting. The melancholy was fleeting. Soon, he returned to his usual composed state of mind, letting things take their natural course. With his noble status, handsome appearance, and exceptional inner qualities, his life was destined to be pursued by countless women. Rather than being spoiled for choice, why not leave it all to fate to decide? When sober, I sit before the flowers; when drunk, I sleep beneath them. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, he gazed at the rising sun in the east and saw a vision of his younger, more innocent self, like the snow on a castle meadow, gradually melting away, turning into streams, flowing towards the town's rivers, and then out to sea, never to return. He also seemed to see his immature self, holding homemade ice cream in the afternoon sun, waiting downstairs, but the ice cream had already melted on the concrete. He never did see the one who was to come down the stairs. These experiences, spelled life but read Luther, probably signified growth. Today, the sun was shining and the skies were clear. Winter had not yet passed, but spring was already restless. List first trained Dowson, having it continuously release rock grenades, achieving coordination that was as easy as pointing a finger. Then he went to train the 8 tiny ones. Storm, flame, rock, surge, thunder, light, ice, snow, and shadow, the 8 little blizzard beasts with imposing names, did not receive his warm treatment solely because of their adorable looks. If they performed well, they were rewarded with jerky and milk; if they did not, they were punished. Just as he had trained Dowson in the past, the carrot and stick was the right approach. After training the blizzard beasts, List began his own chi cultivation for the day. He had mastered Flaming Wave and Fire Dragon Drill to perfection. He was considering whether or not to cultivate another chi manuscript. In the end, he decided not to take on a new chi manuscript, for biting off more than one could chew was unwise, especially since he was still practicing multi-arrow. The bowstring was drawn into a full moon. The chi-clad arrow flew in a T formation upon his release, striking the bullseye of a target 200 meters away in the blink of an eye. According to Teacher Marcus's teachings, an Earth Knight only needed to master the basics of 2 arrows released together and 2 arrows crossing to become a sharpshooter and showcase their formidable strength on the battlefield. But List was not satisfied. He had now successfully turned 3 arrows released together into a basic skill. With a flick of his hand, 3 arrows would fly, never missing within 200 meters. Next, he planned to train the 3 spiral arrows into a basic skill. The spiraling arrows were more unpredictable and would also be more lethal. Outside are the blizzard beasts, with rockets from rock grenades filling the sky, and I command from the center. Plus, with a multi-arrow, how many Earth Knights would probably not even get close to me? Strength, after all, is more reassuring when controlled personally. The entire morning, he was immersed in cultivation, honing his combat skills and scientifically consuming potions. Afternoon, he inspected his domain and saw how Sea Sprite was doing with magic research, and also teased Jayla, who was angry about being grounded. Not long after, a servant came to report, "Master, Mr. Marcus has returned and is waiting for you in the hall." "Is that so? Please ask Teacher Marcus to come to the study." A moment later, he saw Marcus. "Is everything on Black Horse Island progressing smoothly?" He gestured for Marcus to sit down before speaking. With a cup of milk tea brought by the servant in his hands, Marcus replied, "Currently, everything is going well. With the assistance of Lass and Griffin, the management of the serfs has been notably effective. The main streets and houses of the port town have been completed, and we are now preparing to build a warehouse district for Black Horse Port. Black Horse Port is an important harbor for the construction of Black Horse Island. All materials must go through Black Horse Port, so a large warehouse district is essential. This time, Bring more flour with you, and hurry to build the mill. I expect that in a while, the fleet-selling serfs from Tulip Castle will return. Out of the 2,500 serfs, I will relocate 1,000 to the port town. Understood, my lord. Marcus was excited at the prospect of the arriving serfs. Currently, working with just a few hundred people was highly inefficient, and he missed the sense of rapid progress made during the united effort back in Fresh Flower Town. After finishing the discussion about the construction of the port town, the topic quickly shifted to the rubber trees and those 3 elf bug triplets, which List was eagerly anticipating. My lord, the cordyceps from the rubber tree is growing well. Following your instructions, I have had people pour plenty of compost beside the roots. The cut branches have started to heal, and the split bark as well. There hasn't been any wilting of branches and leaves. After List returned by boat the last time, he had Coster carry a considerable amount of compost specifically for fertilizing the rubber trees. Elf bugs gestated in the wild often die prematurely due to malnutrition, and he certainly didn't want such accidents to occur on his territory. As soon as the elf bugs are bred, rush back to Fresh Flower Town and inform me immediately. Understood. Have you counted how many rubber trees there are on Black Horse Island? That task falls to Lass. He has traversed the entire island where there are trees and has come up with an exact number. There are a total of 573 mature rubber trees, and there are also some immature ones scattered among the shrubs, which he couldn't tally, but the total number should exceed 1,000. 1,000 rubber trees is not a large number. How's the research on rubber from the rubber trees coming along? My lord. We have verified that rubber is not toxic. I have caught some snakes, rabbits, wild chickens, and roe deer, and after ingesting rubber, they all behaved normally. Moreover, the rubber didn't solidify in their stomachs. We've been collecting the rubber in wooden barrels, and after sitting still, the surface forms a layer of solid, but the rubber inside remains liquid. Have you brought back the rubber? Without harming the rubber trees, we have gathered a total of 10 barrels of rubber that have all been brought back. We've sealed them in wooden barrels, and if you knock open the thin hard shell on the surface, you can pour out the liquid rubber inside. Good, have it transported to the castle immediately. I want to conduct the experiments myself. List's mood brightened. Before, he was worried about how to collect and store the rubber, but Marcus had already found a way. The servant promptly set out to fulfill the command. List then remembered something else. By the way, have you extracted the bee toxin? It has been extracted. Marcus carefully placed a small toguin he brought with him on the desk. My lord, this jar contains all the bee toxin. Through my testing, the toxicity of the bee venom is extremely strong, 10 times more so than the poison from the rapid growth poison thorn. A single drop can kill a deer. The deer is not a large animal, but nor is it small. A drop of bee toxin can kill a deer, meaning it can at least seriously harm a human, which confirms its severe toxicity. No wonder those 16 serfs were all stung to death just for being lazy and taking a break to defecate. It's considered highly poisonous. Such potent poison naturally must be kept in List's private collection. Whether it's used for poisoning weapons in the future or for some other nefarious deed, it is good to be prepared. Chapter 293, The Frenzy of the Ice Flame Potion. Sea Sprite lay on a rocking chair cushioned with beast hide, gently swaying her body. The chair, custom made to suit List's size, seemed somewhat too large for Ake, who was only 1 meter and 55 centimeters tall. Instead of staying in her shell, she had dragged along a long ribbon of seawater and lay down on the rocking chair. Without legs, she couldn't leave the vicinity of her shell. Fortunately, she could control seawater, stretching it out into a ribbon, or else she wouldn't have been able to leave the shell at all. It was a strange visual experience, having no legs, with everything below the ankles gradually turning into seawater. List had always been puzzled by what that sensation might feel like. He sat next to Ake and eventually couldn't resist asking, Ake, do you feel anything below your ankles? Yes, brother, this seawater is part of Ake's body. Although it's not as clear as the sensation from the flesh and bone part of Ake, it still feels. She replied. Really? May I study it? List asked with a gentle smile, my curiosity is just too strong. Ake shyly lowered her head and then sneaked a peek at List. If brother likes, Ake will let brother study it. Hee. Humans probably haven't seen a real sea sprite. Permission granted. List certainly didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately squatted down and touched Ake's ankles, which felt delicate, smooth, and elastic, like holding a mass of bone and flesh made from water. He seemed to detect a faint aromatic scent at the tip of his nose, Ake's body fragrance. The delicate touch swayed List's mind for a moment, but he quickly composed himself and began to study earnestly. The area where the flesh and seawater gradually transitioned felt a bit like a gelatinous substance. After using the Eye of Magic, he could see that the mana in this part of Ake's body was very active, far surpassing the magic power within the rest of her body. "Ache, if your ankles were severed from the water ribbon, what would happen?" he inquired. After pondering seriously, Ache answered, "Ache would probably feel very uncomfortable and get hurt because Ache hasn't matured yet and can't leave the shell." "Well, List abandoned that idea. What about when I touch the water with my hand? What do you feel?" "It feels like brother's hand, yes," Ache responded. "It's the same sensation as when Jayla and the insect baby swim in the water." "How can I explain it?" "The seawater is a part of Ache, but it's not exactly Ache's body. It's similar to what brother mentioned about the relation between elves and cordyceps." Even so, List still had no idea what that sensation was like. Harming cordyceps would cause injuries to elves, and severe damage might even threaten their lives. However, most elves could survive even if their cordyceps died. They would endure and nurture new seeds, eventually developing into new cordyceps plants. Though greatly weakened, at least they would stay alive. Suddenly, Ache asked, "Brother, do you think sea sprites are a kind of elf?" "I don't know, but even if sea sprites are elves, they would be elves of the sea, not like Jayla," List replied while caressing Ache's calf, enjoying the even more comforting texture. "You see, Ache, your body is almost the same as a human's, but Jayla's body is different." "Huh," Ache nodded. "Jayla is like a piece of soft jade, while Ache and brother are both made of flesh and blood. That's why you can master magic." Having had his fill of touching, List finally let go of Ache's legs and stood up to stroke her enticing azure blue hair. "How's your water arrow barrage coming along? Any progress?" "Not yet, but Ache has found the reason," Ache said excitedly. "This book, Detailed Concepts of Magician Advancement, has very meticulous records. It turns out the reason Ache's water arrow barrage failed was that there were no magic arrays formed inside the body. A magician needs to engrave magic in the form of magic arrays within their body." List had studied magic books, but he only flipped through them roughly, not delving in deeply. "Do any of these magic books teach about magic arrays?" "There are many. Magicians love writing research notes on magic runes and magic arrays," Ache replied with a radiant smile. "Brother, it won't be long before Ache becomes a true magician." "I'm always looking forward to it." Under the apple tree, there was a rocking chair swaying back and forth, with List sitting on it, lazily enjoying the sunlight. The date had already passed February 15th, and as expected, just like the serfs native to Fresh Flower Town had said, the winter would disperse by mid-February each year. Several days of clear, sunny weather had melted most of Fresh Flower Town's snow, and although the temperature was still below zero, it was certainly worth going outside to bask in the sun. He rarely let the 8 tiny ones and Dowson out together. Perhaps due to a father-son instinct, the 8 tiny ones were very clingy to Dowson, chasing him all around the castle. To the servants of the castle, the dangerous and terrifying intermediate magical beast had become commonplace, and sometimes they even forgot that the blizzard beast was an intermediate magical beast, treating them merely as a pack of dogs. "Baron, you seem quite at ease," said Mr. Elkson, clad in a magic cloak, as he walked over. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Elkson. I've finished concocting the magic potion from the ice snow flame mushrooms." Surprisingly, these flame mushrooms that thrive in cold, possess fire attribute mana that can't be matched by ordinary flame mushrooms. "Please inspect this potion first," he said, handing over a crystal vial. The golden red liquid swayed within the crystal tube. This was Fresh Flower Town's 4th magic potion following the black tulip, common flame mushroom, and rapid growth magic thorn, made from the ice snow flame mushrooms. The greenhouse cultivation technique for ice snow flame mushrooms had already been researched by serfs driven by gold coins. After initiating a mass effort, they had cleared 50 acres for mixed greenhouses, planting ice snow flame mushrooms. List hoped to harvest another crop of ice snow flame mushrooms before the weather warmed up. This magic potion thrived in the cold and couldn't be cultivated in hot weather, making it a seasonal potion. Every year, it could only be planted for about 2 or 3 batches during the 3-month winter period. However, its potent fire attribute mana and the trait of growing in winter could well compensate for the magic potion yield during the cold season. After all, the growth of various magic potions slowed down or even stopped during winter. After drinking the magic potion from the crystal tube, List immediately felt a flame ascension inside his belly, several times stronger and hotter than the flame mushroom magic potion, nearly making him cry out. The fire attribute mana tumbled inside his body, wildly stimulating his cells to expand and absorb the frenzied mana. If there had been a thermometer, List felt that his body temperature must have reached at least 60 degrees by now. This burst of mana came quickly and left just as fast. 2 minutes later, everything returned to normal. After collecting his thoughts, he felt that his chi had greatly increased. The effect was indeed ferocious. "That was invigorating, Mr. Elkson. How many more potions can you make?" "Unfortunately, the ice snow flame mushrooms are in short supply. As it stands, We can only make 3 more Ice Flame potions. Ice Flame potion was the abbreviation for the Ice Snow Flame Mushroom Magic Potion. Hearing Mr. Elkson's words, List felt a bit disappointed. The potion was excellent, but there was just too little of it. He thought he should store the Ice Flame potion. It would be better to save it for when the effects of the Flame Magic Potion and Thorn Magic Potion began to wane, and then use the Ice Flame potion for a new surge and stimulation. Taking potions scientifically was the way to ensure optimal use and double the results. Chapter 294, Thorn of Rise. Civilization stick. The sun shone on their faces as the serfs working in the fields took off their heavy cotton-padded jackets, shouted slogans, and raised their axes to slowly chop down the rapid growth iron thorns. The rapid growth iron thorns, with the quality of ironwood lumber, would immediately sink when placed in water, which is why ordinary bone utensils couldn't cut through them, and metal tools had to be used. However, the bone craftsman shop in Fresh Flower Town had extremely hard bone utensils, crafted from decayed, ancient fire dragon bone fragments. The bone craftsman shop's bone tools were not for sale to the public, and they were distributed for free to the serfs using a numbering system. Even though they had long decayed and lost the dragon's magical powers, they were still dragon bones, and List did not wish for them to end up outside the town. The dragon bone cleaver, used to hack at the rapid growth iron thorns, was almost as effective as a fine steel axe and was a bit more wear-resistant. With a dragon bone cleaver in the hand of each serf, it took about half an hour to chop down an ironwood thorn as thick as an adult's arm. Unfortunately, dragon bones could not be polished finer to create dragon bone saws. Metal saws were still the most effective for cutting wood, working in pairs. It only took 5 minutes to saw through an ironwood thorn. However, due to the scarcity of iron, which was needed for many purposes, not many iron saws could be made. Regardless, the scene was bustling. List stood at a distance outside Thorn Garden, scanning the area as if conducting an inspection of the lumbering site. The Fresh Flower Town's surf lumberjack team was definitely a force to be reckoned with. They had cleared the vast thorn ridge under crude tools and the threat of magical beasts. Let alone a mere thorn garden. The officials led by Galtai were also very capable, organizing the serfs methodically through the various lumbering tasks. Some were chopping down trees, others cutting branches, carrying timber, gathering foliage, and there were those who supplied hot water and bandaged wounds, replenishing and replacing damaged tools. Teams worked in an orderly and efficient manner. The rapid growth iron thorns are high-quality ironwood thorns that have grown under Jayla's influence. Though thorns are low shrubs and can't grow into towering rocks or stone trees, they can grow quickly. Once they reach the thickness of an arm, they can be harvested for making furniture and wooden implements, List said to the person beside him. The person next to him was none other than the son of Viscount Reclagras, Aubrey Lycra, a big fat man. I've experienced the allure of the rapid growth iron thorns at the carpenter's shop. The high quality is astonishing, especially how their growth rate is even faster than wild grass. Of course, it can't compare to wild grass, but a 3-month maturation cycle is indeed remarkable. It's just that cultivating it is not so simple. Without Jayla, its growth cycle might slow down by more than a dozen times. Based on what we've seen at Thorn Ridge, it would probably take about 3 years to mature. Even 3 years is quite impressive, Aubrey said enviously. Among nobles, it's said that Jayla's magic potions will bring you glory, and these ironwood thorns are no less a massive glory. If Beer Island plans to introduce them, I can provide the roots and shoots of the rapid growth iron thorns, List said smiling, remembering that the final kind of thorn Jayla needed was provided by Beer Island, a favor he had not forgotten. Really? Then I must properly thank you. Just offer me a bit more hop flowers. I'll give you a third of what I can control. How about that? You're very generous, Aubrey. Aubrey patted his stomach. I've also enjoyed your generosity. The delicacies in your castle are about to burst me. You're so fat, can you even make it onto the battlefield? I'm not planning on going to battle anymore. I might just follow the night order to skim some merits, but trading suits me better. By the way, List, about the furniture you make from ironwood quality, let me handle the sales. It might not compare to the channels of Tulip Castle, but Beer Castle's fleet is bolder and travels farther. According to the information List had, it seemed that Beer Castle's fleet had joined with several small to medium-sized nobility fleets from the outer islands, managing a smuggling route to sell goods in certain areas of the Eagle Kingdom. Of course, as long as they weren't smuggling weapons, the Earl turned a blind eye to it. After thinking it over, List replied, as long as the profit is right, why shouldn't we let Beer Island handle the sales? Today, Aubrey had came to Fresh Flower Town to talk business. Firstly, he wanted to order more fresh flower soap. Secondly, he was interested in sharing the profits from Fresh Flower Brew. Fortunately, this coincided with Fresh Flower Town starting to cut down the rapid growth iron thorns, so the sales partnership for ironwood furniture was also brought up. Aubrey wanted to cooperate. List did not always want to rely on Tulip Castle's channels either, so the two of them quickly struck a deal. The luncheon was very lively, and by the evening, when the specific details of the cooperation had been settled, the atmosphere was even more cheerful. Galtai, representing List, got Aubrey and his party utterly drunk on the fragrant and potent fresh flower brew. In the end, he dumped everyone into the public baths for a hot bath. As it was in any era. When the privileged class arrived, the public baths temporarily closed to the common people. List did not invite Aubrey and his entourage to stay at the castle as he did not like hosting people other than family members, and besides, there was the matter of the sea sprite take on the second floor. With Aubrey's entourage being quite large, the castle could not accommodate them all, so he arranged for them to stay in the noble residential area. Given the current state of development in Fresh Flower Town, there will be more nobles visiting in the future. Should I consider building a guest house? There were no guest houses in the Duchy of Sapphire. All the nobles accommodated visiting noble guests in their own castles, but List decided to set a precedent. After all, he had good reason, the castle was small and couldn't fit many people. Not only would it not violate noble etiquette, but it could also be praised for being warm and attentive. However, with the development of his territory and when he became a great noble, he definitely could not use a guest house to entertain guests anymore. Otherwise, guests might feel undervalued and could ridicule the castle for being poor. He rubbed his forehead. Have a few more drinks with Aubrey. List was slightly tipsy, the intoxication lingering. He was not very inclined to sleep, nor was he in the mood to write history. His ambitious project, Dragon's Fight in the Wild, hadn't been touched in a whole week. Given the choice, he'd rather bask in the sun than write. In a corner of his study, he rifled through some items and found a stick carved with exquisite patterns. Is this my steek? The steek, like the flacabii, was standard equipment for a noble, representing noble grace and identity. In the hands of a king, it was called the scepter. In the hands of nobles, it was called the civilization stick. The civilization stick could be carved with patterns or inlaid with gemstones. It could be made of wood or forged with metal. List's stick was a wooden civilization stick, carved with a tulip pattern. He had been presented with it during his investiture ceremony by an earl. However, since arriving in Fresh Flower Town, he had never picked it up again, let alone used it to attend noble gatherings. Young nobles rarely fancied walking around with a civilization stick. I have several thorn canes for training dogs. Should I ask the carpenter to carve me a high-quality rapid-growth iron thorn civilization stick? List stroked his chin, struck by a sudden inspiration. The civilization stick in his hand was made from rockwood over 100 years old and was quite fine, but with the rapid-growth iron thorns now available in Fresh Flower Town, using a rockwood civilization stick didn't quite fit his status. He immediately ordered someone to call the carpenter's shop's manager, carve a civilization stick for me, use this stick as a model, and carve the name Jalen on it. Jala, a name that meant, Thorn of Rise. Chapter 295, The Strain of Work Without Documentation. After sending off Aubrey and his party, the town returned to its tranquil state once more. Fresh flower soap, fresh flower brew, gourmet food, and now ironwood, the specialties of Fresh Flower Town are growing in number. Lee C.T. sat in his study, flipping through the records of public affairs sent by Galtai, quietly sipping his milk tea. With a net profit of 5 gold coins per day from fresh flower soap, as long as the technology isn't stolen or counterfeited, he could continue to monopolize the market and gradually expand the scale with the channels of Tulip Castle and Bear Castle. No one should know the technology formula of fresh flower soap in the short term. Soap maker Bunny Dan was continuously refining the formula for fresh flower soap. Compared to the initial fresh flower soap, the present version, although still primarily made of soap powder, pancreas, and plant ash, now included several additional auxiliary materials. These enrich the variety of fresh flower soap and improve its cleaning effect. Even if inferior counterfeit soaps appeared on the market, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to fresh flower soap. Lee C.T. picked up his quill, dipped it in ink, and wrote down the number 10 on a blank piece of thick parchment. He hoped that fresh flower soap could reach a daily net profit of 10 gold coins. If that were achieved, there would be no more worries about feeding the castle and the blizzard beasts. So, the worry that the blizzard beasts would eat me out of house and home was an unfounded fear. As a transmigrator, I do have some goods in store. A casual move can bring in a substantial profit, he thought with some pride. Fresh flower soap was now the pillar industry of Fresh Flower Town. Gourmet food is also a pillar, although it doesn't make much money, it greatly enhances the reputation of Fresh Flower Town. Now, who on Coral Island doesn't know that Fresh Flower Town has the most delicious food? However, reputation is not very important to nobles. At most, it makes people notice Fresh Flower Town and Lee C.T. Lee C.T. himself didn't place much emphasis on it. He developed these foods for his own stomach. What he truly valued was the upcoming white alcohol business. Next, whether we eat meat or drink porridge depends on the impact of this wave of fresh flower brew. The expansion of the brewing workshop hadn't been completed yet. The brewers sent by his brother Levi's had already arrived and were learning brewing techniques under the tutelage of Frank Dreggs and others. The family members who came along had settled in Fresh Flower Town. 13,000 pounds of iron had been transported in 2 batches, and batches of corn and other brewing materials had also been delivered. Wooden bottles, ceramic bottles, and jade bottles were being crafted. Levi's family tutor, also named Frank, often followed the convoys back and forth, supervising the progress of the brewing workshop. Clearly, Levi's was more anxious than Lee. Levi's had taken some fresh flower brew base and traveled through all the nobles in the 6 cities of Coral Island, inviting them to taste the new brew. Pre-orders had piled up on the desk. In about a week, the first batch of fresh flower brew could be produced and then packaged for the market. The quill paused for a moment. Lee forcefully wrote down the number 50 on the thick parchment, hoping that after dividing the profits, the daily business of fresh flower brew could net 50 gold coins. But he furrowed his brows slightly. He crossed out 50 and replaced it with 100, considering white alcohol as a luxury item here, a consumable luxury sought after by nobles in their daily lives. As long as he could capture the markets of Coral Island and Red Crab Island, making 100 gold coins a day should be achievable. If he could also take over Golden Island and Newland Island, the profits would be even greater. By then, Black Horse Island could forge ahead with full-scale development, instead of the current situation where he had to stealthily send a few hundred serfs who toiled night and day, barely managing to build a few streets and rows of houses. Once the rubber tree elf bugs were in place, Lee planned to immediately expand the planting area of the rubber trees. After the spring, the grazing fields for black blood treasured horses would also need to be expanded. This requires a large workforce and it's impossible without money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling fortunate. Thank goodness I have the smoke mission, which has already rewarded 4 types of magic potions. The revenue from the black tulips is used to pay for the current construction of Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island, barely enough. Flame mushrooms, ice snow flame mushrooms, and rapid growth magic thorns, I'm keeping for my own use. The black tulip could bring in about 400 or 500 gold coins each month, which would almost immediately be invested in town construction, not even getting a chance to warm up. Now is the early stage of expansion and burning money. Just buying food every month costs over 100 gold coins. The price of grain is astonishingly high, especially in winter. The noble landlords on Coral Island can barely manage to feed themselves, let alone sell any grain. This winter, a large amount of farmland needs to be reclaimed. I hope that Fresh Flower Town's grain can achieve self-sufficiency. No, if it can fulfill 3/4 of the food requirements, I'll be satisfied. After all, there aren't enough elf bugs to amplify the harvest. For the remaining quarter, I'll have to buy with money. Now is the time to tighten one's belt and work hard, for only through enduring hardship can one emerge superior to others. Yet List felt that he must first ensure his own quality of life, so the expenditure for the castle is nearly catching up to the standards of a Viscount Lord. It's precisely because of his lavish spending on food and drink that he's been able to quickly advance to an elite Earth Knight and rapidly increase his chi reserves. Those nobles with excellent bloodlines make it to Sky Knight in their 20s, and isn't that also achieved through good nutrition? Eating magical beast meat like bread and drinking magic potions like water, even a pig could fly. His uncle Mizero is the living proof of this, with mediocre talents and yet still trained by Marquis Merlin into a Sky Knight. He yawned. List had no patience to look at these government records anymore. He tossed his quill into the inkwell. Why do I need to know how much money is spent and earned each day? I only need to ensure that there's enough money for spending, to meet the needs of my life and training, and then to keep getting stronger. He stood up and left the study. He ordered someone to call Paris, ready for a real fight to sweat it out. After a satisfying battle, he felt completely relaxed. At noon, his appetite was wide open, and he ate an extra plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, then took a comfortable nap. Just after waking up, List received good news. Marcus had returned to Fresh Flower Town aboard the Fresh Flower vessel. He hurried to the castle. Lord, the elf bugs of the rubber tree have been born. Incredibly, there are 3 elf bugs, an unheard of occurrence. Lass, Griffin, and I checked every 2 hours, and when it was my turn early this morning, I personally witnessed 3 elf bugs emerge one after the other. He emphasized that he had personally climbed the tree to check, fearing that List wouldn't believe him. List had already known this, so he showed no surprise, merely nodding calmly. I know, Teacher Marcus. Triplets of elf bugs are indeed miraculous, but not impossible. As soon as the Fresh Flower vessel is finished unloading and loading cargo, we will set sail immediately. Surprised by the landlord's reaction, Marcus also suppressed his excitement and regained his composure. Yes, Lord. Normally, the fresh flower vessel would not sail at night, as nighttime navigation carried great risks. However, due to the urgency about the elf bugs, as soon as the fresh flower vessel was loaded in the afternoon, List urged Coaster to set out. Splitting the seawater, the spray splashed. They sailed at full speed towards the setting sun. Marcus was describing the scene he had witnessed. They were 3 ivory-colored elf bugs, identical, smooth like milk. One was crawling in front, 2 followed behind, moving lively from one branch to another. They looked very lively. Chapter 296, The arrival of the Ironwood Aeronite had fallen, and the fresh flower vessel had sailed in quite a circle before it finally located Black Horse Port. Black Horse Port needs a lighthouse, my lord. Navigating at sea at night by the stars might allow us to identify our direction, but it doesn't help to accurately find the port, Coster said, after docking the boat. Let's talk about it later. I don't have an architect at the moment, and it's not time to reveal Black Horse Island just yet. He disembarked. Without any further ado, List mounted Dowson and headed straight for the location of the rubber tree cordyceps. The crystal lamp illuminated the path, and he effortlessly followed the small trail that had been trodden through the bushes to his destination. He used the Eye of Magic. He saw the 3 elf bugs, motionless on a tree branch. Without wasting words, he began climbing the tree. For an elite Earth Knight, climbing a tree was a piece of cake, and he easily reached the branch where the elf bugs were perched. In the light, 3 plump, ivory-colored rubber tree elf bugs lined up in a row. It was unclear whether they were sleeping or not. They were almost pure white, even their eyes, and without careful scrutiny, it was hard to tell which end was the head and which the tail. The fingers were long, about as thick as a thumb. They resembled caterpillars, but were prettier and more delicate, as if they were living creatures carved from jade. Even though List could see elf bugs in the castle every day, he still marveled at their beauty and the incredible artistry of their creator. Little guys, no more sleeping, how about some jade powder for a midnight snack? He spoke softly, and then proceeded with the usual routine, smearing jade powder in front of the elf bugs to entice them awake and begin licking the jade powder. Next, he applied jade powder on his own finger and extended it toward the mouth of an elf bug. A gentle nibble. He contracted one elf bug. A gentle nibble. He contracted another elf bug. A gentle nibble for the 3rd time. With the last elf bug contracted, he had successfully bonded with a trio of rubber tree elf bug triplets, establishing a soul-connected ownership relationship. Come, onto my hand. He stretched out his hand to catch the 3 chubby elf bugs and he felt something very peculiar in his mind, a sense of having 3 overlapping, fuzzy emotions appearing in his head, perfectly in sync. Their emotions were exactly the same and the feedback they gave List was also the same. They climbed from his hand to his shoulder. And followed List as he left the cordyceps. Congratulations on contracting with new elf bugs, my lord. Marcus, Lass, and Griffin, who had gathered around, congratulated him one after another. List placed the elf bugs into the jade box held by a servant, smiling at the congratulations. It's been hard work for you guys guarding the elf bugs recently. I brought a barrel of fresh flower brew base. You guys share it. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I should thank you for your hard work in building Black Horse Island. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they soon arrived at the port town. He would rest for the night, and tomorrow List would return to Fresh Flower Town. There was no need for his presence on Black Horse Island any longer. Marcus, Lass, Griffin, the contracting of the rubber tree elf bugs is complete, but I do not plan on moving the rubber tree cordyceps. The environment there is quite suitable for the growth of rubber trees. If you find the time, you can organize a group of serfs to relocate the scattered rubber tree saplings to the vicinity of the cordyceps and plan out a rubber tree garden. Yes, my lord. The following day, List got up very early in the morning because he wanted to share a bond with his mount Lightning and take it for a spin. He left under Lightning's reluctant gaze. Sitting at the bow, gazing at the sea, he had believed it would be another monotonous voyage, but the white clouds floating in the sky that day strangely stirred his heart, as if countless sparks of inspiration were bursting forth. It was a familiar melody that quietly surfaced in his mind, lingering around his ears. Without hesitation, he quickly took out heavy parchment and ink, picked up a quill, and, using Dowson as a support, began to record the notes. Moments later, as the melody gently dissolved in his ears, the parchment was filled with dense musical notes. It's castle in the sky. He shook the heavy parchment. The flash of brilliance in his mind had extinguished, but his heart still resonated with the excitement of recording the notes. The melody that appeared in his ears was indeed the widely known Castle in the Sky, comparable to For Alice, or rather, it should be called With You. It was the classic work of the master musician Joe Hisaishi, the theme song of Hayao Miyazaki's classic animated film Castle in the Sky. The fame of this piece had even surpassed that of the film itself. He carefully put away the hastily recorded music, then invoked the smoke mission. The serpent script transformed remarkably. Task completed. Reward, melody of with you. This meant Duniko Hyacinth had received the letter he had sent, and at the same time, the smoke mission opportunistically unearthed that segment of melody from his memory. The power of fate is indeed magical, to even bring memories to the surface. I wonder when it could reward me with the memory related to cement? I should have seen and studied how to make cement, but now I only remember a vague principle: limestone mixed with clay, finely ground and calcined in a kiln. He hadn't yet figured out what limestone looked like, nor had he found clay. Cement development, temporarily powerless. If the smoke mission could dig out his memory, presenting images of limestone and clay he had seen, he would easily be able to find limestone and clay by comparison. Glass was the same. His thoughts were fleeting. The smoke serpent script changed swiftly. Task: the rapid growth iron thorns have matured, and the carpenter at the carpenter's shop has accepted the impact of the new invention. It is time to decisively drive the ironwood era of Fresh Flower Town. Please build a woodworking workshop and produce modern furniture. Reward: 3 wild tea trees. He saw the reward content: wild tea trees. It was known that there was tea in this world, which was necessary for making milk tea, but this tea was prepared from a kind of fruit known as the red tea tree. After the fruit was dried and fermented, it could be used to make milk tea. There were red tea trees on Coral Island, and Tulip Castle even had a red tea tree elf bug, yet List had never heard of tea made from fruit. He had also tried to brew the leaves of the red tea tree after frying them, but found the taste too bitter and astringent to drink, and the fruit-infused tea had an odd flavor. This red tea tree was clearly not the tea tree from Earth, and according to the information in the Knight's novel, there were no tea products to be directly brewed. He once thought that no such plant as the tea tree existed here. Unexpectedly, he was now being rewarded with wild tea trees. It must be in some corner of Black Horse Island. Tea trees are great, as drinking tea can be beneficial for health maintenance, especially for its ability to clear greasiness, aid digestion, and act as a diuretic. If I remember correctly, in ancient China, tea leaves were strategic commodities like salt and iron, particularly in trade with northern nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes mainly consumed meat, which was too greasy and hard to digest without tea to offset it. Hence the tea-horse exchange, trading strategic resources like horses for tea leaves. Even America's independence could be said to have been sparked by tea. The Boston Tea Party, in protest against the Tea Act, directly ignited the flames of the Revolutionary War. The importance of tea was thus evident. List's situation was similar. He ate too much meat, especially magical beast meat, which was greasier and harder to digest than regular meat, and the digestive effect of milk tea was limited. With the help of tea leaves, he could better absorb the nutrients of the magical beast meat. This applied to most nobles. One can imagine, tea leaves will become another major specialty of mine. His spirits lifted. Once I return, I'll immediately build a woodworking workshop, bringing the ironwood era to Fresh Flower Town as soon as possible. Chapter 297. In the name of truth, not only did he have to build a woodworking workshop, but the accompanying logging field and wood warehouse also needed to be constructed. Located near the Thorn Garden, he already had it all planned out. In the Thorn Garden, influenced by Jayla, 3/4 of the plants were magic potions, 1/4 were thorn ironwood, and a few were regular rapid growth thorns. The common rapid growth thorns were the source of various mutated thorns. He still hoped they could produce new mutations. The surrounding area of the Thorn Garden, Thorn Ridge, would have all areas unsuitable for farmland planted with thorn ironwood. He would only leave a small section to plant rapid growth spiky thorn and rapid growth poison thorn to ensure they wouldn't become extinct. The Fresh Flower Town of the future could actually be renamed Thorntown. Wooa. Wooa. After returning to the castle, Jayla immediately came to greet them. When List took the rubber tree elf bug triplets out of the jade box, it rushed forward, grabbed one, and continued to cry, "Wooa. Wooa. Jayla, put it in the box inside the worm room, don't damage it." List hastily called out. Fortunately, Jayla knew how to handle them with the necessary gentleness. It played with the elf bug but never dared to harm them because it understood very clearly that List would not allow it. This was the power of the contract, making it irresistible. The 3 rubber bugs were somewhat panicked. After being calmed by List, they settled down slightly and began to crawl around in the box sprinkled with jade powder, occasionally bumping into other elf bugs to greet them. Being triplets, they were in sync, although it didn't seem to have any use, but at least it increased List's number of elf bugs to 12. The initial excitement had subsided, and he began to contemplate, I own rubber bug triplets, but not 3 rubber tricordyceps. So, have I made a profit or a loss? In general, it was a loss. After all, He had to spend 3 portions of jade powder to raise them, but their range of influence as rubber tree cordyceps was no different from that of a single elf bug. No. That's not right. Suddenly, he blinked. You can't say there's no difference. At least for now, the influence range of the rubber tree cordyceps is unknown. Maybe it's 3 times that of ordinary cordyceps. Moreover, giving birth to 3 at once might increase the success rate of evolving little minor elves in the future by 3-fold. Staring at the rubber bug triplet scrawling leisurely, he felt this mutation definitely wasn't just a plain increase in number. It must have something magical about it, it just hasn't been discovered yet. Unable to figure it out, he set the thought aside. Walking through the corridor, he went to chat with Sea Sprite Ake. Ake was still unable to successfully cast Water Arrow Barrage. She was fully dedicated to inscribing the magic array, a very serious and diligent attitude, almost always holding magic books and studying. Sometimes List thought, don't turn the innocent and pure Sea Sprite into someone crazy like Curtis Truth. After all, most magicians were a bit off in the head. Ake, take a break, don't tire yourself out. I'm not tired at all, brother. Ake will soon be successful in inscribing the magic array for the water arrow spell, hee. And then Ake will be Magician Ake. Oh right. Brother, should Ake change her name? It seems magicians should all have the surname Truth, Ake pondered seriously. List couldn't help but smile. Ake or Lloyd's Truth, huh? Sounds very imposing. Ake shook her head, word by word she said, no, it should be Tanaxisti Alapapnisiliino Liacataforca Spunizes. Cassandra Ake or Lloyd's Truth. Upon hearing this long string of names, List couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why on earth would a little sea monster, who was born and raised in the sea and had never even seen her own people, want to give herself such a long name? He hadn't even recovered from the shock of the name when Ake giggled and laughed out, hee. Let's just listen to brother and go with Ake or Lloyd's Truth. It turned out that what she had said before was just a joke. He vigorously ruffled her hair. List sighed in his heart. The little sea monster who used to shiver in fear had learned to joke. Time really was a butcher's knife, and he should protect her even more, to not let the tainted society affect Ake's purity. The construction of the woodworking workshop progressed rapidly. The town had as many as 5 carpenters, who brought along a group of carpenter apprentices, and under their guidance, hundreds of serfs worked tirelessly for several days to build the woodworking workshop near Thorn Garden. The primitive mud workshop featured no technical content whatsoever. A lumberyard was also casually set up, with a few shacks erected, then rapid-growth iron thorns were sawed into sections and cut into planks inside. The lumber warehouse was even simpler, merely an area demarcated with a few poles erected, then thorn branches and wheat straws were woven into a roof and secured on the poles, becoming a lumber warehouse. Those thorn ironwoods that were not yet cut were temporarily carried to the warehouse for stacking. After the completion of the woodworking workshop, List also finished the design drawings for a few wooden furniture pieces. This is the drawing of a drawer. Look closely. When making cabinets and tables, remember to add drawers, and fully use your imagination for the styles. This is a curio shelf, which is very different from a bookshelf. Bookshelves are for books, curio shelves are for valuable items, with compartments of various sizes. Like rocking chairs, drawers and curio shelves were other types of new furniture that List had chosen, preparing to introduce them to nobles. In fact, he could also consider baby cradles, but the babies of the poor couldn't afford ironwood cradles, and babies of nobles had servants to care for them, so they didn't need a special cradle, which made inventing one pointless. Once all the carpenters had received the drawings, List took out a new type of practical living wire he had only recently come up with. This is called a clothes rack, as the name implies, it's used for drying clothes. As a noble, he didn't have to wash or dry clothes, as all that was done by servants. However, he did appreciate watching the castle's best-shaped maid, Little Lily, hang clothes. He noticed that the clothes were simply draped over ropes to dry, and when collecting clothes, especially a gown like Flaccabi's, they were also draped over wooden racks, which easily left creases at the waist. In other words, there were no clothes hangers. Clothes hangers today are generally made of wire. With iron being scarce in the Duchy of Sapphire, iron hangers were out of the question. Polished smooth wooden hangers, with their rounded support parts, wouldn't damage the shoulders of clothes, and were the best choice for hanging gowns, while also being very easy to source. Clothes racks, rocking chairs, drawers, curio shelves. The woodworking workshop would gradually introduce them. But while these were all new types of furniture that would inevitably spark a home living revolution, List didn't expect them to bring in much profit, because carpenters working for nobles from other regions could take a few glances and probably know how to copy them. What would be needed to capture the market were the quality of thorn ironwood. Ironwood quality combined with lower prices made such household products definitely the favorites of the middle and lesser nobles. By the time The woodworking workshop could both produce household items and provide Tool-Up Castle with ironwood quality weapon shafts and arrow shafts. The ironwood era of Fresh Flower Town was fast approaching. Jayla's name would also resound all over Coral Island. Chapter 298, The Fratricide of Father and Son in Tool-Up Castle. The woodworking workshop will need a few more days before it can begin operations. List was now focusing on the soon-to-be-launched Fresh Flower Brew, having visited Tool-Up Castle and brought a barrel of the brew to the Earl. "Is this the Fresh Flower Brew?" The Earl tasted it and nodded. "You have made me see you in a new light, List. The liquor trade is more profitable than the magic potion business. It's a lucrative industry. The Fresh Flower Brew business still needs the protection of Father." "Of course, I am your father. Fresh Flower Brew has shown me many possibilities. Perhaps it will become the greatest aid for the Tool-Up family to climb the ladder of power." The Earl clearly saw the hidden profits behind the liquor business. "Levi's, Levira, you, and Lyddon are all blood of our family." It felt like the Earl's next words were leaning towards splitting the liquor profits equally. List interjected directly, "Father, I thought my brother had already reported to you about a collaboration model for Fresh Flower Brew." He glanced at Levi's, who stood beside him, as he spoke. "Of course I reported it. How could Fresh Flower Brew smoothly launch on Coral Island without Father's approval?" Levi's quickly said, "The result of my discussions with Father was that I would give 20% of the profits to the Tool-Up family as a fee for using the channels, with the remaining split between the two of us brothers. Out of the total profits, List was to take 40%, with the remaining 60% for Levi's." Now it seemed that Levi's also held only 40%, handing over 20% to Tool-Up Castle. From Levi's attitude, List roughly understood and smoothly said, "I also think such profit distribution is reasonable, although as the heir to Tool-Up Castle, my brother can use the channels freely. We still haven't split our estates with Lyddon, so we should take care of our brother and leave 20% for Tool-Up Castle. Just like you said, List, Lyddon is also my brother. How could I not take care of him? 20% of the profits are for Father to cultivate Lyddon. I won't have any complaints." The two brothers, one by one, they confirmed the profit distribution, blocking any space for the Earl to interject. Perhaps, as a father, he felt the Fresh Flower Brew was too valuable and that a larger share of the profits should be redistributed. But to Levi's and List, this was out of the question. Even Levira and the others were not willing to share it, let alone Lyddon, their half-brother from another mother. On this point, the brothers were resolute. The Earl sat behind his desk, looked at Levi's, then at List, and saw that both appeared calm as if nothing had happened. A look of gloom appeared on his face. He drank the Fresh Flower Brew in his cup in one gulp. Then, placing the cup down with force, he said, "Should I feel proud and gratified at your shrewdness? From minor nobles to major nobles in just 20 years. Have you really inherited the ambition I hoped for? Why has Tool-Up Castle, like all great nobles, begun to exude a scent of decay? Father, I am diligently practicing every moment, looking forward to earning my merits on the battlefield just like you," Levi said solemnly, with his left hand on his chest. List had no desire to explain. He didn't need to explain anything. The development of Fresh Flower Town was proof enough. He even had the mood to jest, like wine that improves with age, perhaps decay is just an exquisite presentation of nobility. "List, I am not joking with you," the Earl said, looking at his increasingly blurry second son. Suddenly, he felt his paternal authority was faltering. "The old you wouldn't joke either. I'm comforted by your growth, but I do not wish for it to make you lose some familial love." The young List used to be very afraid of his father. But the current List treated the Earl more as an equal. Between father and son, no matter how much they argued or created a ruckus, there was nothing to fear, as the Earl could not possibly break his own son's legs. Therefore, he expressed his view directly. "Father, you might see sharing between siblings as familial love, but I think holding an invincible sword in my hand to protect my siblings is also a kind of familial love." "I think List makes a lot of sense," Levi's agreed deeply. The Earl fell silent for a moment. He poured another glass of Fresh Flower Brew for himself and one for both Levi's and List. Lifting his glass, he offered a slight toast. "I hope you both remember what was said today. Furthermore, decay is not a trait befitting a noble." The atmosphere relaxed. List picked up his glass. He pretended to drink it down with gusto, but he really didn't like drinking clear spirits. After finishing his drink, Levi suddenly said, "Father, what about the top-grade Fresh Flower Brew for the Grand Duke's tribute? I will need to enter the court for a spring session in a few days. I will bring along the century-age Tool-Up you've concocted." And so, the brief confrontation in the study came to an end, with the brothers preserving their interests. Walking along the corridor, Levi's heaved a long sigh of relief. "You don't live in Tool-Up Castle, so you might not be aware. After Fresh Flower Brew came out, Lady Marie acted crazily, performing several crying dramas in front of Father, and I almost couldn't hold on. Thankfully, what you said today convinced Father. The influence of pillow talk is indeed tricky to handle, I understand. The master of Tulip Castle was Lee Wheelie M. Tulip. Levi's was just the heir. But Lady Marie and Lyddon held special positions, they were destined never to become masters of the castle. Therefore, they had to find ways to gain more advantages before Levi's could inherit the castle. Selfishness is the way of the world. While it's not right to think too ill of others, it's also unwise to regard them as saints. How Lady Marie conducted her pillow talk behind the scenes was unknown to List. He only needed to know one thing, to defend his own interests. If he gave in today, he might give in even more tomorrow. The once meek and bullyable List. Now, he had to adopt a new image, to show everyone that List was not one to be trifled with. If pushed too far, he would unleash Dowson and stir up a great commotion. Apart from the Earl, perhaps no one on Coral Island could stop Dowson. Therefore, I can swagger around Coral Island, and that's no jest. The famous fresh flower brew finally hit the market before March, sans the queues for purchase that were not a fad here just yet. The pre-ordered lists have already been placed on the desk in Levi's study. All List had to do was pull over the fresh flower brew, then bottle it by type before handing it over to Levi's. He didn't even need to know who bought the brew, just count the number of bottles, and his share of the profit was secured. Of course, he calculated using the wholesale price. The freight cost differed from region to region, altering the retail price, but that was none of List's concern. He simply handed over to Levi's at the rate of 5 silver coins for a wooden bottle, 50 silver coins for a ceramic bottle, and 10 gold coins for a jade bottle. Just this batch sold a total of 210 wooden bottles, 26 ceramic bottles and 8 jade bottles. The Shattered Stone Castle and Bear Castle each purchased 4 jade bottle fresh flower brews. The total value exceeded 103 gold coins, roughly enough for the island's nobles to drink for a week. It's a pity that the Earl forced the fresh flower brew to be sold to Tulip Castle at cost before departing for Blue Dragon Island. Otherwise, Tulip Castle's consumption of liquor could have matched the total sales of all the minor nobles combined. List reflected with slight disappointment as he pocketed his 40 gold coins share. This was just the sales from Coral Island. The next target was to distribute to Red Crab Island. Chapter 299, It's Not My Fault for Trafficking Slaves. The export of fresh flower brew will still need some preparation time, as the current production cannot meet demand, and the consistency of quality is still slightly lacking. March had just arrived, and following Earl's journey to Blue Dragon Island to attend the court meeting, he took the opportunity to promote the finely packaged fresh flower brew in crystal bottles embedded with gemstones to the Sapphire Duke. Levi's also left Tulip Castle, heading to Golden Island as per the agreement to visit the Golden Wheat Sheaf family. To confirm his marriage to the daughter of Marquis Roderick, Loria Goldwheatear. The task of selling fresh flower brew was handed over to Frank. List also entrusted the sales work to Galtai. With the direction for fresh flower brew set, the remainder of the task was naturally delegated to subordinates. His own important work was training dogs and practicing cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the sun was blazing on the 5th of March. On this day, the Tulip Caravan's ships returned, and the 2,500 serfs purchased by List also arrived with the ship, with a handover arranged at Fresh Flower Port. Ever since Fresh Flower Town had its own dock, there was no need to go through the transfer via Coral City stock. 2,500 serfs, plus the losses from the last slave trade, number a total of 2,700. The losses this time might still be substantial, but the quality is good, with quite a few craftsmen mixed among them. Frank, following the fleet to Fresh Flower Town, handled the transfer of serfs. As for the arrangements for the serfs, the town had long been prepared. Thus, there was not much chaos, and bilingual receptionists proficient in serpent script and Wind language, under the direction of town officials, quickly completed the tally of serf numbers, skill screening, and recording of identity information. A total of 2,226 serfs, among them 37 might be terminally ill and beyond help. Galtai returned to the house at the dock. Reporting to List. Upon hearing this, Frank immediately began calculating with his fingers. Then, we'll count on 2,100. 2,189 serfs, with a total loss of. He calculated twice, finding it somewhat difficult, and didn't come up with an answer. List, adept at arithmetic operations, had already silently figured out a loss of 511 serfs. Oh, right, a loss of 511 serfs. Frank spread his hands, not embarrassed by his poor arithmetic. The people here generally weren't good at math. He also did not harbor any negative emotions about the high number of deaths, saying with a smile, if you continue the serf trade, you can compensate for the losses in the next transaction. You can supplement 300 serfs, and the other. More than 200 serfs, consider them as normal losses. That's fine, Lys nodded. The death of over 500 people due to the slave trade had begun to numb him, but he still felt somewhat choked up. Without the trade, there would be no harm, but how else could he develop his territory and achieve his dragon-riding ambitions without buying serfs? He could only apologize to the souls of the deceased. Being born into this dog-eat-dog world was a sorrow in itself. Moments later, he put away any pretense of crocodile tears or true feelings. Stepping out of the house, he looked at the bustling dock square. The serfs were being sorted. Carl Ironhammer of the patrol team was selecting strong men among them to form a new patrol squad. Rombarrel did the same, selecting sturdy men left over from Carl's choices to join his bug guard team, and then distributing them one by one to the various farms to cultivate the land and guard the cordyceps. Earth Knight Lass Rondo and Rick Trace, meanwhile, took responsibility for selecting robust youths and grouping all the children, who would later begin their chi cultivation. On their way to Fresh Flower Town, they had endured torment, but upon setting foot on this land, they would start anew. Butler Carter and Mrs. Morrison also led the castle servants in choosing from among the serf throng, mainly picking suitable servants and young children. Lycity's castle would eventually expand to become a named castle, and at that time, many servants would be needed. Mrs. Morrison, females who look clever and moderately pretty, under the age of 20, can also be selected, around 10 or so. The castle needs a group of maids who can handle heavy chores. The current few of you can't attend to everything thoroughly, Carter instructed. Mrs. Morrison nodded. I understand, I'll choose the qualified maids. The clerks bustled about, commanding the serfs, bringing food and water, and arranging for those serfs left over to be sent to various farms. At present, only those serfs assigned to farming were arranged. Craftsmen and workers were also allocated to farm work. It would not be until there were suitable positions available that they could be relieved from farm labor and return to their old trades, utilizing the skills they possessed. Lycity climbed onto a rock, surveying the port scene, without anyone following him, except Dowson. Suddenly, Dowson's nose twitched, and he barked at the empty air beside him. It's me, Dowson. Someone's voice came out. Dowson still roared uneasily until Lycity stroked his neck, calming him down. Without turning his head, he asked, Why are you invisible? Nothing much, just didn't want to show up. My sister was probably sold to Fresh Flower Town in the same way initially, said Black Dragon Changeling Paris. Maggie was lucky. She was part of the first batch of serfs purchased by Fresh Flower Town. It wasn't the peak season for the slave trade then, each serf was a treasure, so they received fairly decent care on the ship. These serfs are less fortunate, many packed together, and if they got sick, they could only be thrown into the sea. Paris, still invisible, spoke in a somber voice. Baron, why do such things as the slave trade, so devoid of conscience, happen? Because they haven't met a landlord who treats his people well. At least in Fresh Flower Town, they will definitely not suffer any further harm, Lycity said offhandedly. He was a participant in the sin, so there was nothing good to say, all the blame was cast onto others. By the way, he beautified himself, while other landlords were evildoers, he was the incarnation of justice, the landlord who brought hope to the serfs. Perhaps it was a lack of intelligence. Though Lycity couldn't see, Paris still nodded approvingly. For them, it is indeed lucky to come to Fresh Flower Town. Here, life doesn't need to worry about food and clothing, nor fear of mercenary blunders. I have come to like the peaceful life here. But it won't always be peaceful. Soon, I will head to the battlefield to fulfill the truth in my heart, Lycity said, touching the crimson blood sword at his waist. The ruby inlaid on the sword flickered, the crimson carrying a strange allure. The setting sun's glow shone on his handsome face, making it seem especially sacred and just, with sapphire blue pupils that could rival real sapphires. He proclaimed loudly, My horse, my sword, my spear, my knights, will scatter my ideals of justice and flaunt my knightly way. Paris was spellbound, unable to utter a word. Chapter 300, Peanut Nougat. The sun had set. The Lord of Dazzling Radiance, the ruler of Fresh Flower Town, Listulip, had returned to the castle. On the rocky pier area, Paris still stood in the cold wind. She tried to dispel his tall and straight figure from her mind, but it clung on persistently. On the contrary, the more she attempted to chase it away, the more memories flocked to fill in his silhouette. Eventually, the figure turned around, revealing a face more handsome than any woman's. His sapphire eyes were deep and captivating, his short, light golden hair fluttered in the wind, along with the corners of his mouth that always wore a gentle smile. The curve of his lips was so pleasing to the eye. She thought back to the first time she saw him, her effort to appear calm, which was amusing, the first actual combat training when his naive but swiftly maturing swordsmanship astonished everyone, the first time he went out to sea, the cold wind on his face as if he was detached from the world, which was heartbreaking. And more recently, tumbling in the snow, the almost intimate contact of his face against her chest, which would wet her blankets whenever she thought of it at night. Even now, upon recalling it, she couldn't help but blush fiercely. What to do? It seems I can no longer extricate myself. It felt as if something was pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. The moon rose from the sea's surface, and the cold moonlight poured down on the world. She had involuntarily released her invisibility. Her voluptuous figure, now visible again, emitted a burning heat. After a long while, it was as if she remembered something. She suddenly turned around and slipped into the shadows, leaving only a murmur carried away by the wind. Pity, he is a noble, and I am just a commoner. In this world, the gap between nobles and commoners was clearly recorded on the thick parchment in List's hands at this moment. Like a series of inventory lists, every name represented a piece of merchandise. The final list of serfs had just been delivered by Galtai. There were no noteworthy details among regular serfs and workers, but what he was mainly concerned with was the craftsman list. Not a single technician or master-level craftsman was on the list. No one would sell those who possessed such advanced skills. There are quite a few blacksmiths, a full 5 of them, but it's a pity I don't have that much iron for them to work with. List caught sight of the blacksmith quotas first thing. The Eagle Kingdom had iron dragons, and was rich in iron ore, so naturally, it had many blacksmiths. 3 stonemasons, who were in dire demand in both Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island. The rocks produced by Dowson every day had piled up into a small hill, and the construction of bridges and roads was inseparable from the stonemasons. 4 carpenters, just as Fresh Flower Town was set to build the ironwood era, the addition of 4 carpenters would accelerate this process. The iron thorn quality was very tough, making the carpenters' work slow, which could be compensated by having a greater number of them to address the issue of low efficiency. 2 tanners, one specializing in making leather goods, the other in tanning leather. Together with the old tanner Phil, descendant of the son who was skilled in crafting leather shoes, the leather industry of Fresh Flower Town could be said to have been established. 3 tailors, which was very timely. With a population nearing 5,000, the consumption of clothes in Fresh Flower Town was on the rise, needing more tailors to mend and make clothing. These 5 professions were among the most common in the craftsman class. Thus, there were quite a few people. In addition, 2 bakers and 3 chefs were also popular craftsmen and would become a part of the culinary culture of Fresh Flower Town, driving the development of the food industry. In the remaining list, there were no more duplicate craftsmen. 1 bone craftsman could be sent to the bone craftsman shop to speed up the process of grinding fire dragon bone fragments by the Blaze bone family. 1 locksmith, perhaps, could replace all the serfs' house locks, and 1 cooper, as the consumption of buckets is on the rise, arrived just in time. 1 brewer, who could brew beer and rice wine, was a perfect addition to the brewing workshop, and 1 barber could relieve the busy work of the town's barbers. Last but not least, there was 1 spice maker and 1 sugar maker left. A spice maker? Fresh Flower Town doesn't produce spices, and I haven't heard of anyone growing spices on Coral Island either, so her usefulness isn't great. Maybe she can be hired into the castle kitchen to collaborate with Mrs. Abby on some culinary research, he mused, already deciding on the female spice maker named Saizumi to be Mrs. Abby's assistant. Counting up, Mrs. Abby already had 2 assistants, Julia with a chef background and Saizumi with a spice maker background, along with 3 kitchen maids, Eileen Four Fingers, Ali, and Karksy, and several junior maids training in the kitchen. It was a large team, all capable of being employed to open a big hotel. Why not add 1 more baker? That way, Mrs. Abby wouldn't even have to bake the bread herself and could focus on researching stir-fries for me. He thought of the hometown dishes he longed for, gradually coming to life, and couldn't help but clench his fists. He was moved by his own wise decision. Let's hire this female baker named Dahlia into the kitchen. Then, Mrs. Abby in charge of culinary development, Julia cooking, Alia baking, and Saizumi handling the spices. My castle's kitchen will become the source of this world's culinary delights. The spice maker's job was neatly arranged. List's gaze settled on the last craftsman, the sugar maker named Callum. Sugar is an indispensable food seasoning. I don't know if this world has sugarcane, but in the Duchy of Sapphire, there's no sugarcane. Sugar mainly comes from the cultivation of sweet fruit vegetables, which are somewhat similar to a mix of earth's beets and sugar canes, containing a large amount of sugar in their roots. Fresh Flower Town had a small cultivation of sweet fruit vegetables, used as a palate change. To take it for sugar making, one would need the help of sweet fruit beetles, as well as a sugar maker. However, upon seeing Callum's detailed introduction, he realized he had been mistaken, for Callum was not a sweet fruit vegetable sugar maker but a malt sugar maker. The making of maltose wasn't too different from brewing. Cereals like wheat, barley, glutinous rice, and millet, once fermented and then saccharified, could produce maltose. Great, with a malt sugar maker, maybe I could develop a series of candy delights. Instead of recruiting him into the kitchen, I'll build a malt sugar workshop right away. That's right, it could partner with the peanut processing workshop to produce nougat. I remember clearly, nougat is made from peanuts and maltose. Delicious nougat, with its rich milky flavor, abundant nuts, and maltose that grows more fragrant as you chew. I believe once nougat is produced, it will open up a significant market. Even if copied, it can still solidify Fresh Flower Town's position in the culinary scene. And, what's crucial, is that list rather like eating nougat. Peanut nougat, brimming with sweet memories from childhood. Such a tasty candy must by all means color the new world. After reviewing the list, he summarized, there are many ordinary craftsmen, among the special ones, the spice maker and sugar maker are unexpected delights. He set aside the list of craftsmen. At that moment, a knight swiftly rode toward the castle. Chapter 301, Unhesitating Rejection. Dear Lee. Having received the new edition of the score for Furlies, I was so excited that I almost went mad, wishing I could sprout wings and fly to your side to play it for you. Or to hear you play it for me with that unrestrained attitude, just like that day in the ballroom when I watched you play those wonderful notes. You know how much I yearn for the memories left at Long Taro Castle. I have already packed my luggage to go to Coral Island, Fresh Flower Town, in search of you. My maid Luia can vouch for me, for she was in charge of the packing. But my father has stopped me, because I am about to marry the son of a marquis, with whom I have no emotional foundation. This is my fate, from which I cannot escape. From the moment I was born a woman of the Hyacinth family, I knew that this day would eventually come, to accept the nurture of the family and become a tool for family alliances through marriage. Yet, I still hope to see you again before getting married, to indulge in a moment of passion, to dance gracefully to the sound of Furlies. Dear, you will come, won't you? You know I'm waiting for you here. Eagerly awaiting. Yours, Duniko. The knight who was rushing to the castle brought such a letter to List, sent from Red Crab Island by Duniko Hyacinth. After reading the letter, he fell into a silent contemplation. Duniko obviously still harbored old feelings for him, and the complete version of Furlies he sent had intentionally provoked her, igniting her passion all at once. She even wanted to come to Fresh Flower Town to play the piano and dance. Thinking of the stimulating scene from that night, a sudden fire ignited in his heart, full of respect, and he almost wanted to immediately take a boat to Red Crab Island to rekindle their past romance with Duniko. However, he did not do so. Let it remain a memory. The passion without feelings has passed. This is not the life I want. If he wanted passion, Fresh Flower Town was not without it. Paris, Little Lily, they were women of good looks and figure, and he could indulge if he wished to. There was no need to go to Duniko. Therefore, after putting down the letter, he did not reply, nor did he plan to go to Red Crab Island, but instead slipped the letter into a knight's novel that he was certain he would never read again. It was my fault for taking the initiative, sorry Duniko. The passion had faded, and not even the smoke mission could hold it. Moreover, he did not have the time to go, for in 4 days, it would be March 9th, meaning he would turn 17 years old. Last year on March 9th, he was ennobled as a baron, and the next day he ate the poisonous fruit from Thorn Ridge and completely changed from the inside out. Master, this is the luncheon menu listed by Mrs. Abbey, please review it. Butler Carter had already begun preparing for the birthday party. For him, each banquet was a battle comparable to a knight's charge, requiring full preparation. Lee simply glanced at it and handed it back. Just arrange it according to this menu. It's only my 17th birthday, not a significant one, and there's no need to invite anyone. It's just a gathering with the followers from the town to celebrate. Mr. Carter, keep it casual. Butler Carter smiled. Your birthday, Master, is the most important festival for us. Lee smiled and did not say anything more. It was both a flattery and a truth. In the castle, he was the most important person, and all the servants lived their lives around him. Brother, is it almost your birthday? Yes. In Shellwood Tower, the intrigued sea sprite Ake asked, will there be many people gathering for the birthday party? It must be a very interesting event. Does Ake remember her own birthday? Ake tilted her head. I'm not sure, I only remember that when I first woke up, I was inside a shell, and then I was so hungry, I went to find something to eat, and that's how I began to live in the ocean. Whenever I had the chance, I would listen to the sailors speaking on the passing ships. Then, let's take the day we met as Ake's birthday, how about that? Yes, that's January 11th, no, January 12th, it was already past midnight on that day. Ake remembered it very clearly, so her birthday was set on January 12th, Ake is already looking forward to her birthday next year. Will brother celebrate it for Ake? List said, we must celebrate it. By the time, Ake will have become Akerloid's truth. In fact, Ake can already be called a true magician now, Ake suddenly said slyly, stretching out her hand, as two water arrows miraculously appeared. She aimed at the window and gave a gentle push. The two water arrows instantly transformed into over a dozen water arrows, shooting into the sky and disappearing from sight. Only magicians were capable of mastering the water arrow barrage, which she had already learned how to use, and she did so effortlessly, without needing a charging process. List had seen Granny and Elkerson perform magic, and while skilled magic was also quick, there was still a rather noticeable charging up. Those less adept at magic required even more time to charge. That was also a factor as to why magicians couldn't win against knights, who ruled the world. By the time a magician had readied their spell, a knight had already charged in close. But for Ake, the water arrow barrage was practically instantaneous. This made him curious. Ake, do you not need to charge when you release magic? I don't need to, she replied. Ake has engraved the magic array into my body, so I can release water arrows at any time through the magic array, very easily and simply. That must be the so-called genius magician, was the only way List could understand it. If other magicians found out, they would probably die of shame, the magic that took them several years to master. For Ake, it was merely a few days of pondering. Instant casting sounded as natural as can be for her, summoning countless water arrows with just a wave of her hand. The only downside was that Ake could only attune with water system mana and was unable to learn other types of magic. It made her combat abilities seem somewhat monotonous. However, considering she was a sea creature, the ocean was her vast stage, and specializing in water system magic was actually an advantage. Study hard, Lady Akerloid's truth. Being a magician is just the beginning of exploring the truth. The future is still vast, and you can appreciate the true extraordinariness of magic only after becoming a grand magician. By the time, you might not need my help, and you could slay Dulu Mikita yourself. Yes, Ake will definitely become a powerful grand magician and defeat Dulu Mikita. That being said, Dulu Mikita had not appeared between Fresh Flower Town and the waters of Black Horse Island and had likely left the sea long ago due to the sea serpent, making it untraceable before returning to its own habitat. Time flies as swift as an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the day of the birthday arrived. His sister Livira had the retainer knights deliver a batch of vegetable seeds. The climate in Falcon Town was pleasant and the soil relatively fertile, which was great for planting vegetables. This gift was quite modest, perhaps because she was still put out by the fresh flower soap birthday gift List had given her. Lady Penelope, his grandmother, sent a potted plant, perhaps hoping that since Thornridge had nurtured the dragon hollyhock bug, she was expecting List to produce another. However, after examining the potted plant, List found no signs of magic power. His brother Levi's had his family tutor Frank deliver a piece of magic equipment, a flame bracelet. Made with red crystals carved and linked together, it contained red crystals with fire attribute mana, which could amplify the fire attribute chi. It was a rather valuable birthday gift, probably prepared before he left for Golden Island. But what surprised List the most, was the gift from the Earl, and considering that the Earl had left long before, it was probably prepared by Lady Marie. A brand new piano was delivered by carriage. Chapter 302, Celebrating with Creatures. If a piano appeared in the scene, I would sing for you. This was not the melody that floated in List's mind, yet it was incredibly fitting. When the servants carefully carried the piano upstairs to the study and had a professional pianist tune its strings for tension, the constant trembling sounds of the strings made List feel as if many inspirations blossomed, bombarding his brain, chafing at his fingertips. An upright piano, a household model, of medium size. Made by the Court's esteemed piano knight, Cruz Beniron, in the spring of the year 151, priced at 128 gold coins. 1 meter 5 in length, 60 centimeters in depth, and 1 meter 28 in height. Cast from a mix of rockwood and fine steel, the strings made from top-grade bowstring materials, derived from magical beast furs. The body of the piano painted in a dark purple hue, exuding a faint scent of solid wood. Lacking the grandeur and status of a grand piano, but among upright pianos, it was a high-end product. Compared to the rudimentary pianos that small nobles often bought for a dozen or so gold coins, this model was sufficient to complement his current status. Leaning against the wall, bringing over a stool, List directly sat in front of the piano, his itching hands involuntarily falling onto the keys. Ding! The crisp sound emerged, the vibrancy felt as the action struck the strings. With just this one sound, he felt a tremor throughout his body, as if his soul was being elevated. The pianist within List was getting restless. For Alice, With You, and many other famous piano pieces he had heard were ringing in his ears simultaneously. His fingers ached to transform into dancing elves, prancing upon the keys. However, he did not, as there were too many inspirations. It seemed somewhat blocked, and no rhythm came to mind, so after touching the keys, he got up and left the study. Today was his birthday, and even Marcus, Lass, and the Griffins had returned from Black Horse Island. As early as this morning, Fresh Flower Town had sunk into the festive spirit, with officials busily sending warmth on behalf of Lord Landlord to all the subjects of the territory, 2 copper coins each. Even on regular holidays where warmth was shared, at most 1 copper coin was given, but now with fresh flower brew on the market, and Lord Landlord flush with cash, he lavished a considerable sum, doubling it. Wishing our Lord Landlord eternal youth. May Lord Landlord ride dragon soon. May the great Lord Landlord forever be favored by knightly glory. Praise to our Lord Landlord, happy birthday to you. Even those serfs who had just arrived at Fresh Flower Town and were still acclimating to their new lives were shouting in unison, praise to our Lord Landlord. Clerks and patrol members, as they distributed money home by home, also proclaimed to everyone, to celebrate our Lord Landlord's birthday, today, all the poultry and livestock in town shall receive extra feed. Every household's chickens, the guard dogs of the dog runs, the fruit thief monkeys at the training grounds, the milk cows at the dairy farms, the horses of the castle grounds, the fat pigs of the pig farms, and even the assorted dogs and sheep raised by the serfs, could all feel the festive atmosphere and were part of the birthday celebrations. Mrs. Morrison entered the worm room, scattering a thick layer of jade powder in the nests of the elf bug. My adorable little ones, it is the master's birthday today, and you too must offer your praises to him. The maids also brought in various fruits, carefully placing them on the table inside the shell wood tower. They didn't know why they were doing this but could only guess the master wanted to feed the shell sea monster. Every servant knew that a shell sea monster was kept in the castle. When cleaning, they were anxious, fearing the shell would suddenly open and gobble them up. That's why, even when strange noises emanated from the wood tower, they pretended not to hear anything. It was probably the sound of sea sprite's failed magical experiments. Often, new magic could easily fail, but fortunately, it was water magic, and even an explosion posed no real danger. At most, water would be splashed all over the room. Thomas, Tom, Jesse, don't forget to increase the magical beast meat for Dowson, the Earth Matron, and the 8 tiny ones, List instructed the male servants before the noon banquet began. His army of blizzard beasts naturally joined the celebration, enjoying improved meals. Yes, my lord. At high noon, all the followers had arrived. Butler Carter came over. Lord, may we begin the feast now? Begin. Immediately, the guests took their seats and exquisitely prepared food began to arrive, emitting tempting aromas. However, for drinks, only a few bottles of fresh flower brew were brought out by the servants. A small cup was poured for each person. List, smiling yet with a serious tone, said, "We must not let my birthday delay the normal work of the territory. Therefore, 1 cup of fresh flower brew per person will suffice for the lunch, and no one is allowed to drink more." Drinking could lead to neglecting duties, and the work arrangement for the serfs was not yet complete. It was not a time for excessive celebration. Galtai seemed very disappointed. He loved the atmosphere of drinking at feasts the most. But the theme of the banquet was determined by List's will. Once the fresh flower brew was poured for everyone, led by Galtai, the followers all shouted in unison, "We wish the Lord eternal youth and the constant favor of knightly glory. Glory forever belongs to you. Glory belongs to me, and I am with you all." List raised his cup, looking around at the increasing number of his followers with high spirits, and drained it in one gulp. The spiciness of the liquor seeped into his heart and lungs, instantly lifting his spirits immeasurably. It was not in vain that he had strived for a year. Fresh Flower Town, once a remote backwater, was finally brimming with vitality. He was quite moved. Whoa. Jayla suddenly flew over, snagged the steak from his plate, and began to gnaw on it wildly. After 2 bites, perhaps finding it not to her taste, she threw it back onto the plate and then leaned over the soup bowl, gulping down the egg soup lustily. The mood he had just been fostering was completely disrupted by the little creature. He smiled and didn't blame Jayla. Since today was a celebration with the people and all living beings, she naturally had to be included as well. Without alcohol to boost spirits, the banquet was still filled with laughter and cheer, but the eating was quick. In less than half an hour, all the dishes had been finished. Wiping his mouth, without keeping the followers for long, List directly announced the end of the banquet. The workers who needed to labor went back to work, as their daily wages weren't meant for slacking off. He kept Marcus, Lass, and Griffin behind, and after Butler Carter brought tea and closed the door to the study, he said, 1,000 serfs have been handed over to Consultant Galtai to select, and he's chosen 500 so far. When you return, transport them to Black Horse Island. Yes, my lord. Recently, buying grain has become increasingly difficult, and the bread supply may decrease. Remember to look for seafood on the beaches of Black Horse Island to get through this period. Rest assured, my lord, we have already found 2 beaches abundant with seafood. I have great confidence in Teacher Marcus's work, List smiled reassuringly. The fresh flower brew has gone on sale, and from what we can see, it's selling well. Fresh Flower Town's finances will be very ample, and it's time for Black Horse Island to undergo vigorous development. Once the training of this batch of serfs is complete, I will send another group of officials to assist you. I hope you can shoulder the heavy responsibility. The 3 stood up and bowed. We are honored to serve you, my lord. Chapter 303, Overwhelming Force with a single stroke after the nap. He jingled the bell to summon a servant, who brought him a cup of milk tea. List sat in front of the upright piano. His emotions had calmed down, and the explosive inspirations had all dissipated, leaving only tranquility. The sheet music for Alice lay on the stand. He was about to play a piece, to feel the sound quality of the new piano, and at the same time, to refine his personal sentiments. His fingers touched the keys, and familiar rhythms immediately awakened, as if driven by an internal force. His hands began to play on their own, and notes blossomed one after another. The simple yet wonderful melody echoed in the study, and the thick walls provided excellent soundproofing, allowing him to immerse himself in his own world, to indulge as he pleased. At the end of the piece, an intoxicated expression lingered on his face. A moment later, he awoke from his reverie and began to reminisce about the previous experience. Compared to the grand piano of Longtaro Castle, the sound quality is much worse, and it's not comparable to the grand piano of Tulip Castle either. But the upright piano also has its advantages. Reducing sound quality also covers up many technical flaws. A grand piano can hit about 14 times per second, but an upright piano can only achieve 7 hits per second. It doesn't feel as smooth as a grand piano, and the sound isn't as rich. The contrast between loud and soft isn't clear enough. Of course, if you're not a professional, you probably can't tell the difference between an upright and a grand piano. List's former self was half a professional, and it seemed he himself also had the talent of a pianist, thus he could acutely feel the difference. It was quite a pity, the Earl hadn't gifted him a grand piano. I was being greedy. Even the cheapest grand piano costs hundreds of gold coins, and with that money, one could buy quite a lot of magic potions. The Earl, though wealthy, is not one to spend money recklessly. List soon came to terms with this, feeling overjoyed simply to have his own piano. He took a sip of milk tea and replaced the sheet music. It was the with you he had composed on the ship. This sheet music was similar to For Alice, both very simple kinds, with his performance technique inherited from his predecessor and a good pianistic atmosphere cultivated. It should have been enough to reach the standard of an amateur level 10, sufficient to handle simple pieces. In my name as List, the Piano King, playing pieces of amateur levels 4 or 5 is a piece of cake. Dong. He pressed the keys forcefully with his fingertips and began to play. A melody infused with faint melancholy wafted through the air. In a flash, List felt as if he was back on that sea voyage, reliving the moments of blossoming inspiration under the blue sky and white clouds, the poignant melody also encapsulating longing, advancement, aspiration, and unyielding determination. Well aware that tragedy lay ahead, he still charged forward without hesitation. Dong 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 dong. The final key was struck, and List felt nearly moved to tears by the beautiful performance. Music touches the heart, and the piano, being the king of instruments, is especially enchanting. At this moment, he finally believed that he had the talent of a pianist, that within him resided the Piano King. Dong. He played it again, and then again. Not until he had played with you and For Alice flawlessly did he stop. He felt as if after the baptism of music, his dusty soul was transparent again. He glanced out the window. The sunset was exceptionally bright. Time for my medicine. The thick paper was spread out on the desk and the quill was inserted into the inkwell, as List fetched 2 thorn magic potions and 1 flame magic potion from the gemstone space. The crystal hourglass on the table was turned over. As the sand began to fall, he immediately consumed the first thorn magic potion. The gentle chaotic magic power fermented within him and spread out, giving him a sense of swelling. Opening his eyes, he maintained the conversion of magic power into chi while circulating it through his meridians, quietly observing the hourglass. When 5 minutes worth of sand had trickled down, he suddenly opened a flame magic potion and downed it in one gulp. The surging fire attribute magic power exploded instantaneously, enveloped by the chaotic magic power. It seemed to create a certain chemical reaction, generating an even greater, more surging magic power that battered every cell in his limbs and bones. His face reddened, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body felt a vaguely tearing pain. For a full 10 minutes, the pain abated slightly. He glanced at the hourglass and silently opened the second thorn magic potion, consuming all of its contents. The chaos of the magic power surged again, covering his body that had been battered by the flame magic potion, and solidifying the effects produced by the previous potion consumption. When his body returned to its optimal state, half an hour's worth of sand also passed through the hourglass. The setting sun was about to dip below the horizon. Ah, so refreshing. Feeling the total amount of chi climbing higher every day, List's lips curled into a smile as he began to ink down today's potion consumption insights and record data. Some fine-tuning of the timing is needed, along with a redistribution of the dosage for the flame magic potion. Reducing the volume of each potion a bit will ensure the least loss for the greatest gain. Recording complete. He pulled out another piece of heavyweight paper and plotted all the data on a coordinate system with X and Y axes, drawing a curve to precisely measure the direction for subsequent adjustments. Quite a brain drain. Just the coordinate systems drawn for various comparisons numbered 11, but the final results drawn from these 11 variable comparisons were highly accurate. He was nearly at the point of deducing the optimal potion consumption plan his body could withstand. Compared to when he had just become an elite Earth Knight, his total amount of chi had already increased by 1.5 times. He felt like he could take on 2 combat skills-oriented elite Earth Knights, such was the strength of a potion-consuming elite Earth Knight. Combat skills focused purely on honing technique. Potion consumers merely needed to keep spending money. No matter how much you train for 10 days, it's not as good as one potion-consuming session. This must be the so-called mighty force that overcomes skilled maneuvers, where a physically strong person can defeat 10 skilled warriors. An elite Earth Knight who consumes potions daily can defeat 10 elite Earth Knights who can only ponder combat skills. Moreover, List wasn't just a potion consumer, he was still honing his own combat skills. Flaming Wave and Fire Dragon Drill he had fully mastered. Multi-Arrow 2 was nearly perfected, and even the ultimate mystery technique Multi-Shadow Arrow, which Marcus had not managed to master, he could execute flawlessly. Training talent, potion-financed wealth, diligent perseverance, he was without the lack of Ani aspect. He stood up, put away the heavyweight paper, and stood in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant clouds lit with the glow of fire. How far am I from becoming a Sky Knight? Unknown. All he knew was that continuing to consume potions was the right path. Walking out of the study, he saw the maid Little Lily bending over to clean the corridor, with her ample bottom sticking out as if inviting more picking. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Little Lily hurriedly stood up and curtsied to List. Master. The young girl appeared ever more slender and graceful. List was in a good mood and wore a mild smile on his face. You've been working hard. Ah, Master, Little Lily is very happy working in the castle. It's not hard at all. She hurriedly spoke, her face bearing a sincere smile. Life in the castle, this time last year, was something she couldn't have even imagined. Abundant, warm, respectable, it was like a fairy tale dream come true. Chapter 304, Return to River Castle. The castle had 10 more maids and 10 more manservants. 8 maids were responsible for cleaning the castle's exterior: Amira, Lucy, Lopa, Roz, Wenna, Glimmy, Monica, Bellucci, and there were also 2 kitchen maids, Jessica and Anna. It's worth mentioning that Eileen Four Fingers received a promotion, although she still worked in the kitchen. She had worked for the castle for a full year and was supposed to be promoted to a formal maid. But she loved the kitchen and wished to stay there. Thus, she became a formal kitchen maid, with her wages rising from 1 to 2 copper coins per day, the same as Mrs. Abby's 3 kitchen assistants. Of the 10 manservants, 5 were manservant assistants: Isidore, Morris, Harris, Sam, and Alger. They were given all the heavy and rough tasks in the castle. The other 5 were handed over to One-Eyed Barton, the coachman, to be trained to tend to the castle's horses, dogs, forests, gardens, and cordyceps. Altogether, there were 40 servants, and the castle could no longer accommodate them all. Therefore, the newly arrived male and female servants were all arranged to stay in a corner of the town's civilian residential area, specifically designated as the castle servants' living quarters, separated by a wall. In addition, the castle also had 40 intern girls and boys. Once they grew up, by which time the castle with List's name should be completed, they would become qualified servants. Just like the development of the town, the training of servants was an integral part of the nobility's upbringing. Seeing the contented smile on Little Lily's face, List felt the same satisfaction. All these people were living life around him, and being able to bring stability and happiness to those close to him was naturally a very fulfilling matter. Little Lily, go inform Butler Carter to lead the manservants to move the piano to the worm room, he said. Yes, Master, she replied. Little Lily hurried down the stairs, leaving behind a graceful figure. List watched as she disappeared around the stairwell corner and chuckled softly, the beauty of youth in her prime. I wonder if she will choose to stay in the castle like Mrs. Morrison, remaining unmarried for life, or decide to get married and have children at some point. Although manservants and maids were servants of the castle, they could still get married. However, many maids did not wish to choose marriage. Marrying meant having children, and having children meant losing their jobs. It was very hard to return to work in the castle once they had children. Manservants, on the other hand, had no such concerns. Their earnings were enough to support a wife and children, and by leveraging relationships, they could even arrange for their children to work at the castle. Landlords usually trusted the offspring of the castle's old folks more. There were also many manservants who remained single, Butler Carter being one of them. Sometimes, List found it difficult to understand their way of thinking, dedicating their whole lives to the noble landlords. As of the latest information reported by Butler Carter, there had yet been no development of private affairs between any of the manservants and maids in the castle. When List initially discussed with Butler Carter and established the castle's regulations, there was no prohibition against manservants and maids dating. It was just that they were not allowed to let their relationships interfere with their work, nor were they permitted to commit lewd acts within the castle. Soon, Butler Carter led the manservants to move the upright piano into the worm room. The room most suitable for the placement of the piano was actually the entertainment room, which could be converted into a practice room with a little renovation. But List didn't want a separate practice room, as a practice room without grand pianos would seem too shabby. He placed the piano in the worm room. Playing the piano without an audience was a lonely affair. Not only were there numerous elf bugs in the worm room, but there was also the thorn miner elf Jayla and the sea serpent Ake who truly understood music. The sea serpent was more commonly known as the siren because of her enchanting voice. Ake had once hummed a ballad from the Duchy of Sapphire into Lee-CT0 on a lazy afternoon. That nightingale-like melodious singing made him linger on, and he almost felt as though he had entered the world described by the song, half awake, half dreaming, not knowing where he was. "Brother, is this the piano?" The sea sprite hovered in front of the piano, her ankles connected to the seawater, as the seawater buoyed her in midair. A few strands of water obstructed the view into the mysterious area, further provoking the imagination, making one want to peer into the secrets. He momentarily gathered his wits before shifting his gaze to the piano. "This is an upright piano. If you wish to learn, I can teach you how to play." Ake wants to learn, she quickly nodded, but then hesitated. "Let's not learn now. Ake still has to study magic, so many spells await exploration, hoping Ake can become a grand magician one day sooner." Ake had her own ideas. Lee-CT had no intention of insisting. He was just practicing piano nearby, repeatedly playing for Alice and with you, trying to regain the playing technique left by his predecessor as soon as possible. Perhaps it was his exceptional talent, just like his rapid progress in practicing the G manuscript, his piano proficiency was also improving swiftly. The memory of his fingers, called out by music. Before he knew it, Ake's singing had already begun, softly, as if accompanying the piano. "Look, how beautiful the ocean is. How thrilling the emotions. Look, the scenery of nature, how intoxicating. Look, the berry farm beside the hillside, filled with lipstick red raspberries, fragrance spreading everywhere, warmth filling every corner. But you said goodbye to me, abandoning your lover forever, leaving your homeland forever. Do you really have the heart not to return? Please don't abandon me, don't let me suffer again. Return to River Fort, come back." This was a very widely circulated folk song from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The story described the berry farm workers in a region called River Fort, hoping their lovers who had left their hometown would return. The author was already unknown. Some say it was the berry farm workers, their husbands off to war, singing out of longing. Some say it was a minstrel collecting local tales, who abandoned a heartbroken girl and penned this poem. Others say it was the landlord of River Fort, whose wife ran off with someone else, and in immense pain, he created this return to River Fort. The Duchy of Sapphire was a vassal to the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Basically, whatever was popular in the Steel Ridge Kingdom would eventually become popular here as well. Return to River Fort was no exception. In Ake's singing, Lee-CT gradually felt that his piano playing was not powerful enough to accompany her. The sea sprites singing belonged to the ocean, not to a small room, not to be accompanied by an amateur-level piano player on an upright piano. However, Lee-CT still tried hard to maintain it. Even under the pressure of the sea sprites singing, his playing technique gained a noticeable, epiphany-like growth. He poured his emotions into the piano playing, his fingers linked with his ears, his body swaying with the rhythm. Bang! Bang bang! With the last note struck, Ake's singing also happened to stop. His mood was exhilarated, his playing skill skyrocketed, as if he had already become a master. He couldn't help but grasp Ake's slender fingers and kiss the back of her snow-white, delicate hand passionately yet gracefully. This was a wonderful collaboration. Ake blushed, her eyes like pools of water. She responded softly through her nose, Chapter 305, The Ironwood Era and the Brick Era. Just as List had spent a few carefree days living as a pianist, The woodworking workshop in Fresh Flower Town had already produced the first batch of ironwood quality furniture. The first set of furniture, handcrafted and polished by the carpenters with united effort, was immediately delivered to the castle. A desk with drawers, a bedstand with drawers, a curio shelf with an odd design, a bookshelf with carved patterns, a stool made of thorn branches, an armchair with a well-designed relief, a tall and sturdy liquor cabinet, a small and exquisite pen holder. These pieces of furniture were replaced and arranged in their respective places. Right away, they transformed List's study into an entirely unprecedented style. Because the temperature had risen, the Fire Dragon brand air conditioner had been removed, and the study's style was now completely harmonized without a trace of inconsistency. "Master, I have seen the Earl's study, grand and imposing, but as for the quality of refined and prestigious temperament, this study now is even more astonishing," praised Butler Carter. He had supervised the placing of the furniture in the study, which carried a hint of self-flattery. But List agreed with the assertion. "Indeed, my study is not large, but this matching set of furniture is very harmonious, coupled with the uniform ironwood thorn style and the light gray wood tones, it looks particularly comfortable." He was very satisfied with the furniture. But what satisfied him the most was another ironwood thorn creation, the Thorn of Rise civilization stick. A 1-meter-3 stick was engraved with patterns of purple-black tulips. Each line of the pattern was meticulously filled with molten iron by the most skilled blacksmith, creating silver-white traceries. Then, they used colored paint for woodworking to outline the purple-black contours around the iron lines, finally coating them with a layer of resin akin to varnish. This was done to protect the iron patterns from oxidizing. So when the Thorn of Rise civilization stick was handed to List, he instantly fell in love with the understated yet luxurious patterns. Clusters of black tulips connected to one another, with roots and stems sprouting thorn-like spikes. It was clearly a hybrid design of tulips and thorns. It has to be said that though the craftsman might lack innovative thinking, might be conservative and outdated, and might not understand what constitutes high art, the objects produced by their rough hands possessed an ingenious craftsmanship, and plain details made out the majestic whole. "I like this stick," List commented. Leaning on the Thorn of Rise civilization stick, List walked slowly around the castle's great hall. For a young man to use a walking stick might look a bit awkward, but paired with flat habit and a tall posture, he exuded the distinguished presence of a noble. With genuine admiration, Butler Carter said, "Master, you possess the most elegant temperament of a noble. Standing by your side, I can feel your distinction every moment, like the clouds high out of reach. You embody all the excellent traits of both the Tulip and Long Taro families. I accept your compliments, Mr. Carter," List said as he handed over the civilization stick. "I am very satisfied with these ironwood thorn products. You may replace all the wooden furniture and items in the castle with ironwood thorn ones at your discretion." Carter bowed slightly. "As you wish, sir." After admiring the ironwood thorn furniture, List began to summon the smoke mission. With the furniture products from the woodworking workshop now off the line, the task was also completed. Task completed, reward 3 wild tea bushes. The wild tea bushes would probably grow on Black Horse Island. Perhaps Marcus and his associates had already discovered their existence. Then, a new task caught List's attention. Quest: the ironwood thorn furniture exudes elegance and luxury. The ironwood era has already descended upon Fresh Flower Town, thanks to the landlord's wise leadership. Why not continue to work hard and rapidly propel Fresh Flower Town into the brick era? Please build a brick factory and produce qualified bricks. Reward: an architect who made mistakes. After the carpentry workshop, the smoke mission started to guide List in building a brick factory. He understood that these should all be his own deep thoughts, reflecting through the form of the smoke mission. The power of fate was truly astonishing. Since the smoke mission was urging him on, List didn't hesitate any further. He summoned Galtai. "I plan to build a brick kiln to fire bricks, for the purpose of accelerating the construction work on my land. This will require some hard work from you for a while." "Earl, what is a brick kiln? What are bricks?" Galtai was perplexed. This world had pottery but not porcelain. Strictly speaking, ordinary bricks of course didn't exist, but bricks did exist. They were made of fired potter's clay, used to build houses, and were luxury only nobles dared to indulge in. Although pottery was not as valuable as jadeware or crystalware, nor as esteemed as metalwares in the Duchy of Sapphire, it was still a high-end technology firmly in the hands of nobles. Tulip Castle had its own pottery workshop, producing pottery of mediocre quality, but capable of being engraved with designs. The Tulip family's specialty product, Crescent Moon wine, was contained in pottery jugs and sold everywhere. The 50-year-old fresh flower brew was also bottled in pottery. Brick kilns were not like pottery kilns, they had little technical content and the materials required were widely available. As long as the soil was adhesive, it could be used to make bricks. Of course, Firing high-quality blue bricks took no less skill than firing pottery. Therefore, List only planned on firing red bricks. Perhaps, in the future, craftsmen who fired bricks would continue to explore the craft and eventually figure out how to make blue bricks, or even the method to fire porcelain. It was not impossible. A brick kiln is specifically designed for firing bricks, and bricks, well, they are made by firing clay into hard stones. Galtai exclaimed in surprise, "Can soil be fired into stone? What do you think pottery comes from?" Pottery is made by firing clay. Some nobles use the method of firing pottery to make block-shaped stones, called pottery bricks. Pottery bricks require potter's clay to undergo multiple procedures to be fired. I've decided to simply fire ordinary stones, which we will call red bricks. He suddenly remembered that whether it was blue bricks or red bricks, they were caused by iron elements. Full oxidation resulted in red bricks, while incomplete oxidation resulted in blue bricks. In this world, metals came from dragons, and there clearly was no iron in the soil, so he didn't know what color the bricks would turn out to be when fired. Maybe yellow, black, but probably not red. So, Earl, how should I go about making bricks? I know nothing about firing pottery, let alone bricks. I will contact Tulip Castle and have you lead a group of serfs to visit the pottery workshop, and incidentally spirit away a few pottery apprentices. After coming back, establish a brick kiln. We're not firing pottery, just bricks. He thought for a moment and then said, whether or not they learn, or whether we are able to spirit away the apprentices, doesn't matter, it's all up to fate. With the magic little fire dragon present, he just needed to prepare the clay and let the little fire dragon blaze the clay bricks. After a few experiments, he should be able to find the right temperature and the suitable clay material. This wasn't pottery or porcelain firing, there was no need for any secretive apprenticeship. List believed that he could fire the bricks himself, and the visit to the pottery workshop was simply to let the serfs understand the basic way and steps of firing bricks. He sent Galtai away, who was still quite baffled. He sighed, "It seems I will have to personally experiment with how to fire bricks. Tasks that don't leave one idle." Oh right, the reward for the smoke mission seems to be an architect who made mistakes. The only architect on Coral Island comes from a subordinate line of the Shattered Stone family, Mbapsuishi. Could it be him who made a mistake and is about to be punished? Suddenly, some inspiration flashed in his mind. He felt that he might not need to complete the construction of the brick factory to receive the quest reward. Chapter 306, New Fire Dragon Brick Factory. For instance, if Mbap made a mistake, wouldn't directly bringing him to Fresh Flower Town suffice? As long as it's not murder, rebellion, rape, or other heinous acts, I should be able to save him. List thought to himself. Still, he was puzzled. What kind of error would cause Coral Island's renowned architect, who continues to build large structures for the Tulip family, to be cast away? He even considered some unsavory possibilities, but given Mbap's advanced age, he likely couldn't do anything too terrible. Therefore, I'll first have Abigail use the eyes of the Fresh Flower Caravan to pay more attention to Mbap and see what unfolds. One hand on the brick factory, the other waiting for a mistake. List quickly arranged it. He himself also cut back on his recent degenerate lifestyle and began to dive into his ambitious endeavors. He now had several research topics in hand, for instance, how to write animals like dragons fight in the wild, how to scientifically consume magic potions, as well as the analysis of rubber properties, plus the technical research of fire dragon brick burning. Analysis of rubber properties. It had him writing content of over a dozen thick parchments. From all aspects, the new type of rubber produced by the rubber tree, except for lacking the softness and elasticity of Earth's rubber, was in all other respects a perfect adhesive, lightweight, sturdy, quick-setting, fire-resistant, cold-resistant, waterproof, insect-proof, non-toxic, odorless, shape-retaining, and impermeable to water and air. Buckets bonded with rubber worked surprisingly well, eliminating worries about poor cooperage leading to leaks. List had also tested items bonded with rubber against magic power attacks and discovered a very pleasant fact that rubber wasn't significantly reactive to magic power. Against magic and chi attacks, it only bore the brunt of the physical impact. A frenzied chi flame known as Great Fire Wave. When used against a damaged shield bonded with rubber, inflicted damage that was uniformly distributed and did not cause the rubber-bonded area any greater harm. That is to say, rubber could be an excellent material for repairing weapons. I could recycle some of the damaged weapons from the battlefield and repair them with rubber. They should be able to regain 90% of their quality. After discovering this secret, List ranked rubber alongside Black Blood Treasured Horse as a material of strategic importance. Recently, he began experimenting with additives to rubber, that is, using rubber as an additive to test various physical effects. First was water. The rubber in its liquid state could dissolve in water, and after stirring, it became a turbid white liquid rubber water. Rubber water wouldn't solidify, but after sitting for half an hour, it would gradually clarify and a layer of rubber solid would precipitate at the bottom of the container. He had also tried adding sand to rubber water, or rather, stirring sand into rubber water. The miraculous result quickly appeared before his eyes. A large lump of sand solidified. It solidified like rock into one piece, and even hammering it with an iron hammer would not break it. Its hardness was already comparable to the granite used in constructing castles, far surpassing the effect of concrete after it's set. So, have I now obtained the long-desired new type lightweight effective quick-setting concrete? The follow-up experiments hadn't started yet. But he had already thought about what would happen if he mixed rubber water with metals, gravel, sawdust, earth, and so on. Maybe the era of bricks was not yet upon us, and the era of reinforced concrete had already arrived. The only downside was that the output of rubber was too low to be used as casually as cement. Expanding the scale of rubber tree cultivation was imperative. For now, he set aside the experiments with rubber water and began to prepare for the fire dragon brick burning experiment. He ordered the serfs to collect soil from different parts of Fresh Flower Town, including the yellow clay from the seaside, the red sandy soil beside the river channel, the brownish soil from the wasteland, and the black slag soil from the Thorn Ridge area. After mixing with water, he began to shape the mixture into brick blanks, and then handed them over to the magical little fire dragon for firing. Unlike normal furnace fire, the magic little fire dragon's trajectory could directly calcine from the inside. So the speed and effectiveness of brick firing were significantly enhanced. Half an hour later, the bricks had been fired into shape. Lee Ct first tried quenching them with water to cool them down. Then, the black slag soil bricks from Thorn Ridge snapped and broke apart. Although the red sandy soil bricks from beside the river channel did not break, they showed several cracks. Faced with this situation, Lee Ct didn't immediately declare the failure of the black slag soil and the red sandy soil. He continued to fire a second batch. This time, he opted for natural cooling. After cooling, the 4 types of bricks showed varied results. The seaside yellow clay bricks were somewhat distorted in shape, the Thorn Ridge black slag soil bricks did not break again but were full of cracks and crumbled when tapped. He tested the hardness of the other 3 types of bricks and found that the red sandy soil bricks were also not usable, crumbling with a firm tap. The brownish soil from the wasteland performed best, with shapes largely intact and the hardness almost reaching that of common rocks. So, brownish soil should be the main raw material for brick making, but I still need to experiment with the firing of mixed soils. After 2 days of exploration, he finally settled on using 4/5 brownish soil mixed with 1/5 yellow clay. The blended soil that came out had a nice viscosity and could be used as the clay for brick making. The fired bricks were grayish-brown and slightly less hard than rocks. But they were also lighter in weight. Since the magical little fire dragon fired them from the inside out, bricks could be shaped into various forms, not only for making bricks but also for producing tiles, and even stone slabs and culverts. With the raw materials sorted out, the next step was how to build a kiln. He couldn't remember what a red brick kiln looked like or understood the working principle, but it all came down to using fire. Kilns on Earth burn coal, but he would use the magic little fire dragon directly, so the structure and design of the kiln should be redesigned. Once the magical little fire dragon is released, it's difficult to recall it. And it's not easy to get the bricks out of the furnace after they are fired. Maybe I'll need to enlist stonemasons to construct a stone wheel cart that can be pushed. The rough shape of the new style kiln was already forming in his mind. A single kiln could be designed to be the size of a room, with several rows of kilns lined up next to each other. Inside the kiln, place the magical little fire dragon, and at the bottom of the dragon's activity area, design a stone wheel cart that can be pushed back and forth. After loading the cart with brick blanks, the serfs would push the cart into the kiln with force. Once the bricks were fired, they would pull the cart out with force, quench it with water to cool it down, unload the bricks, and restack the blanks. A simple and fast cycle. The stone wheel cart would have to be very large. Fortunately, I have rubber water, otherwise it would be impossible to manufacture a satisfactory stone wheel cart. Without iron, industrial development is indeed severely restricted. With enough iron, one could simply weld together iron carts, which would be more convenient and faster. But without it, stone had to suffice. His thoughts were all clarified. He also began drawing the design blueprints. Finally, Lee Ct had time to look up at the white clouds in the sky. The brick factory should be built on Black Horse Island. It doesn't use fuel for brick firing, and since the scale will be quite large, it could easily expose the secret of the fire dragon magic power. Fresh Flower Town doesn't really need bricks, but the construction on Black Horse Island does. Chapter 307, Unknown Magic Books. When Marcus returned by boat once again, List, who had just finished inspecting the pottery workshop with Galtai, held a secret meeting with Marcus. This is the design for the brick factory. Take a look, can you understand it? The blueprint of the Fire Dragon brick factory was fairly descriptive. List had been drawing many designs lately and they were no longer so abstract. However, Galtai and Marcus still couldn't understand the blueprint as they were unaware of the secrets of the Fire Dragon's magical power, making it hard for them to comprehend a kiln that did not burn fuel. List simply explained, "You can think of it as a magic array, an array that concentrates fire attribute mana." He drew a circle in the blank space of the kiln. "Here is the effective range of the magic array. The stone wheel cart pushes the bricks to this position, and the fire attribute mana begins to calcine the bricks. In short, build a kiln on Black Horse Island according to the blueprint first, and I will set up the magic array later." "Yes, my lord." After discussing the brick factory, List suddenly asked, "Teacher Marcus, did you come across any special trees when you were transplanting rubber trees on the island?" He wanted to inquire about those 3 wild tea trees. "Special trees?" Marcus was puzzled. "My lord, there are indeed some trees on the island whose species we can't identify. However, to say they're special, there doesn't seem to be anything remarkable about them. After you return, mark all the trees whose species you can identify. I will take a look myself. Since there are magical trees like the rubber trees on the island, there may be other trees just as magical. In addition, I have already researched the properties of the rubber produced by the rubber trees." He shared his notes on rubber quality. The importance of rubber can now be said to have surpassed that of magic potions. "Truly amazing," Galtai muttered as he flipped through the notes, expressing wonder. Then he added, "My goodness, its effect in building houses is as miraculous as sticky rice. Mortar made from cooking sticky rice is the most important binding material in castle construction. Castle walls constructed with sticky rice mortar can stand for hundreds of years. A noble's castle not built with sticky rice mortar would be considered inferior. Especially in this world, sticky rice mortar has properties that resist magic, so magic and chi cause much less damage to the walls. The properties and effects of rubber water are indeed similar to those of sticky rice." Marcus also marveled. "At first, I didn't think it would be useful, but now, looking at it again, it is indeed a precious resource as you predicted, my lord. Knightly glory favors us. I knew my lord was the son of glory. Otherwise, how could there be so many marvelous treasures born in Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island?" Galtai quickly flattered. List smiled slightly. It was not that he was the son of glory but rather because his smoke mission was influencing the power of destiny. These rubber trees, magic potions, rapid growth iron thorns, and so on, all grew naturally. Truly, it should be attributed to this magical world. While these plants and animals are quite similar to those on Earth, they exhibit extraordinary characteristics in many aspects. The influence of magic power on this world manifests in every aspect. Those seemingly familiar things, who can guarantee the sparks that will collide when they combine with magic power? The sticky rice that can build castles is certainly not ordinary sticky rice. The tea trees used for making milk tea are also definitely not ordinary tea trees. Rubber with the combined benefits of cement and superglue is naturally not ordinary rubber. In the midst of List's busy efforts for the brick factory, news from Abagan of the Fresh Flower Caravan stirred his interest. A troubling event had taken place. Jamaya Bangtu, the apprentice who had been studying under the architect Mbap for many years, was accused of adultery with Mbap's daughter-in-law, resulting in his dismissal from the architectural team and subsequent imprisonment. Unsurprisingly, given Mbap's influence, it was certain he would bribe the prison officials to kill Jamaya, if that was indeed his intention. Committing adultery with his teacher's daughter-in-law, truly a man of despicable character. Yet, having studied architecture under Mbap for years, his skills should be sufficient to work independently. The so-called reward for the smoke mission must refer to Jamaya Bangtu, List surmised. He then instructed Earth Knight Ronto Wadapot to make a trip to Tulip Castle. He ordered, "Contact Mr. Frank and have him extract a man from prison for me, Jamaya Bangtu. Don't be stingy with the expenses, just charge it to the castle's account." With his current partnership with Levi's, asking Frank to handle the task was trivial. Moreover, it was just the matter of taking a prisoner. No matter how esteemed architect Mbap was, he was merely a commoner. On Coral Island, the Tulip family's word was law. 10 Mbaps couldn't stop them if they wished to save Jamaya. However, we must still give Mbap some respect. Tell Frank to let the prison give Jamaya a good thrashing, but not to kill him. Then send him over to Fresh Flower Town, List added. "Yes, my lord." Ronto accepted the command and left. In only a day and a half, Jamaya Bangtu, whose posterior was nearly whipped into quarters, was brought by carriage to Fresh Flower Town. "Jamaya, you should have died in prison. Remember, it is our lord, the landlord of Fresh Flower Town, Baron List, who saved you. You know what you need to do next?" Ronto said indifferently. Enduring the pain, Jamaya replied weakly, "Jamaya understands, I will not dare to err again, and I will work earnestly for Lord Landlord hereafter. The Lord admires your architectural skills. From now on, you will work comfortably in Fresh Flower Town, and your family will also be brought here, Rondo informed him. Yes, Jamaya will work hard, grateful for Lord Landlord's life-saving grace. He was sent off for treatment. List did not meet with him immediately. An apprentice architect, even one of a competent standard, did not command much attention. He summoned a smoke mission, as expected. Once the reward was secured in advance, the mission changed. The task has changed. Mission: the Fresh Flower vessel travels back and forth between Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island, braving all weather. Yet, sea voyages bear risks, especially at night, where the lack of a lighthouse can lead to a loss of direction. Please construct a lighthouse on Black Horse Island. Reward: a magic book. After reading the mission details, List suddenly found himself in an awkward position, realizing that he indeed needed to value Jamaya's expertise. A lighthouse was clearly a sophisticated structure, one that the stonemasons and carpenters of Fresh Flower Town were incapable of constructing properly. Let Jamaya heal a bit more before summoning him to meet me. The reward for the task is a magic book. That's rather intriguing. The last time the reward involved a book, it was about the formless dragon and the G-secret technique, the Eye of Magic. So, what could this magic book be? A powerful magic spell to provide to Ake. No one in his territory could perform magic, except for Sea Sprite Ake, who was diligently studying water magic. The magic book reward was most likely related to her. What kind of magic could it be? Chapter 308, Merlise's Magic Apprentice. List's sources for magic books had 3 channels. One was to purchase from the bookstore in Coral City every time the Fresh Flower caravan came, another was to obtain magic books for internal exchange from Elkerson, and the last was to commission the caravan from Tulip Castle to buy books from abroad. The reward for the task was very likely to be within one of these 3 channels. Thinking this way, he felt somewhat indignant, as even without this task, the magic books would still end up in his hands. It felt like taking off one's pants to fart, an unnecessary act. Nonetheless, a task that needed to be done had to be done. Coral City, a certain small town nearby. At the decrepit hut in the forest, Elkerson True enveloped himself in a cloak, standing at the doorway of the hut. With a creak, the door opened, and an aged woman with dark green hair opened the door. She, too, was wearing a magic cloak, but it was filthy and clearly hadn't been washed for a long time. You've come, Elkerson. Yes, Merlise, Your Excellency, Elkerson said, repressing a frown and attempting to hold his breath. The smell inside the hut was too odd. Why isn't it your magic apprentice opening the door instead, requiring us to bother you to do so? Clumsy and useless waste. He has already been turned into a pile of fertilizer for planting flowers, said Merlise Truth indifferently while recounting the private murder. Elkerson tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh but unable to do so. He could only change the subject. Your friend, has he brought you new magic books? Merlise let out a cold smile. Of course, he did. What about you, Elkerson? Have you prepared the gold coins you swindled from Lord Little White? I haven't deceived Baron List, it was just a normal business transaction. Hey, I've noticed you frequent the Songbird Tavern more than you have the entire last year. Merlise licked her dry, cracked lips, pondering something, her gaze flickering. Young people should exercise restraint, not indulge themselves upon earning money. The path to truth requires solitary exploration. Thank you for your advice, Your Excellency Merlise. If there's nothing else, I would like to receive the magic books first. I have some other matters to attend to. Come with me. Upon entering the hut, Merlise pointed to a wooden chest. Here are the new batch of magic books, no duplicates, a total of 51, I'll charge you 3 gold coins. Last time, a chest of magic books only cost 2 gold coins. Prices have gone up, Merlise smirked sinisterly. Since you can swindle more money from Lord Little White, why care so much about a small sum of 1 or 2 gold coins? Your Excellency Merlise, please don't spread baseless rumors. My business dealings with Baron List have always been open and above board, with no underhand shortchanging. Hey, take your lies to deceive the specters, 3 gold coins, not 1 less. You're practicing extortion, 51 magic books for 3 gold coins, I can hardly bear such a price. Despite the haggling, Elkerson ultimately paid 3 gold coins with great reluctance in the end. He appeared deeply aggrieved as he gestured to a magic apprentice who had accompanied him to carry the chest away, and with a quick farewell, left the malodorous forest hut. On the way back, the magic apprentice curiously asked, Teacher, there was a strange smell in Your Excellency Merlise's hut. She looked very sloppy. Not every magician is as cultured as I am, nor is every magic apprentice as fortunate as you to have a teacher who loves peace. Your Excellency Merlise's magic apprentices tend to change every month. There's always some naive youngster who thinks magic is some kind of noble existence. Ah, Your Excellency, Merlise is that harsh with her magic apprentices, needing to get rid of one every month? Get rid of? Elkerson laughed as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha, Hans, you should learn to speak less, or it will betray a serious lack of knowledge. However, he did not continue to explain. He left behind a puzzled youth, struggling to carry the box, following closely behind him. Back in his residence, Elkerson dismissed Hans to meditate, then began to organize the books in the box. Merlise had sold him the books for 3 gold coins, which was indeed steep, but he could recategorize the books, taking out ones with higher value separately. Quinn's Minotaur conjecture? This oddity that Merlise considers useless should fetch a nice price. Baron List likes this kind of uninhibited imagination. He selected the book and set it aside. He then picked out a few more, such as Kamchatka's Giant Footprints, an on-site verification, Ronto Truth's Travels in the Brass Grand Duchy, analysis of the principle of magic turning frogs into sheep, and so on. Finally, he came across a Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters, and after closely reading a few pages, he said, "This probably won't fetch a good price, it's just some dry notes on the habits of aquatic monsters." Baron List wouldn't like this sort of dull notes. So he threw the book back into the box. The books in the box were sold separately, with no bargaining. Looking at the large stack of organized books, he laughed. These should sell for 5, maybe 6 gold coins. But the next time I need to contact a new magician to buy books, Merlise, that old witch, is just too greedy. It's a pity that the magic casting schemes I want are so hard to come by. Once you get the taste for it, selling magic, something despised by the magical world, you find it hard to stop. Especially since the recent payment for the fresh flower brew, where Baron List directly paid 20 gold coins to purchase the rock grenade spell schema. Netting 20 gold coins in one go, Elkerson quickly fell in love with the sensation. Next, I need to expand my network, and make contact with magicians from the outer islands. List was not concerned with Elkerson's business methods. He of course knew that whether it was buying magic books or refining magic potions, Elkerson was bound to make a handsome profit, but that's the nature of a technological monopoly. Paying any magician for work required sufficient technical fees. Unless he personally trained a magician, perhaps the future sea sprite could help refine magic potions, but she was not yet up to the task. For now, he could only pay with money. The income from the second batch of fresh flower brew was swiftly in hand, a full 200 gold coins. The nobles of Coral Island quickly adopted a taste for fresh flower brew, not that they had a choice, as the sale of juniper wine had been banned on the island. With ample gold coins, he didn't care about the bit of money given to Elkerson. He felt wonderful every day. The iron woodthorn products of the carpentry workshop were also gradually making headway in the market. The iron wood grade quality, just slightly more expensive than ordinary wood products, was quickly favored by the lesser nobles, and orders flowed in continuously. Clothes racks, rocking chairs, drawer cabinets, these 3 types of modern furniture were also quite popular, earning a good number of orders. All the carpenters in the small town were so busy they had to have their meals delivered, working from dawn till dusk making various wooden items, which were then sold throughout Coral Island via the caravan. Fresh Flower Town is now thriving, Charles, you should be able to feel it, said Sambrata, serving as the diplomat of Fresh Flower Town while entertaining a noble. An elite Earth Knight with a Thunder attribute. Charles Trapp, an honored knight with a title. He was an outsider and a wandering stranger who didn't fit in with the nobles of Coral Island, powerful, yet unable to find a place of his own. Chapter 309, Beware of being deceived. There was a group of nobles. They followed their lord into battle, only for the lord to die on the battlefield. The fief lacked an heir and was directly annexed by the superior lord. However, the superior lord refused to recognize the landed rights of this group of followers of the deceased lord. Consequently, their lands were stripped away, leaving them with nothing but an empty noble title. And there was a group of impostors. What they were best at was forging their own noble identities, such as a bankrupt honored knight, a baron's follower whose lord had died, or a viscount wrongfully deprived of his lands. In short, they possessed so-called noble statuses, fabricating all sorts of fallen backgrounds. The state's vast territory and backward transportation made it very difficult for ordinary nobles to verify these impostors upon encounter. Thus, when dealing with such nobles, their approach was to extend a courteous reception once or twice but never to truly acknowledge the other's noble status. Charles Trapp was one such noble. Originally a follower of Count Firelin, who fell on the battleground of the Eagle Kingdom 7 years ago, leaving no offspring to inherit the title, his lord, Marquis Wallace Pineapple Green, reclaimed the fief according to the laws of the Grand Duchy. He refused to recognize the legitimate rights of Count Firelin's followers to the land. Marquis Wallace believed that it was the failure of his followers that led to Count Firelin's death, and thus, he stripped them of all their lands. Charles was deprived of his lands, and he harbored resentment, thinking Marquis Wallace too greedy. He left Pineapple Green family's domain of Deep Throat Island and wandered to Coral Island. Lee William Tulip did not take Charles' word for it. He was not familiar with Fireland, and even less about his followers. Therefore, on Coral Island, Charles became a marginalized man. He could join the battlefield, might be inducted into a mixed knight order, but even after fighting desperately, he still couldn't earn much merit. The Earl simply didn't care about such an elite Earth Knight. His elite knight order was made up of elite Earth Knights. The two Viscounts were also unwilling to share their merits, much less with an outsider, a knight, and possibly an impostor. As a result, Charles wasted 7 years and gained nothing. He began to set his sights on Freshflower Town. Initially, he wrote to Galtai, recounting old times. After all, they were both dispossessed nobility. Now, he simply came in person to Freshflower Town, making his intentions clear as day. Yet, List did not see him and only arranged for Zambrata to receive him. Lord Landlord of Freshflower Town, too, was cautious, fearing that if the other party were truly an impostor, his lifetime reputation could be ruined in an instant. Dealing with a knight of unknown origin required caution. In his former life, List had heard of many high provincial officials who were deceived by impostors, shaming themselves all the way to their grandmother's house. When the time for the banquet came, he kept Zambrata back. He inquired about the reception of Charles. "What do you think of Charles?" "My lord, from what I know of Charles, his strength is indeed formidable, but as for his identity, many strong knights prefer to take shortcuts. If they can impersonate nobles and attain glory without fighting on the battlefield, why would they risk their lives there?" "As you know, not every elite Earth Knight can obtain a noble status," replied Zambrata. "I need some more objective information," said List. Zambrata was indeed worldly wise and had a knack for amusing conversation. However, he had one bad habit: he liked to talk broadly about theories without getting involved in practical matters. Good at abstract ideas, but lacking in practicality. After clearing his throat, Zambrata answered, "I've heard that he used to fight quite bravely in the battlefield a few years ago, but in the last 2 years, his performance started to become mediocre. He tries too hard to fit into the circle of nobility, often overexerting and appearing too deliberate. When I received him today, I could feel that he was too anxious." "Too anxious?" "Yes, he kept bringing up Lord Landlord yourself during our conversation, which made me feel that his intentions were too strong, and he was always trying to hide something." Zambrata tried to sound more earnest. "We can clearly see the purpose of his visit to Freshflower Town, but he seems to think that we can't. To put it crudely, it's as if he wants to play the harlot but also erect a memorial archway." List understood and responded, "Then continue hosting him without agreeing to anything. Let him hang for a while to see clearly what he needs to do, and then I'll meet with him again. First, dismantle the other party's facade. Then, engage in an honest meeting to discuss the intertwined interests of following and being followed." In the following days, List became very busy, as he went to Black Horse Island. The sparks of inspiration from the inventor surged, prompting him to order others to carry Jamaya Bangtu on a stretcher, personally overseeing the construction of the kiln at the Fire Dragon Brick Factory. "I brought you here, not just to have you guide the stonemasons in building the brick factory's kiln but also to hope you will learn about the help rubber water provides to construction," he said to Jamaya. Then he entered the simply constructed kiln, took out a Fire Dragon jar filled with Fire Dragon magic power, and released the magic power. After several adjustments, he successfully confined the activity range of the magic little Fire Dragon within the calcination space of the kiln. He then instructed the stonemasons to use rubber water to bond a stone-wheeled cart together, testing the push and pull effect. He personally led people to find the right brown-red soil and yellow clay soil on Black Horse Island, mixing them into a clay material. Using a wooden brick mold filled with the mixed clay, a rectangle of brick blank was formed with the press of a wooden board. The hundreds of serfs might have been somewhat dull, but they followed orders unconditionally, without the needing to ask why, and went straight to work. So the pace was quick. A cart of brick blanks was already stacked up. 1, 2, 3. Chanting the count, the serfs exerted their strength together and pushed the stone-wheeled cart into the kiln, starting the calcination. This would take some time. List then went to the other side where Jamaya was observing the serfs mix rubber water with the beach's sand and stones, then pile up a new brick factory's kiln. "What do you see?" "Lord Landlord, this rubber water is really incredible. It's faster than glutinous rice juice, which needs at least 1 day to solidify and a week to be completely firm. You asked me to build a lighthouse, and I originally estimated it would take a month to complete. Now it seems, maybe it will only take a few days." Jamaya exclaimed. Building a lighthouse was no easy task. It first required choosing a perilously high location, usually atop cliffs or reefs, involving not just the transport of materials but also significant danger. The stone construction would also need to solidify for a long time, and building a large lighthouse was even more challenging. But with the fast setting effect of rubber water, the construction time would be reduced significantly, and it was no difficult task to build a lighthouse in a short time with massive accumulation of manpower and materials. List didn't plan on building a large lighthouse. He only intended to build a small 10-meter-tall lighthouse on the nearby rocky beach of Black Horse Port. Once equipped with a crystal lamp, a range of 2 or 3 kilometers would be sufficient. Moreover, the lighthouse would only be lit when the fresh flower vessel navigated at night, although Black Horse Island was not on a sailing route and was only discovered by the rats by accident. If 1 or 2 ships happened to pass by, a lighthouse shining all night would undoubtedly expose Black Horse Island's coordinates. Now was not the time to expose Black Horse Island. But even if it were exposed, List wasn't particularly concerned. The Earl was on the rise, and the Grand Duke, even if aware, would not rashly assign Black Horse Island and annoy his own groomsmen. List himself was also on the rise, and as long as he kept the secret of the black blood treasured horse, the Earl would not vex his own son. In the meantime, the first batch of bricks had been fired. Chapter 310, Spring Tea Harvesting and Frying Splash Water for Cooling. Great plumes of smoke rose from the grayish-brown bricks as a serf, wearing gloves, removed a few and handed them to List, Galtai, and Marcus. Test the hardness. Clang, clang. 2 hammer strikes shattered the brick. The hardness is mediocre, the level of firing is not enough, let's try another kiln. List said calmly, as this batch of bricks obviously did not meet the quality of his experiments. The next batch took an extra 10 minutes to fire, a full half-hour before leaving the kiln. After cooling with water, the hardness of the grayish-brown bricks met the standards, hardly inferior to the hardness of granite. Jamaya Bangtu felt the hardness and weight of the bricks on his stretcher, and couldn't help but exclaim again, Lord, with bricks of this uniform shape, constructing any building would be very convenient. Compared to those fragile ceramics, the hardness of the bricks is just like stone. As long as they're useful, that's good. As for the remaining brick kilns, I'll leave their design and command to you. Once the brick factory construction is complete, start working on the lighthouse immediately. Without Jamaya's early arrival, he wouldn't have been able to produce quality bricks at this point and complete the task, encountering Jamaya only after successful brick manufacturing. However, the smoke mission had changed, with Jamaya arriving ahead of time, and he had begun preparations for the lighthouse construction, significantly shortening the task's time frame. List turned and asked Marcus, Teacher Marcus, have you chosen a location for the lighthouse yet? Captain Coster and I have inspected the site in person, and we've decided to build it 1 mile west of Black Horse Port. The land there is high, with a good viewing angle, the lighthouse will be very clear from the ships. Additionally, the surrounding rocky beach will not obstruct walking, making transportation of building materials very convenient. Then we'll construct the lighthouse at that location. Consultant Galtai, continue to oversee the brick factory construction. As you wish, Lord Landlord. With the construction supervision tasks assigned to Galtai, List, along with Marcus, Lass, and Griffin, mounted his steed Lightning and commenced another task of their journey on Black Horse Island, searching for wild tea trees. Trees were already scarce on the island. Most of them were rubber trees. Therefore, trees of indiscernible varieties were very rare. It took only a day for List to find the reward from the previous smoke mission, 3 wild tea trees. These 3 wild tea trees, growing closely together on the northern slope of Icegrass Hill, were clearly visible at a glance. These shrub-type tea trees weren't very tall, at just about 2 meters. With numerous branches in a wild, disorderly fashion, these trees lacked the neatness of those cultivated by humans. It was March, and the buds of the wild tea trees had just started sprouting, slightly different from the tender buds of tea trees in List's memory, with less distinct serrated edges and less pronounced bud heads. They were not as refined as the domesticated tea trees. In tea picking, particularly spring tea, one could pick single buds, as well as 1 bud with 1 leaf or 1 bud with 2 leaves. A single bud is just the newly emerged bud, not yet formed into a young leaf. 1 bud with 1 leaf is when a bud has grown into a young leaf. 1 bud with 2 leaves is when 2 buds have grown into young leaves. Some people enjoy drinking the single buds, where typically 40,000 buds are needed to produce 1 pound of single buds. The undeveloped single buds have a freshness that isn't fully expressed, a slight bitterness, and are not resistant to multiple infusions. Yet, those who like them savor the buds' delicate fragrance and sweetness, as well as the noble ambience they evoke. The first and second leaves are rather common, well developed with plenty of amino acids and vitamins, and the aroma of the tea is also sufficient. However, when brewed, they do not have the visually pleasing aspect of the stand-up like a needle form seen in single buds, and the rich flavor of the tea lacks a few threads of elegance. Premium Longjing tea, for instance, is made from the roasting of single buds. List had no familiarity with this knowledge. Before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary wage earner, consuming more beverages than tea. His understanding of tea came from pervasive advertisements on video websites, learning about large leaf teas, small leaf teas, the numerous processing steps, and how aged experts personally supervised production. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 trees should be called tea trees, List said, standing in front of the wild tea trees, speaking indifferently. Full of curiosity, Marcus asked, "Black tea trees?" "My lord, black tea trees don't quite look like this. Their leaves have a slightly reddish, plump shape, and they bear fruit." "This is a green tea tree," List said. "I read in a magic book that green tea trees are completely different from black tea trees. Their young buds can be picked and roasted to be brewed directly into tea, which is very beneficial for health." "Green tea tree?" Marcus chewed over the name of the tree without saying much more. He understood that he did not possess the extensive knowledge of List, the young landlord, who was well-read and knew many things. The rubber tree was the best example. Without the Lord Landlord's wisdom, they would have missed something of tremendous importance like rubber. Without any delay, List gave a direct order to gather a group of female serfs to pick the young buds of the 3 green tea trees. Regardless if they were single buds or one bud with 1 or 2 leaves, or even with 3 or 4 leaves. Pick first and talk later. Of course, with his middle school biology knowledge, he knew that tea picking should focus on the tips of the tea tree. This is because of the apical dominance in plants. Top buds grow first and suppress the growth of lateral buds. After the top buds are picked, the lateral buds will grow, and the growth of the tea tree will not be affected. Nearly 1,500 serfs were now working on Black Horse Island. There were also many female serfs. Griffin called for 20 of them and brought several ladders to pick the top buds of the green tea trees. Watching the serfs at work, List suddenly thought of a legend about tea picking, the lip tea. The story goes that there is a kind of tea leaf picked by virgins using their mouths, imbued with the unique fragrance of virgin saliva. After being roasted, the tea is further processed by being placed near the bosom of virgins for flavor infusion, resulting in newly produced tea that is fragrant and fresh, carrying the unique scent of virginity, a tea called lip tea. The legend is not credible, at least List did not believe it. If the virgins picking the tea happened to resemble the unattractive character Fengji, he doubted anyone would be willing to drink such lip tea. In 2 hours, the serfs had picked most of the top buds, which wasn't a lot, roughly 2 pounds. With the 2 pounds of tender leaves and buds, List was ready to catch a boat back to Fresh Flower Town. The work on Black Horse Island was under the watchful eyes of Galtai and Marcus, so there would be no problems. Just before departure, Galtai looked at him wistfully. "My lord, Freya is 9 months pregnant and could give birth at any time, yet I can't be by her side." "Don't worry, once the lighthouse construction is finished, you can come back." Consultant Galtai, Fresh Flower Town is important, but so is the development of the port town on Black Horse Island. It needs you to maintain things for a while longer. Teacher Marcus simply lacks experience. With things as they were, Galtai could only rally his spirit. "Rest assured, my lord, I will diligently plan the development of the port town." After comforting Galtai, the Fresh Flower vessel set sail, cutting through the waves under the blue sky and over the azure sea. Looking at the basket containing 2 pounds of fresh tea leaves, he couldn't help but wonder, "I don't know how many pounds of dry tea these will make, or what the flavor will be like when brewed." Chapter 0311, Sword defeated by veteran elite Earth. A pound of fresh tea was fried into about 2 ounces of dry tea. Mrs. Abby, following List's instructions, continuously stir-fried the tea leaves on low heat with her palms until, after about an hour, the leaves had become curly and dried out, signaling completion. Since he didn't know the appropriate temperature or what the tea should look like when done, List stored the leaves in the gemstone space to keep them fresh. He only took out a pound of fresh tea for the experiment. After the fried tea leaves were spread out to cool, the next day List tried brewing a cup. Watching the curly, dried leaves slowly unfold in the crystal cup with the infusion of hot water, as if coming to life, and seeing the tea's color gradually turn a light yellow-green, he felt sure that success was waving at him. Indeed it was. After the tea had cooled down a bit, he immediately began to taste it. Upon the first sip, the familiar taste of tea exploded on his taste buds. He was moved, his eyes even becoming a bit misty. "Tea, I have tasted you. This is truly tea. Although it's a bit bitter and the quality isn't very good, it is undoubtedly tea." 2 ounces of dry tea could brew about 10 cups. In the gemstone space, there was still a pound of fresh tea, which could be made into about 4 ounces of dry tea, equaling about 40 cups of tea. "If I drink 1 cup a day, I can only drink for 40 days. After 3 months, I should be able to pick the summer tea, another 40 cups, seems like I can pick again in autumn, another 40 cups. That is to say, I can drink 120 cups of tea in a year. List thought about it and felt that this wasn't the right calculation. If all the tea leaves were drunk, what would he do later on? I should focus on cultivating tea trees, but who can tell me, how do you plant tea trees? Is it through the cutting method? Or perhaps through direct seeding? He wasn't very familiar with this, and did not recall ever hearing about tea trees flowering and fruiting. Forget it, let's wait and see if tea leaves will flower and bear fruit. If they do, I'll collect the seeds and begin sowing next year. If not, I'll use the cutting method to plant green tea trees next year. Savoring the pure taste of the tea. List had already decided to cultivate tea trees on Black Horse Island. Even if he didn't spread tea culture, he should plant a tea garden and fry tea for his own consumption. A cup of tea was finished. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt noticeably lighter, as if the greasiness from all the meat he had eaten was dissipated by the tea. At dinner, he had a great appetite and ate an extra piece of magical beast meat. After a few days of airing out through Zambrata, List knew that the honored knight who had came to Fresh Flower Town had gone from initial anxiety but restrained to just irritability, and now to full disappointment. List decided to meet Charles Trapp. Regardless, on Coral Island, the nobles still recognized his title of honored knight, and etiquette must not be neglected. Sir Charles, how have you found your stay in Fresh Flower Town these few days? List asked with a noble's standard smile, under an apple tree that had just started to bud and was preparing to bloom, rocking in a rocking chair. The weather was agreeable today, very sunny and pleasant. Charles sat up straight on a stool. List's reception reignited his previously disappointed heart. Baron, Fresh Flower Town has a great future. Many have said so, including my father and my grandfather, Marquis Merlin. List appeared quite casual, and not boastful on purpose. When I first came to Fresh Flower Town, it was just like many other small towns without a landlord, living in privation. It was your arrival that brought happiness to the civilians of Fresh Flower Town. Charles commended earnestly. A person's fate, must certainly rely on their own struggle, but also consider the historical process. Sorry, you might not understand what history is. List picked up his milk cup, gesturing for Charles to have some milk as well. He took a sip to moisten his throat. He continued, the development of Fresh Flower Town is not just due to my leadership, but also the support from Tulip Castle, the slave trade, seafood, fresh flower soap, fresh flower brew. The market is large, but one has to integrate into it to see the broader world. So, Sir Charles, what do you see? Charles didn't understand what List was talking about for a moment. Actually, it was just a pretense of mystery. List didn't give him time to think deeply and simply said, I heard you are a veteran elite Earth Knight with exquisite combat skills and great strength. Recently, my talent has begun to show, and I have defeated more than one elite Earth Knight, so why not have a sword duel for practice? Since Baron is interested, Charles is willing to accompany Baron in a sword duel practice. This will be a real combat practice, go all out. I can defeat elite Earth Knights, I'm not joking. List drew a fine steel longsword and walked onto the grass field. Now considering going into battle, he would not miss the opportunity to spar with an elite Earth Knight. Charles, about 40 years old, took the fine steel longsword handed over by a manservant, and his demeanor abruptly changed. A strong aura emanated from him, even more imposing than Marcus's. One with fire attribute Chi, the other with thunder attribute Chi, they were ready to clash. Great fire wave. List made the first move with a fierce attack, typical of his style. Beating the master with wild punches, he didn't care how exquisite the combat skills were, he relied on his abundant Chi fueled by potions to launch a strong offense. Charles's sword flashed with lightning, swiftly cutting through the sky full of fired Chi and aiming straight for List's head. Precise and ruthless. With just that move, List dared to assert that Charles was stronger than Marcus, stronger than Paris when she wasn't transformed. But, just this level couldn't scare List off. His blood boiled even more fiercely, Chi exploding out as if he wanted to release it all at once. Fire dragon sweep. Clang. The swords collided, sparks flying everywhere, not just fire sparks but electric ones as well. List's body, wrapped in fire attribute Chi, was still hit by some thunder attribute Chi, making the affected areas feel slightly numb. But it hadn't reached the point of affecting his movements. Fire dragon roll. Another huge burst of Chi exploded, and List came on even more aggressively, pressing Charles in the fight. His rough-looking attack style was actually nuanced, always on the lookout for Charles's counterattacks. Incorporating feints with reality and occasionally sneaking in a clever attack. With such a ferocious fighting style, he caught Charles completely off guard, gradually wearing him down. Charles wanted to counter, but was surrounded by a sea of flames, unsure of where to strike back. Despite his solid defense, he felt incredibly frustrated, feeling that he was not facing an Earth Knight, but a domineering Sky Knight. However, being a veteran elite Earth Knight who had fought on many battlefields, his eyes were bright, searching for any chance to counterattack. He believed violent attacks never last long. Yet this principle was ineffective against List, who suddenly bellowed, "Inferno slash!" His fine steel longsword turned into a fanning rain of fire, wildly assaulting Charles. Just as Charles had barely withstood the explosive attack, there came another roar, Heart of the Fire Dragon drill. This time, the fine steel longsword transformed into a fire dragon, gathering up the scattered fire attribute mana from the Inferno slash around it, and charged madly. With one thrust, the chi-illusioned giant fire dragon crashed heavily into Charles. Bang! Charles's solid defense crumbled like paper, unable to hold any longer. His longsword flew out of his hand, and the front of his leather armor was heavily struck by the fire dragon, sending him, like the longsword, flying into the air. He somersaulted several times before crashing to the ground heavily. Seeing stars, he was disoriented when he slightly recovered from the dizziness. He suddenly realized a red-hot fine steel longsword was positioned at his neck. The tip of the sword was scorching hot, as if it could sear his skin at any moment. The person holding the sword, standing with his back to the sun, had an unclear face, but his figure highlighted by the light was tall and imposing, involuntarily invoking a sense of submission. I lost. Chapter 0312, Vampire Dracula defeating Charles Trapp seemed like a commonplace matter to List. Just as most who rely on performance-enhancing drugs can defeat those who rely solely on combat skills, money indeed can do as it wishes. But, as List's opponent, Charles found this difficult to accept. He was over 40 years old and had been unable to defeat a youth of 17. It was an outcome he never expected before the live combat training. The most crucial point was the utter lack of resistance, being dominated from beginning to end, a situation quite embarrassing. Yet the longsword, emitting a scorching heat, was already at his neck, and Charles had to admit that he truly was defeated, beaten by a young person. This should have been a matter of shame and anger. Taking into account List's identity, he quickly came to terms with it. Heir to the Tulip family and inheritor of the Long Taro family's bloodline, such a highborn noble should naturally possess such strength. In the end, he could only sigh and say sincerely, I have lost. There are more than one elite Earth Knights defeated by my hand, you need not be too concerned. Amongst the elite Earth Knights, your strength is not bad, and the paralyzing effect of your thunder attribute chi is quite threatening, List said indifferently. In reality, he'd only had friendly spars with Marcus and Paris. It wasn't really about who won or lost, they weren't fighting to the death. But at the Earth Knight level, sword duels were rare, with group charges being the main strategy. List did not plan to enter the battlefield for duels anytime soon, he focused more on archery. Learning the multi-arrow technique from Marcus, he had already surpassed the teacher. If it were a battlefield showdown, he'd definitely rely on shooting arrows from the outskirts. Baron, your strength is formidable. Charles is both convinced and in awe. The bloodline of the Tulip family is one of the noblest I've seen, said Charles as he got up, his words half flattery and half heartfelt. The only thing separating the Tulip family from a marquis family is time. List tossed his fine steel longsword to the servant and took a handkerchief to wipe his hands. One should attain a peerage sooner rather than later. Time is the enemy of us all. Charles felt this deeply. Yes, feeling as enemy to time is indeed terrifying. As an elite Earth Knight like him, with no hope of breakthrough and no money to spend on drugs, he feared his physical capabilities would start to decline in a few years. That was why he was eager to look for opportunities. Baron, if you need support on your glorious road to peerage, Charles is willing to charge forward on your behalf. He was prepared to follow. However, List considered, I am but a baron, the second son of an earl. The members of my knight squad are knights struggling against their fate, just like me. They have no choice but to fight for glory. What about you? You have so many options, why come to Fresh Flower Town? Of course, because Fresh Flower Town offered opportunities. But Charles knew that such an answer was not what List wanted. Just as knights choose a landlord to follow, landlords also choose suitable followers. He needed to prove to List that he was a worthy follower. But how to prove it, he didn't quite understand at the moment. Baron, do not be hasty, Sir Charles. Time is indeed our enemy, but it can also help us to clearly recognize what we want. You can go back first, take some time to think about what you want and what you can achieve. Then we can talk about following, suggested List. In the end, Charles still left Fresh Flower Town with regret and confusion, as well as a glimmer of hope. Under the apple tree, the new conversation partner had turned to Zambrata. Sir, you refuse to accept Charles's followership? No, but I didn't accept it either. I told him to go back, understand himself, and then come back, List said while sipping his milk tea. That was just an excuse to send him away. In fact, I haven't decided whether or not to accept his followership. As you've said, his identity is an obstacle. To take an elite Earth Knight as a follower would actually be quite good. But there was the fear that the other party might be a noble with a fake identity, and if one day they were exposed by fraudsters, it wouldn't just be Charles who would lose face, but List more so, the pitiable noble landlord deceived by a scammer. Zambrotta nodded, somewhat emotionally. The very noble title he values most is what's hindering his path to knightly glory. Perhaps one day he'll figure it out and abandon his title for the sake of striving for glory. List chuckled, thinking it unlikely, and changed the subject. Where did we leave off last time? Was it the Duke of the Rose Duchy's Count Dracula, who was mistaken for a vampire? Yes, he secluded himself in Blood Castle and never partook in social gatherings among the nobles. He was once the most glorious Sky Knight of the Rose Duchy. Even the granddaughter of the Duke of Rose was smitten with him. Talking politics wasn't Zambrotta's strong suit, but in storytelling, he was always able to narrate engagingly. As the earless succumbed to a deep slumber, Count Dracula also became dark and eccentric. Hence, people said he had made a pact with the devil, turning himself into a vampire, hoping to revive the earless. I guess that earless must have been remarkably beautiful, List guessed. When I passed Blood Castle, I lingered for a long while, yet rarely heard others discuss the Countess's appearance, and even the identity of the earless was elusive. Quite regrettable, said Zambrotta. Vampire and werewolf tales were widespread. However, a living earl being mistaken for a vampire was quite amusing. This provided List with a lot of inspiration, and he felt the urge to write a historical epic Dragons Fight in the Wild. Perhaps he could invent an ancient great war between humans and vampires. The vampires retreated, blending into humanity. Perhaps even amongst us. Unfortunately, the writing plan for Dragons Fight in the Wild was delayed once again. He barely managed to settle the matters with the carpentry workshop and the brick factory and hadn't had a few days of leisure when he received notice from the Tulip Castle's knight that the young heir of the Golden Weed Sheaf family had visited Long Taro Castle. Levi's accompanied the return and informed List to attend to the guest. As fellow noble heirs, they naturally had to socialize with each other. List had no choice but to arrange affairs in Fresh Flower Town and spent a few hours playing by the sea with the sea sprite Take. He then led his standard mount, a blizzard beast Dowson, accompanied by his personal guard, Black Dragon Child Paris, and set off for Tulip Castle the next morning. Sigh, nobles are really keen on socializing, always finding 10,000 reasons to gather and feast. I don't aspire to live such a life, he lamented. Sitting in the carriage adorned with the black tulip banner, List boredly gazed at the landscape outside the window. Forests, shrubs, wastelands, farmlands, sparsely scattered cottages composing a village. This was an era with significantly backward productivity, full of primordial customs. When the carriage entered Coral City, the bustling crowds almost seemed to pull him back to the dirty and chaotic streets of the medieval ages. Yet, as they traveled up the hillside blanketed with a sea of tulips towards the grand and majestic Tulip Castle, what struck him was the light of civilization. The lives of the nobility and the commoners were two different worlds. List stepped out of the carriage, and seeing the old butler Louis greet him, he felt immensely fortunate to be a noble. Chapter 0313, I'll definitely help you with this List, you must help me. Before even meeting the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, Levi's rushed over and pulled List into a corner of the hall, speaking with some urgency. Whether my brother's marriage can be happy falls on your shoulders. What did that mean? List didn't catch on at first, even wondering if there was something wrong with Levi's physically, needing him to stand in. But the next moment, Levi's gave his own answer. Loria has some resistance to Marquis Roderick's arrangements, and she didn't show a good face to me during my trip to Golden Island. Although the marriage is settled due to pressure, she might back out at any time. Why? With your status, you are definitely a qualified marriage match. An earl's heir in his ascendant, the future heir to Coral Island, with talent of his own too, an elite Earth Knight, ready to break through as a Sky Knight, an ideal match for many noble maidens. That was Levi's. Because she has a bastard sister. Levi said through gritted teeth, who always instigates Loria to defy Marquis Roderick and pursue true happiness. I really want to kill her. But I can't. Loria is very close with her sister. I must win over Rona Sally. Rona Sally Goldenweed, Loria's younger sister, had just turned 16 this year. List inquired, so what do you need me to do? Win over Rona Sally. What? Conquer her, just as you did at Long Taro Castle. With your looks, winning over a 16-year-old girl should be easy. If the two sisters marry us brothers, it would make a classic love story that could be written into a knight's novel. I'm sorry, brother, I refuse, List said bluntly. I have no intention of getting married, at least not for now. You will eventually need a noble wife to accompany you for life. Rona Sally is an excellent choice, the daughter of a marquis. You won't get a better marriage prospect than this. Sorry, I prefer to let things take their natural course. I don't like to force matters of status. I really can't fathom your thoughts. Levi's complained, then added, but no matter what, you must help me win over Rona Sally. My dear brother, for your brother's happiness, you wouldn't refuse, right? He had put it that way. List couldn't refuse, unless he wanted to ruin Levi's marriage. Of course, I will try to win over Rona Sally. Being too handsome, sometimes, is also a kind of trouble. Seeing List nod, Levi's then took him upstairs to the second floor hall, where there was something like a family tea party in progress. Around the round table spread with various fruits and pastries sat Lady Penelope, Lady Marie, Levira, Lidun, and two unfamiliar young people. One was a male, quite handsome, around 20 years old. The other was a female, with brown-black hair, large eyes, a pure face, like a fairy. The lady's dress fitted her perfectly. Her extraordinary beauty instantly reminded List of Debra Silva, a Brazilian model he had once followed online. On a scale of 10, she could score an 8.5, almost equal to Duniko Hyacinth's rating. Roger, Rona Sally, let me introduce to you, this is my dear brother, List Tulip. He is currently the Baron of Fresh Flower Town, but on Coral Island, everyone knows that List's future is boundless. He is the glory of the Tulip family. In front of others, Levi's gave List a lot of face, turning a country baron into the light of Coral Island. He then introduced to List, this is Roger Goldenwheat, the son of Marquis Roderick, the heir of Golden Island, Loria's brother, and this is Rona Sally Goldenwheat, Loria's sister, the most beautiful flower of Golden Island. Sir Roger, it's a pleasure to meet you, List said with a smile. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir List, Roger responded with a standard nobleman's smile, using the customary courteous phrases. List looked toward Rona Sally, and from the moment they met, he had decided that, for the sake of his brother's happy marriage, he must lend a hand. Miss Rona Sally, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Sir List, Rona Sally responded with slight reserve. After the greetings were exchanged, List took off Flacabeye's coat and handed it to a servant to hang on the rack, then he took his seat. He wasn't in a hurry to join the conversation, merely smiling and listening quietly. The topics were tedious, just some nobles' anecdotes or mutual flatteries about the prosperity of each other's families. Throughout the luncheon, he barely said much, certainly not because he couldn't get a word in, but purely out of disinterest. Discussing trivial noble anecdotes wouldn't make him appear witty or conversational. In fact, he only needed to maintain a presence as beautiful as the flowers beside him. The presence of a noble with his aura evidently raised the overall caliber of the gathering by a great margin. Confidence endowed him with charm. No one could overlook the List of today. As lunch ended and afternoon tea began, Rona Sally approached List to strike up a conversation. I heard from Levi's that To Alice is a wonderful piano piece you heard in a distant land. I don't know if Levi's has told you the story behind To Alice, the heart-wrenching, sincere love between a brother and sister. I heard someone play this piece, but it was incomplete, so I added and altered some of the melodies myself. Then you must be a talented pianist. I tried playing To Alice several times. It sounds so perfect, it's almost flawless. Almost flawless means there are still some minor flaws, Rona Sally. May I discuss with you where the flaws might be and how to correct them? I'm afraid my skills might not be enough to offer you a better suggestion. That's alright, it's just a mutual exchange. On the piano, I am but a novice. I have a decent grasp of melodies, but I don't often play the piano, so I need someone who can play proficiently to work with me. List extended an invitation, inviting Rona Sally to the piano room. The Tulip Castle's piano room was large, housing several grand pianos. The servants quickly lifted the covers, brought in tea, and fetched a score of To Alice, placing it on the stand. List sat at the piano, his hands gently caressing the keys, the touch of the grand piano incomparable to that of his upright piano. I will play it through first, to familiarize myself with the melody, he stated. Rona Sally smiled and said, I look forward to your performance. Dong. Without further ado, he began to play like a focused concert pianist, seemingly there only to discuss the piano. His long, powerful fingers danced across the black and white keys, his whole demeanor merging seamlessly with To Alice. He had been emanating a calm aura before. Now, it seemed as if a stream of warm affection was flowing from him. Suppressed and led by the singing of the sea sprite take, his current technique in playing was masterful, at least for To Alice and with you. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong ding. The crisp notes fluttered through the empty piano room, the slightly chilly atmosphere gradually warmed, the charm of music at work. And the radiance that List exuded. Seated on the stool, her legs together, knees touching, Rona Sally maintained her dignified ladylike posture, her eyes lighting up as she watched List's shoulders move with the rhythm. Chapter 0314, The embrace of a stumble. The man playing the piano always brings a feeling called romantic to women. This is the charm of music, as well as the cultivation of culture. When nobles regard the piano as an essential possession, playing the piano becomes synonymous with the best of noble temperament. If, in addition, the man playing the piano is handsome and dashing, that's even more romantic. The piece ended. Liszt waited for the notes to completely settle in the piano room before turning his head and looking at Rona Sally, who was immersed in the music. "Miss Rona Sally, my performance was not very good, I'm embarrassed. Just call me Rona Sally." She smiled sweetly. "But I think you played brilliantly, really. I've always thought there were a few minor details that weren't quite right. But now I see it wasn't a flaw in the score but rather in how I didn't know what technique to use." Liszt raised his eyebrows. Rona Sally continued, "After hearing your performance, I now know that Alice truly is a flawless existence. Nothing in the world is flawless, your belief that it is because you've learned how to appreciate it." Liszt stood up and extended his hand toward Rona Sally. "Come, try playing it as well. Perhaps you'll have a burst of new inspiration and find its flaws for me." She reached out her hand and placed it in Liszt's, letting him pull her up. Rona Sally felt the atmosphere was so good at the moment that she sat in front of the piano with a smile on her face. "If I don't play well, don't laugh at me. Nobody would laugh at a beautiful lady." Liszt sat down, picked up a cup, took a sip of the coffee he didn't particularly like, and assumed a listening posture. Rona Sally took a deep breath. Her not-so-prominent chest quivered slightly, fully revealing her slender figure. Her side-sitting posture was dignified, back straight, with an impeccable ladylike demeanor, good manners cultivated from childhood in a household of nobles. The sound of the piano started, different from Liszt's style. Each note was played correctly, but there was something lacking in liveliness, as if played deliberately for accuracy. It was apparent to Liszt after just a short segment that Rona Sally's piano level was technically solid and skilled, but truly not gifted. What he heard was not the youthful tenderness of to Alice, but rather like a schoolchild overwhelmed by homework. Honestly, the level of her playing was a stark contrast to the image of Rona Sally. From what Levi's had described, Rona Sally often encouraged Gloria to pursue a free marriage. It was hard to imagine someone longing for freedom could produce such rigid piano playing. When the music ended, the contrast was striking. Rona Sally clearly recognized her issue. "I'm sorry, Liszt. I was too nervous while playing. I didn't feel that way. Indeed, there were two melodies that were a bit stiff, but the rest was quite good, skillful, not a single note misplaced." "Do you really think so?" Rona Sally asked, hopeful. "My piano teacher said I'm not good at expressing my emotions through the piano. But I love playing the piano, it makes me feel like a bird flying." Liszt thought for a moment. It was difficult to praise the playing with a clear conscience, so he replied, "I think you're lacking a spark of collision, like there's something missing in your life, some crazy act? Would rebelling against my parents count as a crazy act? Every rebellious young person resists their parents, but those are not the kind of sparks I'm talking about. Have you ever thrown caution to the wind and just ridden a horse at full speed? Instead of having afternoon tea, why not ride a horse and have a good run? That's what relaxation is." Liszt suggested a new leisure. Riding horses, having tea, hunting, playing the piano, those are common diversions for nobles. He really didn't want to listen to Rona Sally play the piano. Rona Sally was a fine listener but not a good performer. Ever since he awakened the soul of a pianist, his appreciation for music had ascended dramatically. Though he needed to please Rona Sally to help Levi's, he saw no need to torment his own ears. The young lady nodded gently. "Then let's go riding." Liszt rode on a Lee-dragon horse. Rona Sally rode a brownish-yellow steed from Tulip Castle, which clearly had a much lesser pedigree than the Lee-dragon horse, and appeared uneasy in its presence. North of Tulip Castle, along the slope, was a vast grassland perfect for a full gallop. As the two horses took off, Rona Sally's brownish-yellow steed clearly couldn't match the speed of the Lee-dragon horse and fell behind by a length, and that was with Liszt slowing down. He gently kicked the Lee-dragon horse's belly, drawing closer to Rona Sally, and shouted against the wind, "From here, further north, is the rocky beach by the sea. Rona Sally, when you ride, you must let loose and chase the source of the wind. Only then can you, like the horses, become one with nature. Go." The Lee-dragon horse accelerated. "I understand now, go." Rona Sally too urged her brownish-yellow steed to chase continuously. The wind howled in her ears, a friction of freedom, casting off the restraint of being a noble lady, and letting her spirit soar through the air, which felt extraordinarily liberating. She tilted her head and, through strands of hair tousled by the wind, she watched the handsome rider ahead on horseback who occasionally turned back to flash her a smile. Suddenly, she felt that the moments in life worth looking forward to were not when a prince on a white horse slowly led his steed over Instead, it was when a dark horse prince unexpectedly arrived to sweep you off your feet. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat quickened. She watched the lead dragon horse gradually widen the gap and, with a flick of her riding crop, shouted, "Go!" The brownish-yellow steed, pained by the whip, broke into a wild gallop, but it still couldn't catch up with the speed of the lead dragon horse, making her anxious as she continued to press it to run faster. As they streamed across the grassland and entered a rocky wasteland with loose stones, the brownish-yellow steed suddenly stepped on an unstable rock and stumbled, falling over. Caught off guard, Rona Sally was violently thrown to the ground. She let out a sharp scream, "Ah! Whoa!" Upon hearing the scream, List immediately reined in the lead dragon horse, and with a swift turn, he galloped towards Rona Sally. Dismounting, he knelt on one knee to help her up, and asked with gentle urgency, "Where are you hurt, Rona Sally?" "I'm not hurt, just a bit sore from the fall." Rona Sally had trained in chi, and after flexing her wrist to make sure she was not injured, but only clothed with some soil, she said with a touch of embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I was too impatient with my horse." Glancing at the side, the brownish-yellow steed seemed to be injured, lying on the ground without getting up, yet its manner of nibbling grass suggested otherwise. But it was obviously not suitable for riding again. Seeing the retainer knights had not yet caught up, List carried Rona Sally. "Let's share one horse for now," he said, gracefully mounting the horse, and placed Rona Sally on the back of the lead dragon horse. Encircling Rona Sally's waist, he nudged the lead dragon horse's belly and spoke, "If you're not in a rush to go back and change clothes, let's stick to the original plan and head to Rocky Beach by the sea first." Rona Sally shifted her position. Feeling her heartbeat quicken from being held in an embrace, she pretended to be calm and responded, "I'm fine, List. Go." One horse, two riders, continued to gallop in the sunset. When the retainer knights arrived, aside from the horse still lying and eating grass, they saw only the retreating figures of List and Rona Sally, fading towards the seaside. Chapter 0315, This is how a Lord Landlord should be. As List rode the lead dragon horse along the shoreline, holding Rona Sally in his arms and admiring the sunset, he had to admit, he didn't know what to do next. His original intention was just to help Levi's, to leave a good impression on Rona Sally, so she wouldn't coax her sister into pursuing freedom and would settle down to marry Levi's. But after the horse stumbled, the two of them ended up riding together. The contact between front chest and back, coupled with the beauty of the sunset sinking into the sea, made the atmosphere unconsciously turn ambiguous. He felt the slight trembling of the petite body in his arms, could even listen to her quickening heartbeat, and the breaths growing heavier and heavier. Suddenly, as if by some telepathic connection, List gently turned her shoulder. She obediently twisted her upper body around, tilting her neck backward, closing her eyes. List leaned forward, looking at her long lashes. With no formalities, he wrapped his hands around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and then kissed her red lips fiercely. Sucking. Entwining. Finding the position somewhat awkward, he suddenly broke the intensely entwined lips and tongues, quickly picked up Rona Sally, and placed her sideways on the horseback. "Ah!" Rona Sally didn't have time to exclaim before her outcry was muffled, reduced to a faint hum through her nose. The passionate kiss was like practicing a difficult piano piece, requiring all his strength to match, with his mind void of any thought but the warmth coming from the contact, moving ceaselessly through their clothes, so tantalizing that he wanted to resist but couldn't bear to do so. They lost themselves in the primitive, natural bliss, allowing the red sunlight to strive in elongating their shadows. In the distance, retainer knights of two nobles gathered together, watching the entwined figures from afar, none daring to approach, silently dismounting and leading their horses to graze. Xavier Dung patted Philip Wool on the shoulder and whispered, "Lord Landlord is incredible." "What?" Philip was somewhat puzzled. Xavier jerked his chin and said, "I mean his charm. Lord Landlord's charm is unbeatable." "Yes, Xavier, you're right. Everyone in Freshflower Town respects and adores Lord Landlord. He is truly a son of glory. The knightly honor that favors him shines as brilliantly as the sun." I wasn't talking about that." Philip blinked. "Then what were you referring to?" "Haven't you seen what Lord Landlord is doing?" Xavier said in an astonished voice. "Who is that with him?" "It's the young miss from the noble golden wheat sheaf family, unreachable like a star in the sky. But now, she's in our Lord Landlord's arms, enjoying his passion." "That sounds normal to me." Philip looked towards the distant shore where List and Rona Sally had dismounted and were walking hand in hand among the rocks. "Lord Landlord is like the sun, and the miss from the golden wheat sheaf family is like a star. Isn't it natural for the sun and star to be together?" Xavier suddenly found Philip's words to be quite reasonable and was left speechless. He wanted to say that it should be surprising. After all, their Lord Landlord was merely a country baron, while she was from the golden wheat sheaf family, destined to be a lady of the nobility. yet within half a day, she had fallen into the Lord Landlord's hands. However, upon thinking again, the future of Lord Landlord was bound to be bright, his status equally noble, so why couldn't he kiss and hold hands with a miss from the Golden Weed Sheaf family? They had seen at Long Taro Castle, a young lady from an earl's family adjusting Lord Landlord's collar with deep affection at the moment of farewell. He had also seen that formidable, beautiful female mercenary, looking at Lord Landlord with eyes full of deep love. From the moment he had been chosen as a retainer knight, he felt as if Lord Landlord was glowing, radiating the knightly glory, and he firmly believed that following Lord Landlord would bring him under the many gazes of glory. Therefore, looking again at the noble couple strolling hand in hand on Rocky Beach, he couldn't help but think how harmonious they were, as if it were only natural, Lord Landlord should indeed be like this. Suddenly, he remembered the mercenary Paris, thank goodness she didn't come along, or, seeing Lord Landlord with the miss of the Golden Weed Sheaf family, her heart might have broken. But after all, she's just a mercenary, she should understand that Lord Landlord isn't someone of her station could aspire to. Nobles, commoners, the stark disparities of status are etched into everyone's mind. Without a sweeping movement of enlightenment, those chains of thought can never be erased, yet, the transmigrator list, who should have hoisted the flag of reform, had already degenerated into one of the nobles, sweetly dreaming of a dragon-riding life, with no time for reform. The setting sun finally sank beneath the sea, leaving only a faint afterglow, a trace of brightness remaining. Holding Rona Sally's hand and looking at the excited smile of the 16-year-old girl, he couldn't help but smile himself. Dear, it's time to go back. Rona Sally hopped down from a rock, rushed at List, and hugged his arm, seemingly wanting to hang from him, tilting her head back, her big eyes blinking. But I don't want to go back yet. List leaned down and kissed her desirable red lips again. The girl had passed her initial awkwardness, her hands moved from his arm, reached upward to embrace his neck, stood on tiptoes, and began to respond eagerly to List's kiss. She was a bit over 1.60 m, appearing somewhat short in front of List who was over 1.85 m. They broke the kiss. Composing himself, List released his hand still wandering on Rona Sally's body, took her small hand again, and repeated, we should head back. Rona Sally, rewarded with a kiss, didn't throw any tantrums and nodded obediently. A whistle. The lead dragon horse grazing in the distance galloped over, List supporting Rona Sally's waist, hoisted her up, then swiftly mounted himself. He encircled the girl's slim waist and spurred the horse into a gallop. By the time they rushed back to Tulip Castle, it was already dark, and guided by moonlight, they chatted playfully, stopping at the castle gate. After helping Rona Sally off the horse, List did not hold her hand again. This wasn't the passionate moment after a dance where indulgences could be excused, he had to maintain some of the nobility's decorum. Is that Delson? Rona Sally exclaimed upon seeing a huge dog approaching. Yes, would you like to pet him? List gestured, and Delson came over wagging his tail, letting Rona Sally stroke his glossy black fur. He caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of his guard Paris, peeking out from a window on the first floor of the castle and then retreating. He didn't mind, only saying with a smile to Rona Sally, Delson is about to be 1 year old, I was lucky to have met him when he was younger. I've never seen such a gentle intermediate magical beast. List, will you ride it into battle? Of course, it will be my battle companion, he affirmed. Rona Sally looked up at him with her big eyes, bright and twinkling. You have a great future ahead, and I hope to see you gain even more glory in the near future. There will be such a day, List nodded. Come, Grandpa Louis is already waiting for us at the door. Chapter 316. There is only one rule. The banquet found List returning to his reticent self. However, this time, there were always young ladies who approached him for conversation. List, can we visit Fresh Flower Town tomorrow? I believe it must be very beautiful. Of course, if you wish to go, Fresh Flower Town is always welcoming to your visit, List responded with a smile, slicing a piece of steak and eating it with elegance. On the other side, Roger Goldenwheat, also elegantly enjoying his steak, cast a smile towards Rona Sally and then glanced at List. Without saying anything, he raised his glass to clink with Levi's and savored the crescent moon wine in small sips. Meanwhile, Lady Penelope played with the fried egg on her plate while silently exchanging glances with her granddaughter, Levira, seated next to her. Then, she said to Rona Sally, there's nothing remarkable about Tulip Castle for those from Harvest Castle. It's good for young people to go out and get some fresh air if they feel bored. Fresh Flower Town is a nice place, if not for the bumpy carriage ride, I would go there often to enjoy the scenery. Old madam, will you and Levira join us tomorrow? Oh, no, I am old and prefer to stay in my own house, quietly watching the ivy cover the whole wall. My ivy is thriving, it might even give birth to an elf bug. Let me tell you, Rona Sally, My potted plants have really produced an elf bug before, and List knows it best. Rona Sally suddenly became interested. What kind of elf bug was it? A dragon kua bug. The dragon kua potted plant was sick. I took it away, intending to replace it with a new dragon kua for grandmother, but to my surprise, it bred an elf bug, and then grandmother gave it to me as a gift. Wow, that's such a heartwarming story. I really wish my grandmother would also give me a potted plant that could breed an elf bug. List, however, sighed seriously, but since then, each holiday, grandmother just gives me a potted plant and tells me, List, please cherish this plant, maybe it hides an elf bug. Haha. The people at the banquet burst into laughter, especially Rona Sally, who laughed with delight. A not-so-humorous brief joke was, to her, the funniest deadpan joke in the world. This made List feel quite embarrassed, having made her laugh so hard with his simple teasing. What if he had told a few genuinely interesting tales? Would she need artificial respiration? The banquet ended in a bustling atmosphere. List left the still-chatting dining room to go downstairs and see Dawson, having heard Dawson barking outside earlier. Now when Dawson went out, he was looked after by the manservant Tom. Thomas was the head manservant, handling everything before and after for List. Tom was the second manservant, doing the same for Dawson. Tom, what happened to Dawson just now? List saw Dawson lying on the ground chewing on a bone, seemingly without any issues. Master, Dawson saw a Doberman earlier, but after a few barks from Dawson, the Doberman got scared and ran away. Well, maybe Dawson just wanted to befriend the Doberman, but the Doberman clearly didn't entertain such a thought. List rubbed Dawson's neck, stood up, and left, ready to return to the castle. At that moment he heard a rustle nearby, yet couldn't see anyone. Paris? No one on either side. Paris revealed herself, Baron. Haven't gone to rest yet, is something the matter? List asked in a gentle tone. Paris opened her mouth, and said softly, the young miss from the Golden Wheat Sheaf family is very beautiful. List nodded, you mean Rona Sally? Indeed, she is beautiful. So, will she become the lady of Fresh Flower Town? I apologize, Baron, I'm just a bit curious, Paris said somewhat awkwardly. Glancing at Paris, who had become increasingly womanly after regaining her figure, List suddenly felt a heavy pressure, as the world was filled with so many wonderful things, tempting him to fall into decadence. Fate was ever so fickle, preferring to entangle all simple emotions together, making one know deaths everywhere. He looked up at the stars in the sky. Blinking. Tonight there is no moon, only these twinkling stars. Drawing back her gaze, she said calmly, perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, you know, I have never thought about these things. I like to let things take their natural course, just like you don't know whether it will be sunny or rainy when you wake up in the morning, but no matter what the weather is, it's a new day, embrace it, and that's all. Having said that, he patted Paris on the shoulder. Good night, Paris. Without waiting for Paris to respond, he went straight into the castle. Paris was left behind, chewing on the words let things take their natural course. She was a black dragon child with only 10 years left to live, and life, for her, was also about letting things take their natural course. With a wry smile, she no longer dwelled on the sadness in her heart, returned to her room, took out a book, and slowly started reading under the light of the crystal lamps in the corridors of Tulip Castle. One day List had said, you should learn to read and write, and so she began to study serpent script, despite finding it extremely difficult. Just as she returned to the corridor of the dining hall, she saw that everyone had already come out. List, Roger and I are planning to go to the study to discuss some matters, you and Levira accompany Rona Sally, Levi's said. All right. After Roger and Levi's left, Levira, helping Lady Penelope, said, I'll take grandmother home first, you guys go and have a cup of tea. With that, she also winked at List. In the blink of an eye, the bustling crowd dispersed, but Lady Marie, having sent Lidon to do his homework, did not leave. As the lady of the castle, she couldn't be rude. List didn't want to stay with Lady Marie any more than necessary, and asking a servant to pick up a bottle of flack, a bay from the rack, he asked, Rona Sally, would you like to take a walk outside? Yes, I'd like that very much, she replied. Then Lady Marie, would you care to join us for a walk? List asked. Lady Marie smiled, you two go ahead, I'm not accustomed to walking at night, but it's cool outside. Rona Sally, List, remember to ask the servants to bring an extra coat, don't catch a cold. Thank you for your reminder, Lady Marie. A walk was just a walk. At most, holding hands, hugging a few times, and kissing. About an hour later, List was leading Rona Sally back to Tulip Castle. My dear, I'm too excited today, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight, Rona Sally said reluctantly as he was about to take her back to her room. Rest well, I'll take you to Fresh Flower Town tomorrow. So it's settled then? Of course. The servant stood at the door, and List did not leave Rona Sally with a farewell kiss, but simply waved his hand and turned away arrogantly. In her room, Rona Sally remained seated on the edge of her bed, smiling dazedly for a long time after List's departure, until a maid informed her that Master Roger had arrived. "Brother, did you have fun today?" Roger asked, having drunk a bit, his face still slightly flushed. Rona Sally was a little shy, but still said boldly, "Yes, brother, I had a lot of fun today." "Well, as long as you're happy." Roger leaned against a wall, raising an eyebrow, "but I have to remind you of something. As a woman of the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, you need to understand some truths. There are no laws, no restrictions, just one rule: never fall in love." Chapter 0317, The Prince Turns into a Frog. "I don't want to go to Fresh Flower Town anymore, dear. Let's just take a stroll around Coral City." After breakfast in the early morning, when Lee Ct invited Rona Sally to visit Fresh Flower Town, he received an unexpected response. The girl, who the night before had been so passionate she'd wanted to give her body and soul to List, stood by his side today as distant as if separated by a vast sea. List could not fathom it. Why had there been such a change from yesterday to today, just over the course of one night? He simply concealed the slight disappointment in his heart, smiled, and remained as gentle and sunny as ever. "Then let's go to Coral City. I haven't been to the city for a long time." The servants brought 2 specially made dried tulip flowers, the rich fragrance of which was enough to mask the pungent smell of Coral City. Even the boots were changed, replaced with high-soled long boots to avoid stepping on anything disgusting. Shopping in the city. It was not a great choice, at least for List. He wasn't accustomed to the aromatic wafts of stench. However, it seemed that many nobles could tolerate such an environment. Probably because they grew up accustomed to the city being just that way, dirty and foul-smelling. The carriage bore the flag of the Red Tulip, and as it moved through the streets of Coral City, every peddler, serf, and freeman would halt and bow in respect to the carriage. In Coral City, the Tulip family was seen as kings by the commoners, an untouchable authority. Pulling back the carriage curtain, List pointed at various shops along the street and incessantly shared both interesting and dull stories with Rona Sally. After making a round through Coral City, they went to visit Lady Penelope at her castle to have a chat with the grandmother about her precious potted plants. In between, List took a bathroom break. Lady Penelope took Rona Sally's hand and said, "I haven't met your sister Loria, but I like you, Rona Sally. I can imagine what Loria must be like. I hope you can also come to like Coral City and Tulip Castle and convey to your sister this old lady's expectations." "I will, my lady." List is an excellent young man. His grandfather, Marquis Merlin, holds him in high regard. He will be the pride of the Tulip family. "When I saw you and him coming down from the carriage holding hands, I felt as if I beheld a match made in heaven," Lady Penelope prattled on. As one ages, one tends to enjoy gossiping about the young. Rona Sally forced a smile, then, tinged with a trace of dejection, asked, "My lady, should a woman always sacrifice her own life for her family?" "That's a serious question." Lady Penelope made a deliberate face. "My crush, when I was young, was not List's grandfather. But when List's grandfather died, I truly wanted to follow him. Thankfully, I persevered." "Were you also in a marriage of alliance?" "Yes, as a noble lady, you either meet a Prince Charming at a ball, or await the family to arrange a frog prince, hoping he'll turn into a handsome, tall human prince after turning around." She touched the green gemstone ring on her finger. "If he can't become a human prince, you'd better pray you have enough sweet memories to comfort yourself." "I don't know how to choose." Rona Sally frowned, clearly distressed. "Then throw caution to the wind, and just love," Lady Penelope said liberally. "My girl, at least once in your life, you ought to forget yourself for someone. Don't seek an outcome, don't ask to accompany them on their journey, don't longing for past possessions, and even don't demand that he loves you. You just hope that during the most beautiful years, you meet him." "Grandmother, whom are you hoping to meet?" List returned to the living room and caught the last few words Lady Penelope said. "Certainly not you, you little rascal." After chatting a bit more, Lady Penelope started shooing them away. "Off with you, off with you. I know you young people have no patience for an old woman's ramblings. Go on, I didn't plan on keeping you here for lunch." Leaving the little castle, strolling down the country lane, Rona Sally said, "The old lady is really adorable, and it's so much fun to be with her." "Yes, she has her wisdom and her sharpness. As long as her old feud with my mother doesn't always involve me, I quite enjoy chatting with her." "Feud?" "Yes, like in every great family, it is always difficult for the mother of the male head of the household to get along with his wife. It seems to be the case. My mother often quarrels with my grandmother over trivial things. Perhaps that's just life." In the countryside paths of March, the wild grass had already grown out, lush and green, feeling soft underfoot. The retainer knights, along with male and female servants, followed not far behind, giving space to the man and woman. When two people of opposite genders are together, the ambience easily drifts into flirtation. The sunlight wasn't too dazzling and was not enough to make the early spring heat up. Suddenly, Rona Sally stopped in her tracks with an ouch. What happened? I stepped in dog poop. She moved her foot, revealing a half-dried lump of dog feces precisely squashed by her riding boot. Scrape it off on the grass roots beside you. Isn't this just bad luck? I didn't have any problem stepping in anything in the city, but I end up stepping in it on a country path. That means you have good luck. Rona Sally looked up, curiosity in her eyes. Why is stepping in dog poop considered good luck? On some island, the locals believe that stepping in dog poop brings good fortune. They call it poop luck, List said offhandedly. In fact, in this world, there was no such saying as poop luck. Stepping in poop was just a normal everyday occurrence. So, will I have good luck today? Rona Sally laughed, like, perhaps, finding a wonderful love? As she spoke, she paused, her bright eyes gazing at List, filled with bold affection and full encouragement. Setting aside the dog poop incident, the whole atmosphere was quite pleasant, even the gentle sunlight was just right. With just one more step, there would be endless possibilities. List also stopped, reaching out to smooth a stray lock of Rona Sally's hair behind her ear. He sighed softly in his heart. There are some things you hope will happen, others you fear will happen, but more often than not, it's about whether you choose to let them happen. Miss Rona Sally. I'm listening. Some are superficial, others are all glitter on the surface but trash inside, he said, pointing to the spot where she had stepped in the poop, and smiled. One day you will meet someone as dazzling as a rainbow. When you meet them, you'll feel that everyone else is just insignificant. A moment later, Rona Sally held her head high with a touch of pride and said, the rainbow I meet will appear in my room at midnight. Chapter 318, Laputa, Castle in the Sky. Some people are superficial, some people are all glitz and no substance. One day, you will meet someone as dazzling as a rainbow, and after you meet that person, everyone else will seem like fleeting clouds. Rona Sally leaned against the window. Gazing at the vast, azure sea outside, she could almost hear the words List once whispered to her at the height of their deepest affections. It was already the second morning, and after breakfast, Roger Goldenwheat, who should have stayed another day, excused himself from Tulip Castle, citing urgent business matters. Lady Maria and Levi's tried their best to persuade him to stay, but ultimately, luggage was packed. List sat at the breakfast table, elegantly savoring his meal from beginning to end, bidding farewell with a smile, without a single word of persuasion. If he had said anything, Rona Sally didn't know whether she would have stayed regardless of everything, even if Roger urged her to leave. Roger said, never fall in love. Lady Penelope said, at least once, you should forget yourself for someone else. She could easily do what Lady Penelope said, let go of restrictions and enjoy. But she found it very difficult to do what her brother said, not to fall in love. Are you trying to tell me that you are all glitz and no substance? She waved her hand gently, wiping away the moist tear from the corner of her eye. But how do you know? Why aren't you someone as dazzling as a rainbow? Do you know how many nobles on Golden Island have pursued me? But after seeing you, those people became fleeting clouds. She bit her lower lip. She lifted her head, trying to appear as calm as possible. It's a pity I was born on Golden Island, a woman of the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, and you are just a country baron, even with a bright future ahead. Right now you are still weak. Thank you for the happiness we shared. I look forward to seeing you again, List. The sea breeze howled. The ship sailed into the vast, blue yonder. Tulip Castle. List stayed in the piano room, not touching a single key for half a day. Until Livira walked in. Why are you hiding in the piano room but not playing the piano? I saw your retainer knights and your dog haven't left, which is strange. You usually don't like to stay in Tulip Castle for long. Is it because of the beautiful and enchanting Miss Rona Sally, my affectionate and cruel brother? Cruel? List asked lightly. Why not cruel? You stir the strings of a girl's heart, yet leave her to wait in agony at night. A single word could warm a heart, yet you always refuse to ask her to stay. Isn't that cruel? You are well informed, he noted. Livira smiled proudly. Of course, with so many servants and retainers in Tulip Castle, they are all my informants. Did you think that after I was granted my own fief, this place would become Lady Marie's territory? Impossible. List couldn't deny it. Honestly speaking, this place is now the domain of the Earl, and in the future, it should be Levi's domain. It really has little to do with Livira. I have to admire you, List, with your sickeningly sweet good looks and decent demeanor. You always manage to attract any noble lady of high standing. At Long Taro Castle, a single error-ridden piano piece was enough to bed Duniko Hyacinth. Here, Just by riding a horse, you've captured the heart of Miss Rona Sally Goldenwheat. Why do you stay in Tulip Castle all day? Doesn't your own domain need governing? List noticed that Livira had reverted to her adolescent ways. He was not in a good mood. It was probably because of the wrong beginning paired with the wrong end, breathlessness, chest tightness, unable to accept. But the way things turned out was beyond his expectations. He should not have agreed to Levi's request to help him woo Rona Sally, needlessly creating so many ripples. In fact, with Roger present, Loria would surely become the future mistress of Tulip Castle without a hitch. However, from the moment the horse stumbled, things had already become irretrievable. Actually, he really wanted to confide in someone, and Livira was a somewhat suitable choice. I had planned to practice diligently, to present her with a newly composed piano piece, and then to tell her a story about Castle in the Sky. But time was limited, and who could have expected Roger to leave right after breakfast? Perhaps he feared you would cause his sister to fall. Livira's tone was slightly gentle. In the eyes of the Goldenwheat Sheaf family, women are merely tools for forging connections. Since they had already made ties with Coral Island through Loria, naturally, they wouldn't want to leave another behind. By the way, what is the story of Castle in the Sky? It's to charm little girls. You wouldn't like it. What about the piano composition? You can actually compose piano pieces? Play it for me, quick. Liszt stood up and left the grand piano. I find you really have a lot of leisure time. Sorry, but I've lost my inspiration and can't play anything. Let's talk about it next time. It really is getting late. I should return to Fresh Flower Town. I haven't been practicing earnestly these past few days, which is not proper for a knight. He had just shaken off the slightly huffy Livira. Levi's, who had come back from the send-off, now sought him out to speak. Liszt, truly worthy of being my own brother. Do you know? Roger dared not stay longer in Tulip Castle. He is afraid if Rona Sally doesn't leave today, she'll never be able to leave. Haha, I enjoy seeing him at a disadvantage. The women of the Goldenwheat Sheaf family should all marry into Coral Island. You're happy that Roger is angry? Aren't you worried he'll ruin your marriage with Loria? He's not like the naive Rona Sally. No matter how upset he is, he won't stop the alliance between Golden Island and Coral Island. Besides, it was on your own merit that you won Rona Sally's heart. Who can find fault with that? Said Levi's indifferently. I really envy you for having such a handsome face. He was of average looks, and despite brandishing his status as the Earl's eldest son, he frequently faced rejection. After all, not every noble young lady would be dazzled, enticed by the title of an earless. It was the handsome nobles like Liszt, whom they preferred, appealing to their desire for a brief escapade rather than everlasting love. Being handsome has its own troubles. Liszt didn't wish to dwell on the topic. He refused to admit that he had become one of the many licentious nobles, for he believed he had a heart full of feelings. After the passionate encounter with Duniko, he would have been willing to marry her if she had asked, regardless of any past. After spending time with Rona Sally, he feared that too many emotions might encumber a fine lady. Perhaps this was the true face of nobility, desire and advantage at a crossroads. Every person was sacrificing or indulging for the sake of benefit. Therefore, after much deliberation, he still believed that he should shift his focus away from romantic entanglements and prepare seriously for the great endeavor of dragon riding, aiming to become a dragon domain landlord. By the way, brother, when do you plan to marry Loria? I had a pleasant talk with Roger, especially after tasting fresh flower brew. He won't allow Loria to act recklessly. Our wedding will take place this September, Levi's stated excitedly. Liszt nodded. Then you should settle down as well and manage this marriage earnestly. Marriage of course requires serious management, as it concerns the future development of Coral Island, and must be approached with gravity. However, that doesn't mean one can't enjoy pleasures outside of marriage, Levi's said, winking. There's an underground ball next week, held in Serpent Spear City. I'll take you there to see for yourself. No, I want to go home. Indulgence without responsibility for a single night, he needed time to heal his deeply wounded spirit. How could he possibly attend such a depraved gathering? The sound of horse hooves hastened and Fresh Flower Town came into view. On the gravel road of Thorn Ridge, a caravan caught up with a carriage bearing no insignia. The carriage pulled to the side, and Elkerson stepped down, removing his hood, and gestured a greeting to Liszt's coach. Chapter 319, The Death of the Swan of St. Saun's Quinn's Minotaur Conjecture. In a town called Quinn in the Brass Grand Duchy, they found the rotting carcass of a minotaur. Are minotaurs real creatures? Liszt casually flipped through a few of the magic books brought by Elkerson and happily paid for them. To encourage Elkerson to pick out useful books for him, he adopted a strategy of buying uninspiring books by the box and valuable books individually. Among this batch of books, there were indeed a few that were quite good. So, he paid a total of 7 gold coins. Just the money he spent on books each month could amount to a dozen or 20 gold coins. Now that he had money, he didn't care about this expense. It was like subscribing to a few newspapers back on Earth. Most of the magic books, he would not bother to read. Because truly, they had no value. Just like now, he no longer felt like reading most nights' novels. His taste had been spoiled by one bizarre, grotesque story after another. Besides, dragons fight in the wild had been indefinitely suspended. Even his interest in searching for information had vanished. The number of books on his shelf kept increasing, yet the number he read dwindled. On the other hand, Sea Sprite read books with relish. Those boring, tedious notes on magic experiments, in her eyes, seemed like heart-stirring gold and jewels. The naive and cheerful little sea monster was almost turning into a bookworm. To prevent this from happening, he played the piano by her side and often took her out to sea to have fun, meanwhile discussing magic with her to keep her from getting bored. "Brother, Ake has learned a new spell, look quickly." She stretched out her hand, and a water bullet instantly formed, shooting towards the window and exploding with a bang in midair. This is water bullet. The principle is similar to the water arrow spell, but the power is much greater, and it uses less magic power. List had already been astonished by her talent for magic, so he nodded placidly and said, "Keep it up, strive for the greatness of a grand magician." "Yes, Ake will work hard." Every conversation with Ake was like a psychological counseling session, healing all negative emotions. It made him forget about the desire, interest, passion, and chaos that occurred in the named castle. He brewed a cup of Bailuish Hun tea. It was a tea brewed from the leaves of the green tea tree, named Bailuish Hun because of the slightly curled leaves. "Ake, try my tea-making skills. This is a new beverage, and besides me, probably only you in the world can taste it." "Thank you, brother." Ake picked up the transparent crystal cup and took a sip. Immediately, her face changed, exclaiming, "Brother, it's so bitter." Ake doesn't like it. The bitterness leads to sweetness. Try it again, and you'll find the fragrance of the tea lingering between your lips and teeth. However, after 2 more sips, Ake still cried out that it was bitter. "It's not tasty at all, brother." Ake doesn't want to drink tea. Ake likes to drink juice. Alright then. List regretted that his first sharing of tea ended in failure. He didn't mind Ake's saliva and directly drank the remaining half cup of tea himself. He couldn't bear to pick more leaves from the 3 tea trees that were to be used for breeding. He couldn't afford to drink 1 cup a day, he could only save as much as possible. Ake again floated on the surface of the shell, earnestly reading her book, undisturbed by the world's distractions. He set down the teacup. List walked over to the piano. His emotions surged, as if a swan had risen on the lake of his heart, dancing elegantly. Then another swan flew in, joining in the graceful dance. Soon after, 2 more swans appeared, all dancing together. He savored the feeling in his mind, and his hands involuntarily struck the keys, pulsating with rhythm. One note after another blossomed from the upright piano, like a bouquet of vibrant red roses unfurling, forming 4 dancing swans. Ake closed the book in her hands, staring at List in wonder. Unaware, List was immersed in playing the piano, surrounded by 4 dancing swans composed of rhythmic notes. Suddenly, one swan let out a mournful cry, its wing broken. It collapsed onto the piano, blood staining the keys red as if List was playing with blood. Then, another swan followed with a mournful cry, its wings snapping, as blood dyed the entire piano red. In the end, the last 2 swans flew away in terror, one to the left, the other to the right, leaving behind the blood-red piano and its owner, List, who continued to strike the keys, allowing the notes to dance in the blood. The swans that were to die had died, those meant to fly had flown, all turning into nothingness. The room was still that same worm room. Jayla was dozing off, Ake cocked its head to one side, listening, and only List sat before the upright piano, elegantly playing the black and white keys, his fingers like 10 little minor elves leaping. Until the final note ended. List swiftly grabbed the paper and pen on the piano, dipped it in ink, and with the most abstract and hurried scribbles, recorded all the melodies in his head. Just 3 short pages. In an instant, they were filled. Comparing them to the melody that still lingered in his ears, he corrected a few erroneous notes, and finally transcribed this new piece. With a pen, he wrote in the blank space, the title Saint-Saëns Swan Piano Solo. In 19th century Paris, France, there was a not-so-famous composer, Saint-Saëns, who created the symphonic work Carnival of the Animals for fun. Since many of its melodies were malicious alterations of others' work without permission, they were never published. Only one piece, The Swan, had been performed publicly, which paradoxically became Saint-Saëns' signature piece and a timeless classic, depicting the swan's graceful and noble swimming in the water, her lonely and unapproachable yet profoundly sacred figure. Liszt did not know why. Inspiration had suddenly burst forth, and without relying on the smoke mission, He recalled this melody on his own. After a thought, he scratched out the Saints in Serpent script and wrote a new title, Liszt Swan Piano Solo, earnestly adding it to his own collection of piano scores. Previously, he already had Liszt with You and Liszt to Alice rearrangement in his piano repertoire. To Alice had already been adapted with a backstory credited to someone else's creation, making it impossible to use it directly as his own composition, so he only included it under the guise of revision and arrangement. By accident, I've become a piano master, he mused. The following day after returning, the fresh flower vessel also returned to port, bringing good news. The main body of the lighthouse was complete, ready for the installation of the crystal lamps. These crystal lamps were specially made to harness the magic power within the crystals through a magic array, releasing it as light. Unfortunately, the light from the crystal lamps was not very bright. Whether it could reach 2 or 3 kilometers away was uncertain. When arriving at Black Horse Port, Jamaya Bangtu, who had been whipped so brutally he couldn't walk, was now able to hobble around with a cane. Lord Landlord, rubber is truly miraculous. By using rubber water to mix with sand and stone, the construction of the lighthouse far exceeded expectations. Moreover, once solidified, its sturdiness is comparable to sticky rice mortar. Coupled with the gray bricks you guided us in firing, we saved a great deal of time in selecting materials, so we built it in 5 days. He pointed at the 10-meter-high lighthouse on Rocky Beach, his voice carrying a hint of pride. He had lived in the shadow of his teacher Mbap, but now he could finally build independently. The lighthouse was neither large, tall, nor thick. The lower half was mainly constructed of piled rocks, while the upper half predominantly featured brickwork. The seams between the stones and bricks were not very neat, but the structure was complete. Teacher Marcus, I entrust this crystal lamp to your care. When the fresh flower vessel needs to sail back at night, have someone light it on the lighthouse, and if there's no need for navigation, take it down, he instructed. Understood, my lord. With that, the lighthouse was finished. Liszt quickly began checking the smoke mission. Mission complete, reward, the magic book Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters. Chapter 320, Investigation of Elkerson, The Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters. It's actually not a book on powerful magic, but just a popular science book about sea monsters. He was about to feel disappointed at being rewarded with an irrelevant book. Suddenly, he noticed the phrase Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters on the title of the magic book, and his heart skipped a beat. Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters immediately made him think of Dulu Mikita, the sea sprite that was being pursued, a gigantic sea serpent with 6 heads. Then he remembered the Formless Dragon's chain missions, which also involved magic books. At this moment, he had a strong premonition that the crisis had always been lurking around him. Maybe this time, it's the chain missions of Dulu Mikita. That intermediate-level sea monster, Dulu Mikita, might never have left this sea area and is hiding in the shadows, watching us. It was very likely. Otherwise, there was no need to reward him with a science book about sea serpents. However, faced with the threat of Dulu Mikita, he was only tense for a moment before relaxing. He had dealt with the incursion of Formless Dragon. Facing another intermediate-level sea monster wasn't going to be a big deal. With the help of the smoke mission, dealing with this sea serpent shouldn't be too difficult. The power of fate is not to be taken lightly. Moreover, sea monsters can only live in the deep sea. If it dares to come to the shallow waters, it's asking for death. The present-day Fresh Flower Town, the present-day Liszt, has long since ceased to be weak. I'll be more cautious during this period, complete more smoke missions quickly, gather more information about Dulu Mikita, and claim the rewards from the chain missions. Finally, resolve the hidden danger. As thoughts flickered, a new smoke mission was released. Mission: browse through the magic books brought by Elkerson. Do you feel that every book is stained with the pitiful screams of magic apprentices? Those are the helpless and desperate cries after their souls have shattered. Please cleanse the injustice from the magic books. Reward: a set of research notes. The injustice of magic apprentices? Liszt's brow furrowed as he considered, what does this mean? Could it be that Elkerson has killed many magic apprentices to obtain these magic books? Surely not. Elkerson doesn't seem like a murderer, and even if he killed magic apprentices, would that allow him to obtain the magic books? His intuition made him doubt that Elkerson would casually kill magic apprentices. But his rationality told him that he must carefully scrutinize Elkerson, and not trust anyone easily. If Elkerson really is a murderer, and I need to cleanse the injustice from the books, does that mean I have to kill Elkerson? I'd better return to Fresh Flower Town first, then make the next plan. On Coral Island, arbitrary killing is strictly forbidden. This is a rule issued by the Earl. Even nobles cannot kill at will outside their territories, and even within their territories, arbitrary killing will be punished by the Earl. Landlords indeed have absolute jurisdiction over their land, but behavior that oversteps the morality of nobility, the higher lord will naturally teach you a lesson. Of course, Nobles usually cherish their serfs and do not kill without reason, and higher lords do not interfere with what their followers do within their own lands. There's no need to quarrel with one's followers over the lives of a few commoners. However, magicians are not nobles, and if they dare to harm lives wantonly, nobles are bound to take action. Liszt greatly appreciated Alkerson, who was polite and not rigid, a fine collaborative partner. But as a noble, if he discovered Alkerson murdering at will, he would not be lenient. After resting for the night, the next day, he sailed back to Freshflower Town. During the voyage, Liszt was no longer bored as he had previously been. Galtai, who returned with him on the ship, was always bragging incessantly. Whereas he kept using his telescope to look around, ensuring that Dulu Mikata wasn't stealthily approaching. At sea, dealing with an intermediate-level sea monster was not easy. He had already prepared that if he encountered Dulu Mikata, he would not resist. He would stop the ship and drift, retract the coming sea pearl, and let Dulu Mikata wreak havoc while he hid in a wooden boat, barely surviving. Moreover, he would cover himself with the juice of smoked grass, waiting for Dulu Mikata's rampage to end before rowing home. This is not cowardice. It is helplessness. He had no choice but to return to Freshflower Town, but encountering Dulu Mikata in the vast sea without preparation meant resistance was merely a quick death. However, without Sea Sprite on board, Dulu Mikata might not be interested in the Freshflower vessel. After all, it had sailed back and forth dozens of times without running into Dulu Mikata, indicating that sea monsters had little interest in ships. In the midst of tension, he safely returned to Freshflower Town. Liszt headed straight for the castle and searched through the magic books brought by Elxentru. Some of the books he was sure contained no harmful content had been given to Sea Sprite to read, while others were left on the bookshelves in the study. During this time, I have only received 2 boxes of books from Elxen, and the reward should be in there. He searched quickly, and soon a copy of Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters was found tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the bookshelf. He hadn't seen this book before. It was likely that Butler Carter had organized it and placed it on his shelf. Before he started to read it, he called for the guard Paris. "Baron, are you looking for me for something?" "A small task, I hope you can help me with it. You know I like magic books." "Of course, everyone in town should know that the Baron likes to read. These books were procured by Elxentru on my behalf, but now I suspect that there might be some issues with their provenance. I would like you to help me investigate in secret and make sure they were acquired through legitimate means," said Liszt, not wanting to directly question Elxen. For one, he didn't want to alert the suspect, and for another, in case it was a misunderstanding, it would be awkward. "It's an easy task, I will complete it as soon as possible, Baron." "Then let's talk about the remuneration for your task." Paris suddenly smiled. "It is just a minor task, consider it free of charge. After all, I've already drawn some gossip from local officials for taking money without working." "Gossip?" Liszt raised an eyebrow. It seemed some were not pleased with his salary arrangements. "I will put a stop to this kind of gossip." "There's no need, Baron, I don't mind it," Paris said. After saying this, she excused herself gracefully and left to carry out the task for free. However, Liszt did not forget what she had mentioned and immediately called for Butler Carter. "Mr. Carter, are you aware of any complaints from people in town about Paris's salary being too high?" "I'm sorry, my lord, I haven't noticed anything about that." "Pass this on. When the servants go out, don't forget to listen to what the town officials have been saying. If there's any discordant content, inform me immediately." "Yes, my lord." After giving instructions to Butler Carter, Liszt planned to investigate slowly. When he was alone in the study, he picked up the milk tea from the table, his expression unreadable. He just mumbled to himself, "I am a very reasonable person. As a landlord I have never let down those who follow me. If there are issues, they can be raised directly with me, but questioning my decisions behind my back is not what a qualified subordinate should do." Chapter 321, Cultivating Serpent Blood Fruit with Snake Blood. Between a landlord and his followers, there lies a game of strategy. When the landlord is strong, the followers become self-disciplined and loyal. When the landlord is weak, the followers become presumptuous and their thoughts flicker with disloyalty. The situation on Red Crab Island is such that with a weak landlord, the followers are restless and eager to act. Therefore, Liszt has always been learning how to be a qualified landlord. If he were to spend his life on Coral Island, perhaps he wouldn't need to learn anything. With the protection of his family, no followers would dare to be presumptuous. But his ambition is not limited to a small island like Freshflower Town or Black Horse Island. Neither being an earl nor a marquis was his goal. His aim was at least the position of a Grand Duke, to ride a dragon. The future is bright, but the road is tortuous. Every step he takes now is to plan for the future, to solidify the foundation. Hence, the idle gossip behind Paris's salary is but a small breakthrough in his attempt to exercise power tactics. an experiment in how to manage followers. After pondering for a moment, he calmed his mind. More important matters awaited his attention. Sea serpent. A type of venomous snake that lives in the sea, adorned with brightly colored patterns on its body. Sea serpents are often found in shallow waters, but aquatic monsters of the sea serpent type have not been frequently discovered, and those that have been found are predominantly in the deep sea. Perhaps they should be referred to as sea serpent aquatic monsters. Magical beasts and sea monsters essentially mean the same thing. In this world, there is no such thing as an official or internationally recognized academic name. Different regions have their own terms for various species. The author of Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters is a court grand magician from the Star Duchy. The Star Duchy borders the sea, and the author specializes in water magic, therefore he often sets out to sea in search of sea monsters. This popular science book mainly introduces sea serpent sea monsters. In total, it records 7 kinds of sea serpent sea monsters. They include 5 low-level sea monsters, the rainbow serpent, blue-ringed serpent, ice-ringed serpent, red-banded serpent, and 2-headed serpent, plus 2 intermediate sea monsters, the 6-headed king serpent and the frozen king serpent. Each type of sea serpent has data introduced regarding its toxicity, magic, and body size. Of course, the data is not comprehensive because the observation is very rare, and the research conditions are limited. What caught List's eye was the introduction of the 6-headed king serpent. The 6-headed king serpent is more powerful than the frozen king serpent. I observed it twice, once, an adult 6-headed king serpent exceeding 12 meters in length, and another time, a juvenile 6-headed king serpent, 6 meters in length, with 3 heads that did not cast magic and were obviously weaker. This grand magician's data was very solid, and he even provided hand-drawn illustrations. The somewhat abstract 6-headed king serpent was very thick, with its body comprising about 2/3 of its length, and the remaining 1/3 was its 6 slender heads, without any distinction of primary or secondary. It had a variegated pattern, mainly black and white. The 6 heads could each cast a different spell: water arrow barrage, water wave shield, water whirlpool, strong water column, blade of water, and waterfall. The 6-headed king serpent and the 2-headed serpent share certain similarities. Based on my speculation, for every 2 meters of its length, one of its heads matures and starts casting magic. The 6-headed king serpent feeds on sea fish and also preys on dolphins and people who fall into the water, but it will not attack ships on its own initiative. If provoked, it will release magic frantically, which can last for more than half an hour. I've found that the 6 heads of a mature 6-headed king serpent think alike and release magic in a very orderly fashion. However, the heads of an immature 6-headed king serpent don't coordinate well, and they can easily become distracted and fail to cast spells or shift their attack targets, sometimes even moving in a disjointed fashion. Since no 6-headed king serpent had been captured, the Grand Magician didn't record more data. In his magic books, he wasn't primarily recording the characteristics of sea serpent sea monsters, but rather a secret about sea serpents, the wondrous reaction between the blood of sea serpent sea monsters and serpent blood fruit. According to the records in the book, serpent blood fruit is a kind of medicinal material that can be eaten as fruit, although it is quite unpleasant to taste. Poisonous snakes are very fond of serpent blood fruit. They will definitely have serpent blood fruit growing around their habitats. If a hunter is bitten by a snake, their immediate response would be to look for serpent blood fruit nearby to cure the poison. Children with diarrhea or women with difficult labor can be treated with serpent blood fruit. In the Star Duchy, serpent blood fruit is very famous, since a large number of poisonous snakes live there, and the landlords have to plant a lot of serpent blood fruit to treat snake venom at any time. The Grand Magician originally only wanted to study the connection between serpent blood fruit and snake venom in order to create an antidote to make money. But after cultivating serpent blood fruit with snake blood once, he found that the serpent blood fruit grew extremely vigorously. He began catching all kinds of snakes and feeding serpent blood fruit with their blood, until one time, he used the blood of a sea serpent sea monster and suddenly discovered that there was a problem with the serpent blood fruit. It had given birth to a serpent blood fruit sprite bug. After repeated exploration and spending an unknown amount of money purchasing sea serpent sea monsters, he finally concluded that the blood of low-level sea serpent sea monsters had a tiny probability of stimulating the serpent blood fruit to ferment a sprite bug. No experiments had been done with the blood of intermediate sea serpent sea monsters, so it was unknown what the chances were. This should have been a shocking discovery. With such a discovery, it would be possible to cultivate a large number of serpent blood fruit sprite bugs to make money. However, when someone calculated the costs for him, he was rendered speechless. 20 low-level sea serpent sea monsters could probably cultivate one sprite bug. The average purchase price for a sea serpent sea monster is 160 gold coins. Low-level magical beasts definitely wouldn't sell at that price, but sea monsters are hard to catch, and their prices are generally inflated. That is to say, he would have to spend 3,200 gold coins to cultivate one serpent blood fruit sprite bug. However, the local market price for a serpent blood fruit sprite bug is only 2,000 gold coins. Cultivating serpent blood fruit sprite bugs with sea serpent sea monster blood would bankrupt him. The Grand Magician angrily shelved his money-making plan. And he wrote his findings into this book, Secrets of Sea Serpent Aquatic Monsters, and decided to publish and sell it. He believed that at least he had discovered a method of cultivating sprite bugs, which was still meaningful. So, List lifted his head from the book and pondered, the Dulu Mikita that chased Ak might just be an immature six-headed king serpent, with 4 heads capable of magic and a body length of about 8 meters? And since snakes like to eat serpent blood fruit, perhaps I can use serpent blood fruit to lure the 6-headed king serpent? Or maybe disrupt the magic casting of its 4 heads? He closed the magic book. He knew that serpent blood fruit was key to hunting Dulu Mikita, and he needed to buy a batch of serpent blood fruit, but it seemed there were no serpent blood fruit on Coral Island. At least it was the first time he'd heard of such fruit. According to what the Grand Magician has recorded, the blood of sea serpent sea monsters can induce the cultivation of serpent blood fruit sprite bugs. If I could delve into the principle behind it, perhaps I could unlock the secret of sprite bug cultivation. Unfortunately, List didn't have the ability to delve into these secrets for the time being, nor did he have any magicians under him who could do the research. If I were to kill Dulu Mikita, its blood might be used to cultivate serpent blood fruit, and I might succeed in nurturing a serpent blood fruit sprite bug in one go. But the risk is not small. It would be better to sell the blood of an intermediate sea monster, which could fetch a better price. The materials from the body of a low-level magical beast are worth at least a dozen or so gold coins, sometimes even several hundred gold coins. The materials from the body of an intermediate magical beast should be worth at least 10 times that of a low-level magical beast. Selling them for several hundred to 1,000 gold coins isn't difficult. Rather than wasting snake blood on growing serpent blood fruit, it's better to sell it for gold coins. List took out a gold coin and spun it on the table. Before that, I need to act immediately to buy serpent blood fruit, and purchase them in large quantities. Chapter 322, Lee Ct slays the snake. The matter of the serpent blood fruit was entrusted to his own merchant caravan, as well as the one from Tulip Castle. He also wrote to the fat Aubrey Lycra from Beer Castle, asking him to help inquire about and purchase a batch of serpent blood fruit. After doing all this, he waited for news about the serpent blood fruit while also awaiting the investigation results from Paris, and he pondered how to hunt Dulu Mikita. Dulu Mikita has come hunting after the sea sprite Ake, that means Ake is the best bait. But I can't let Ake get harmed, so luring Dulu Mikita in the sea is not an option, he mused. Luring it on land was the only option. To precisely lure Dulu Mikita, Ake's identity as a sea sprite was indispensable. In List's mind, Ake was very important. He had to ensure the sea sprite's safety. Perhaps I could lure Dulu Mikita on shore, but how to do that on land? Or rather, how does Dulu Mikita pursue the sea sprite Ake? What does it rely on for tracking? He walked into the worm room. He asked Ake. Ake tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Brother, Ake isn't very sure, but in the sea, I can never shake off Dulu Mikita. Perhaps it's by the scent Ake leaves in the seawater, just like a hunting dog can track its prey through the scent in the air. Maybe Dulu Mikita can track Ake through the seawater." It could basically be assumed that Dulu Mikita was tracking in this way. "Ake, I plan to hunt Dulu Mikita," List said. "This may need your cooperation, to lure Dulu Mikita out of the sea. Can brother defeat Dulu Mikita?" Even though Ake meant no disrespect, the question still wounded List's pride. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "As long as the preparation is thorough, it's merely an intermediate-level sea monster. Defeating it will be as easy as turning my hand over." "Ah, brother is so amazing," Ake clapped his hands. "Brother, what does Ake need to do? Just go directly into the sea to lure it." "Going into the sea is too dangerous, though I need to use you to lure Dulu Mikita. Your safety is the most important." List stroked Ake's azure hair. "I plan to widen a river trench near the shore around Fresh Flower Town, and you'll wait upstream in the trench, luring Dulu Mikita into the river." The sea was the sea monster's home field. List couldn't possibly defeat an intermediate-level sea monster on the sea, even a juvenile one, so luring Dulu Mikita ashore was the most crucial part of the plan. However, he suddenly recalled reading in Man and Nature that sea serpents could go ashore. The documentary had explained that sea serpents lay eggs on sandy beaches. That meant, Dulu Mikita could possibly move freely on land as well. After all, a sea serpent is still a serpent, and serpents can crawl. But on second thought, sea monsters live in the deep sea and are supposedly adapted to life there. Their movement on land would definitely be greatly restricted. So no matter what, he still had to lure Dulu Mikita ashore. He took out some paper and a pen, and sketched a rough outline on the table. He simply traced the coastline and the river. He circled an area upstream of the river. "Ake, This is your position. Once Dulu Mikita follows the river up, I will cut off its escape route from here. I'll have Dowson release rock spikes around here, filling the area with dense, solid rock spikes to restrict Dulu Mikita's movement. As he explained to Egg. He continued to sketch and correct, refining the hunting plan. Dulu Mikita is roughly 8 meters long, short and thick in form, and by proportion, its body diameter could exceed 40 centimeters, so the distance between the rock spikes needs to be less than 40 centimeters. Rock spikes are merely obstacles for sea monsters, will need more restraints, like preparing fishing nets. The table was filled with dense drawings and text. It makes the plan sound quite marvelous. However, whether it's rock spikes, ship nets, or clogging the waterways, they are all but ordinary barriers. They can restrict the movements of Dulu Mikita but cannot inflict serious damage. List didn't believe that in front of Dulu Mikita, who knew 4 types of water magic. He, Marcus, Griffin, Lass, Ronto, Rick, and Paris, 7 Earth Knights, could easily kill an intermediate-level sea monster. If Paris transformed into the Black Dragon Child, it might be possible. But once she transformed and fought, she would likely face death. To exchange her life for Dulu Mikita's, List was not willing. Not to mention that Paris was an important bodyguard for him on the battlefield in the future. Just spending so many days together, he couldn't be indifferent enough to sacrifice her. Perhaps seeing the furrowed brow of List, Ake suddenly said, "Brother, Ake is a magician. Ake can also join the fight. You don't need to take action. When you become a grand magician, then I'll dare to send you into battle. For now, focus on learning your magic," List replied with a smile. Paris certainly couldn't fight to the death, but she could be a safety lock in the hunt for Dulu Mikita. If the hunting operation failed, in a critical moment, Paris could save both herself and the bait. See Sprite Ake. A brief transformation wouldn't cost her much lifespan. In other words, hunting Dulu Mikita had some risk for List but didn't involve a life-threatening danger. He needed to focus on how to deliver a heavy blow to Dulu Mikita. Woo-ah! Woo-ah! The awakened Jayla, running over to lie on List's hair, disrupted his train of thought. But she also brought him new inspiration. Perhaps he could let Jayla plant some thorns on Dulu Mikita. Forget it, he was afraid it would kneel down if scared by Dulu Mikita's magic. After all, Dowson's rock grenades had terrified Jayla. Right, little minor elves are not of much use, but I have a dragon. His eyes suddenly lit up. I almost forgot I have fire dragon magic power. Gathering all the magic power of the fire dragon together, I should be able to form a giant fire dragon covering an area of dozens of meters. With the power of a great fire dragon, burning from the inside out, it can definitely burn Dulu Mikita alive. The magic little fire dragon was not fast in moving. First, he had to restrict the movements of Dulu Mikita. How to restrict it was already covered with methods such as rock spikes, ship nets, clogging water channels, and more. He quickly added another point: rubber water could be used, pouring a large amount of rubber into the river channel, turning the river water into rubber water. Paired with rock spikes, ship nets, and silt, within a few minutes, we should be able to stick Dulu Mikita in place, thoroughly fixing its movements and leaving it to the great fire dragon to burn. The movement had to be restricted, and the next step was to limit Dulu Mikita's magic. This would likely rely on the allure of the serpent blood fruit, confusing its 4 heads, disrupting the thinking of the 4 brains. Right, the smoke mission that Paris is currently carrying out, the reward seems to be a research notebook, which might contain methods for restraining Dulu Mikita. For a full 2 hours. He stayed in the worm room, going back and forth to refine the hunting plan, basically strategizing the main process. And he was fully confident when he gave the plan a code name, Operation Cut Snake. There was Liu Bang of the past, who started a rebellion by killing a snake. And now there was List Cut Snake. Cut Snake. Cut Snake. In any case, it was to cut the snake. Seeing List unfold his brows, Ake couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, have you thought of a way? Can we kill Dulu Mikita?" "It's only an intermediate-level sea monster." List put away the cut snake operation strategy, and smiled lightly. "Don't take it too seriously. Continue with your magic studies, and when I'm ready, Dulu Mikita will become roasted sea serpent meat." Chapter 323, Things That Must Be Done. The existence of Dulu Mikita is a threat that should be dealt with as soon as possible. Therefore, after List had planned out the snake-slaying operation, he immediately mounted his lead dragon horse and galloped to the northern outskirts of Thorn Ridge, where he remembered there was a small river. The river meandered around, surrounded by shrubs. The terrain wasn't too complicated, but it was undulating, with high and low areas. List searched carefully and had roughly sketched out a plan for the riverbed. This area didn't belong to Fresh Flower Town, but the surrounding land was barren, so he didn't need to inform anyone. He called over Galtai directly, I need you to gather the serfs and widen this river to 2 meters, with a depth that reaches just over the knees. My lord, why are you excavating this river? It doesn't seem to be within the territory of Freshflower Town. I plan to hunt an intermediate sea monster in this river. What? Intermediate sea monster? There is one lurking in the seas near Freshflower Town, most likely a 6-headed king serpent. List released the information. It gave Galtai quite a scare. Indy. Intermediate sea monster? 6-headed king serpent? My lord, this. You don't need to be nervous. You won't be the one to hunt it, I will handle it myself. You just need to follow the setup I've arranged and set traps here. Galtai looked at List's calm demeanor and couldn't help but try to convince him, my lord, you need to be cautious. An intermediate sea monster is as powerful as an intermediate magical beast. Even the Earl doesn't wish to clear out the purple sand crocodile on Coral Island, so this 6-headed king serpent requires even more careful handling. To let the 6-headed king serpent ravage the seas of Freshflower Town at will? It could attack the Freshflower vessel at any time and cut off Freshflower Town's connection with Black Horse Island. We are under threat every day until it's hunted down. Seeing that Galtai was about to say more, List interrupted him directly. I know what you're worried about. I will make full preparations to hunt the 6-headed king serpent. If it turns out to be impossible, I will report to my father and leave it to him to handle. My lord, I think you should report to the Earl now, considering. Let me try first. If I can't beat it, then I'll give up. Seeking help from the Earl was indeed an option, but the Earl might not be able to handle Dulu Mikita. Should the hunt succeed, all gains would inevitably end up in the Earl's pocket, and there was also the risk of exposing Sea Sprite. Moreover, at the moment, even without any external assistance, he was confident in trying to hunt with the current strength of Freshflower Town. On top of that, with the rewards of the chain missions from the Smoke mission, he had a very good chance. Should he fail, he would then seek help from the Earl. Once decided, he would not waver. He directly ordered Galtai, keep the news about the intermediate sea monster within the ranks of the town officials, not a single word should leak out. For the excavation of the river, consult with Isaiah and carry it out under another pretext, and complete the work quickly. With no other choice, Galtai could only accept the order. As you wish, my lord. Quickly, the news spread among the officials of Freshflower Town. When a luncheon meeting was held, a heated discussion broke out. List only laid out his decision at the beginning, then sat in the chair and watched with cold eyes. His will was unwavering. The rest was up to the officials' decisions. You may have opinions, you may vehemently disagree, but when he makes the final decision, no one is allowed to be passive. Just like the idle gossip about the ongoing investigation, List hoped that through several acts of authority, he would instill his own majesty deep into the hearts of the people. His future was boundless. However, training a qualified group of followers and a night squad was a long and arduous task. After the arguments had subsided, and he had eaten his fill, List spoke slowly, you may keep your opinions, but... He looked around the room, and seeing that no one was speaking, he was very satisfied with the atmosphere. I have decided to hunt the 6-headed king serpent. What you need to do is cooperate with the task and offer supplementary opinions to improve the hunting plan. J. I have given you the information on the 6-headed king serpent. Discuss this at the office meeting and report back to me this evening. After the lunch banquet, List still felt like taking a nap. Just as he awoke from his nap, Paris, who had gone out to investigate magic books, returned. Mission accomplished. She said with ease, I've found out about the magic books. Elkerson is not an issue. The issue is with another magician he collaborates with for book purchases, Merle's Truth. Merle's Truth? List had not heard this name before. She lives in a small town not far from Coral City, has been in seclusion for many years, and has connections with some magicians from the Outer Islands. The channels through which she acquires her magic books are genuine. What's abnormal is the way she treats her magic apprentices. I happened to encounter her while I was investigating. Paris frowned, a look of disgust appearing on her face. She flayed her own magic apprentice alive and continued conducting research while peeling off the skin. Then, she spread her hands. I almost killed her, but after interrogating her, I learned she had killed hundreds of magic apprentices using various methods. So I couldn't hold back. I broke both her arms, and then... I'm sorry, Baron, she bled out and died. Listening to Paris's words, List was also shocked. To have killed hundreds of magic apprentices through methods such as flaying was truly cruel, not much different from the Phantom Ship's Curtis truth. No wonder even the Smoke mission was disturbed. So he merely said lightly, next time don't kill people on a whim. Since this time it was an accidental death and she deserved to die, let it go. Did she leave behind any books or research notes of some sort? I knew you would need these things, so I've brought them all back, along with a pile of miscellaneous casting materials, and it seems there is also some magic equipment. Checking the carriage. There were a total of 6 pieces of magic equipment, some for amplifying magic and others for protection. List immediately divided them, giving half to Paris and keeping half for himself. Take these 3 pieces of protective magic equipment as a reward for your task. I'm keeping the ones for amplifying spells. He planned to give the amplifying magic equipment to Ak, arming him further. Paris accepted the 3 protective items without ceremony. Thank you. I'll give them to Maggie for protection. He ordered the servants to move the remaining pile of casting materials to the warehouse, and then carried the magic books collected by Merlise, along with her experimental notes, to his study. He then spoke to Paris, who was about to leave. I will soon have a plan to hunt an intermediate sea monster, the 6-headed king serpent. I hope you can participate when the time comes. If the hunt fails, please ensure my safety. That's my job, Baron. Paris smiled. Lately, she had returned to the carefree demeanor she had when she first arrived in Freshflower Town, but you really are bold, daring to hunt an intermediate sea monster. Isn't it nice to just enjoy life? Liz touched the crimson blood sword at his waist. Some things you must do. The 6-headed king serpent has already threatened the development of my territory and the safety of my people. I must eliminate this threat. Chapter 324, Murder Notebook and Dragonbone Calcination. Whether it's for the reward of the smoke mission or for the safety of the shipping routes to Freshflower Town and Black Horse Island, Dulu Mikita must die. After Paris left, Liz directly summoned the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward, the research notes of Merli's truth. The few notebooks that he had packed and brought back from Merli's cabin in the woods were the rewards for the smoke mission, and the real prize within them was for Liz to find. He returned to the study and, before opening the notebooks, reviewed the new smoke mission. Mission? Recently, many outsiders have chosen to settle in Freshflower Town, which shows that Freshflower Town's charm has bloomed on Coral Island, but the increase in outsiders also brings risks. Please root out 3 hidden rats. Reward, the assault of the 6-headed king serpent. List muttered, feeling surprised. This chain mission has only gone through 2 links, and it's already entering the final showdown? The reward seems a bit small, and it doesn't give enough sense of security. The chain mission of the Thornminer elf Jayla was the longest, with a total of 6 smoke missions before Jayla was born. For the formless dragon chain mission, including the final gain of the space gem, there were also 6 smoke missions. However, List soon reconciled with the thought, the 2 previous missions, plus this one, and possibly another during the final battle, make 4 missions in total. For an intermediate sea monster like the 6-headed king serpent, that's quite up to par. After all, it cannot be compared with Jayla and the space gem. Hunting an intermediate sea monster is a prize of much lower rank than acquiring a minor elf. One can imagine that the day the smoke mission decides to involve a greater elf, it might distribute many more smoke missions, perhaps more than 10. If it decides to involve a real dragon, maybe there would be over 50 smoke missions, or even more. After all, dragons are the most noble of beings. From the look of it now, the secret to dealing with the 6-headed king serpent must be hidden within Merlise's notes. List opened a notebook and began to read. He wasn't in a hurry to tackle the task of rooting out the rats, waiting until everything was ready and choosing an appropriate moment to root them out. He had just flipped to the first page of the first notebook. And his eyebrows shot up. Because on the first page of the notebook was drawn a goat's head, its familiar shape immediately reminded him of the goat head flag on the ghost ship. This is the emblem of the magic goat family. How come it appears in Merlise's research notes? Could it be that she is a remnant of the magic goat family? The magic goat family had 2 legacies, one primarily trained in knighthood, and the other in magic. After the failure of the coup at the court, both were eradicated. Now encountering this goat head emblem again on a magician from Freshflower Town, and considering the cruelty of this Merli's truth, who tortured and killed over 100 magic apprentices. List couldn't help shaking his head. They really seem like one family. Curtis' truth was cruel enough to use living people as sacrifices, while Merli's truth tortured magic apprentices, with the same degree of brutality. No wonder the magic goat family back then, in order to help Anut's longevity, even dared to target the sapphire dragon. The content of this notebook mainly contained records of magic casting and refinement, essentially the insights and experience that Merlise had in meticulously practicing her own magic. From beginning to end, it had no relation to the 6-headed king serpent. However, it included detailed experiences in casting the water magic water wheel barrier, which could be passed on to the sea sprite for reference to accelerate his learning process. He put down this notebook. He opened the second research notebook. The cover and pages were severely damaged, indicating that Merlise consulted them frequently. The first page bore a hand-drawn goat symbol and a scrawled line of serpent script. Only in death during the release of passion can the purest soul be stripped away. He didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He turned directly to the second page, and the more list read, the more alarmed he became. The page shockingly detailed how Merlis had killed all the magic apprentices. What was terrifying wasn't the act of murder itself but her method and motive. She was studying souls. She began her research when she was young, trying various methods to strip human souls. For example, she might suddenly kill a magic apprentice at the climax of mating and then begin to strip their soul. She also tormented apprentices to the brink of death before killing them to strip their souls. She believed that when a person was in a state of abundant emotion, their soul was most easily stripped away and at its purest. List nearly forced himself through the discomfort in his scalp and heart as he finished the research notebook. Then he could confirm that the reward for the smoke mission was the content of this notebook. Merlis had invented a potion extracted from blood, named Soul Disturbing Agent. She had never succeeded in stripping a soul away but did find a substance of grudge in the blood of dying people. After purifying it, she created the Soul Disturbing Agent. It could plunge a person's soul into chaos. Not lethal, but it could easily dull a person's intellect. However, the Soul Disturbing Agent was ineffective against those with strong mental strength. People like Earth Knights and magicians, who have strong mental strength, would just feel dizzy for 10 days to half a month after being injected with the Soul Disturbing Agent and could recover on their own. So this is the reward for the smoke mission, a Soul Disturbing Agent to confuse the mind of the six-headed king serpent? Intermediate sea creatures probably don't have weak mental strength. Perhaps it is targeting the two immature snakeheads. Closing the research notes, he quickly went to the castle storeroom. Merlis's relics that he had brought back were not yet sorted out thoroughly. After rummaging around, he saw 8 crystal tubes filled with magic potion under his view. Under the detection of the Eye of Magic, they emitted a luminous green light, almost the same as the soul light he saw on the ghost ship. Apparently, these were the soul disturbing agents. He packed up the crystal tubes. List thought for a moment and decided to finish reading the remaining 3 research notebooks. One chronicled her study of magic arrays, which he could give to 8 to study. Another documented her bizarre experiments, which were somewhat referential. The last one recorded the manuscript for the magic book she was preparing to publish, with even the name decided, different kinds of bone handling techniques, Merli's Truth. The manuscript was still unfinished. But to List's surprise, it contained records on the treatment of dragon bones. Dragon bones are part of a dragon, containing the magic power of the dragon. The biggest difference between dragon bones and other bodily tissues is that dragon bones are related to the soul. It is said that the soul of a dragon resides in its teeth, so weapons made from dragon teeth are the divine arms knights most covet, dragon tooth soldiers. I don't have the means to purchase dragon bones, but based on my research on dragon beast bones, I infer that dragon bones are the source of dragon might. If you have a little understanding of the past of the Duchy of Sapphire, you'd know there once was a technique known as Dragon Bone Stabilizer. Which activates the dragon might within the dragon beast skeleton through a magic array. Actually, there is an even quicker method: smash the dragon bones and calcine them with fire, and the dragon might will be released quickly. Of course, the Dragon Bone Stabilizer technique can continue to stimulate the dragon might, while calcining the dragon bones will release all the dragon might at once. If you all want to experience dragon might, you may wish to burn some dragon bones. Chapter 325, Hope of Fresh Flower Town. Calcining dragon bones have this effect? If verified to be true, then the huge pile of fire dragon bone fragments that he had collected would be extremely useful. List, an action-oriented person, immediately began the experiment. He lit a bonfire. Threw in a few fire dragon bone fragments, then, he began to wait for the dragon might to emerge. However, half a day passed, the bonfire was almost out, and he didn't feel the anticipated dragon might. He stirred the charcoal ashes with his longsword, only to discover that the fire dragon bone fragments were merely charred on the surface, without much change. Is it due to insufficient flame, or are the bones not shattered enough? He then ordered a servant to bring a tin box, placed charcoal inside, poured some grease, and began to light it. The temperature in the center of such flames was extremely high. He continued to smash the fire dragon bone fragments into even smaller pieces, scattering them into the furnace. Yet, half a day later, there was still no production of dragon might. Is Merlis's conjecture wrong, or are the fire dragon bone fragments in my hands completely decayed, unable to stimulate any dragon might? Or is it ineffective to burn the fire dragon bones with fire? After all, it's a fire dragon, an expert in playing with fire. Thinking this, he took out the only dragon bone stabilizer from the space gem. The dragon bone stabilizer technique had been lost with the fall of the magic goat family. This sole remaining bone of a dragon beast ostensibly had no more use. Dragon bones can stimulate dragon might, and the bones of a dragon beast can also slightly stimulate it. While the dragon bone stabilizer is still relatively fresh, why not give it a try? He hesitated no more, directly knocking off a small piece from the dragon bone stabilizer. He tossed it into the rekindled fire pile. A moment later, a faint breath burst forth from the fire, instantly causing List's skin to break out in goosebumps. His heart tightened, immediately reminding him of the dragon might he felt when the formless dragon had come by. Compared to that time, this dragon might was very faint, very weak, but it was indeed dragon might. After lasting a short while, this faint dragon might had slowly dissipated. List extinguished the fire and returned to the castle. His mood was somewhat excited. Indeed, Merlise's guess was correct. Calcining dragon bones can release dragon might. The fire dragon bone fragments might not produce dragon might due to decay or resistance. Only the dragon beast bone from this dragon bone stabilizer can still release some dragon might. I wonder if it can intimidate Dulu Mikita. He had already decided to combine serpent blood fruit, soul disturbing agent, and dragon might, a triple disturbance to disrupt Dulu Mikita's magic casting. With this, restrictive measures prepared, magical disturbance measures ready, and the finishing move, magical grand fire dragon also set, hunting Dulu Mikita only awaits the trap's proper arrangement. Serpent blood fruit was not difficult to purchase. The fresh flower caravan bought a batch of serpent blood tree plant pots from Coral Island, a total of 22 pots. Due to the season, none had flowered or fruited yet. They resembled young pepper plants, about as tall as 2 palms. Quite regrettable, Lord Landlord, there were no serpent blood fruits for sale on Coral Island. We only managed to purchase some plant pots, reported Abigail. Continue to purchase, buy all the serpent blood tree plant pots that can be found. List gave the command indifferently, not much concerned with the outcome from the fresh flower caravan. Tulip Castle's caravan hadn't returned yet. It was unsure if they'd acquired any serpent blood fruits, but the caravan from Beer Castle had already sent a batch of serpent blood fruits through Fresh Flower Port, roughly 1,000 catties. Serpent blood fruit is a dry fruit. Several islands in the Duchy of Sapphire have many venomous snakes, so local landlords hoard serpent blood fruits. The trade channels of Beer Castle's caravan were complex, making it easy to contact these minor landlords. With an ample supply of serpent blood fruits, every part of the plan was now in place. When Marcus returned to Fresh Flower Town by ship, List directly instructed him, "Teacher Marcus, I need you to make another trip to Black Horse Island and bring back Griffin and Lass. The Earth Knights will play a principal role in this hunt against the six-headed King Serpent, and we need to start training ahead of time." Upon hearing List's decision, Marcus did offer a few words of persuasion. But compared to Galtai's downcast spirit, his eyes sparkled with a greater sense of fighting spirit. "My lord, your plan is perfect? I believe Dowson should take on a more significant role. Although Dowson is not yet fully mature, the six-headed King Serpent is also not fully grown. Maybe Dowson could put up a direct and tough fight against it. Acting as our main force, you also need to seize this opportunity to train its combat abilities," he suggested. List nodded. Indeed, Dowson should definitely engage in a good fight. Being raised in the yard may dull its wild instincts. Also, if you intend to use a bow and arrow to inject a soul-disturbing agent, disrupting the six-headed King Serpent from casting magic, why not have the apprentice knights join the battle with bows and arrows? Your collection includes a highly toxic bee venom. With arrowheads dipped in poison, I believe they could inflict considerable damage on the King Sea Serpent. That's an excellent addition, List acknowledged. Many hands make light work, and after exchanging ideas with Marcus, the plan for the serpent hunt was more thorough. At the end of March, spring plowing had rolled out its magnificent prologue. Aside from the 1,500 people working on Black Horse Island, Fresh Flower Town had over 3,000 inhabitants. Hundreds of serfs were digging river traps under the guise of clearing water channels. The remaining serfs, the majority of them, were engaged in cultivation, striving to seed all the cultivated farmland within the boundaries of Fresh Flower Town and Thorn Ridge. The compost accumulated over the winter was also being continuously spread into the fields. All the serfs were equipped with a full set of agricultural tools, from bone spades, bone hoes, bone knives to wooden buckets, wooden basins, carrying poles, which greatly improved work efficiency. Having returned from inspecting the river traps, List, with Sambrata, Blair, Nemo, and other town officials, continued to oversee the spring plowing activities. Monster hunting was important, as was spring plowing. Standing on the ridge of the fields and observing the serfs working with their backs to the sky, he gave an important directive: the development of Fresh Flower Town has not come easy. As town officials, you must value this highly and ensure you manage this spring plowing mission well. The town's reclaimed wasteland must not be abandoned. "Yes, my lord." The officials responded in unison. Galtai and Isaiah are in charge of the river channel excavation, so the tasks they should have assumed will start with Blair. You all must take over their responsibilities. "Yes, my lord." Afterward, List, accompanied by the officials, went on to inspect each garrison and meet with the stewards to hear about the progress of the spring plowing. Although he did not adopt an approachable posture by going into the fields to talk amiably with the serfs, the image of Lord Landlord placing importance on agriculture was already established. No one dared to slack off when it came to spring plowing. In fact, without this posture, the serfs would not be lax. Most of them had already lived through hard times. After arriving in Fresh Flower Town, the kind Lord Landlord, ample food and clothing, job opportunities everywhere where one could earn money, and the labor distribution system that rewarded hard work gave them hope. This year, I'm going to cultivate 20 acres of farmland, all planted with wheat. An excited new serf, watching the Lord and his party depart, said to himself, my wife and children have died of starvation. I am still young. If I earn money, I can remarry and have a bunch of children. The serfs who had been sold had almost all lost their families. After overcoming their grief, they longed to start new families. And the great, benevolent, noble Lord Landlord had given them a visible opportunity. Riding on the back of a dragon horse, List looked out and saw the town enveloped in a light called progress, and he couldn't help feeling his spirits soar. This is the land I strive to develop. Chapter 326, Calling Your Name. On the first morning of April, Galtai's son was born. The day he arrived in this world, there was no commotion. Not only did the forest not call out his name, but even the midwife who delivered him did not know what the child's name was. Only Galtai's old servant, having cleaned the infant, placed him beside Freya's bed. Freya, it's a boy. The master will surely be delighted to know. Freya's pale face shimmered with maternal radiance as she looked at her son, his wrinkled little face. His name is Donald, Donald Mast. The elderly servant smiled. Donald, what a beautiful name. Freya, you need to rest well. I will help with anything you need, said the castle's female butler, Mrs. Morson from Morson Paddy Field, sitting beside the bed. Thank you, Mrs. Morson. Mr. Galtai serves as a consultant to Lord Landlord, and the birth of his son is something we should assist with. It's a pity that Lord Landlord and Mr. Galtai have important work and cannot witness Donald's birth. Lord Landlord has said that he, Donald Mast, will become one of Lord Landlord's retainer knights in the future. I eagerly look forward to that day, Freya said, revealing a smile at the corners of her lips as she envisioned the scene. As a secret lover who must not be seen, she bore the offspring of a noble, yet she still had no status or identity to speak of. However, as a mother, she naturally hoped for a grand future for her son, something that Galtai could not or dare not give, but Lord Landlord could bestow. One day, her son would, like everyone else, live and grow strong under the sunlight. She turned her head and kissed her already sleeping baby's forehead, whispering, my son, since before you were born, I have been calling your name every day. Outside the house, the sunlight was dazzling, and the weather was becoming increasingly warm. You seem somewhat restless, Consultant Galtai. List stood at the construction site of the river trap, watching the serfs laboriously transport carry by carry of soil, and asked casually. Indeed I am, as you know, Freya's due date has arrived. You should head back at noon. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The construction of the river trap is almost finished, and there is not much work left for you here. Now, I am going to assign you a new task. Please command me, my lord. Galtai will fulfill it with all his heart, he replied. The number of freemen who have settled in Fresh Flower Town has increased lately, haven't they? In total, more than 150 people have been added, all registered in the executive office's archives, my lord, Galtai answered. This was a requirement by List, to create an identity record for each citizen of Fresh Flower Town. Similar to a household registration. Some may be curious about Fresh Flower Town, so rats have been sent, disguised as freemen, List said seriously. I need you to identify them within 3 days. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 rats. But don't arouse any suspicion, ascertain the list first. Once the rats were caught, the smoke mission would be complete, and Dulu Mikita might directly launch an attack. As he did not allow Ak to enter the water to spread her scent to attract Dulu Mikita, the probability of an attack was uncertain. However, considering the formless dragon's debut, the smoke mission's capability to stir the threads of destiny was substantial. List knew too little about this legendary sacred dragon. If Dulu Mikita launched an outright attack before the river trap was complete, it would be disastrous. Rats? Galtai exclaimed in shock. Rats have infiltrated Fresh Flower Town? My lord, I need to cooperate. The patrol team's Carl will work with you. Yes, with Carl's cooperation, I will surely find all the rats, not sparing a single one. Galtai responded loudly, though he was actually feeling a bit uneasy inside. Rats had sneaked into Fresh Flower Town, and he had known nothing about it. This was a lapse in security. It was also unknown whether the rats had managed to sniff out information about Black Horse Island. Of course, for nobles, rats were nothing new, always lurking in the shadows, engaging in affairs that the nobility preferred not to dirty their hands with. Ever since Fresh Flower Town started attracting foreign merchants to conduct business, it had been difficult to ensure no rats were among them, not to mention the many freemen who came to settle. What really made Galtai's heart pound was the fact that List even knew the number of rats, indicating that he had everything in Fresh Flower Town under control. Galtai felt he had possibly been a bit lax recently and wondered if he had left a poor impression on List. He needed to rectify things. He thought to himself, I must be spirited and handle this rat incident. The student he had once taught was just a timid young man who could be easily cajoled. However, after arriving in Fresh Flower Town, the young man had changed drastically. Galtai could truly sense the fear of someone of lower status towards one higher up, a lord who, though young and seemingly fond of enjoyment and delegating power, had a strong desire for control. He had no doubt that List would ascend to a higher title, perhaps even rivaling the earl. The favor of knightly glory was bestowed upon him more than anyone else. And moreover, looking at the busy construction site, he had originally thought that hunting an intermediate sea monster was a foolish choice, the result of List being heady with constant success. But now he was starting to believe that List truly had the confidence to hunt down an intermediate sea monster. If he really succeeds in the hunt, this coral island will probably no longer be able to hold him back, Galtai mused as he followed behind List, looking at his tall figure, his mind filled with wild thoughts. But are intermediate sea monsters really that easy to kill? Looking at the traps being continuously excavated and set up, Galtai was both worried and hopeful. By now, the river had been widened to accommodate a greater flow of water, but the small river remained a small river with scant water, to the point where the water level barely covered the knees. About a kilometer away from the seashore, it was dammed. The surrounding area already featured high embankments, and with the soil excavated from the river, it was piled even higher. Around the slopes, densely packed with large and small rock spikes, a vast stone forest was formed, enveloping the entire river section. This was the result of Dowson's hard work over the past few days. This would become the bloody battlefield for the hunt of Dulu Mikita. Marcus was leading the Earth Knights back and forth, getting familiar with the terrain. And there was also a group of apprentice knights following behind, each with several quivers on their backs, filled with arrows that had been poisoned with potent bee venom. Marcus also had a quiver on his back. His arrows were of two types, one with poison and one without. They were falcon feather arrows made from the feathers of the magical beast Wind Falcon, originally crafted for List, but he had gifted them back to him. What he coated on his arrows was not ordinary poison but soul-disturbing agent. Rather than poisoning, it was the soul-disturbing agent wrapped in pine resin around the arrowhead. When the sharp point broke through the resin, it injected the soul-disturbing agent, carrying it into the body of Dulu Mikita. As long as it could disrupt Dulu Mikita's magic, even a powerful intermediate magical beast was nothing more than a thick-skinned chunk of meat on the chopping board. Now, truly everything was ready. Chapter 327, A Knight Comes to Join. Lunch was had on the construction site. List's meal was simple, consisting only of roast magical beast meat, seafood, steak, fried eggs, egg soup, vegetable salad, several kinds of pasta, as well as milk tea and juice. After lunch, Paris, who had walked around the entire river a few times, hurried over. Baron, it seems that this trap, in combination with your preparations, is indeed good, but are you sure the six-headed king serpent will come here? Relying only on serpent blood fruit might not be enough to attract the six-headed king serpent, as its whereabouts are unpredictable. The vast ocean, boundless and infinite, who knows where Dulu Mikita is hiding now? But List knew, and he had confidence in luring it here. He smiled. Believe me, it's not hard to draw the six-headed king serpent, it just requires a little patience. His gaze shifted to the upper reaches of the river that was being blocked. There, a relatively deep pond had been dug, and starting tomorrow morning, Ak would be transferred to the pond to begin serving as bait to lure Dulu Mikita. Then, List would announce the capture of rats to complete the smoke mission and receive the mission rewards. The day before the serpent slaying operation began, under the blossoming apple tree, List had a final discussion with Marcus. 7 Earth Knights are enough to undertake the support role in the hunt, but Teacher Marcus, your and my mission are the most crucial. You have to not only inject the soul-disturbing agent into the six-headed king serpent but also shatter the fire dragon jar in time to release the fire dragon magic power. My lord, rest assured, I have confidence in my archery skills. That's good to hear. One would think that only 7 Earth Knights were responsible for battle, but surprises always come unexpectedly. On that very day, Charles Trapp, the elite Earth Knight who had been in deep thought for a long time, suddenly came to Fresh Flower Town. I have thought it through. As a wandering honored knight, I cared too much about my past noble status, to the extent that it hindered my pursuit of further honor. Charles knelt on one knee before List. I am willing to follow you, Baron, as a common freeman. To abandon noble status was no small matter, requiring great courage. List was surprised. He had not expected that Charles, past 40, would have such resolve. To be honest, he had not intended to accept this follower, fearing deception. However, after shedding his noble title, Charles was just an elite Earth Knight, without any barriers. He thought for a moment but still did not immediately agree. Since you are willing to let go of your noble status, Charles, if you follow me, you will receive the same treatment as the other Earth Knights. Can you accept that? Willing to accept. I still have concerns, but I am willing to give you a chance to become a comrade in arms on my path to knightly glory. List looked into his eyes and said, I am preparing to hunt an intermediate sea monster, which is very dangerous and might cause casualties, so I need manpower. If you join, regardless of the outcome, you will be my follower. Intermediate sea monster? Charles hesitated for a moment, his eyes struggling slightly before kneeling on one knee again. I have made my decision and shall follow the Lord's footsteps. Let the hunt for the intermediate sea monster become the beginning of trust. If I am unfortunate enough to die in battle, please take care of my wife and children, my lord. Very well, I accept your followership. With the considerable fighting power of an elite Earth Knight, List had no reason not to accept his followership. In the current situation, additional combat power meant a higher success rate for the serpent-slaying operation. It might be impossible to fight the six-headed king serpent head-on, but an elite Earth Knight acting as support would definitely surpass apprentice knights and common Earth Knights. Spreading nets, shooting arrows, pouring rubber. Charles would surely be up to the task. The third day. April 4th, the weather was clear, without wind or cloud. My lord, all 3 rats have been captured. Galtai came to report. Interrogate them strictly, find out who sent them, how much information they hold, and how much they have sent out. Then, as for how to deal with them, I needn't explain further, List said indifferently. Of course, I'll handle it well, please rest assured, my lord. You and Isaiah withdraw all the serfs, it is no longer safe here. Galtai breathed a sigh of relief, then bowed, my lord, may the glory of the night be with you, and I wish you victory in slaying the intermediate sea monster. The serfs and other unrelated people gradually withdrew from the river trap. Only the Earth Knights and the bow-wielding apprentice knights remained, numbering no more than 100, most of whom were young men with not much training. List's expression was solemn. This battle was far more perilous than clearing the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge. A moment's negligence could lead to heavy casualties. However, Paris and Dowson were by his side, so there was no need to worry about his own safety. What he had to do was to calmly command this snake-slaying operation, aiming to slay Dulu Mikita with the least cost. Ak had already been in the Predug pond for a whole morning. The scent that should be emitted must have spread into the ocean by now. If Dulu Mikita was sensitive enough, it should already be on its way following the scent. However, considering Ak's trips to the seashore to replenish seawater had never attracted Dulu Mikita, its timely arrival was uncertain. They likely needed the help of the smoke mission. In front of him, misty smoke slowly emerged, eventually forming into the anticipated serpent script. Complete the mission, reward, the assault of the six-headed king sea serpent. The force of fate was already at work in the shadows. List's hand rested on the hilt of the crimson blood sword, smoothing over his nervous emotions, then he turned his head to glance at the fire dragon jar at his feet. There were 12 fire dragon jars in total, combining all the fire dragon magic power, including that from the brick factory, all reclaimed. List had tested them. Once all of the magic power was released, the magical little fire dragons would envelop a 40-meter radius, and the scorching temperature could burn everything. After all, originating from a fire dragon capable of creating volcanoes, the magical force contained within was far superior to that of ordinary fire attribute mana. Are you nervous, Paris? He suddenly asked. Paris responded with a light smile. I've seen a light dragon, and even that did not deter me, let alone an intermediate sea monster. Please be at ease, Baron. He nodded. List fell silent, as a new smoke mission appeared before him. Mission, the decisive moment is imminent. For the peace of the territory, for the safety of the sea serpent, for the glory of the knights, it's time to demonstrate the landlord's majesty and inviolability, and to eliminate the invading intermediate sea monster, the six-headed king sea serpent, on the spot. Reward, an unknown quantity of elf bugs. He did not ponder what was meant by an unknown quantity of elf bugs. Fully focused, he awaited the arrival of Dulu Mikita. Time slowly passed. Apart from the chirping of insects and the calling of birds, there was no other movement. Moments of waiting like this tested patience the most. What his subordinates thought, List did not know, but he himself maintained a calm demeanor, neither hurried nor flustered. He knew better than anyone that Dulu Mikita would definitely come. Chapter 328, the last day of Dulu Mikita in a flash, 2 hours passed. Facing the silent situation, everyone couldn't help but become anxious. Even Marcus stood on the mound across the river channel, waving at List to signal and inquire about the situation. List responded with a gesture to calm down, pulled out his telescope, and continued to observe the river and the seaside in the distance. It was high tide this morning, and he had chosen to begin the mission at noon especially to wait for the low tide, when the land space for hunting Dulu Mikita could be expanded. The high tide slowly receded, and Dulu Mikita's traces still hadn't shown. The telescope moved away from the seaside, observing along the river. About 200 meters from the trap section of the river, rock spikes had densely formed a stone forest, along with some thorns and poisonous thorns scattered by thorn miner elf Jayla. Closer to that section on both sides of the river, there were stone walls built up, linked with ropes. Cutting the ropes would inevitably cause them to collapse and block the river, completing the encirclement. The main battlefield of the river trap was surrounded by 4 bonfires. 3 were used to boil serpent blood fruit and release the scent, and 1 to calcine dragon beast bones and release dragon might. On either side of the mound, there were barrels of rubber. The serfs of Black Horse Island had collected over 50 barrels of rubber without seriously damaging the rubber trees. Once poured into the river trap, added with mud, sand, and Dawson's rock spikes, it's believed that the area would quickly become adhesive. Next to each Earth Knight lay a large pile of fishing nets and various silken threads, which List had sent people to purchase from all over the place. As soon as Dulu Mikita appeared, they would throw them frantically, striving to entangle Dulu Mikita. The arrows poisoned with bee venom were held in the hands of each apprentice knight. Precision wasn't necessary, hitting the giant Dulu Mikita and causing disturbance was sufficient. The real deadly moves were in the hands of List and Marcus. The telescope continued to aim at the seaside, and List deployed the Eye of Magic, trying to get a clear view. However, this was futile as the Eye of Magic could not observe too great a distance. How much longer must we wait? Another half-hour passed, the sun slanted westward, and List could barely keep calm. Could there be something wrong with his method of luring, to the extent that Dulu Mikita can't track it? Or perhaps it simply can't come ashore? However, it was like a man and woman on a date. The man must wait anxiously for the woman to arrive fashionably late. On the water's surface by the seaside, suddenly a string of snakeheads popped up, clearly displayed in List's still-aim telescope. There was no need to count, as it was clear to see there were a total of 6 snakeheads. The black and white stripes were vaguely visible, but it was just a fleeting glimpse, as all the snakeheads submerged again. "It's coming, everyone be alert!" List shouted loudly, continuing to hold the telescope and watch the seaside. In less than a minute, Dulu Mikita, which had been awaited for so long, completely exposed its form amidst the receding sea waves. On its stout body, 6 slender snakeheads were attached, giving it an especially sinister appearance. It swam along the river slowly, occasionally lifting its heads to observe the situation above the water surface, but its speed was not slow. Since the depth of the water in the river was quite shallow, it could not swim quietly, creating large splashes and stirring the river silt. By the time it swam past the 200-meter stretch of the river, there was no need for List to vocalize a reminder. All the knights hiding behind cover could see Dulu Mikita's figure. A bizarrely large sea serpent, about 7 to 8 meters long, with 6 heads messy yet orderly. And just as List had predicted, among its 6 heads, 2 were clearly thinner, standing out conspicuously, which were the immature snakeheads. The prepared flags had already started waving below the hillside. This was the signal. The knight hidden at the campfire point immediately took out his flame striker and, with a breath, ignited the fire swiftly. At the same time, he poured crushed serpent blood fruit into the pot, mixed with a little water, and began to simmer the scent of the fruit. As Dulu Mikita entered the river trap area, Lict's palms were already sweating. The enormous sea serpent looked particularly dangerous. "Closer, just a little closer," he muttered, observing Dulu Mikita with the Eye of Magic, closely monitoring its magic power to see if it was ready to cast a spell. And ready to give commands at any moment. He was the leader of the serpent-slaying operation, all orders would be issued by him. Just then, Dulu Mikita clearly sensed the uneasy atmosphere of its surroundings. It raised its 6 tongues, looking around. But apart from the mounds, it sensed nothing. As its forked tongue flicked in and out, it detected no warm-blooded creature's heat, nor could it see any shadows of living beings. To tell the truth, Lict did not know whether the 6-headed king serpent, like ordinary snakes, sensed infrared radiation. After all, this world was not Earth. All he could do was to hide behind the soil. To use the Earth as a cover. For now, it seemed the 6-headed king sea snake had not discovered them, so after surveying for a moment, it continued to move. It had already smelled the delicious scent characteristic of sea serpents, a delicacy for it, too good to pass up. For this treat, it had been wandering in these strange sea regions for a full 3 months. Today, the delicacy was right before its eyes. Swimming forward, Its body suddenly slithered between the two mounds, the location chosen as the hunting battlefield. At this moment, List, hiding in a soil hole, felt his pupils dilate suddenly, and he yelled, "Dowson!" Multiple stone spikes. Dowson, also hiding in a dirt hole, darted out like an arrow, opening his mouth to cast a spell. In an instant, countless rock spikes erupted from the ground right where Dulumikata was. One of the spikes struck true, piercing Dulumikata's skin and causing blood to spurt out. Dulumikata hissed in agony, its body instantly coiling up in the river, forming a bile. 4 of its 6 heads were open, magic brewing within. However, before it could release the magic, numerous arrows rose from behind the mounds, flying towards it. The aim was terrible, but still, several arrows struck its body, their tips laced with potent bee poison, the kind that merges with the blood upon contact. Hiss. Dulumikata writhed in pain, the magic in 3 of its heads shattered instantly, but one head managed to cast its spell, a barrage of water arrows. Dozens of water arrows shot out with ferocious speed towards the sky. The serpent had jerked its head in pain, causing the direction of its casting to go awry. The next moment, just as it was about to cast another spell, Dowson's multiple stone spikes struck again, forcing Dulumikata to twist its body. On the other side, poisoned arrows continued flying, while the Earth Knights began to spread nets and threads. These large ship nets and threads, weighted with rocks, enveloped Dulumikata's serpent heads. Although powerless to wound it, they still caused it considerable discomfort as the serpent heads nearly tied themselves in knots, tangled in the netted ship nets and the chaotic web of threads. After throwing his ship net, Charles Trapp lunged forward, grabbed the rubber bucket from the ground, fiercely smashed through the congealed rubber layer on its surface, and threw it directly into the river. Following him, several other Earth Knights also began tossing buckets one after another, and within moments, 50 buckets of rubber were all dumped into the river. The rubber quickly became entangled by the thrashing Dulumikata, mixing with the silt, broken rock spikes, and other debris. Almost simultaneously, Marcus emerged from his hiding spot, reached the top of the mound, and drew his bow with an arrow readied. Chapter 329. The fragrant smell of snake meat wafts over. Marcus's arrows were not ordinary arrows. They were improved falcon feather arrows and falcon tail arrows, with ironwood thorns as the shaft and dragon bone as the arrowhead, balanced with the feathers of the magical beast winged falcon. The best set of arrows in Fresh Flower Town. He pulled out 2 arrows wrapped with soul-disturbing agents, aiming at one of Dulumikata's immature snakeheads. A mature snakehead's mental strength must be strong, with better resistance. An immature snakehead, however, was the best target for disruption. A single soul-disturbing agent would definitely drive it insane. Hitting the writhing snakehead was difficult, but fortunately, he had 8 good arrows to try with. PFF. Seizing the right moment, he released the bowstring, and the arrow, guided by Chi, shot towards an immature snakehead. Unfortunately, these 2 arrows merely grazed past the snakehead, missing their target. But he remained calm and unhurried, as though he were facing an ordinary beast instead of an intermediate sea monster. For the time being, Dulumikata posed little threat to him, because Dowson had already pounced. This increasingly mature intermediate magical beast, Blizzard Beast, long trained by List, had developed intelligence far beyond that of ordinary magical beasts. It understood the essence of hit and run tactics, enemy advance I retreat, slippery positioning, and would use multiple stone spikes whenever there was a chance. Not only did it put Dulumikata in a difficult position, but it also continuously attracted Dulumikata's intermittent magical firepower. A barrage of water arrows fired at the hill, sending mud flying everywhere. A swing of the blade of water, but what it struck was only Dowson's afterimage. A snake and a dog managed to come to a temporary standoff, and it even looked as if Dowson had the upper hand. As soon as Dulumikata showed the slightest sign of recoil, Dowson would rush up and use multiple stone spikes to block its movements. Whenever Dulumikata unleashed magic in retaliation, Dowson would crazily jump about and flee. It was quite the enhanced version of a rural pastime, dog fighting a water snake. When attacked, a snake would first coil itself up in defense rather than turn and flee, and Dulumikata was no different. But a coiled-up Dulumikata was a perfect living target for Dowson's stone spikes. Moreover, the disruption from nets, silk lines, and arrows prevented it from successfully casting a water wave shield. Water Wave's shield is a defensive magic that summons a giant shield made of water, which condenses like waves over the surface of the body, able to dissolve a great deal of attacks. Without its Water Wave's shield, the strength of the juvenile 6-headed king sea serpent was greatly reduced. PFF. Just as its attention was drawn by Dowson, 2 more arrows shot out, accurately hitting one of the immature snakeheads, even striking it in the eye area. The soul-disturbing agents were injected instantly, and in the next moment, that snakehead started thrashing wildly, lashing about like a whip, and even took a fierce bite at the adjacent snakehead. Seizing such an opportunity, Marcus fired 2 arrows at once, successfully hitting another of Dulu Mikita's immature snakeheads. He had 2 arrows left and boldly fired 2 more, this time targeting mature snakeheads. Unfortunately, they missed their mark due to the chaotic twisting of the snakeheads, shooting into the air instead. 2 snakeheads fell into confusion, frenziedly tearing at the mature snakeheads, causing the 4 mature snakeheads to panic. They immediately stopped coiling, preparing to leave. However, List certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by and directed Dowson to attack again, tangling intensely with it. Elsewhere, the apprentice knight responsible for smelting dragon beast bones had already raised a blazing fire, crackling as it smelted the dragon beast bones. In a moment, a formidable dragon might began to rise from the flames, radiating in all directions. The dragon might was fierce. Dulu Mikita, which had been frantically and fearfully fleeing, was so terrified that it fell flat, unable to move. But unexpectedly, Dowson also shook in fear, not daring to attack, wasting a prime opportunity. The knights were well prepared, some continuing to kick up dust, others to dump soil, trying to speed up the solidification of this shallow river section and freeze Dulu Mikita in place. From a distance, the scent of the simmering serpent blood fruit also began to drift over. It seemed that this scent stimulated the 2 still crazed immature snakeheads, causing them to stir into action again, biting the 4 mature snakeheads until they were miserable, and rendering them completely unable to cast any magic. Get up, Dowson. Get it done. List kicked the trembling Dowson, this unreliable mongrel. Dowson, multiple stone spikes. Dowson was kicked awake, still shaking, but managed to release a set of rock spikes, fiercely stabbing into Dulu Mikita, nailing it in place. The sludge mixed with rubber began to harden, the tangled ship nets and silk threads also tightened more and more. List knew the opportunity had come and immediately roared, "Marcus, get ready." After speaking, he immediately threw out a fire dragon jar. Marcus's ordinary arrows shot the fire dragon jar flying in midair, shattering it with one shot. List kept throwing fire dragon jars, and he continued shooting arrows. In the short time when dragon might burst forth, all 12 fire dragon jars exploded in midair, and the volcanic glass vessels Brad painstakingly crafted were smashed to pieces. There was no heartache. The Eye of Magic was cast. List saw the fire dragon magic power merge together, forming a huge magical grand fire dragon that dived towards Dulu Mikita, which was starting to recover. Boom. Passing through it, the severely wounded Dulu Mikita screamed a piercing hiss, its body bouncing like a rubber band, blood spilling everywhere, leaping out of the mud pit, and escaping into the stone forest. "All of you, fall back, retreat beyond 40 meters. Only List could see the magical grand fire dragon, so the burden of stopping Dulu Mikita could only be carried by him and Dowson. Pointing in the direction Dulu Mikita was fleeing to, he commanded, "Dowson, multiple stone spikes." The dragon might came and went quickly. Dowson had already regained his composure and upon List's command, opened his mouth and released multiple stone spikes, fiercely stabbing into Dulu Mikita, stopping its escape. This delay allowed the magical grand fire dragon to dive again, fiercely searing Dulu Mikita. The 2 crazed snakeheads twisted wildly, not sure if they were attracted by the scent of the serpent blood fruit, causing havoc to its thoughts. This made Dulu Mikita twitch a few times, unable even to run away. Phut. Multiple stone spikes were released again. Boom. The magical grand fire dragon dived again, and the range of 40 meters had become the desperate distance for Dulu Mikita. The disruption of the soul-disturbing agent, the continuously bleeding wounds, and the stone spikes stuck in its body, perhaps even including the arrows tainted with bee venom, were all claiming its life. When the magical grand fire dragon dived for the 4th time, Dulu Mikita's tightly stretched 4 snakeheads finally went limp, life rapidly slipping away, magic power in its body slowly dissipating. A faint scent of snake meat began to spread. List, who had been observing using the Eye of Magic, made a quick decision, directing Dowson to charge forward. "Dowson, quick, bite its tail and drag it away." Dowson, already accustomed to List's complex commands, lunged forward, bit into Dulu Mikita's snake tail, and started dragging it outside. "Paris, you too, come and help drag it." Taking advantage of the interval in which the magical grand fire dragon flew away, the 2 of them with one dog successfully dragged the dying Dulu Mikita beyond 40 meters. "My lord. The 6-headed king sea serpent isn't dead yet, be careful." Marcus circled around and ran over, saw List personally dragging Dulu Mikita, and couldn't help but shout. "It's not going to live, Teacher Marcus. You all go over there and get the serpent blood tree plant pot I prepared. I'm going to use the serpent blood to nourish them." Although the blood of an intermediate sea monster could certainly be sold for money, in view of the smoke mission reward hint, he still thought it was more worthwhile to use the serpent blood to cultivate sprite bugs. Because the reward was an unknown number of sprite bugs, maybe, just maybe, He could cultivate more than one serpent blood fruit sprite bug. Sprite bugs, that's the biggest gain of this battle. Chapter 330, Inventorying the Spoils of War. The serpent slaying operation was a complete success, and the huge thrill was written on everyone's face as they all gathered around the six-headed king sea serpent, marveling at its enormity and ferocity. Bucket after bucket of serpent blood was quickly collected in water buckets. Liz didn't want to waste it, pouring it onto the serpent blood tree plant pots, but there was too much blood, and the pots couldn't hold it all. He wanted to maximize benefits, transport the serpent blood in carts, along with the serpent blood tree plant pots, and immediately take them back to the castle. And take my shells back to the castle as well. He stood up and looked at the huge corpse of the six-headed king sea serpent. Due to the roasting by the magic grand fire dragon, parts of it were nearly cooked. So, selling it for a good price might be difficult. After all, he had never heard of selling materials from a magical beast or sea monster after they had been cooked. As for the corpse of the six-headed king sea serpent, drag it back to the castle, then break it down into materials to see if there are any valuable parts that can be sold. The rest, store as food. List announced his decision on handling the corpse. Suddenly, he felt it was necessary to give a speech and to inspire his followers. In hunting the intermediate sea monster, the six-headed king sea serpent, everyone gave their all. I've seen your courage and sacrifices. Now, the spoils of war are here, and everyone will get to enjoy them. That's my decision. Raising his voice, he scanned the surroundings. List declared loudly, hunting an intermediate sea monster is just the beginning. In the future, more honors and glories await us to claim. And remember, the glory is mine, and I am with you. Swear allegiance unto death to the Lord Landlord. Shouted an astute apprentice knight, loudly and passionately. It was Xavier. Immediately after, everyone, including the Earth Knights, began shouting with fervor, swear allegiance unto death to the Lord Landlord. The chants echoed repeatedly, and with the six-headed king sea serpent's corpse as backdrop, it seemed especially enthusiastic and wild. List was pleased with the scene. Of course, he took note of Xavier's shrewdness. The shouting gradually ceased. Then he resumed a serious expression. Now, let's clean up the hunting site, take all the materials we can carry, and head back. He then rushed to the sea sprite take, instructing the apprentice knights to lift the shells out of the pond and onto the flatbed carts to be taken back to the castle, and then return to the Shellwood Tower. When they, along with the immense corpse of the six-headed king sea serpent, returned to the town, Fresh Flower Town immediately erupted with excitement. Curious civilians flocked together, crowding around to catch a glimpse of the intermediate sea monster's corpse. Many of them had never seen even a low-level magical beast in their lifetimes, let alone the stuff of legends, an intermediate sea monster. Of course, Dawson and the 8 tiny ones were exceptions. The whispers and private conversations were incessant, groups of 2 or 3 marveling and discussing. What kind of magical beast is this? It's terrifying. It's not a magical beast, it's a sea monster, a big sea monster, one that eats ships. Good heavens, how long is it, and it has so many heads. The night's glory shines upon us, thanking our great landlord for slaying such a fearsome beast. May the night's glory forever shine upon Fresh Flower Town. It's not a magical beast, it's a sea monster. I heard the Lord Landlord killed the sea monster with a single sword strike. Intermediate sea monster, it's an intermediate sea monster, as powerful as our Lord Landlord's Dawson. It can spew terrifying magic, whipping up huge sea waves to smash anyone it encounters. My brother took part in the sea monster hunt. He saw with his own eyes the Lord Landlord riding Dawson, killing this giant sea serpent. There is no magical beast or sea monster that Lord Landlord cannot slay. It's worth at least 100 gold coins. Haha, old buck, are you joking? This is an intermediate sea monster, take a good look, it can sell for 1,000 gold coins. Its snake skin can be made into the finest leather armor, even an Earth Knight hacking at it won't leave a mark. I really want to taste some snake meat. You'll be burst open by the flesh of the sea monster. There is so much magic power in it that it will tear your body to shreds, just like a scarecrow in the field. Ah, that's too terrifying. At such moments, List should have come out to show himself and receive the worship and cheers of the citizens of Fresh Flower Town. But he didn't. Instead, he simply sent the town officials to drive away the civilians gathered around the body of the six-headed king serpent. He had more important things to do, organizing the space gem. There was too much stuff inside, already filled to the brim. Now, he had to store the unusable serpent blood and take out some every day to water the serpent blood fruits. Without anticoagulants to remove clotting factors, blood is difficult to preserve. Once it coagulates, the contained magic power will quickly dissipate. The Grand Magician who wrote Secrets of Sea Serpent aquatic monsters would irrigate with serpent blood in one go, as it was difficult to catch a living sea serpent. But List had a space gem, which could store this serpent blood indefinitely. fine steel nightsuit, drift bottle containing a 36D ghost, mithril mine, jade, crystal, black pearl, smoked grass, volcanic glass, fire dragon bone fragments, sapphire magic ring, goat head flag, sapphire dragon ship figurehead, soul submerged wood, some knight's novels and magic books. A vast array of food, drinking water, and other living supplies, bee venom and thorn poison, as well as essential camping gear for journeys. A gemstone space the size of half a room simply couldn't accommodate any more items. It was only possible to clear out some items. He removed some camping gear, books, bone fragments, volcanic glass, and the night suit, placing them in the study room. Only then was he able to fit in 10 barrels of serpent blood. There's still a bit of space left. After processing the body of the six-headed king serpent, the surplus magical beast meat can be put in there to be used slowly. This is the body of an intermediate sea monster. The nutritional value of its meat is far superior to that of low-level magical beast meat, and it should be enough to last me a very long time. He had no intention of giving away even a morsel of the six-headed king serpent meat. After all, it would be a waste to feed it to his followers. Only the potion-addicted elite Earth Knights could make the most of the magical beast meat. He planned to reward the followers who participated in the battle with gold coins. If there was excess snake skin, it could be distributed amongst the Earth Knights, one piece each to stitch into a piece of leather armor. A piece of intermediate sea monster level armor would be the absolute best way to win people's hearts. But, 3 seconds later. Never mind. They didn't put in much effort, 90% of the credit should go to myself. Giving them the armor to wear is a waste. I'll just reward them with more gold coins. I believe the knight's love for gold coins is greater than anything. After all, gold coins can buy everything. Between a boss distributing oil bonuses and a boss handing out cash bonuses, everyone would undoubtedly choose cash. Cash represents the power of self-disposition. Furthermore, the body of the six-headed king serpent is entirely a treasure, and List didn't even want to sell it. He knew that even with gold coins it would be tremendously difficult to buy materials from the body of an intermediate sea monster. Coral Island used to have one purple sand crocodile, a testament to the rarity. A snake's whole body is a treasure, and so is the six-headed king serpent. It's all a treasure. I'll eat everything edible. Anything inedible and unusable, I'll consider whether to sell it to magicians then. Chapter 331, The Triplets' special abilities. Dissected materials were sent to the warehouse bit by bit before List moved them into the gemstone space little by little. He quickly filled the gemstone space once again, yet there was still a lot of snake meat that couldn't fit inside. The great sea snake, at 8 meters long with a robust build, weighed nearly 2 tons. The snake meat that couldn't fit was immediately ordered by List for Mrs. Abby to take the team and salt. This would cause some loss of the magic power contained in the meat, but at least it would not rot. The snake skin was somewhat damaged. Because of the huge size of the entire six-headed king sea serpent, it was still possible to make a complete set of leather armor, which was an excellent material for protection. The skin alone could sell for at least 1,000 gold coins, but List intended to keep it to make his armor, as he wasn't short on money. Besides snake blood, snake skin, and snake meat, there were also snake gallbladder, snake oil, snake viscera, snake tendons, snake bones, snake teeth, and snake venom. Basically, there was nothing unnecessary. So I've decided to utilize this six-headed king sea serpent as my personal combat reward, without selling it externally, he said, announcing his final decision to Consultant Galtai, Knight Teacher Marcus, and Butler Carter. Consultant Galtai, Teacher Marcus, calculate an appropriate gold coin reward for the knights who participated in combat. Yes, Baron. No one declined. Followers fought alongside their landlord for the rewards. There was still some time before the feast. The commoners who had gathered in front of the castle had been driven away, but the tale of the great landlord who cut down an intermediate sea monster with his sword was likely to circulate around the town for 10 days to half a month without stopping. Once the fresh flower vessel returned to Black Horse Island, the commoners there would continue discussing it. Furthermore, when the merchant convoys came again, this story would spread widely across Coral Island, List slaying the serpent. Ignoring that the six-headed king sea serpent was still immature and had come ashore, ignoring Dowson's significant involvement, ignoring the knight's frenetic assistance, ignoring the substantial initial investment. The protagonist of the story was always only one person, the Baron of Fresh Flower Town who cut down an intermediate sea monster with a single slash. Meanwhile, all nobles would come to understand that the time for List's rise was imminent, perhaps right after this year's Pioneer Mandate was issued. With the ability to kill an intermediate sea monster, he was more than ready to enter the battlefield and vie for glory. But at this moment, the reputation of List's serpent slaying was still limited to Fresh Flower Town. The six-headed king sea serpent was quickly dissected, with a large amount of material hidden in List's space gem. He reserved a complete snake head, planning to pickle it into a specimen and hang it above his own seat, displaying the landlord's authority. Like an earl who has a seat covered with a giant barbarian bear hide. Hunting an intermediate magical beast or sea monster was indeed a lifetime's achievement. Moreover, he set aside some of the snake meat baked by the magical Grandfire Dragon for tonight's serpent meat feast. Despite deciding to monopolize the spoils of war, he could still generously let his followers taste what an intermediate sea monster was like. The fact that the snake meat had been injected with a lot of bee venom wasn't a problem, as the chefs were adept at detoxifying, given that much magical beast meat is poisonous. The serpent blood tree plant pot, watered with snake blood, had already been moved to the castle's gardens, waiting to nurture sprite bugs. Baron, I'm heading back. Paris stretched lazily, her figure exceptionally pleasing to the eye. I loafed around all day, never expecting hunting an intermediate sea monster to be so simple. Those strange but highly potent bottles and jars of yours were too powerful. The six-headed king sea serpent had no way to resist. That was the magic power of the dragon. Intermediate sea monsters, of course, couldn't resist it. List smiled faintly. Don't forget to come to the banquet for snake meat. I definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. Paris nodded and turned to leave. Withdrawing his gaze that admired her departing figure, List returned to the second floor of the castle, took a bath to remove the sweat and blood stains from his body, and decided to check the rewards for the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward an unknown number of serpent blood fruit elf bugs. Huh? List was surprised. It's still an unknown number of elf bugs, only now it's specified they are serpent blood fruit elf bugs. Could it be that even the smoke mission can't confirm how many serpent blood fruit elf bugs I'll raise? Or does this mean there's a possibility that I won't raise any elf bugs at all? He quickly reasoned out the factors. Perhaps the choice of fate is in my hands. If I stop raising them, then not a single elf bug will be born, and if I continue to raise them, I might raise multiple elf bugs? But then, upon further thought, he was confused again. How did the previous mission rewards plan to deliver the serpent blood fruit elf bugs into my hands? If I don't irrigate the serpent blood fruit with snake blood, there's no way to raise elf bugs. Smoke missions surely can't conjure elf bugs out of thin air to give to me. What exactly is the logic here? Smoke missions won't create rewards out of thin air, this much is certain. They merely use the power of fate to manipulate the threads of various causes and effects, turning a random outcome into an inevitability. Could it be that the smoke mission actually involves my own thoughts within the realm of fate? List pondered. This logic seemed correct. After all, he speculated that the smoke mission itself was a manifestation of the power of fate, radiating out through his own mind. However, this explanation felt a bit far-fetched. Thinking it over from every angle, and finding no better explanation, he gave up and began focusing on the new task at hand. Mission: the excessive harvesting of rubber has brought considerable damage to the rubber tree forest. The vitality of the forest needs time to recover, but the rubber tree elf bug triplets seem to have other ideas. Discover their unique ability. Reward: 1 elf bug. It was another task related to the rubber tree elf bug triplets. Could this be a chain of missions? Doubt flashed through List's mind, but as he saw the content of the reward, which was yet again 1 elf bug, he thought, is it that spring has arrived, and the season to harvest elf bugs has begun? Can I, through the smoke mission, furiously breed new elf bugs? I wonder which elf bug it will be this time. Perhaps a new rubber tree elf bug? The task related to the rubber tree rewarded a rubber tree elf bug. The logic was clear. He even thought something rather sly. Perhaps the triplets could mate with each other, breeding new rubber bugs, and this could be their special ability. The possibility was small, but what if it was true? After bathing, drying off, and changing into fresh clothes, List was still pondering the special ability of the rubber bug triplets. If I'm not mistaken, when treating the rubber tree forest, the triplets will display their special ability. I need to visit Black Horse Island soon, to collect back the magical Grandfire Dragon and incidentally restore the operation of the brick factory. He ruffled his hair, fixing his hairstyle. He headed straight for the worm room. Ake had been sent back earlier, but he hadn't had the time to visit her, or perhaps hadn't figured out how to face her. Dulu Mikado had been hunted down, and the sea was no longer a danger to the sea sprite Ake. What reason could he have to keep her locked up in the Shellwood Tower, confined to this narrow room that was almost like a prison cell? Admittedly, he could keep Ake as the most precious private collection. Yet List could not deny that she was a high-intelligence creature just like himself. Keeping her like that was too inhumane. Chapter 332, Giving Ake a Big House. Sea Sprite Ake was sitting on a rocking chair, and her graceful body swayed gently along with it. The rounded parts concealed by the water drifted and changed shape, first rocking upwards, then downwards, followed by a slight tremble. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she did not move, just peeked through the curtain. She had little awareness for self-protection because List had decreed that the servants could only enter the worm room at set times to clean, The only one who could come in freely at any other time was List. Brother, Ake smiled immediately when she saw who it was, her eyes turning into beautiful crescents. She put down the magic books she was holding and stood up. Below her ankles was still seawater, gently lifting her. At a height of about 155 centimeters, she appeared exceptionally petite and delicate, with fair, tender skin, straight, slender legs, and a head of silky azure hair flowing like water. The creator's masterpiece made List, no matter how many times he had seen it, couldn't help but be captivated. Ake, still reading? List walked over and, out of habit, ruffled her hair. The thorn miner elf Jayla, who was bathing in a seashell, seized a line of dialogue, woo-ah. She was greeting him. But List ignored her. Ake is studying Merle's Truth's research notes, delving into the magic water wheel barrier. I feel I've thoroughly understood it and should be able to learn it soon, Ake said happily. Oh yeah, brother, Ake saw you dissecting Dulu Mikdata, hee. I'm not scared at all anymore. As of now, Ake had already mastered 3 types of water magic, the water arrow spell, water arrow barrage, and water bullet, and she was about to learn the water wheel wall. Since she began her contact with magic, it had been less than 3 months in total. Her talent was almost unparalleled in List's experience. Many magic apprentices couldn't even cast the most basic magic after 2 to 3 years, not to mention becoming magicians. According to Elkerson, magic apprentices were typically chosen from young people between the ages of 10 and 15. Those who became magicians before the age of 20 were geniuses, able to challenge the realm of Grand Magician due to their profound understanding and insight into magic. Becoming a magician after the age of 20 meant that one's affinity for magic power wasn't sufficient, or their grasp of magic was weak, and they might spend their whole lives at the magician level. Elkerson, Granny, and a few other magicians on Coral Island had all become magicians after the age of 20. Of course, human magicians could study any type of magic, which was fundamentally different from Ake, who could only commune with water attribute magic power. Perhaps they couldn't keep up with Ake's pace in specializing in a single system, but in a battle of the same rank, Ake certainly couldn't defeat a human magician. Anyway, as long as it was in the ocean, Ake's specialization in water magic would not be a disadvantage. List sat on the chair and said in a relaxed tone, since I promised I would kill Dulu Mikita for you, I will definitely do it. Ake looked at him with adoring eyes. Brother is so amazing. List smiled calmly, just average. After chatting for a while, we got to the point. Despite not wanting to open his mouth again, List decided to ask, Ake, now that Dulu Mikita has been hunted and the sea has become safe for you, do you want to go back to living in the ocean? He had thought Ake would be thrilled to return to the sea. But she pursed her lips, looking wronged. Does brother want to send Ake away? How could that be? You are my sister, you know, you're my family. And Ake is so cute, how could I bear to send you away? List took her soft, boneless little hand. I'm just worried that you might find it stifling to stay in the castle, and right now, without legs, you can't live like normal humans. Ake looked down at her own seawater below the ankles. Ake will grow legs soon. Once you have legs, you'll be able to live like a human, and then living in the castle won't expose your identity as a sea serpent. You are the elf of the ocean, in my eyes the brightest pearl. Humans, however, are the most complicated of creatures, and there will always be those who cruelly treat beautiful things. Ake knows, many books have written about it, how bad people harm elves, and some books even depict sea serpents as bad creatures. Ake nodded. So, until you come of age, you must protect yourself well and not let anyone discover your sea serpent identity. In the castle, I can protect you, and I will always protect you until the end of my life. But I respect your wishes more. Would you like to live in the castle, or do you want to live in the sea? After some thought, Ake suddenly asked, Brother, after Ake grows legs, can I still come back to the castle and live with brother? Of course, didn't I tell you? You are my sister, it's only natural that you live with me, List said righteously. To him, Sea Serpent Ake was his personal belonging, her leaving was out of the question. However, living in the castle carried a significant risk of exposure. If her sea serpent identity were exposed, it might bring colossal trouble. List didn't want to risk it before he had the capability to protect Ake. Then Ake will live by the seaside in Fresh Flower Town. Ake finally made a decision. As an elf born and raised in the ocean, she naturally longed to live there, but Ake doesn't want to leave brother at all. Ake still wants to learn magic. Woo, Ake is so sad. As she spoke, her big eyes suddenly became moist, and tears were about to fall. Woo-ah. Woo-ah. Jayla flew over and landed on Ake's shoulder, trying to wipe her tears. Even under their heart-to-heart connection, it resented List for upsetting its sea monster miss. Woo-ah. At this moment, the atmosphere was very warm. Ake's true emotion touched List deeply, and he realized that efforts were always rewarded. He couldn't help but open his arms and embrace Ake, saying gently, "Ake, you don't have to be sad, I will build a big house by the sea and give it to Ake. Later, I will often stay there as well." "Really?" Ake lifted her head from List's embrace, her expression quickly turning to joy. "Of course, building a big house right on the beach of Oyster Village, half submerged in seawater, half floating above the water. You can continue studying magic in the house, and I can practice chi by the sea too." Amid Ake's expectant gaze, List indulged in the vision. With rubber, building a house was simple. Wait for low tide to mix rocks with rubber water to pour the foundation and the rock platform, ensuring it can withstand the beating of the waves. On top of the platform, use ironwood thorn to build the house, or have the fresh flower vessel bring a shipload of bricks, or even use rocks from Thorn Ridge to construct it. The house would be built quickly, a mansion to secure beauty. Holding Ake in his arms, List had no ulterior motives, only anticipation for the future life. Taking medicine to the tune of a sea monster's song should be a very refreshing experience. Chapter 332, Snake Meat Banquet, solving the living problem of sea sprite Ake. List's mood was now nothing but exhilarated. Before the banquet started, Galtai and Marcus had already tallied the rewards for the participating knights. Excluding List and Paris, a total of 7 Earth Knights were awarded 10 gold coins each, 62 Apprentice Knights were awarded 1 gold coin each. Participating construction and logistics officials were awarded 1 silver coin each. A total of 137 gold coins were awarded. List directly made additions to this scheme. Among the Earth Knights, Marcus Wheel, for his toils and great efforts, was awarded 20 gold coins. Paris could not be treated specially and was awarded 10 gold coins. Charles Trapp, for his valiant leading charge, was awarded 15 gold coins. Among the Apprentice Knights, Xavier Dung, for his clever performance, was awarded 2 gold coins. In the logistics list, town officials Galtai and Isaiah each had their reward increased to 5 silver coins, while other officials were increased to 2 silver coins. So, the total amount of rewards increased to 170 gold coins. Compared to the intermediate sea monsters that could sell for thousands of gold coins, and after deducting the cost of material and human resources, as well as List's personal contribution, these rewards were enough to satisfy all the participating personnel. When the rewards were announced, everyone participating in the banquet danced with excitement. Just 1 battle reward was equivalent to several years of their work compensation. Therefore, war was always the best way for knights to make a fortune. The knights who were itching for action wished they could go to battle tomorrow to strive for merit and gain benefits. This sentiment was fully unleashed during the subsequent feast. A variety of dishes and plenty of alcohol instantly ignited the castle's atmosphere. Fresh flower brew, crescent moon wine, beer with hops, as well as fruit wine and rice wine, with Galtai hosting, the banquet was never dull. List, sitting in the seat of honor, was toasted and excessively flattered with almost every bite he took. Before the hunt, many people were half doubtful about his decisions. After the hunt, no one dared to question List's decisions, only endless respect flowed. Wow! Wow! Jayla, who loved joining in the fun, would never miss such an occasion. With eating and drinking, she added much merriment to the chaotic banquet. When the delicious serpent meat was served, and each person received a portion, the atmosphere of the banquet peaked. The meat of intermediate magical beasts, sea monsters, was something none here could taste in a lifetime without the glory brought by List, yet now everyone had a small piece. Knife and fork in hand. Galtai, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh my God, touched by the glory of knighthood, I never imagined I'd one day eat the meat of an intermediate sea monster. I'm as happy as if I'm dreaming." Isaiah restrained his excitement and spoke with a sincere tone, following Lord Landlord, "Dreams are sure to come true. Eating the meat of an intermediate sea monster, I had no doubts this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so swiftly. Coming to Fresh Flower Town was the best decision of my life." "This is just a beginning." Marcus cut off a small piece of serpent meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed carefully as if it were dragon meat. "Following our Lord, countless glories beckon us. It's so delicious, never has any food made me want to cry." Charles, who had joined Fresh Flower Town just 2 days before, took several deep breaths before he started to cut with his knife and fork. No imagined beginning can compare to this one. Watching his followers, each enjoying their meal while expressing their feelings as if conducting a ceremony. List just found it somewhat amusing. He had over a ton of 6-headed king serpent meat in his gemstone space, enough for him to eat for half a year. However, when he tasted the serpent meat, it was unexpectedly good, a bit like the 7-gill eel, chewy and not the slightest bit fishy, just pure deliciousness. Compared to the land serpents he had eaten before, this meat was much more tender and smooth. And whereas land serpents were mostly small and bony, the bones of the 6-headed king sea snake were very thick and easy to removing, leaving nothing but delicate chunks of meat. Eating it proved especially convenient. Even though they were reluctant to finish it off, everyone quickly devoured the snake meat, wishing they could lick the plates clean to not waste a single bit of nutrition. After the snake meat was gone, a flood of flattery ensued. Knightly glory shall forever watch over Freshflower Town. Knightly glory shall always be with Lord Landlord. That evening's banquet saw almost everyone drunk, causing a ruckus until late into the night when the group of drunken revelers were finally sent back to their own homes. Even Lee C.T. himself was completely inebriated, forgetting his usual routine of bathing and collapsing into bed, falling into a deep sleep. A robust physique and abundant chi. One night was enough to sober up and condition his body to its optimal state. A new day had many tasks awaiting, the first of which was to collect fire dragon magic power. In a single night, the riverbed had been thoroughly solidified by the dumped rubber, now in a complete mess. Upon seeing this, List felt a pang of regret. I should have never used rubber. Not only did it fail to trap Dulu Mikita, but it also damaged the vitality of the rubber trees. Now I feel pained at the thought of harvesting some rubber to build a big house for Ake. The ground had become compacted, nearly baked into stone by the fire dragon magic power. The previously flowing river had turned into a dammed lake, water accumulating and spreading around, with the original riverbed nowhere to be found. The rock spike forest still stood. These stones would eventually be broken down by serfs and carried away. Rock was an important building material, a daily product from Dowson. Gathering the fire dragon magic power bit by bit, he filled a spare fire dragon jar, spending the entire morning to complete the task, not a trace of residual fire dragon magic power to be seen. Afternoon. He used snake blood to water the serpent blood fruits for the second time. The Eye of Magic observed, but did not find any signs of elf bug gestation. Afterwards, List took Ake along with the rubber bug triplets and set sail for Black Horse Island aboard the fresh flower vessel. It was time for Ake to start her life in the sea. She could no longer stay in the castle. In the foreseeable future, many nobles would likely visit Freshflower Town, seeking news about the intermediate sea monster. If she stayed, there was a high chance she would be discovered. Ake, can you swim fast enough to keep up with the fresh flower vessel? List asked. Brother, Ake swims really fast. The fresh flower vessel is slow, and Ake can outswim it with just a bit of effort, she replied. And so, Ake entered the sea, following the fresh flower vessel. To facilitate contact, List had small horns made for both of them, so they could signal each other by blowing the horns whenever they wanted to find one another. As the fresh flower vessel sailed across the ocean, List would lie on the gunwale, watching the sea surface, occasionally spotting Ake's shell moving swiftly beneath the seawater. It was like a white submarine. She would sometimes breach the surface, and he could even hear Ake blowing her horn from within her shell. He would then blow his own horn in response. With a light and happy heart, they reached Black Horse Island by nightfall. Chapter 333, Triphase Force worked through the night to distribute the fire dragon magic power into the brick factory's furnaces. The brick factory had 6 furnaces in total, all of them were lit, but they used just 2 fire dragon jars worth of fire dragon magic power. There was no longer any real need to produce traditional bricks, since there were many basalt columns on the island, and just 1 to 2 meters below the ground there was nothing but hard rock. There was no shortage of stone materials. Besides, when it came to building houses, wood was still the preferred material, as wooden houses were a great time saver. The 6 working furnaces were mainly used for testing new types of clay building materials. Selected workers with a flair for brickmaking were researching slate, culverts, tiles, and other materials, striving to find the most suitable clay and produce quality materials. Slate could be used for paving roads, and List had long been dissatisfied with the gravel roads in Freshflower Town. Smooth slate roads were indeed the standard for nobles. Culverts could be used for drainage and sewer systems and for bridge construction and water supply systems, not yet necessary, but he would certainly need a comprehensive sewer system when the time came to construct his new castle. Tiles were used for laying on the roofs of tile-covered houses. Traditional wooden house roofs were constructed with thatch, straw, and thorn branches, which would leak during heavy rains. Roofing with tiles greatly reduced the chance of leaks and also prevented thatch from being blown about on windy days. The secondary function of the furnaces was to produce charcoal. Charcoal was a fuel widely used by nobles, and with these fire dragon furnaces, just neatly stacking the wood and igniting it for a moment was enough to burn off the impurities, then quickly dousing it with water to cool down, leaving behind charcoal. Every time the fresh flower vessel returned to Freshflower Town, it brought back a ship's worth of charcoal. Charcoal burned with fire dragon magic power was of high quality, environmentally friendly, smokeless, and burned completely. Both the Fresh Flower Caravan and the Thorn Caravan had already begun selling these charcoals in small batches. Once the workers mastered the technique of charcoal production, it would increase yet another specialty product. Last of all, List was in the process of setting up a calcination technology experimentation and development group, planning to use the fire dragon furnaces to diligently delve into calcination technology. Bricks, pottery, porcelain, glass, cement, and lime, all were products of calcination. Although right now, List only knew how to calcine bricks, pottery, porcelain, glass, cement, and lime were all in line for future research. In short, the brick factory was just a front, its true essence was that of a calcination research center. The next morning, List picked up the bugle, mounted Dowson, and headed straight for the rocky beach beneath the lighthouse, where he then sounded the bugle. Before long, a large white conch shell emerged on the surface of the sea, followed by the sound of the bugle in response. After exchanging greetings, List then began a new day's work, taking the triplet rubber bugs to the oak forest. He intended to study the unique abilities of the triplets, to restore the vitality of damaged rubber trees. The cordyceps were now intact, with all previous cuts healed. He placed the triplets on a rubber tree with several notches cut into it and, through the contract of Mendel communion, let the triplets heal the rubber tree. "Come on, you three little ones, try to heal the rubber tree and help it regain its vitality," he said. With the eye of magic in use, he observed their actions closely. The three rubber bugs lined up, began to move on the trunk of the rubber tree, and then two of them moved apart, climbing to the other side of the trunk. "Huh, these three little guys, they actually separated on their own without any external force?" List expressed his surprise. Unless someone picked them up and separated them, as long as they were placed on the ground, they would crawl together, then line up and act in unison. This kind of initiative to separate had never occurred before. However, before List had finished expressing his amazement, the rubber bugs positioned in a triangular formation on three sides of the tree trunk suddenly quivered with magic power. A ripple of shock waves radiated out from them, spreading in all directions. Through the eye of magic, the shock waves spread out in circles as magic wave patterns, touching a rubber tree and igniting its magic power, outlining its shape. Then, with that rubber tree as the center, new magic wave patterns emanated. The patterns spread farther and farther, and soon the whole rubber tree forest was a series of spreading magic wave patterns. The intense visual impact left List speechless. He had never known that magic could be used this way. As his gaze shifted from the fading magic wave patterns, the damaged parts of this rubber tree had rapidly healed under the stimulation of magic. In a few minutes, as the magic wave patterns gradually disappeared, all the damaged rubber trees were completely restored. There was no sign they had ever been cut. Incredible. List checked each rubber tree one by one, finding each perfectly intact. This is almost like a cheat ability. Suddenly, through their mental connection, he felt the exhaustion of the three rubber bugs. After releasing such a miracle, they seemed very tired. He quickly had his personal servant bring the jade box, collected the triplets inside, and sprinkled them generously with jade powder, allowing them to thoroughly recuperate. Now, these three rubber bugs had become List's treasures. He had initially felt that 3 rubber bugs for only 1 cordyceps was too wasteful. Now he realized that elves, such magical creatures, should not be surmised by common sense, they always bring astonishment. Having put away the elf bugs, List suddenly wondered, I wonder if the rubber trees outside the garden have also been repaired? So he rode Dowson to the pasture, switched to the King of Black Blood treasure horses, Lightning, and started to inspect the rubber trees scattered across the island one by one. The young rubber trees had all been transplanted to the garden, and the much larger ones, which couldn't be moved, were left to grow wild. However, there was a bit of regret. On the first wild rubber tree he checked, the cut was very clear, and it had not received treatment from the rubber bug triplets. This indicated that the peculiar magic released by the rubber bug triplets only affected rubber trees within its range, or, in other words, trees within the area where the magic waves could overlap had the healing effect. Rubber trees beyond this range could not enjoy the enhancement of the rubber bugs. They were left to fend for themselves. In that case, does that mean we would need to use the triphase force on every single wild rubber tree? He referred to the rubber bug's triplets ability as triphase force. If it really had to be done that way, it would exhaust the triplets to death. However, the smoke mission seemed to only require the discovery of the triplets' special ability and did not demand the repair of the rubber trees, so List directly summoned a smoke mission. The swirling smoke formed a piece of serpent script. Task completed, reward 1 apple tree elf bug. Indeed, upon discovering the triphase force of the rubber bug triplets, the task was already complete, and the reward was astonishingly an apple tree elf bug. The first thing List thought of was the apple tree not far from the castle gate. The apple desk beneath the apple tree was where he often communicated with his knight followers. It must be this apple tree that nurtured the elf bug, which is very interesting. Now, the apple tree truly has exceptional symbolic meaning. It might become another tale of knightly glory coming my way. Chapter 334, The sudden second little minor elf, the gestation of the apple tree elf bug, made List's imagination soar, bringing to mind an endless stream of stories. Before long, this would become another topic of avid conversation at noble banquets throughout Freshflower Town and even Coral Island, following tales of the blizzard beast Dowson, the thorn minor elf, and the six-headed king serpent. And perhaps, countless years later, the world would have transformed completely. Archaeologists digging up a piece of wood from underground might solemnly tell the youth, this is a branch of the very apple tree that changed the world. The Holy Dragon Knight, the Dragon Domain Landlord, the Thorn Emperor, the Sea Monster King, the Rubber Master, the Dog Master. All sat under the apple tree planted by List Tulip himself, dominating the world's patterns. Under the curious gazes of the young, an archaeologist, clutching an ancient book, Dragons Fight in the Wild, would chant like a minstrel, the Thorn Emperor, List. His mandate from heaven, for longevity and prosperity. All of this was nothing but a wild fantasy conjured up by List. In fact, as soon as the new mission was released, he forgot these fantasies, opened his mouth wide in shock, unable to utter a word. The happiness had come too suddenly. Mission: with the increasing business between Black Horse Island and Freshflower Town, a single fresh flower vessel is no longer sufficient for the bustling transport demands. As a landlord, it's your duty to solve this issue. Please purchase a medium-sized sea vessel. Reward: one little minor elf. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing. So, he closed his eyes and rubbed them fiercely before summoning the smoke mission again. The reward for the mission still read one little minor elf and not one elf bug, a genuine little minor elf, all for purchasing a new ship. To obtain it. It's a bit hard to accept, so sudden. Why don't I need 5 or 6 chained missions to get a little minor elf? List always felt that with the nature of smoke missions, it would be difficult to directly lead to a little minor elf, because smoke missions can't conjure rewards out of thin air. It is through the power of destiny that it threads the needle, presenting the reward. Needless to say, to lead to a little minor elf, it would need to change countless threads of destiny. However, after he took a deep breath and calmed down, he realized he had fallen into a misconception. For the power of destiny, it doesn't need to lift a rock, it only needs to find a fulcrum, and with a gentle lever, it can change the whole rock, or even lift up an earth. If there is a little minor elf around Freshflower Town or Black Horse Island, couldn't it be levered by the smoke mission and then presented as a mission reward? With this thought, everything suddenly became clear. After all, the smoke mission had once drawn in even a formless dragon. The wonders of the power of destiny were evident from this alone. As his initial excitement slowly settled, List steadied his emotions, turned his horse around, and headed straight for the port town. He couldn't wait to spend another moment on Black Horse Island. He wanted to return to Freshflower Town, and then, using the channels of Tulip Castle, obtain a new vessel. Teacher Marcus, I'm entrusting you with the affairs of Black Horse Island. The rubber trees in the rubber garden have recovered and can be harvested again. Organize the serfs to collect some rubber as soon as possible. I need to construct a house in Freshflower Town. Yes, my lord. There was nothing else to instruct. Seeing it was still early, he ordered Captain Coster to set sail again, heading back to Freshflower Town. The call of the small horn sounded, and was swiftly met with the response of horn calls. List, seated at the prow of the ship, spotted a white shadow surfacing beneath the vast ocean. That was Uck catching up. Resting on the back of Dowson, his thoughts ran wild like an untamed horse, racing freely. I don't know what kind of minor elf it is. It should be a wild minor elf. None of my elf bugs seem to show any signs of evolution. Among his 12 elf bugs, 8 were bred successively within the last year and hadn't had much time to develop, showing fewer signs of breakthrough. List had assimilated them with a batch of crops and collected pheromones, but needed time to grow. The other 4 elf bugs, the millet bug, little wheat bug, tulip bug, and alfalfa bug, were gifts from the Earl. There was also a thorn bug, which had already evolved into minor elf Jayla. The millet bug, little wheat bug, alfalfa bug, and tulip bug probably have no potential for evolution. None of them are of particularly outstanding quality. So, the new minor elf was very likely a wild one. Being wild, its breed was hard to ensure, and most likely it was a minor elf of little use, because most plants in the wild are difficult to tame, and those that are truly valuable have been domesticated by humans and cultivated on a large scale long ago. Of course, no matter what kind of useless minor elf it was, even if it was just a weed minor elf, to List, it was still a possession. At least weeds could be used for landscaping. His thoughts soared. He still couldn't guess the breed of the minor elf or how to obtain it. He then reined in his thoughts and began considering the special ability of the rubber bug triplets he had discovered today, Triphase Force. This could definitely be considered a type of magic. According to different properties, humans classified magical power into 8 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, darkness, but magical power clearly didn't possess only these 8 attributes. There were many more chaotic properties, which do not show as any attribute. Liszt had seen in night novels and magic books, where elf magic power is referred to as natural magic power. Or, it could also be called wood-based magic power. Because it can control plants. Jayla's method of sowing thorn seeds could be considered a kind of wood-based magic, therefore, the rubber bug triplets Triphase Force should also be classified as wood-based magic. Actually, some people also consider dragon magic power as a new magic attribute, metal attribute magical power. A metal dragon, needless to say, can produce metal at any time, naturally can be classified as metal attribute magic power. Gemstone dragons, although not producing metal but gemstones, produce them in the same way as metal dragons, and therefore are also referred to by a few humans as metal attribute magic power. Elemental dragons, even though their magical power has attributes such as water, fire, earth, wind, their ability to infect the surroundings is obviously different from regular magic power, and it can also be reluctantly classified as metal attribute magic power. By that rationale, sacred dragons would also be metal attribute magical power. Wood attribute represents nature, metal attribute represents infection and creation. The division always seems far-fetched, as if one has to categorize different types of people into 4 categories: tall, short, fat, thin. Liszt shook his head, unsupportive of such classification. Fire dragons should belong to the fire attribute. Why classify it as metallic attribute? Just like sea serpents, those like Ak possess unique magical power, but her innate affinity is water attribute, so she should be classified as a water attribute creature. Fire dragons also have extraordinary magical power, but they release fire attribute mana and should naturally be grouped as fire attribute creatures. In summary, magical power has myriad extraordinary expressions, one needn't be fixated on which exact attribute it is. Triphase Force is magical in its formation of magic. It's still unclear whether this is unique to rubber bugs or if triplet-type elf bugs all have this trick. Liszt believed that in the future, he would still obtain such types of elf bugs. With Triphase Force, my rubber garden will be able to cut a batch and use Triphase Force to repair immediately. Once the rubber bug triplets have rested sufficiently, cut another batch and repair again. A cycle without end, my rubber will be inexhaustible. Chapter 335, Facing the Sea with spring flowers blooming in the evening, they arrived at Fresh Flower Port. Once he confirmed that Ak had made it back to the seaside, Liszt headed straight to the castle to tally up how many gold coins he had. The result was that without selling off fixed assets, he could only muster about 100 gold coins. The market for fresh flower brew hadn't fully opened up yet, making it difficult to gather a substantial amount of money quickly. This amount of money is simply not enough to buy a medium-sized sailing ship. I need to prepare at least 500 gold coins. Before the Duchy of Sapphire was founded by the first Sapphire Duke, Anderson Sapphire, humans living on the continent had not yet entered the age of sail. Ships were primarily powered by oars, poles, and sculls, navigating inland lakes and rivers, and rarely appearing even in coastal waters. It wasn't clear when exactly sails were invented, but if one were to trace its history, it would likely lead back to the Moon Empire. All cultural origins in this world could somehow be linked to the Moon Empire. But it was definitely the Duchy of Sapphire that popularized sailing ships because it was the first human nation established on islands. The islands were lacking in serfs, food, and minerals. Everything had to be seized from the mainland. Or propelled boats, the kind used on inland waters, simply couldn't withstand the assault of wind and waves. Sailing ships thus became the main force in seafaring, and under the impetus of warfare, they rapidly developed among the archipelagos within the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. At this point, oar-propelled boats were essentially phased out. Only sailing ships were being constructed and sold. There were currently 3 classes of sailing ships: small sailing vessels with 1 mast, medium sailing vessels with 2 masts, and large sailing vessels with 3 masts. The sails were all square sails. Of course, in an era before fore and aft sails were invented, they were all simply referred to as sails, only Liszt would differentiate them as square sails. The sail of a 1-masted vessel, more accurately called a square sail, was somewhat similar to the kind used by Viking pirates, featuring 1 massive square sail. The sails on a 2-masted vessel consisted of a series of smaller square sails, and it was the same for the 3-masted vessels. These 3 classes of sailing ships were further divided into 3 types: cargo ships, ordinary ships, and fast ships. Cargo ships were spacious with vast cargo holds but moved very slowly. Fast ships were sleek with small cargo holds but traveled at very high speeds. Ordinary ships were a combination of the two, neither large nor small, neither fast nor slow. The Fresh Flower vessel was a 2-masted ordinary sailing ship. Going by the general price of ships, a 1-masted ordinary sailing vessel cost between 50 and 200 gold coins, A one-masted cargo vessel cost between 100 and 300 gold coins. A one-masted fast-sailing vessel cost between 200 and 400 gold coins. A two-masted ordinary sailing vessel cost between 500 and 1,000 gold coins, with the fresh flower vessel being worth at least 500 gold coins. A two-masted cargo vessel cost between 800 and 1,200 gold coins. A two-masted fast-sailing vessel cost between 1,000 and 1,500 gold coins. A three-masted ordinary sailing vessel cost between 2,000 and 3,000 gold coins. A three-masted cargo vessel cost between 2,500 and 4,000 gold coins. A three-masted fast-sailing vessel cost at least between 5,000 and 6,000 gold coins. Currently, only the Sapphire family could manufacture three-masted fast-sailing ships, and they were not sold but used as warships. Only a small number were given as gifts. Marquis Merlintaro, after his retirement, was gifted three-masted fast-sailing ships by the Grand Duke as a reward for his contributions to the Grand Duchy. The mission requires a medium-sized sailing vessel, and the cheapest would be 500 gold coins. Either I sell everything I own, or I borrow money. Liszt stroked his chin, feeling that there was nothing he was willing to sell. Moreover, it was only a temporary shortage of funds. He could still earn a few hundred gold coins a month from selling fresh flower brew. He might as well use the future profits from fresh flower brew to get an advance on the coming week's earnings from Tulip Castle. With that thought, he immediately picked up his pen to write a letter to Levi's, and had Consultant Jiaotai take the letter to Tulip Castle. Consultant Jiaotai, I hope you can accompany the trading caravan and select a suitable two-masted ordinary sailing ship. Don't let the price be too high, we only sail between Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town. Sir, do you plan to commission a shipyard to build a new ship, or will you purchase a medium-sized sailing ship directly? Galtai took the letter and asked. Of course, Liszt originally wanted to say that he would certainly buy a new ship. But he suddenly remembered that the Smoke Mission only asked him to purchase another medium-sized sea vessel, without specifying that the ship must be newly constructed or whether it should be a cargo ship or a regular ship. If that was the case, why not buy an old ship? The Fresh Flower vessel was an old ship, even one that had been patched up, but it still sailed smoothly on the sea with no issues at all. Especially since it had recently been treated with rubber water to fill the gaps in the planks, making the Fresh Flower vessel even more durable and steady, with no signs of leaking. It could sail for at least another 10 years without any problems. Buying an old ship and patching it up with some rubber water could make it effectively serve as a new ship. Therefore, he changed his mind on the spot, then buy an old ship, keep the price within 500 gold coins. Galtai smiled and said, Sir, it just so happens that I've heard news that the Tulip Castle's trading fleet is planning to replace some of their old ships with new ones, which is actually related to the special product of Fresh Flower Town, Fresh Flower Brew. Mr. Frank mentioned to me that Sir Levi's is preparing to form a specialized fleet for transporting wine and wants to buy fast sailboats to replace several cargo ships. The value of spirits is high, and using fast sailboats can reduce the sailing time, lowering the transportation risk. Is that so? Since that's the case, pick a relatively better one from this batch of cargo ships and purchase it. As you wish, sir. Galtai went to buy the ship. This would probably take a few days, and during these days, the castle will be preparing to dismantle the Shellwood Tower and restore it to its original state. As for Liszt, he rarely stayed in the castle, as the news of the slaying of the six-headed king serpent had spread, bringing nobles from North Valley City to pay visits one after another. He was quite impatient with entertaining these nobles, as beyond dining, there was nothing in common to talk about. So he delegated all reception duties to Zambrata, the only one in Fresh Flower Town with good diplomatic skills, other than Galtai. As a noble whose title had been stripped away at one point, Zambrata was not adept at practical work but was very skillful in ceremonial duties. He also had another important task, which was to reject all requests to buy intermediate sea monster materials. All of the materials from the six-headed king serpent were not for sale. Free from the annoyance of paperwork, Liszt focused on crafting the seaside villa for hiding away his sweethearts. On the sandy beach exposed after the tide receded, a large pit of about 500 square meters was dug, filled with a large amount of rocks and sand, and then mixed with rubber water for stirring. The sun baked down. The solidification was fast, and in just a few hours, a platform akin to a concrete base was constructed. The sandy beach was soft, and the foundation not deep, but the platform was large and strong enough, so it remained extremely stable and unaffected by the surging tide following high tide. On the platform, a layer of stone house continued to be built. This stone house would be submerged by seawater at high tide, allowing free access, while on the upper level of the stone house, a wooden house continued to be constructed for Liszt to dwell in. Ak could also come up the steps to read books and study magic. Chew on medicines, practice chi, listen to the sea serpent's songs. facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Chapter 336, Blizzard Beast Procession. List focused completely on overseeing the construction of the Sea View Villa, even conducting dog training by the seaside. He only attended to his sister, Livira, when she came to visit, reluctantly parting with a small piece of snakeskin to sell to her to make armor, for 50 gold coins. It was akin to giving it away at half price. With a piece of intermediate sea monster's snakeskin in hand to make armor, Livira happily left. He then continued to oversee the construction of the Sea View Villa, a 2-story structure. Both stone and wooden houses were built quickly. There was no denying the overwhelming effect of rubber. Jamaya Bangtu, who had been promoted to the sole architect of Black Horse Island, dedicated himself to realizing List's imaginative ideas. List was not an architect, so he never considered any mechanical structures. Jamaya, however, needed to consider carefully whether the arrangement of every wall could bear the weight of the upper stories. Fortunately, it was just a 2-story villa. Additionally, there was an elevated wooden walkway that stretched all the way from the Sea View Villa to an area that would not be submerged even at high tide. Constructed entirely of ironwood thorn immune to water damage and bound together with rubber, it soared above the beach, effectively a bridge hundreds of meters long. Watching the Sea View Villa take shape bit by bit, the words rich and capricious inevitably came to List's mind. Such a villa would require labor and materials that ordinary nobles could hardly afford, but List's own territory was rich in resources: rubber, ironwood, stone, sand, all practically cost nothing, and paying serfs just a couple of copper coins per day for their work. Furthermore, using rubber to build a house was an absolute luxury. A strategically valuable material like rubber should not primarily be used for building bridges, roads, or houses. By the time the Sea View Villa was completed, it was already mid-April, and the magic power within the 8 tiny ones was growing abundant, ready to unleash magic at any moment. This time, with their father Dowson present as a model, there was no need for List to guide them in releasing magic. But it was still essential to train them strictly in discipline and obedience during their magic release. Storm, flame, rock, surge, thunder, light, ice, snow, shadow, line up. List stood on the beach, conducting today's Blizzard Beast lineup training. The 8 tiny ones immediately lined up side by side, looking expectantly at List. List was pleased with their current speed of lining up, now able to cue an order in a very short time. All present, sit. The 8 tiny ones promptly sat down, sticking their tongues out, waiting for the next command. Starting with Storm, count off. Woof. 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 A woo a woo. Woof. 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 7 of the Blizzard Beasts barked accurately as woof, but one of them let out a nonsensical howl instead, which annoyed List. Surge, step forward. Surge immediately stepped out with drooping ears. List ordered with a cold face, stand aside. Surge dared not defy and could only run to the sand beach on one side with his head dropped in dejection, looking aggrievedly at List as he started giving each of the other 7 Blizzard Beasts a strip of dried meat. Desiring it, drool flowed from its mouth, but it dared not protest at all, for that would bring more severe punishment. Further away, Dowson was lying on the sand soaking up the sun. Cuddled next to it was Earth Matron. Nowadays, Earth Matron had been completely tamed and could occasionally be brought out for some fresh air, but it had missed the best period for training. Now it was unable to follow commands and could only just be led by humans without hurting anyone, or, to be blunt, it was merely a breeding tool for Dowson. The great wolf dogs at the dog park had been isolated from reproduction with Dowson. Earth Matron was the last hope. However, it seemed that Earth Matron should also have been isolated from reproduction. After giving birth to the 8 tiny ones, it had mated with Dowson several times, and to much regret, there had been no movement in its belly. If one wishes to continue breeding Blizzard Beasts, one might have to defy ethics and resort to inbreeding, allowing the 5 males and 3 females of the 8 tiny ones to mate with each other, or even involve Dowson in the process. On Earth, many purebred dogs were bred through inbreeding, mating sons to mothers, daughters to fathers, or siblings to each other, or even grandfathers to granddaughters, to maintain the purity of their lineage. List had watched documentaries that talked about this, and the vast majority of purebred dogs have serious health problems. That's why from the start, List had no intention of practicing inbreeding. The breeding of wolf dogs at the dog park was for them to vent their animal desires. As for reproductive isolation, maybe there would be a way to deal with that in the future. After 2 hours of training, he announced the dismissal of the 8 tiny ones, and the male servants behind him each led 2 Blizzard Beasts back to the castle, tying them back in their kennels. Earth Matron was also taken away. Dog prison had been dismantled, and it now had its own new kennel. Only Dowson could stay and follow List, its obedience deeply ingrained in its brain. It hardly ever hurt people rashly, so it was rarely tied up with chains anymore. Following the elevated wooden path, List went straight into the Sea View Villa. On the rocking chair in the second-floor wooden house, Sea Sprite was engrossed in a magic book. Hearing the noise, she looked up and greeted with a sweet smile, "Brother, you're here. How has life in the sea been these past few days?" "A little uncomfortable, still, living inside a house is more comfortable," Ake said earnestly. "Before, in the sea, I used to hide in a shell by myself. Now with a house, it's like I own my little world." "Thank you, brother, for giving Ake a big house. Perhaps that's just how women are, with a natural fondness for houses. It could also be the appeal of civilization. The first humans also lived outdoors, in caves, until civilization developed and no one wanted to live in caves outdoors anymore. Have you mastered the water wheel wall?" "Yes, brother, look." Ake put down a magic book, and with a light wave of her hand, a circular water disc appeared in front of her, spinning like a wheel. The fast-spinning water can form a strong defensive shield, capable of blocking intense, instantaneous impact forces. List drew the crimson blood sword and tested the strength of the water wheel wall, finding it indeed very strong, and it also had elasticity, pushing the crimson blood sword outward. From his experience, he estimated that it would take at least a special combat skill to break through this water wheel wall. Ake, evermore the scholar, continued to explain, based on the information summarized from the magic book Ake read, the water wheel wall and water whirlpool are decomposed forms of a higher level magic, the water wave shield. Ake is already learning the water whirlpool, and after mastering that, she will be almost ready to study the water wave shield. "Impressive, my Ake," List gave a thumbs up. The once naive little sea monster was now on her way to challenge becoming a grand magician. He didn't disturb Ake's study of magic but set up a magic little fire dragon nearby. Seaside houses tend to be damp, so he intended to use the heat effect of the magic little fire dragon to dispel the moisture and keep the room dry. It was also to create a good environment for potion consumption, limited to one room only. After all, the magic little fire dragon was akin to a heater, and with summer approaching, it could be overwhelmingly hot. After consuming the potion and recording the data, feeling refreshed, List bid farewell to Sea Sprite and returned to the castle for lunch. Ake, who had been looking at magic books for a long time, stretched, ate a few raspberries, and then returned to her shell to swim into the sea. She enjoyed swimming in the sea in the afternoon to cleanse her body and spirit. In a daze, she had already swum to the edge of an island filled with mangrove forests. Chapter 337, recognizing by the look in their eyes the second sea vessel for Freshflower Town arrived quickly. It was a bulky and large two-masted sailboat with a shell that was neither brand new nor outdated, and its sails were still patched up. The Freshflower vessel had just returned from transporting charcoal, docked at Freshflower Port, providing an excellent contrast to this sailboat. Its width was roughly double that of the Freshflower vessel, though its length was about the same. The mast sails were also relatively broader, making it appear more cumbersome than the Freshflower vessel. However, its bow was primarily wide and couldn't compare to the sharp bow of the Freshflower vessel. With such a shape, it couldn't achieve high speeds. The Freshflower vessel could reach a ship's speed of 7 knots, while the top speed of this one was limited to 5 knots. To traverse the journey between Freshflower Town and Black Horse Island once, it was estimated to take 15 or 16 hours. Setting sail before dawn, one wouldn't arrive until after dark. "My lord, we've bought it." Galtai excitedly leaped off the ship and quickly reported to List. It cost a total of 340 gold coins. The barley has been running for 2.5 years without any accidents and is of quite good quality in every aspect. After comparing several cargo ships, the barley is the most suitable. After a thorough inspection aboard, Captain Coster of the Freshflower vessel agreed with Galtai's statement. "My lord, the barley really is excellent. 340 gold coins, well worth the price." List didn't know much about ships, but he was essentially satisfied with the barley. The overall framework of the cargo ship was good, and with a little refurbishment, it could certainly be made as good as new. He thought for a moment and then said, "The name barley doesn't fit the temperament of Freshflower Town. Change it to Thorn number." Thorn was a specialty of Freshflower Town and also the breed of the first little miner elf, so naming it after Thorn closely matched the characteristics of Freshflower Town, pointing directly to the glory of him, the landlord. The task of refurbishing the Thorn number will be entrusted to Captain Coster. Moreover, you need to quickly train a qualified new captain and a sufficient number of sailors. The future Freshflower Town will not only have these 2 sea vessels, I need more captains and sailors. Coster spoke vibrantly. "Yes, my lord." Coster is willing to serve. Sailing was his dream. Commanding a single ship was one thing, but leading a fleet was an entirely different realm. He longed for the day the Freshflower fleet would dominate the seas, and he firmly believed that day would not be too far off. In the near future, the great landlord would bring it all to fruition. Without further delay at the port, after receiving the Thorn number, List returned to the castle. Then he summoned a smoke mission. Mission complete, reward 1 mangrove minor elf. Mission accomplished. The minor elf was rewarded, and although he didn't yet know where it was, seeing the 2 serpent script characters of mangrove, he already understood where to find this minor elf, the subsidiary island of Mangrove Island, covered with mangrove forest, near Black Horse Island. But the surprise seemed to lack much excitement. It seemed there was also a hint of faint disappointment. Mangrove minor elf. The species is mangrove, a common miscellaneous tree found by the sea. Mangrove, which makes up the mangrove forest, what use does it have? Maintain ecological balance? Or to prevent soil erosion? List sighed inwardly. Indeed. One cannot expect much from a reward received without a chain mission. Compared to the thorn minor elf, which could produce magic potions and ironwood, the mangrove minor elf seemed much weaker. When he had passed through the mangrove forest before, after a careful round, he found no traces of magic power. It meant there were no magic potions. Mangroves were often miscellaneous trees with little value for collection, and without the ability to produce magic potions, it was evident that the mangrove minor elf was somewhat useless. But I shouldn't be so hasty, after all, I haven't investigated thoroughly. Maybe deep within Mangrove Island lies a source of magic potions. I merely glanced around the periphery last time, not even spotting any cordyceps of the mangrove minor elf, which should grow deep within the island's forests. So how should I capture and bond with it? Even the most useless little minor elf is still a minor elf, and if one day it mutates into a new variety of magic potion, that would be a huge surprise. So List shook off his disappointment and perked up, ready to set sail for Mangrove Island immediately to find the mangrove minor elf and make a contract with it. However, it was very difficult to land on the mangroves, and even harder to find the mangrove minor elf. Right, I can take Ake with me, she's a sea serpent, at ease in the sea. Perhaps she can help search the mangrove forest and find the mangrove minor elf, he thought. He hurried towards the sea to look for Ake. But he didn't forget to glance at the new smoke mission. Mission, drinking delicious high-quality milk every day. You might have forgotten the construction of the dairy farm and the cultivation of the black blood treasured horses, both need a vast amount of nutrients. Please continue to expand the planting of corn grass by 500 mu. Reward, 4 dragon breed cows. After reviewing the new mission, List smiled at the corner of his mouth. As expected, dragon breed cows, or rather, the calves that were initially within the pregnant cows, were infected by the formless dragon and became dragon breed cows. There were 3 cows pregnant during the formless dragon's invasion, so does this mean that one of them had twins? Like humans, cows usually only have 1 calf per pregnancy. Twins or triplets are very rare occurrences. However, although these 4 calves are indeed dragon breed cows, their mothers, Dawing, Dawa, and Dai, must have also been partially infected, otherwise, the quality of the milk wouldn't be so outstanding. The same goes for Little Hua and Little Black, their milk is of high quality as well. It seems all 9 cows at the fresh flower farm may have been infected. Milk Hua, Milk Huang, and Milk Hai are also maturing, ready to become pregnant and produce milk. By then it will be clear whether they have been infected, and how good the milk quality is. Zhuangzwang, the male milk cow, probably got infected too. The calf sires should show an improvement in physique. Fresh Flower Farm's foreseeable future will become a source of high-quality milk, continuously providing List with nutrients. I have to expand the planting of corn grass by another 500 mu. I remember that all the wastelands of Barley Hamlet are already planted, with sorghum fields expanded to 100 mu and corn grass to 280 mu. So, I shall plant another 500 mu of corn grass on the wastelands of Thorn Ridge. What a pity it cannot benefit from the boost of the corn grass bug. Amid his thoughts, he had already reached the Seaview Villa. Just as he was about to pull out a horn to call for Sea Sprite Ake, he suddenly discovered that Ake was reading a book in the Seaview Villa. And before List could speak, Ake leaped up joyfully. Brother, you're finally here. Ake has been waiting for you for so long. You were waiting for me? Is there something you need? List asked curiously. Ake nodded enthusiastically and then waved towards the seashell on the lower floor. Little girl, come out quickly. Little girl? Did she find another little sea monster? List was stunned for a moment, and then, he saw a little creature fly out from the shell of the stone house, flitting up the stairs. It was a light green minor elf with transparent wings, the size of a palm. The minor elf seemed afraid of List and immediately hid in Ake's azure blue hair, burying itself in it. At that moment, List suddenly realized, the so-called mangrove minor elf, must be this one right in front of him. Obviously, it had been found by Ake beforehand. Chapter 338, Tide-Calling Mermaid Princess Nami. The light green mangrove minor elf was indeed found by Ake on Mangrove Island. When Ake was playing on Mangrove Island, I discovered this little girl. She's so tiny and cute, just like Jayla. But she's very timid. I threw her some fruit to eat, and she hesitated for a long time before picking it up. Then she gradually came closer to me and even bit my finger. Ake recounted her encounter with the mangrove minor elf in detail. At that time, Ake suddenly realized that I was forming a contract with the little girl, allowing me to understand what she was thinking. Brother, is this the contract between humans and elves? Can sea sprites also form contracts with elves? Ake asked. You contracted with it? List asked in surprise. It was indeed a perplexing situation, as this minor elf was a reward from the smoke mission given to him, yet it unexpectedly formed a contract with sea sprite Ake. Even though Ake also belonged to him personally, not having contracted it himself left a somewhat unsavory taste. However, he quickly put aside his personal feelings, nodded, and said gently, generally, elves only contract with humans, but that doesn't mean they can't contract with other creatures. After all, this magic contract wasn't invented by humans. So it's not surprising that a sea sprite can contract with an elf. Is that so? Ake tilted her head, but I don't know how to take care of an elf. Brother, how about I release the contract with the little girl and you contract with her instead? Her cordyceps is a mangrove tree, located in the center of Mangrove Island. The surrounding trees bear many small fruits, which are quite tasty. He was momentarily tempted. List immediately declined, since she took the initiative to contract with you, it means she has a connection with you. I don't need to waste her contract count. Yours and mine are the same. Did you bring any of the mangrove fruits? I brought some. She motioned with her hand, and the seawater in the shell immediately lifted a handful of pale yellow fruits into List's hand. The fruits carried no magic power and were simply ordinary, with awkward shapes about the size of a thumb's nail. He pinched one and chewed it twice in his mouth, tasting a faint sweetness and sourness, quite delicious indeed. It could be treated as a type of fruit. This was possibly the greatest value of the mangrove minor elf at present. One could only hope to encounter the magic medicine mangrove in the future or to discover a more valuable mangrove variant. Ake, have you named her? List asked while looking at the minor elf who was peeking curiously out from Ake's hair. Unlike Jayla's rugged and carefree image, it looked more delicate and exquisite, its color translucent like jade. On its head were two small green leaves and a tiny red flower. Its large eyes blinked, radiating innocence. The sound it made was like a little girl muttering to herself, Jigu. No wonder Ake referred to it as a little girl. Brother, Ake has thought for a long time but still can't decide on a name. Why don't you name her? I will. List did not refuse, pondered for a moment, and had an idea. Let's call her Nami. Nami? Yes, this name signifies the call of the tides. Nami. We'll call her Nami, it's a lovely name, Ake said as she pulled the mangrove minor elf from her hair and placed it on her palm. Little girl, from now on, your name is Nami, do you understand? The little elf gave a timid call, Jigu. Accepting her new name, Nami. Ake, since Nami is now your contracted minor elf, take good care of her. I will send you a jade box and some jade powder to feed her. Then, each time you visit the mangrove forest, pay attention to the attributes of the mangrove cordyceps and work out the functions of those mangroves. The sea sprite nodded. Ake understands. Nami will definitely help brother and fulfill the elf's intended role. She had read many books and knew the value of elves to humans. Wait here for a moment, I'll bring over Jayla so she can meet Nami, List said. Okay. Moments later, the sound of horse hooves approached, and List returned with Jayla. Upon seeing Ake, Jayla was overjoyed, making constant woo-wah noises. It had been several days since it saw the sea monster miss. At that moment, Nami poked her head out from Ake's hair again. Suddenly, the two little elves met for the first time. Jayla was stunned for a moment, flapping her wings and staring blankly at Nami, not sure what to think. It wasn't her first time seeing another of her kind, as she had seen them before at Tulip Castle. Nami, on the other hand, was meeting another of her kind for the first time and appeared somewhat delighted. She wriggled out of the hair and stood on Ake's shoulder, waving at Jayla and making eye contact. She greeted softly, "COO." After about a dozen seconds, Jayla reacted and flew towards Nami. List watched the two little ones interact with a smile, thinking such a scene was a true delight. However, the next moment, his smile abruptly ended. Just as Jayla flew up to Nami, she raised her little hand and gave Nami a fierce slap on the head. Wham! The emotion was intense. List immediately sensed that she was telling Nami to get lost. Nami was dumbfounded by the slap and tumbled off Ake's shoulder, but luckily Ake reacted in time, creating a stream of water to catch Nami. Landing on the stream, Nami cried out with a COO. Jayla. List hastily commanded, "Stop that." After hearing List, Jayla put her hands on her hips and strutted midair, calling out wham to List and then wham to Ake as if to show off her prowess. It wasn't until she saw List's glare that she pouted and flew back onto his shoulder, no longer daring to misbehave. Meanwhile, Aike was already holding Nami, whispering comforting words. "Don't cry, Nami. Jayla didn't mean it, she's usually very cute. I believe you two can become good friends." This was not a pleasant meeting. After Aike's comforting, Nami stopped crying, but she hid in the hair and didn't come out again. She was truly timid compared to Jayla's boldness. "Take good care of Nami." List didn't know what else to say, so he simply took Jayla and headed back. Along the way, Jayla inevitably faced reprimands and punishment, being sentenced to 3 days without leaving the worm room. If she hit another little elf again, the punishment would be doubled. Faced with such discipline, Jayla seemed downhearted all the way. She was too lively, and confinement was a nightmare to her. Moreover, the worm room now lacked the warm shells for taking baths. By the time they got back to the castle, town government official Isaiah had just arrived. "My lord, do you have any orders?" After handing Jayla over to Butler Carter to take to the worm room, List said, "I plan to expand the cultivation of 500 acres of corn grass. Take a look at any wasteland that can be farmed, and arrange for the serfs to begin plowing immediately. It's already past the spring plowing season, and we need to finish as soon as possible. We already have 280 acres of corn grass, and according to the plan at the beginning of the year, there is enough for Fresh Flower Town's use. Why do we still need to cultivate an additional 500 acres? Because I plan to expand the scale of cattle and horse farming," List answered. "As you wish," Isaiah said, accepting the command. Mrs. Morrison had brewed some milk tea, which Carter brought over to List. He took a sip of the fragrant milk tea, and the turbulent emotions within List were well soothed. No matter what, the second little elf of his domain was now in hand. Nami, the mangrove miner elf. Chapter 339, High-quality milk source region. Just like with Ak, List had no intention of revealing Nami's true potential. Although the true benefits from the smoke mission were not known to others, the part that had been exposed was already frightening enough. To reveal more would stretch beyond what could be explained by the glory accorded to a knight. He was a cautious man and would continue to keep a low profile. For instance, now, hiding in the castle's flower garden, he quietly watered 20 potted serpent blood tree plants with the blood of the 6-headed king serpent. When more than half of the serpent blood was used up, magic reactions occurred in 4 of the potted serpent blood tree plants, successively nurturing the birth of the serpent blood fruit sprite bugs. Another 4 sprite bugs. This year feels like it's going to be a bountiful harvest. List stopped pouring serpent blood over the potted serpent blood trees that had nurtured sprite bugs. From now on, he just needed to fertilize diligently and provide enough nutrition for the sprite bugs, without wasting any more serpent blood. The remaining serpent blood was mainly poured over the other 16 potted serpent blood trees. However, after continuously watering for 2 more days, there was still no reaction from the other potted serpent blood trees. After 1 more day of watering, still no reaction. It seems that the serpent blood trees which should have nurtured sprite bugs have already done so. Continuing with the ones that haven't wouldn't make any difference. List took measures to cut his losses in time, decisively keeping about 1/4 of the remaining serpent blood. He stored it away for the next usage. In his mind, perhaps after a few years when the serpent blood fruit sprite bugs begin to evolve, the serpent blood could come in handy again, helping them transform once more. However, he suddenly thought, years from now, he might already be riding a dragon. If hunting down a sea monster serpent would be a piece of cake, why keep this serpent blood and waste space in the gemstone space? So, he decided to split the serpent blood in 2 parts, 1 part to continue watering one of the serpent blood tree pots to see if a new sprite bug could be nurtured, the other part for consumption. The blood of an intermediate magical beast is a great tonic, significantly enhancing the effects of consuming magic potions. Recently, he had found the most reliable method for consuming potions, taking the least amount of potions for the maximum effect. Along with eating the flesh of an intermediate magical beast, his chi volume steadily climbed higher, almost breaking through new levels every day. Now, I have increased my chi volume by 2/3 compared to when I hunted the 6-headed king serpent. Speaking of which, I could probably take on 4 Marcuses by myself now, right? Marcus had become the standard unit by which he measured his own strength. Perhaps it could be casually referred to as the strength of 4 Marcuses. This method of calculation was unscientific, but there wasn't a better reference available. On Coral Island, there weren't many elite Earth Knights capable of standing up to him in a potion binging battle, only Viscounts like Jonas and Trek who were probably stronger than List as they were representatives of the old potion bingers. Besides them were a few knights from the Coral Island Knights elite knight squad who could match List evenly. They were half potion binger, half combat skills. After that, his brother Levi's and the heir to Shattered Stone Castle, Brandon Brokenstone, were also potion bingers, but their strength was definitely inferior to List's. Not every elite Earth Knight in the potion binging circles could afford the cost of magic potions. Those who could afford it, like Levi's and Brandon, certainly had not mastered the scientific method of potion binging, nor did they have dragon breed milk and intermediate magical beast meat to supplement their diet. I'll look for an opportunity to spar with the elites from the Knight Order soon, to test my combat strength. Under the apple tree, in the rocking chair. List cancelled his eye of magic. The apple tree in front of him had already confirmed the nurturing of a sprite bug, located right above the apple desk in the branches among the flowers. This made List believe that the birth of this apple bug was most likely influenced by his presence every moment. Magic, matter, spirit. Roughly the triangle theory that magicians study. He didn't quite understand it, nor did he have the desire to understand it. I just needed to understand that I already had 17 sprite bugs, 1 peanut bug, 1 alfalfa bug, 1 tulip bug, 1 millet bug, 1 little wheat bug, 1 tomato bug, 1 fragrant coconut bug, 1 dragon kua bug, 1 corn grass bug, 3 rubber bugs, 4 serpent blood fruit bugs, and 1 apple bug. From the original 4 sprite bugs, a year later I had 2 little minor elves, 17 sprite bugs, and 9 intermediate magical beasts. I was quite satisfied with this harvest. Even Tulip Castle, from the Viscount era to now, had only accumulated 1 greater elf, 12 little minor elves, and over 100 sprite bugs. A town's land, a year's time, to achieve such accomplishments, there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. I moved my wrist, stood up, and said, "Philip, give me my bow and arrows." "Yes, my lord." Retainer Knight Philip Wool immediately handed over the bow and the arrows. Standing under the apple tree, I aimed at the distant target and began to practice multi-arrow. By now, not only was I a powerful elite Earth Knight, but I was also a skilled divine archer. I knew the principal excellence comes from diligence, sloth from playfulness. For the growth of my strength, I needed to practice combat skills and archery every day, making them instinctive to me. April just passed in a continuous series of harvests. The weather grew increasingly hot, spring seedlings sprouted quickly, and by the time May arrived, the serfs had already replanted 500 acres of corn grass. The smoke mission was quickly completed as well. For completing the mission, you are rewarded with 4 dragon breed cows. Meanwhile, the good news from the cow farm rapidly reached the castle. One of the 3 cows, Dowing, first gave birth to a healthy little calf, a female that could produce milk. Excited, I circled the little calf, looking at her from left to right. On the 3rd day, I also began to give birth. It was carrying twins and had some difficulty. It took half a day of work to successfully deliver the calves, 1 male and 1 female. Then, the following week, Dao, who had been quiet, gave birth to the 4th dragon breed cow, a small female calf. I personally named the 4 dragon breed cows, 3 female calves named Young Flower, Young Black, Young Yellow, and a male calf named Strong. Inheriting the tradition of the cow farm, young, milk, little, big, old, along with strong, stout, the 5 stages correspond to 5 different designations, quite distinctive. I also instructed the serfs of the cow farm. From now on, the cows of the cow farm will be divided into 3 grades. The first grade is the most outstanding, which are these 4 calves. You have to nurture them with the best feed and most careful care. The second grade are the original 9 cows, which also require attentive care. The least are the newly purchased cows, treat them ordinarily. "Yes, Lord Landlord, your orders are our goals for work," said the skinny old steward of the cow farm. He was skinny and gaunt, trying to suck up but not quite managing it, and spoke in a dry tone. He was very skilled at delivering calves, personally bringing all 4 little calves into the world. For this, I rewarded him with 4 silver coins, to honor his contribution during the delivery of the calves, 1 silver coin for each successful delivery. So, for the past week, he had been quite elated. Leaving the cow farm, I could already envision the future pastures filled with herds of dragon breed cows. By the time, all the milk in my diet would be replaced by dragon breed milk. Rich in nutrients. The growth of my chi as swift as flight. Chapter 340, Establishment of the Night Squad using drugs, practicing combat skills, honing archery, and engaging in live combat training with Paris, training dogs, playing the piano, patrolling the territory, communicating with sea serpents, teasing the mangrove minor elf Nami, riding back to the nobles of the island to decline banquet invitations, hosting dinners, listening to flattery, consuming a lot of food, watching Jayla create chaos at the banquet. Gallop on horseback, cruise by boat, moving back and forth between Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island. The life in May started off quietly uneventful, but Liz didn't feel the monotony. Although there was no TV, computer, or cell phone, each day here was fulfilling. From morning till night, as long as he wanted to do something, there would be a pile of things waiting for him. Like right now. Hiding in the castle's garden, watering a single pot of serpent blood tree plant pot with the blood of an intermediate sea monster. After more than a week of continuous effort, still no magic feedback whatsoever. In fact, the initial few attempts of using serpent blood for cultivation, if unsuccessful in breeding elf bugs, were just a waste of effort. He decided not to waste serpent blood any longer and instead focused on the smoke mission. After receiving the reward of dragon breed cows, the smoke mission had updated, but this was not an easy task, and completing it was quite difficult. Mission: as an elite Earth Knight, owning an intermediate magical beast pet, capable of hunting even intermediate sea monsters, apart from the lack of followers, what else could stop you from going to the battlefield to earn military achievements? Please form a knight squad composed of Earth Knights. Reward: a new breed of dragon hollyhock. The reward is a new breed of dragon hollyhock. This excited List greatly, as it most likely meant the reward would be the magic potion dragon hollyhock. Now was his peak time for using drugs, relying on flame mushrooms, rapid growth magic thorns, the intercepted black tulips, and the briefly cultivated ice snow flame mushrooms during winter. He could barely meet his drug needs. But he would never complain about having too many magic potions. So forming a knight squad was a must. And it had to be soon. He didn't want to procrastinate and delay the new smoke mission. There are 6 members now, and I need to recruit 6 more to form a 12-man knight squad. As for me, I definitely don't count among the knight squad. List was clear in his mind that with Dawson, he wasn't suitable to charge with the knights. He was more fit for commanding from behind the scenes. He picked up the crystal teacup from the apple table and blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface, leisurely taking a sip. This was the new tea just harvested this month. The 3 green tea trees were far more productive than expected, with almost 2 or 3 harvests of new tea every month after diligent fertilization. This allowed List to drink tea generously to cut through the greasiness, enabling him to eat more magical beast meat. In terms of luxury, he had definitely far surpassed Levi's, who had Tulip Castle to rely on. Levi's, at most, ate meat from the magical beast fire rabbits raised by Tulip Castle every day, while he dined on intermediate sea monsters. Even the Earl, who had just returned from the meeting in Blue Dragon Island and successfully promoted the fresh flower brew, sent envious letters. The Earl hoped to taste the serpent stew, and after much consideration, List somewhat painfully cut 5 pounds of serpent meat and sent it to Tulip Castle. Those 5 pounds of snake meat were probably enough for one dinner at Tulip Castle. Gathering his wandering thoughts, he continued to focus on the formation of a knight squad. Among his followers, 6 were already Earth Knights. 2 elite Earth Knights with Wind attribute, Marcus Wheel and Thunder attribute, Charles Trap, 4 common Earth Knights with Earth attribute, Ronto Wadapot, Rick Trace, Fire attribute, Lass Steelyard, and Thunder attribute, Griffin Haystack. Out of the Earth Knights currently courting Fresh Flower Town, there are 10. I should quickly select 6 outstanding ones from among them. After List's snake-slaying feat, his fame was even greater, and naturally, more knights wanted to join him. However, not all who offered their allegiance were accepted. Character, personality, age, and status were all criteria that needed to be carefully considered. Setting down his teacup, he looked around the apple table and asked, Consultant Galtai, Teacher Marcus, Charles, Zambrata, which 6 of these 10 Earth Knights do you think we should recruit to form the Knight Squad? Galtai and Marcus were his teachers, the people he trusted the most. Charles, as a veteran elite Earth Knight, offered valuable insights given his marginal status. Zambrata, a noble stripped of his title, also had his unique perspective. He had called them to provide counsel. Galtai swirled his wooden cup. The tea leaves from the green tea tree are indeed miraculous, initially bitter but growing more fragrant with each taste. My lord, I don't have a direct understanding of the Earth Knight's strengths to offer much advice, but Henry is not suitable. He has committed theft before. Then let's eliminate Henry first, decided List. Henry was competent and brave in combat, but his past theft was a stain on his character. Zorro and Paul are too old, there's no need to develop them further. I advise giving up on them, Marcus spoke seriously. These 2 were over 40 and still merely common Earth Knights. Even without Marcus's advice, List had no intention of recruiting them. They can be excluded. Charles downed a cup of fine tea and, with some hesitation, nevertheless spoke up. My lord, I have a personal grievance I can't suppress. Victor has humiliated me, and I would be ashamed to serve alongside him. This is merely my personal grudge, and if my lord still wishes to recruit Victor, I will comply with your arrangement. Victor was only 26, and his strength was close to challenging that of an elite Earth Knight. List had highly regarded Victor but had not anticipated such a grudge between him and Charles. After some thought, he said, then let's exclude Victor. Thank you, my lord. Charles bowed deeply. Following that, Zambrata also offered his opinion. After discussion, argument, and compromise, the official selection of knights to be recruited was determined. Simon Plate, with a water attribute, a freeman by birth, 28 years old, graduated from the Knight Academy. Norman Twine, with a water attribute, of noble birth, 23 years old, the second son of an honored knight, graduated from the Knight Academy. Leslie Pile of Dead Leaves, with the ice attribute, a freeman by birth, 30 years old, graduated from the Knight Academy. Eric Firewood, with the earth attribute, a freeman by birth, 32 years old, graduated from the Knight Academy. Daniel with the fire attribute, born a serf on an outlying isle, surnameless, 29 years old, previously followed an honored knight but fell in battle. David Big Yellow Tooth, with a wind attribute, a freeman by birth, 24 years old, graduated from the Knight Academy. Tulip Castle's established Knight Academy essentially trained most of Coral Island's Earth Knights, including List, who had studied there. Teacher Marcus, once all of the knights are in place, I will announce the establishment of the Fresh Flower Town Knight Squad, with you as the inaugural Knight Captain, responsible for the squad's charge training, and assist by Charles, declared List. Both men stood up. Yes, my lord. List continued with his assignments. Consultant Galtai and Sambrata must also not relax. Continue to correspond with knights who express interest in joining Fresh Flower Town and ensure that, should any unqualified knights appear in our squad, we are able to replace them with new members at any time. They too stood up. Yes, my lord. Chapter 341, Silver Spear, Black Horse, Red Cloak. Simon, Norman, Leslie, Eric, Daniel, and David arrived quickly, knowing that they certainly needed to be proactive to catch the rising momentum of Fresh Flower Town. They were either commoners or second sons of nobles, with narrow channels for advancement. Opportunities like the one in Fresh Flower Town might come only a few times in one's life. List received 6 Earth Knights in the castle, without too much enthusiasm. Perhaps a month later, several of the 6 Earth Knights would leave Fresh Flower Town. Following is a two-way choice process. A month of adaptation is enough to determine whether a following relationship should be established between them. At Knight's Square the next morning, the crimson sun rose in the east, the clouds dispersed in the west. Baron of Fresh Flower Town, List Tulip, clad in fine steel armor, with the crimson blood sword hanging at his waist and a fine steel shield in hand, donned such a conspicuous knight attire for the first time. The handsome face was obscured by the helmet visor. Only sapphire-colored pupils shone through the mesh, sparkling brilliantly. A red cape fluttered behind him, and a black Lee-dragon horse was adorned with silver-white horse armor, merging with the silver-white armor into a striking medley of black, white, and red. A blooming black tulip was engraved on the fine steel shield, a symbol belonging to Fresh Flower Town and to List. Even on the Lee-dragon horse, there was a cotton pad embroidered with a black tulip, suggesting knightly status more than pursuit of riding comfort. Nobles, they like these fancy trappings. Indeed, some hinder riding, but in the eyes of commoners, these are symbols of nobility, able to incite fervor. He slowly maneuvered the Lee-dragon horse around a square, his gaze piercing through the visor to scrutinize the row of knights, observing their spirit. Each one was in fine steel armor, provided by the castle. Their steeds were qualified war horses, but it was a bit of a pity that their colors were mixed, with yellow, brown, gray, and spotted, not uniform. Fortunately, they were draped in standard half-length horse armor. In contrast to the Lee-dragon horse's sparse protection on the forehead, their horses were tightly wrapped around the head, neck, shoulders, and thighs, with the black tulip emblem carved on the pads beneath their seats. Each held a shield in the left hand and a spear in the right. The sunshine glistened off their armor, making them look exceptionally majestic. Silence reigned, not even the horses made a noise, only the sound of the Lee-dragon horse's hooves could be heard. After a moment, List's commanding voice broke the quiet. I, List Tulip, Baron of Fresh Flower Town, devote my life to the pursuit of glory. The path forward is fraught with danger, and I need loyal companions, brave knights. You, the Earth Knights, standing here, are you willing to charge with me? The knights shouted in unison, we will charge for the Baron. Very well. List suddenly drew out the crimson blood sword, pointing its tip towards the sky as he declared loudly, then, I announce that the Fresh Flower Town Knight Squad is officially established today. Ho! 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 The 12 Earth Knights raised their spears high, issuing exclamations in response to List's declaration. On the outer edges of the square, many young onlookers, witnessing such a stirring scene, couldn't help but shout along, ho! Carl Ironhammer and Rom Barrel stood to one side, watching the youth's commotion. Such a spectacle today would engrave the wealth and strength of Fresh Flower Town in their memories forever. Although most of the youths would still eventually return to farming or working, perhaps it could inspire a few to strive and become knights of the future, at least in Fresh Flower Town, they had such an opportunity. Once the Knight Squad proclamation concluded, the first training charge began. The war horses charged in full armor, almost crushing the earth beneath them as they charged, their momentum unmatched, with chi swelling into a torrent capable of tearing apart anything. The knights charged away, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of dust. Carl strolled over to Rom and said with ease, "Rom, the patrol team is yours now. There are some troublemakers in the squad, but I believe you can handle them." Rom asked, "When are we leaving?" "Soon, the Baron will make the arrangements," Carl smiled. "A year ago, we were just ordinary retainer knights without even a hint of chi, following the Baron to Fresh Flower Town to pass the remaining years of our lives. Who would have thought we would be in this situation now, with both you and me becoming officials, while Auden and Grey are doing well in their provisional work too. Carl Iron Hammer, Rom Barrel, Auden in Soul, Grey Scythe. The first 4 retainer knights of List Tulip, none of them particularly talented, with Auden and Grey not even managing to cultivate chi. However, List was a man who valued old connections and still arranged decent positions for them. Carl became the defense officer, Rom, the worm affairs officer, Auden was the assistant to administrative officer Isaiah, and Grey was the assistant to finance officer Isaiah. But for now, they could no longer work together in Fresh Flower Town. Seizing the opportunity of forming a night squad, List introduced new personnel appointments to Fresh Flower Town, splitting off half of the officials to work in the port town on Black Horse Island. Carl was heading to the port town to serve as both the defense officer and the worm affairs officer. Rom was to succeed as the defense officer of Fresh Flower Town, with List's old friend Nemo taking over as the new worm affairs officer. The following officials, along with their families, would mostly relocate to the port town. Fresh Flower Town could no longer satisfy the ambitions of List. After the formation of the night squad, he planned to participate in this year's Pioneer Mandate, meaning that achieving recognition on the battlefield and a Viscount title were not far off, and the rise of Black Horse Island was inevitable. As long as the secrets of the Black Blood treasured horse and rubber weren't revealed, pioneering a deserted island wasn't something unusual. He believed that the Earl, Levi's, and others must already know of the existence of Black Horse Island. Instead of doing it secretly, it would be better to build boldly and let everyone know of List's ambitious and promising future. So, pioneering a deserted island was exactly what he should be doing. With the support of the Fresh Flower Brews funds and Thorn Minor Elves cultivating magic potions, it would have been a surprise to the Earl and Levi's had he not done it. In just over a year's development, no one could ignore his radiance any longer. He was a Tulip family member with bloodlines as excellent as those of Levi's, Levira, and Lidun, his cowardice of the past merely a period of lying dormant, now his talents were basic operations. He watched the knights train all morning. In the afternoon, he did not return. For him, the early formation of the night squad was more about completing missions. Training the Blizzard Beasts was more important than training knights, as the Blizzard Beast army would be the main force in the struggle for military achievements in the future, with the knights merely serving in a support capacity. After a nap in the afternoon, he went to the Dragon Hollyhock field. He summoned a smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward, auxiliary magic medicine species Dragon Hollyhock. In the green and lush Dragon Hollyhock field, some Dragon Hollyhocks were blooming, while others had already borne small black fruits. List employed his eye of magic to observe the entire field and quickly detected magic feedback, not from cordyceps, but close by. This was a mutated Dragon Hollyhock with yellow flowers. Its fruits were not black, but a specific shade of blue-black, a very distinct color, with most of the plant's magic concentrated within the fruit. Indeed, as he had previously conjectured, this was a magic potion. A Dragon Hollyhock originally thought to be nothing more than a tasty snack now held immense value. However, what surprised List was, what is meant by an auxiliary magic medicine species. Chapter 342, Black Pearl Aquaculture Magic Medicine. List understood well. However, with the added meaning of auxiliary, it became somewhat obscure and impressive. To understand from the literal meaning, auxiliary means to help. So, does it mean that when made into a magic potion, it can aid in the digestion of magic power, or does it mean that it can help other magic potions to grow? Or does it imply that when mixed with other magic potions to create a new potion, the effect would be better? This was impossible to deduce. List could only wait. He planned to cultivate more new varieties of auxiliary magic potion Dragon Hollyhock, which would take some time. Even with the boost from the Dragon Kuabug, it would still be 2 to 3 months before he would see results. He repressed his curiosity about the auxiliary magic medicine. He reviewed the new mission. Mission, Sea Sprite Take, Acroloide's Truth, has discovered a magical coral reef that is submerged at high tide and emerges as a circular reef at low tide. It teems with Tridacnas, whose shells contain numerous black pearls. Why not harvest some? Reward, 1 piece of magic equipment. This mission made List's eyes light up. Ake had actually discovered a coral reef, which was home to Tridacnas capable of producing black pearls. It quickly reminded him of the tridacna he had salvaged near the shore last year. Although not a sea monster, it could produce black pearls with magical properties. He had thought it was a tridacna from the deep sea bottom, accidentally washed ashore. Unexpectedly, they originally lived in the coral reefs near Freshflower Town. Without a doubt, this kind of tridacna could develop into an industry, the black pearl industry. The Sapphire family had a tranquil lake on Blue Dragon Island, where they raised low-level sea monsters, pearl oysters, which produced a large quantity of white pearls every year. These were sought after by noblewomen as fine jewelry, with certain calming and soothing effects. Black pearls had better effects, were larger in size, and could easily replace white pearls. He quickly arrived at the Seaview Villa. He blew the horn, summoning Ake, who had been swimming in the ocean. "Brother." Ake emerged from a shell, with mangrove miner elf Nami sitting on his shoulder, the miner elf having become Ake's companion for swimming through the sea and was no longer a stranger to List. "Ake, have you discovered a coral reef?" "Brother, you already know?" "Ake just found that coral reef yesterday. When the tide goes out, they emerge above the water, looking like a very large circular lake. Many shells live inside, a bit different from Ake's own shell, similar to the tridacna shells at the entrance of Brother's Castle." After hearing this, List said, "Ake, these are tridacnas, and they can produce black pearls. It's the kind of black pearl I gave you before, a very precious material for magic equipment, and it can develop into the black pearl industry. I would like you to clarify the exact location of the coral reef and determine its distance." "Ake knows, from here, it's about southeast, nearly 30 kilometers away from the shore," Ake replied. 30 kilometers, that is about a 2-hour journey for the fresh flower vessel. After waiting for the fresh flower vessel to return, and timing the low tide, List directly ordered Captain Coaster to set sail, following the direction Ake pointed out. Along the way, Ake would occasionally surface, guiding List's course with his own trajectory, which List then relayed to Coaster. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they saw the coral reef that had already emerged above the water. It was shaped a bit like China's South China Sea Huaguang Reef. Now with the tide out, the circular reef was exposed, and the white sands, developed from corals, had all weathered into finesse. Stepping on it was very soft. "My lord, who would have thought there could be such beautiful coral reefs around Freshflower Town? It's unbelievable." Even Captain Coaster, who had spent years at sea, had never seen such lovely islands and reefs. Seagulls circled overhead, and the azure seawater was divided by the ring-shaped reef. The deep blue of the ocean lay outside, while within was a light blue lagoon. Near the sandy shores, the vivid colors of the corals were clearly visible. Captain Coaster deduced from the colors that the lagoon was only about 10 meters deep, quite shallow. Since Ake had already explored and confirmed that there were no sea monsters here, List directly ordered his men to dive for tridacna. Before long, sailors were emerging, one after another, cradling small tridacna. These were ones that grew near the coast, with the largest being no bigger than a wash basin. When they pried one open, they indeed found black pearls inside, but they were only the size of a fingernail, small black pearls. The magic power inside them was also very dim. Despite this, Captain Coaster couldn't help exclaiming, "My lord, are these coming sea pearls? Why are they so small?" He knew that the coming sea pearls aboard the fresh flower vessel were made from black pearls. He had participated in the tridacna harvesting before and remembered clearly that even the smallest black pearl was the size of a fist.